Chapter 1. Upon the azure expanse of the sea, there stood an island adorned with several colossal windmills. At that moment, in the southwestern corner of the isle, a young lad reclined on the sandy shore. The occasional icy touch at his feet compelled him to slowly open his eyes. What met his gaze was a cerulean sky. The faint scent of salt water wafting through the air left Xia Chen in a state of perplexity. He couldn't help but murmur, "Where am I? Didn't I remember being struck by a dump truck while chasing performance metrics?" After much contemplation, Xia Chen found himself unable to grasp the situation at hand. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, so he decided to disregard it altogether. At the very least, it appeared he was still alive. Xia Chen pushed himself up from the ground. Yet, in an instant, he froze, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the ground beneath him. He then tentatively touched his face. What is happening? To his astonishment, the reflection in the water at his feet was not that of a weathered man in his 20s, but rather a youth of approximately 16 years. Full of vigor and youthful exuberance indeed, it was the visage of himself at 16. While Xia Chen was still lost in the wonder of his rejuvenation, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be on the Storyline Island of Windmill Village. Storyline Island check-in system activated successfully. What? System? Xia Chen's already bewildered mind became even more confounded. How could a system suddenly manifest? Was he truly not dead? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Windmill Island? The only place he knew by that name was the one he had speculated about. Could this truly be the location he had envisioned? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead at the thought. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed once more. Host has arrived at the Storyline Island of Windmill Island. Would you like to check in? Yes. Xia Chen instinctively replied. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired Zoan-type Mythical Beast, human fruit, Sun Wukong form. Non-side effect version. The fruit has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Great. There's no turning back now. In that instant, Xia Chen was certain he had indeed arrived at the world he had previously conjectured. The world of One Piece. To be frank, had he known he would find himself in such a place before obtaining the system, he would have been utterly panicked. This world was far from the peaceful realm depicted in anime. Here, there existed ruthless pirates, hypocritical marines, and those loathsome celestial dragons. Who knew when calamity might strike again? But now, that was a different story. The experiences of countless predecessors who traversed with systems rendered Xia Chen unperturbed. He possessed a system. What was there to fear? Moreover, with a thought, a fruit of pure golden hue materialized in his hand. The human fruit, Sun Wukong form. Xia Chen was exceedingly familiar with the figure of Sun Wukong. He had always held a deep admiration for this character in his past life. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Just the name alone was enough to convey the essence of its power. This fruit had to be a divine-grade fruit. The Sun God Nika was formidable. Apologies. Even if you attained divinity, you would merely be one of the countless heavenly soldiers standing in my way. Moreover, it was a version without side effects, meaning it wouldn't possess a fatal weakness like other fruits. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen could scarcely contain his eagerness. He took a hearty bite of the fruit in his hand. The sweet, delectable juice burst upon his palate, leaving him momentarily stunned, having prepared himself for something far less pleasant. Wasn't it said that this would taste worse than dirt? He pondered. Could it be that the non-side effect version also eliminated the foul taste? After considerable contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Thus, Xia Chen indulged, taking large bites. If it had indeed been as dreadful as claimed, he would have merely nibbled, but with it being so delicious, he felt compelled to consume more, especially since he was quite famished. After a while, Xia Chen sat on the ground, cradling his stomach. Truth be told, the fruit, though modest in size, was quite filling. Not long after settling down, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him, continuously transforming his physique. This process lasted a good 10 minutes. When all was said and done, Xia Chen, feeling the newfound power within him, couldn't help but clench his fists. He felt as though he could shatter a mountain. However, a wry smile soon crossed his face. Although he had grown significantly stronger, his previously satisfied hunger had returned with a vengeance. It seemed he would need to seek out some sustenance. Xia Chen scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a rather unfortunate fish swimming toward him. A grin spread across his face. Wasn't food simply presenting itself? Sizzling, he savored the roasted fish while contemplating his next moves. With this system, it was clear he could not linger in one place for too long. Storyline Island? If all went according to plan, these should be the islands featured in the original anime. This meant he would need to check in at each of these islands. Yet, he was uncertain of the current timeline. As he pondered, he opened the system panel, a new feature he had recently discovered. It provided an overview of his attributes. Name: Xia Chen. Fruit: human fruit. Sun Wukong form beginner. Ability: indestructible body beginner. Armament haki: not awakened. Observation haki: not awakened. Conqueror's haki: not awakened. The panel appeared exceedingly straightforward, displaying the conventional 3 types of haki from the One Piece world along with the development level of his fruit. The ability listed, indestructible body, was the first power he gained after consuming the fruit, transforming his physique to that akin to the Monkey King's. The prowess of the Monkey King's indestructible body hardly needed elaboration. It was a top-tier physique forged through countless 9-turn golden elixirs and peaches of immortality. In contrast, the likes of Big Mom's steel balloon physique paled in comparison before the indestructible body. Having perused this information, Xia Chen felt adequately sated. He then set off towards the center of the island. Though he was unfamiliar with the terrain, heading towards the center could not be a misstep. His primary objective was to ascertain the current timeline to facilitate his subsequent plans. Additionally, he needed to procure a vessel. After a time, Xia Chen halted before the increasingly dense foliage, stroking his chin in contemplation. Where could the issue lie? Surely, he wasn't as incompetent as that fool Zoro, unable to find his way? While Xia Chen was deep in thought, a voice reached his ears. Gomu Gomu. Huh? What's this? Xia Chen's eyes brightened as he dashed toward the source of the sound. Upon arriving, he beheld a boy wearing a straw hat delivering a punch to a tiger. The distance between the boy and the tiger was several dozen meters, yet his fist elongated, landing a heavy blow on the tiger's chin. Witnessing this scene, a smile tugged at the corners of Xia Chen's mouth. Is that Monkey D. Luffy? Seems I now know where to head next. As Xia Chen continued to contemplate, the tiger, having been struck, hurtled toward him. Luffy, noticing the sudden appearance of another person, was equally taken aback. He quickly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Huh? Still lost in thought, Xia Chen looked up just in time to see a massive figure bearing down upon him. Startled, he instinctively threw a punch forward. Boom! Just as the tiger was about to land, Xia Chen's punch sent it flying once more, and with greater force than Luffy's previous blow. The tiger's bones shattered upon impact, and it spat out a mouthful of blood midair. After colliding with several trees while airborne, he finally came to a halt. "You." Luffy stared blankly at Xia Chen, unable to utter a coherent sentence. At that moment, Xia Chen was equally bewildered. Was he truly that formidable? He had exerted so little effort just now. The power he exhibited was astonishing. It was only then that Xia Chen began to grasp the situation. It seemed that his indestructible physique held some merit. To be so strong at merely the beginner level? Sigui, you are truly impressive. Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over to Xia Chen. Are you also from Windmill Village? How come I've never seen you before? No, I just arrived at Windmill Village today, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head. Hello, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I aspire to become the king of the pirates. Luffy declared with confidence. I want you to join my crew and become my comrade. Huh? Xia Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had been contemplating how to persuade Luffy to allow him on board. To his surprise, the issue was resolved so effortlessly. Should he say, truly Luffy, selecting companions is a matter of careful consideration. Indeed, Xia Chen had already made up his mind upon encountering Luffy. He would join Luffy's ship to accompany the main character's crew. Most of the islands featured in the Pirate King's narrative are closely tied to the main character's crew. Traveling alongside them perfectly aligns with his system's objectives. Moreover, journeying with the main character's crew significantly reduces the risk of untimely demise. Safety is greatly enhanced. Although his current abilities seemed adequate, he would not allow hubris to cloud his judgment. Are there not enough monsters in the world of One Piece? Even if this is the weakest sea, the East Blue. What if one day he accidentally crosses paths with the likes of the Golden Lion? Would that not spell disaster? Thus, it is wiser to stick with Luffy and his crew. Furthermore, the most compelling reason is that in his previous life, while watching One Piece, Xia Chen had deeply envied the camaraderie among the crew members. He had even dreamed of being a part of their fellowship. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he must seize it. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen addressed Luffy. All right. However, I have one condition. I want to be the first mate. Ha ha ha, sure. Luffy joyfully agreed. So, Captain, when do you plan to set sail? Tomorrow. Tonight. Let's enjoy a hearty meal. Upon hearing the word food, Xia Chen instinctively glanced at the tiger lying nearby. Grinning, he said, sounds good. He was indeed quite hungry. The next day, no, I mean Luffy, can't you find a larger ship? Xia Chen lamented as he observed the barely adequate vessel beneath his feet, one that could scarcely accommodate 2 people. I couldn't find a bigger one. This is the largest ship I could manage to borrow from the village chief. Xia Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Suddenly, he began to question whether his impulsive decision to board Luffy's ship was wise or foolish. However, there was no turning back now. He was already on the pirate's ship, and there was no disembarking. At that moment, Luffy suddenly shouted, Xia Chen, look! A tornado is heading our way. What? Xia Chen turned to look. Indeed, the once calm sea was now shrouded in ominous clouds. In an instant, torrential raindrops began to pour from the sky. Simultaneously, a massive tornado surged toward Xia Chen and the others. Goodness, this was not just a pirate ship. It was a perilous vessel. Their small boat was precariously swaying amidst the raging storm. Particularly as the tornado was about to collide with them, it was evident that their vessel would not withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, Xia Chen's eyes brightened as he spotted 2 barrels floating in the distance, tethered together. Eureka! Luffy, do you see those 2 barrels? Row towards them. All right. Upon reaching the barrels, Xia Chen opened one to find it devoid of any liquor. He muttered, turning to Luffy and shouting, quick, dive in. Without hesitation, Luffy leapt inside. Aware that as a landlubber, he was quite apprehensive in such a predicament. After witnessing Luffy's swift action, Xia Chen opened the other barrel and followed suit, pushing the nearby small boat away to prevent any potential complications later. In a certain region of the East Sea, a gentle sea breeze caressed the waters, while seagulls called out intermittently, creating a picturesque and tranquil scene. However, aboard a ship adorned with a skull and heart pirate flag, a raucous voice boomed, Ha! My little ones, who is the fairest maiden upon these seas? Why, it is none other than the captain of this vessel, Miss Yalita. A group of pirates trembled in response. Ha! Splendidly stated. No one else is worthy of such a title. The woman erupted into laughter once more, her chubby cheeks quivering with mirth. Indeed, this was the notorious Yalita, with a bounty of 5 million, her rotund figure making even pigs feel inadequate. At that moment, a pudgy boy with pink hair exclaimed, Miss Yalita, I have spotted 2 barrels connected on the sea. Connected barrels? Go, retrieve them for me. I wish to see what treasures they hold. In no time. The pirates fished the barrels aboard. Yalita, upon examining the barrels, felt a surge of excitement. Her years of maritime experience allowed her to discern immediately that these barrels contained no alcohol, as their draft depths differed. In these waters, if barrels did not hold liquor, what else could they possibly contain? Treasures, of course. With this thought, Yalita eagerly approached the barrels, exclaiming, KB, you did well. Keep it up. Yes, Miss Yalita, KB stammered nervously. Treasures, here I come. Yalita extended her plump hands towards the barrel's lid. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, a fist emerged from within, swiftly enlarging in her line of sight. Bang! Caught off guard, Yalita was sent flying, while a voice resonated from the barrel's vicinity. The pirates stood frozen in shock, gazing at the airborne Yalita, then turning their attention to the yawning Luffy, simultaneously thinking, that kid is done for. Meanwhile, the other barrel shattered as well dough. It seems the outcome remains unchanged. Xia Chen remarked. Observing the pirate rabble and the fallen Yalita, he had not anticipated that his mere presence would have such a minimal effect on the storyline. Yet here they were, facing Yalita. This, Xia Chen found rather agreeable. As his arrival did not alter the narrative's trajectory, he felt as though he had acquired a prophetic advantage, an invincible combination of the system and foresight. However, it seemed that the two barrels were not sourced from a merchant ship, implying that Nami was presumably not aboard this vessel. Yet now was not the time for Xia Chen to ponder such matters, as Yalita was rising from the ground, her fury palpable as she shouted at Luffy. "You scoundrel! Do you even realize what you've done?" "Huh?" Luffy stared blankly at the enraged Yalita, scratching his nose before inquiring, "Who is this rude Annie?" "Rude Annie?" The pirates around them paled, while Yalita's face turned a shade of green with rage. Brandishing her iron rod, she charged at Luffy, exclaiming, "I shall have your head." Luffy nimbly leapt aside, dodging her assault, then retaliated with a punch to her face, sending her reeling once more. The pirate henchman, witnessing this, rushed forward, eager to gang up on Luffy. However, a figure stepped into their path. Xia Chen regarded the approaching pirates with calm indifference, declaring, "This path is closed." Yet the pirates paid him no heed, thinking, what can a mere child do against seasoned cutthroats? They surged forward, one pirate with a bandana sneering, "You'll find out when you're lying beneath the ground." Observing this scene, Xia Chen let out a resigned sigh. Why bother? He then focused intently, his figure vanishing in an instant. In mere moments, the pirates lay sprawled across the ground, as if they had beheld their ancestors beckoning them. Xia Chen felt no surprise at this outcome. He was uncertain of the full extent of his newfound power. The indestructible body granted by the Chi Tian de Sheng fruit was indeed formidable, greatly enhancing his physical prowess and even bestowing him with the combat experience of the Monkey King. Wasn't that a bit absurd? At times, Xia Chen questioned whether the system had merely devised this fruit to justify the presence of Chi Tian de Sheng in the world of One Piece. After all, he had never heard of a fruit that could inherit battle experience. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts, content to simply bask in the benefits. Turning his gaze, he saw Luffy and Yalita now locked in a standoff. While Kabi shouted, "That person is the ugliest old hag on these seas. You filthy little brat," Yalita retorted, swinging her iron rod towards Kabi. In an instant, Luffy placed himself before Kabi, taking the blow on his head. A smirk playing on his lips, seemingly unfazed. "Looks like that didn't work. Gomu Gomu no pistol." Bang! Luffy's fist connected with Yalita's abdomen, causing her eyes to bulge as she soared into the air, landing far out in the sea. Albeit without her classic line, Xia Chen cast a glance at the fallen pirate henchman, nudging them with his foot. "Hey, go retrieve the food from this ship. If you're late, well, you can imagine the consequences." At this, the pirates jolted, forcing their aching bodies to rise and scurry off in search of provisions. Luffy approached, grinning widely. "Xia Chen, how did you know I was hungry?" "No, I was just hungry myself." After some time, both Xia Chen and Luffy reclined on the deck, rubbing their full bellies and sporting happy smiles. Xia Chen realized, perhaps due to the awakening of his indestructible body, that his appetite surpassed even that of Luffy. The glutton? Quite absurd. It seemed Sanji would have his work cut out for him in the future. After a brief respite, Xia Chen inquired of the pirates, "Where is the treasure aboard your ship?" While he was not as greedy as Nami, he did require sustenance. He and Luffy are truly individuals whose pockets are cleaner than their faces, with not a grain of rice in their pockets. One cannot feel at ease. In the cabin, one of the pirates trembled as he responded, "Why are you dawdling? Take me there." After hearing the pirate's words, he stared blankly at himself, and Xia Chen scolded him with irritation. "Yes, please follow me." Upon arriving at the treasure storage area, Xia Chen looked at the scene before him with great satisfaction. There were 5 million berries, along with some gold, jewels, and the like. Although Xia Chen was unaware of the exact value of these items, he assumed they were likely worth a considerable amount. "All right, you may leave now, and make sure to close the door behind you," Xia Chen instructed the pirate who had let him in. "Yes," with a mere thought. All the treasures before him vanished into thin air, absorbed into his system space. The system space, capable of storing only inanimate objects, operates without the passage of time. This means that if Mo Lee were to place a piece of meat inside, it would remain exactly as it was upon entry. He had already verified this over the past few days. The space measures 10 trillion cubic meters. Although it sounds vast, It is merely a cube with each side measuring 10,000 meters. This size is insufficient even for some larger Sea King's corpses in one piece. But for storing treasure, there is no limit to how much can be stored. The Straw Hat crew must heed Nami's wishes. And Nami, in turn, acts according to the treasures. I possess treasures. Thus, in the end, everyone on the ship will have to consider my preferences. Precisely. From now on, I shall be the user of the face fruit within the Straw Hat crew. Just as Xia Chen finished collecting the treasures and prepared to leave, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. The ship began to tilt and sway. Xia Chen opened the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. In the distance, several naval warships were firing relentlessly upon them. Kobe, didn't you say you wanted to join the Navy? Now's your chance, Luffy's voice rang out. What a joke. Given the current situation, joining would surely land me in prison. Kobe's irritated voice replied that a pirate from a crew running to the Navy to declare his intention to enlist, that would surely only earn them accolades, right? Since that's the case, let's escape first, after all. I am a pirate, Xia Chen. Let's go. Luffy laughed heartily. Understood, Captain. A smile crept onto Xia Chen's lips. To be honest, the thrill of escaping right under the Navy's noses felt rather exhilarating. Luffy threw a small boat overboard and leaped in after it. Just as Xia Chen was about to jump as well, he noticed Kobe trembling beside him, staring down nervously. What are you doing? I'm scared. It's too high. Hearing this, Xia Chen could only facepalm. Kobe was indeed quite the timid one in these early days. So, Xia Chen seized Kobe by the collar with one hand and flashed him a mischievous smile. Don't worry, I'll help you conquer your fears. And with that, Xia Chen jumped down while holding on to Kobe. After some time, the trio finally evaded the Navy's pursuit, sitting on the boat and laughing gleefully to Mr. Luffy. What will you do next? Next, I'm going to find many formidable companions. That we need a cook, a navigator, and most importantly, a musician. What is a feast without music? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement at this thought. By the way, let us seek out that formidable bounty hunter you mentioned. If he truly is impressive, I'll make him my partner. A day later, Xia Chen gazed at the distant, hazy naval town. He kicked the sleeping Luffy with his foot. Hey, Luffy. Wake up, we're almost there. What is up, Xia Chen? Is it mealtime? Luffy's dim-witted brain seemed to think only of food. However, speaking of food, he was feeling a bit hungry too. Once we reach town, let us feast on meat. Meat? Absolutely. As he spoke, a bit of drool escaped Luffy's mouth. Xia Chen instinctively took a step back, looking at him in disgust. Gross. After a while, Xia Chen and Luffy finally set foot on the island. The moment they arrived, a long-forgotten system voice echoed in Xia Chen's mind. Check-in at Sheer Town successful, acquiring the Navy's 6 styles, ultimate level. Instantly, a surge of knowledge poured into his mind. In an instant, he grasped the Navy's 6 styles. Xia Chen was now filled with exhilaration. Although the 6 styles may seem somewhat commonplace in the later stages, they were undeniably powerful in the early game. Moreover, this technique is highly skill-based. The greater the proficiency, the more powerful techniques one can develop, such as Life Return and Six Kings Gun. However, the effectiveness of these techniques is contingent upon the user's own strength. Just look at how even a powerhouse like Carp employs the 6 styles. Thus, it is not that the 6 styles are weak, but rather that the users are. Now, having obtained the ultimate level 6 styles, Xia Chen had reached the pinnacle of understanding. He was capable of using skills like Life Return and Six Kings Gun. Even more proficiently than Luffy. To be honest, Xia Chen felt elated about acquiring the 6 styles. His fruit had granted him an extraordinarily powerful physique, yet his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. The emergence of the 6 styles perfectly complemented his deficiencies. He was now frighteningly strong. The only issue was that there was currently no one to validate his prowess. Monka? No. He feared that a single punch would obliterate Monka. Suddenly, Xia Chen seemed to have an epiphany. A smile gracing his lips. That if it's him, it should be fine. Phew, I'm stuffed. The 3 of them patted their round bellies in unison. Xia Chen, where did you get all this berry? Of course. I took it from the ship of Yalita, Xia Chen replied casually while sipping a drink. But I didn't see you carrying any, Kobe remarked. With a roll of his eyes, Xia Chen explained. I created a space with my powers and stored all the treasures from the ship in it. Wow, Xia Chen, you're amazing. Are you also a devil fruit user? Why didn't you mention it before? You never asked. After satisfying their hunger, The group set out for business. Their target, the naval base. After some time, they arrived in front of the naval base. Finally, "Can I join the Navy?" Kobe's eyes brimmed with tears. He then spoke passionately, "Mr. Xia Chen, Mr. Luffy, we are about to part ways." Although this time was brief, "Stop." Xia Chen abruptly interrupted Kobe's speech. With a smirk, he looked at Kobe and said, "No need to be so emotional yet. You might change your mind soon. This is Monka's naval base, and the Navy within has long since ceased to be just. They have become utterly decayed. Kobe, being a person of justice, I wonder how you will react upon witnessing such a situation." As Xia Chen pondered, a sudden thud resounded nearby. He turned to see that Luffy had mysteriously vanished from his side, having leapt into the execution ground. "You certainly are swift," without a second thought. Xia Chen followed suit, leaving only KB standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Upon entering, Xia Chen beheld Luffy conversing with a figure bound to a rack, wearing a black bandana. "Zoro, at long last, we meet," Xia Chen murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he slowly approached them. "Hey, you! Come be my crewmate and join me in becoming a pirate," Luffy declared enthusiastically. "In no way. I refuse to ally with evil forces," Zoro retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "But you're already labeled an infamous bounty hunter," Luffy continued unabated. "Enough of that. I've made up my mind. You shall be my companion. That I've heard you're a swordsman. Right? Where's your sword?" "Taken by the foolish son of a captain," Zoro replied. "Go," Luffy exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "Then I'll retrieve your sword, and you can be my partner. Otherwise, you won't get it back. You dare threaten me?" Zoro growled, irritation rising within him. "All right, I'm off." With that, Luffy dashed toward the base. Meanwhile, Xia Chen ambled over to Zoro. "Zoro, what do you say? Aren't you hungry after 20 days without food?" Xia Chen inquired, observing Zoro intently. In this regard, he couldn't help but admire Zoro's tenacity. If it were him, he might have succumbed to starvation after just a few days. "Are you with that straw-hatted fool? Don't compare me to you. My willpower is beyond your comprehension," Zoro asserted. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing Zoro's unparalleled resolve within the vast world of One Piece. The phrase "nothing happened" had stirred countless hearts. However, unlike Luffy, who was oblivious to the situation, Xia Chen understood that before they could converse further, he ought to free Zoro from his bindings. Thus, he elegantly waved his fingers in the air, unleashing a series of miniature air blades that swiftly severed the ropes binding Zoro. Indeed, he had employed the technique of Arashi-Ashai-as for why he could utilize this technique with his fingers. If Kaku could do so with his neck, it was only logical that he could as well. Zoro descended from the rack and stretched his limbs, a faint smile appearing on his face. Being tied up for so long is quite unsettling, Xia Chen thought, and with a flick of his wrist, a piece of meat materialized in his hand, which he tossed to Zoro. Aren't you afraid I might poison it?" Xia Chen inquired, intrigued by Zoro's trust. "If you wanted to kill me, you could have done so while I was restrained. There would have been no need to free me," Zoro replied flatly. "Well then, that works," Xia Chen mused, relieved that Zoro's intellect was intact, unlike Luffy's naive antics. Just as Xia Chen wished to engage Zoro in further conversation, a commotion erupted from the distant rooftops. Turning his gaze, he witnessed a colossal stone statue being slowly hoisted by numerous ropes. At that moment, Luffy's arm was draped over the edge of the rooftop wall. Xia Chen smiled knowingly. Sensing that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold, he seized Zoro by the collar, causing the latter to break into a cold sweat. When Xia Chen had suddenly acted, Zoro had instinctively considered resisting, but he was caught off guard and found himself lifted into the air. "Who are you? And you can fly?" Zoro exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Is this even possible?" His eyes were filled with both awe and trepidation, a singular thought racing through his mind. This person is formidable. In no time, they reached the rooftop, where Luffy had also soared up. "Ah, I overshot," Luffy cried instinctively, inadvertently resting his hand upon the statue of Monka. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the statue shattered into two halves. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. "Sorry about that," Luffy finally managed, sheepishly. "I'm going to kill you," Monka roared, furious. "That brat over there attacked me." "Dad?" Bellamy shouted indignantly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Luffy appeared before him, his presence so imposing that it distorted Bellamy's expression in sheer fright. "That it's you. Come on, I need you to help me find something," Luffy exclaimed, Hoisting Bellamy and sprinting down the stairs, Xia Chen turned to Zoro and said, "Go ahead. If you follow them, you'll find your sword." Zoro hesitated momentarily. "Are you sure you'll be all right up here?" "Monka is quite powerful." "Him? Powerful?" Xia Chen scoffed, picking his nose and gesturing dismissively at Monka. "What a joke. I can handle as many of him as I need to. Enough chatter. You should hurry down, without a sword. Your presence here is futile." Xia Chen's bluntness stung Zoro, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he recognized the truth in Xia Chen's words, he still valued his pride. Without further discussion, Zoro turned and chased after Luffy and the others. Meanwhile, Monka seethed with rage, first infuriated by the destruction of his statue by a straw-hatted boy, and now further insulted by being labeled a weakling by Xia Chen. His patience exhausted, Monka charged at Xia Chen, swinging his axe down with ferocity. Yet, Xia Chen's expression remained unperturbed. His lips parted slightly. Zahue, he deftly evaded Monka's strike by a hair's breadth, although Xia Chen's strength far surpassed Monka's. He had recently acquired the Navy's 6 powers and was eager to test these skills. Even though he had mastered them to an extraordinary degree, the experience gained through practice would always differ from mere theoretical knowledge. Upon witnessing Xia Chen evade his attack, Monka sneered derisively. "Kid, you're just lucky." Indeed, he did not perceive Xia Chen's evasion as a testament to skill, believing it merely a stroke of fortune. After all, his limited experience had left him unaware of the Navy's 6 powers. "This next strike will surely end you," Monka declared ominously. Upon finishing his words, he raised the axe and charged towards Xia Chen. A disdainful smile played at the corner of Xia Chen's lips as he remained silent. After a brief interval, Monka was gasping for breath, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Xia Chen. During this time, he had launched hundreds of attacks against him, yet each time, Xia Chen had dodged at the precise moment. Even he, despite his dim-wittedness, realized that the young man before him was no ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, he still did not believe he would be defeated to him. Xia Chen was merely adept at evasion, lacking the raw power to match his own. He then goaded Xia Chen. "Is that all you can do? Dare to face me head-on? Come on." Xia Chen beckoned Monka with a finger. "This time, I won't dodge." Hearing this, a gleam of joy flickered across Monka's face. He was still too young, too easily provoked. "Let me send you to hell." With that, Monka charged at Xia Chen, leaping high just before reaching him, raising the axe above his head to deliver a powerful downward strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. A look of horror spread across Monka's face as he incredulously exclaimed, "How is this possible?" The scene shifted, revealing Xia Chen effortlessly catching Monka's axe with a single finger, untouched by any injury. It must be said, although the iron block was mockingly referred to as the weakest of the 6 styles, many still utilized it in the early stages. Its effectiveness was quite significant, only to be supplanted later by the power of haki. Xia Chen calmly regarded Monka and said, "You've attacked for so long. It's my turn now, isn't it?" At this moment, Monka was still reeling from his earlier shock. Suddenly, upon hearing Xia Chen's words, he felt a jolt of realization. No. In an instant, Xia Chen's fist appeared before Monka, striking directly at his abdomen. Poof! Monka was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood mid-air as he tumbled off the rooftop towards the execution ground below. Zoro! Xia Chen's figure vanished from the center of the rooftop, reappearing at its edge, quietly observing Monka, who lay on the ground, continually coughing up blood until he eventually lost consciousness. To be fair, this outcome was the result of Xia Chen holding back significantly. He had initially planned to merely land a single blow on Monka to teach him a lesson, leaving the final strike for Zoro. However, he regrettably overestimated Monka and underestimated himself. He anticipated that even using only 30% of his strength would render Monka incapable of withstanding the blow. This left Zoro without an opportunity to practice, but it mattered little. Fighting such a weakling offered no real advancement. He could simply leave the remaining experience points for Zoro at if summoned by fate. Luffy's voice echoed from the staircase. "Xia Chen, wait for us. Zoro and I are coming to help." When Luffy and his companions reached the rooftop, they were met with an extraordinarily bizarre sight. Xia Chen stood at the edge of the rooftop. While the group of Navy extras huddled in corners, their gazes filled with profound fear directed at Xia Chen. Without overthinking, Luffy directly inquired, "Where's that big axe?" "Oh, it's lying down there." Xia Chen gestured downwards with his chin. "Huh? Question marks appeared above Luffy and Zoro's heads simultaneously. They approached the edge to look below, only to find Monka lying peacefully on the execution ground, surrounded by pools of blood, evidence of his earlier spillage. "Xia Chen, you're amazing," exclaimed Zoro. Stay humble, stay humble. This is quite normal, isn't it?" Xia Chen replied, though his expression betrayed him, a grin stretching across his face. Zoro, seeing how quickly Xia Chen had dispatched Monka, was also astonished. It seemed, as he suspected, Xia Chen was indeed formidable. Observing the two, Zoro's lips curled into a slight smile. It appeared the days ahead would not be dull. After some time, Xia Chen looked at Luffy and Zoro, both of whom wore surprised expressions. Indeed, just moments ago, while Xia Chen was toying with Monka, Luffy had managed to coax Zoro onto the ship. He had initially thought he would need to exert considerable effort to persuade Zoro to join. But Luffy had made it seem effortless. Was this what one referred to as Luffy's charismatic allure? Xia Chen chuckled softly. Thus, Zoro officially became the third member of the Straw Hat Pirates. "Let us go. We're heading to town for some meat," Xia Chen announced cheerfully. "Meat?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let us hurry." He bounced in place before sprinting towards town. Observing Luffy's antics, Zoro scoffed. "What's so delicious about meat?" "Really? I recall you seemed quite pleased when I fed you earlier," Xia Chen inquired with a teasing tone. Zoro's face instantly stiffened, and after a moment of stubbornness, he retorted, "That was just because I was starving." "Weren't you the one who claimed to possess the greatest willpower?" Xia Chen pressed on, probing deeper at me. Zoro exclaimed, his frustration boiling over at "Ha ha ha." Relishing the harmonious atmosphere, Xia Chen felt a wave of joy. He continued, "What if there's also alcohol?" "Alcohol?" Zoro's anger evaporated in an instant, replaced by an eager expression. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Then let us go." With that, he dashed towards Luffy's figure, shouting, "Luffy, why are you running so fast?" He turned back. "Xia Chen, if you don't hurry, you'll be the last one." A faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips. "That's impossible." He then swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to ascend into the sky. Combining it with Soru for rapid movement, as he surpassed Zoro, he taunted, "Looks like I'm not the slowest anymore. Bye-bye," and vanished in an instant. "You cheated." Nightfall. After a hearty meal, Luffy and Zoro lay sprawled in the room, fast asleep. Meanwhile, Xia Chen stood up, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. He ascended into the night sky, disappearing into the vast darkness that in mere moments. Xia Chen arrived at the Navy base. Earlier, while engaging in idle banter with Luffy and the others, he had almost forgotten his primary objective. Upon entering the base, he spotted someone perched upon the execution grounds wall. Out of curiosity, he approached for a closer look, though. "I sent that Baroque. What's wrong? Is your father out of power, and you've come out to gaze at the stars?" Baroque, lost in thought as he stared at the sky, nearly toppled off the wall when he heard Xia Chen's voice. Upon turning to see Xia Chen speaking, he lost his balance and fell. Watching Baroque tremble in fear, Xia Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "What's wrong? Do I look intimidating?" "No. Then why are you so afraid of me?" Baroque was at a loss for words. "You left my father barely clinging to life. Do you think I wouldn't be afraid of you?" Xia Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on that. He directly asked, "Hey, where do you keep the berries and treasures in this Navy base? Show me the way." "Yes." Baroque gasped in surprise and quickly responded. Shortly thereafter, under Baroque's guidance, Xia Chen arrived at their destination. This was indeed the place where the treasures were stored. "Excellent," he declared. "I can enter by myself. You need not follow." With that, Xia Chen pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he momentarily caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Interesting," he mused as he approached the neatly arranged treasures, which seemed to have been meticulously organized. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. The figure wielded a club and swung it viciously at Xia Chen's neck. The sound of the club slicing through the air caused the shadow to involuntarily shudder. "Excuse me? I must say, my dear, striking from behind is hardly a commendable habit." The unexpected voice from behind startled the shadow, prompting it to hastily retreat a few steps, gradually revealing itself. With orange hair, a blue and white outfit, and yellow shorts, it was none other than Nami. She faced the smirking Xia Chen. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, and an emotion known as fear surged within her. She had not seen how this person had vanished moments before. In that instant, Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. What if he retaliated for her sneak attack? She was utterly defenseless. What to do? What to do? Wait a moment. An idea struck her. A pitiable expression suddenly graced Nami's face as she gazed at Xia Chen and said, I truly did not mean to ambush you. I thought you were one of those wicked Navy men from this base. You see, as a girl, I am quite powerless if I were to fall into the hands of those Navy men. It would spell disaster for me, hence my actions. Would you be so kind as to forgive me? Her words were laced with earnest emotion, yet Xia Chen remained silent, merely observing her with a faint smile. Thinking to himself, you might fool Luffy with that tale, but it falls a bit short in my case. Nevertheless, since Nami appeared to relish the theatrics, he decided to indulge her, affecting a sinister tone. He said, How do you know I am not one of the Navy here? And no, Nami was momentarily speechless. Should she confess that she had been lurking here for a while, preparing to seize the treasures? No, that reasoning seemed inadequate. Just as she pondered over a suitable excuse, Xia Chen interrupted her thoughts. Enough of that. I am a magnanimous individual, so I shall overlook your ambush. Now, let us discuss matters at hand. If I am not mistaken, you have come here to steal the treasures, have you not? And you as well? Nami queried, curiosity piqued. Not at all. Then what is your purpose? I have come to be subsidized. Huh? What do you mean? Nami was baffled. I require these treasures to provide for myself. You see. So it turns out we are kindred spirits. Nami managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. It was her first encounter with someone who articulated theft in such an unconventional manner. She learned a valuable lesson. Perhaps she would often seek out subsidies in the future. You have a point, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Thus, he continued, I shall claim these treasures. Do you have any objections? What? Nami's expression darkened instantly. She had painstakingly arranged these treasures, preparing to haul them away, only to have an unexpected interloper demand her hard-earned bounty. But what could she do? She could not afford to risk her life here. Others were counting on her to rescue them. Thus, she mustered a forced smile and no objections. Observing Nami's demeanor, Xia Chen found her expression amusing. Given what he knew of Nami's character, her acquiescence must have caused her immense internal strife. It was merely a reluctant concession. In truth, I wouldn't mind giving you these treasures, Xia Chen said with a faint smile. Really? Nami's face lit up with excitement. Initially, she believed the treasures would slip through her fingers. But now she had a chance to claim them. What must I do to earn them? Simple. You need only agree to one condition. Condition? Nami asked, slightly puzzled. Upon seeing Xia Chen's enigmatic smile, she crossed her arms and exclaimed angrily. Forget it. That is out of the question, Xia Chen replied. I haven't even stated my request yet. Noticing Nami's defensive posture, he understood her thoughts, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I am not interested in your body. All right, to be frank, at her current age, he had no interest in her whatsoever. She paled in comparison to her 2 years hence self, whose figure would be quite enticing, and her spirit would have broadened significantly. Well, that's a relief, Nami sighed, patting her chest. Though you are quite handsome, I am not one to easily yield. Stop right there, Xia Chen interjected. If you keep talking like that, I may just change my mind. Upon hearing his words, Nami immediately clamped her mouth shut, making a gesture as if to zip her lips. Listen, what I require is for you to agree to a condition. Nami was taken aback. Are you playing word games here? Perhaps Xia Chen sensed the potential ambiguity in his phrasing as he continued. What I mean is, you agree to one condition, but I have not yet determined what that condition is. I will inform you later, of course, within the bounds of what you can manage. What do you say? All right. Nami nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a woodpecker. It was a no-brainer. This was merely an empty promise. Who knew if she would ever cross paths with him again? With that realization, Nami felt a surge of happiness. After all the twists and turns, the treasure was still in her grasp, though there had been minor complications. It ultimately cost her nothing. Seeing Nami's jubilant expression, Xia Chen surmised her thoughts. A smirk played on his lips. Nami, you cannot escape. Well then, I shall take my leave. As you wish. With that, Xia Chen's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Nami startled. Once again, she found herself staring into an empty space. Suddenly, she regretted her hasty agreement. What if she encountered him again in the future? Never mind. If she gathered enough money to pay the dragon, she would remain in Cocoa Village, never to venture out again. She resolved that he would never find her there. Having come to this conclusion, Nami turned to gaze at the scattered treasures, her eyes transforming into the shape of berries. She was about to hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, Xia Chen stood atop the naval base, observing Nami below as she busily moved the piles of treasure away. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Although it is true that his purpose for coming this time was indeed driven by the allure of treasure, his intention was merely to augment his savings. The remaining berries on him were actually sufficient for the three of them to last for a while. Thus, when he encountered Nami, he readily offered them to her to him. Trading this modest treasure for a favor from Nami seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, Nami would eventually hand over the money to Arlong, and he could simply seek assistance from Arlong later. It was a straightforward affair that would ultimately return to his own pocket. It was all the same. Well then, time to head back and get some rest. The following morning, Luffy, if you continue to eat this much, you'll have to cover your own meal expenses. And you too, Zoro. Why do you always order the most expensive drinks? In a tavern in town, Xia Chen's forehead throbbed with visible veins as he spoke to Luffy and Zoro with a fiery temper. Damn it. This was reckless. Would it still be too late for him to retrieve those treasures from Nami now? Luffy and Zoro, those two fools, were truly squandering what little berries he had left. What does it matter, Xia Chen? Don't be so stingy, Luffy said, stuffing his mouth with meat. Exactly. You're being quite narrow-minded, Zoro chimed in. In an instant, Xia Chen was beside Luffy and Zoro, delivering a thump to each of their heads. KB, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear, a thought racing through his mind. Mr. Xia Chen is so fierce. Luffy and Zoro both hit the ground, but their reactions were entirely different. Xia Chen, you little brat, I'll chop you up. Zoro fumed. Hey, Xia Chen, I'm a rubber man. Your punches can't hurt me, Luffy provocatively retorted. Damn it, Xia Chen's anger flared up once more that he glared at Luffy, thinking, just wait until I master hockey. I'll beat you so badly that even your grandfather won't recognize you. But what to do now that Xia Chen's anger hadn't subsided? Naturally, he would seek to vent his frustration on some third-rate swordsman who wanted to chop him. Sometime later, Xia Chen happily feasted on meat, while Zoro, sporting a pig's head, drank wine, his eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at Xia Chen. Bang bang. Just then, a group of Marines entered from outside. They addressed Xia Chen and the others, saying, while we appreciate your assistance in our time of need, I am a Marine, and you are pirates. Please leave this island. As soon as the words left their mouths, a chorus of discontent erupted within the tavern. Are you Marines out of your minds? Treating our benefactor like this? I disagree. Our benefactor can leave whenever he pleases. It's not for you to decide. Hearing the villagers' words, Luffy fell silent for a moment before declaring, all right, then let us go. Xia Chen, Zoro, let us move. Xia Chen and Zoro stood up and followed Luffy outside. Just then, the Marine's voice called from behind. Aren't you also part of their crew? Upon hearing this, Luffy turned around to look at KB, who appeared flustered. Luffy then smiled and walked up to KB, recounting everything that had transpired on the Arietta's ship. KB, worried that the Marines would discover his previous association with the pirate ship and deny him entry into the Marines, couldn't hold back any longer and punched Luffy. You bastard. Ouch, how dare you hit me? Luffy exclaimed, his anger flaring. The two began exchanging blows, trading punches back and forth. Seeing this, the Marine urgently called out. Hey, stop it. I won't allow you to create a ruckus on this island any longer. I believe you are not affiliated with them. Hearing this, Luffy paused his actions and slowly made his way outside. The three of them walked along the path leading off the island. Hey, are you going a bit far? Zoro asked Luffy. Not at all. KB can handle things on his own. We should trust him. Luffy replied with a cheerful grin. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, thinking that KB would eventually become the king of escapees. How could he possibly fail at such a trivial matter? A smile unconsciously crept onto Xia Chen's lips. KB, I'll give you a few months to see your transformation. Reaching the shore, Luffy untied the rope securing their ship, and the three of them jumped aboard. Just then, KB suddenly ran over from the shore, looking at Xia Chen and the others. Thank you. I truly appreciate all your care along the way, but when we meet next time, I won't hold back. It was quite rare to see a Marine express gratitude to pirates. Zoro remarked with a smirk. There will be more of it in the future, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Goodbye, KB. Until next time, Luffy shouted as he waved. The small boat slowly drifted away, watched by the townsfolk. A day later. Oh no, I'm so hungry. Luffy languished on the ship, his stomach rumbling. Indeed, I'm feeling a bit peckish too. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, pulling out a piece of meat from his space and starting to munch on it. Delicious. Seeing Xia Chen eat, Luffy immediately rushed over to, I want some too. I want some too. Xia Chen casually retrieved 2 more pieces of meat from the system space and tossed one to Luffy and one to Zoro. Xia Chen, your fruit ability is truly remarkable. Luffy exclaimed with envy that if only I could do what you do, I could take lots and lots of meat wherever I go. That would be amazing. Upon hearing this, both Xia Chen and Zoro fell silent, exchanging glances that conveyed a shared thought. Their fate was unfortunate to have such a captain. By the way, how long do we have to drift like this? Zoro suddenly inquired. I have no idea. We'll just drift around casually. That is how I came out to sea with Luffy, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. And he added with a smile, something will come along to take us soon. What do you mean? Zoro, puzzled, looked at Xia Chen, who suddenly gazed up at the sky. Look, something is coming. Zoro looked up to see a gigantic bird soaring through the air. Are you saying that bird will take us? Correct. Xia Chen snapped his fingers lightly. You can't be serious. That bird flies so fast. How could our ship possibly keep up? Zoro looked at Xia Chen as if he were a fool. Who said we're going by ship? A knowing smile appeared on Xia Chen's face that we're going to ride the bird. With that, Xia Chen grabbed Luffy and Zoro by the arms and used the moonwalk technique to swiftly approach the bird. Hey, what are you doing? Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Luffy was laughing joyfully. How exhilarating. In just a few quick steps, Xia Chen reached the bird and, after another leap, landed on its back as the 3 of them hopped on. The bird, suddenly burdened with their weight, began to plummet. Xia Chen instantly teleported to the bird's head, pressing his finger against it. If you don't want us to have roasted bird for lunch today, you'd better fly hard. Instantly, the bird jolted, its massive wings flapping vigorously as it regained its balance. Though it couldn't understand Xia Chen's words, it sensed the threat for the sake of its life. A little effort was nothing. Luffy exclaimed, gazing around in excitement, utterly thrilled. Zoro, however, lay on the bird's back, looking utterly disenchanted, his mind racing with the thought, staying with these people will surely lead to disaster. Not a single one of them is normal. Time passed, and due to the exceptional capabilities of their steed, they soon caught sight of a faintly visible island. Excitement sparkled in Xia Chen's eyes. They had finally arrived at Orange Town. He wondered what power he would acquire this time. He had been immensely satisfied with the rewards from his previous 2 sign-ins. Moreover, this island was home to one of the future emperors of the sea. Thousandly transformation Buggy. Xia Chen was quite curious about him, as he was one of the apprentice crew members of the Pirate King and a close friend of the Emperor Shanks. Affectionately referred to as a bro, the reason for this endearing term would become evident if one were to read Buggy's name backward. That Buggy's strength remained a mystery, although he often appeared inept. It was uncertain whether he truly was. Xia Chen yearned to unravel this enigma. After a mere 10 minutes, they found themselves only a few hundred meters from the island when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Their steed could no longer continue. After carrying the 3 for so long, it had reached its physical limits. It simply could not fly any longer, regardless of the circumstances. Witnessing this, Xia Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. Why couldn't it just endure a little longer? Many things often hinge on that final push to fruition. Alas, there was no choice but for him, the vice-captain, to drag these 2 fools along. Once again, Xia Chen hoisted Luffy and Zoro, one in each arm. It seemed imperative to find a ship quickly. Otherwise, as their numbers grew, there wouldn't be enough hands to carry them. After having experienced such an ordeal once before, Zoro's reaction this time was notably less intense. Though he still felt a flutter of trepidation looking down, he refrained from the earlier shouts of panic. Soon, the trio arrived at Orange Town. The moment they set foot in the town, a melodious and familiar sound resonated in Xia Chen's mind. Ding! Successfully checked in at Orange Town. Acquired armament hockey, beginner, and observation hockey, beginner. Hockey, Xia Chen's excitement surged. It was as if his thoughts manifested into reality. He had previously mentioned wanting Luffy to experience the power of his loving punch once he mastered armament hockey, and now, it had come to pass. With that thought, Xia Chen called out to Luffy. Hey, Luffy, come here for a moment. What is it, Xia Chen? Luffy ambled over, only for Xia Chen to suddenly deliver a punch to his head. That hurts. So painful. A large bump appeared on Luffy's head as he rolled on the ground. Pain? Aren't you made of rubber? How could it hurt? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. I don't know. Luffy clutched his head, his gaze towards Xia Chen tinged with a hint of fear. Xia Chen's punch felt akin to the blows from his grandfather. It was excruciating. Hee. After testing the outcome, Xia Chen was elated. Let us see if you dare to act so cocky in front of me again. This is a punch filled with love. Of course, it would hurt. Xia Chen remarked casually as he turned to walk away. Love. Luffy appeared bewildered, then clapped his hands together. My grandfather used to say the same thing. So, as long as there's love, it can hurt me. I see. Zoro mused, pondering as he recalled a glimmer of light flickering on Xia Chen's fist moments ago. That must be the key to inflicting pain on Luffy. What could it be? Zoro gazed at Xia Chen's departing figure. Lost in thought. It seemed the vice-captain was quite the enigma. Hey, what are you two doing? Xia Chen turned to Zoro and Luffy, who were still standing there. Oh, right. Hey, Xia Chen, there's no one in this town. Luffy questioned, puzzled. Yeah, I'm not quite sure either, Xia Chen replied. Although he knew it was because the Buggy pirates had caused everyone to flee, revealing that would raise too many suspicions. Thus, it was better to feign ignorance. As the trio continued into the town, a frantic shout echoed from a distance. Stop! Thief! Don't run! They turned to see three burly men chasing a woman with orange hair. The moment Xia Chen laid eyes on her, a smile crept across his face. Nami, what a delight to see you again so soon. At that moment, Nami also spotted the trio, and her eyes sparkled with recognition. While running toward them, she shouted, Captain, are you here to save me? Always so adept at shifting blame. Aren't you, Nami? Xia Chen raised his right hand in her direction. Flying finger gun. Instantly, 3 bursts of energy erupted from his fingertips, hurtling toward Nami. Whoosh! The 3 projectiles zipped past Nami, striking the 3 pirates pursuing her. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as they collapsed. Wow, Xia Chen, how did you do that? That was so cool. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zoro, standing nearby, also looked on with curiosity. Well, it's rather challenging. Here's the gist. See if you can comprehend it. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Zoro craned their necks, adopting a studious demeanor, although they weren't typically reliant on such techniques in battle. It never hurts to learn more. This technique mainly depends on talent. All right, I've finished my explanation. How much you grasp is up to you. However, considering your pig-like brains, it might be quite difficult. Luffy and Zoro retorted in unison. I'll punch you. I'll cut you. They both lay on the ground, raising their hands in protest. Private Marseille, you two can't even tell who's the big boss and who's the little boss. Can you? Xia Chen clapped his hands, speaking nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Nami, watching this scene unfold, was utterly bewildered. Can humans really accomplish such feats? Forgive her ignorance. She had never seen anyone defeat enemies merely by snapping their fingers. Perhaps she could. Suddenly struck by an idea, Nami dashed to the trio and addressed Xia Chen. Let us collaborate. Well, you'll need to negotiate with my captain. I'm merely the vice-captain. That straw-hatted fellow is the one. Nami turned to Luffy and asked again, shall we work together? No way. Luffy picked his nose, responding nonchalantly. Why not? There's a big bad guy named Buggy in this town. Let us team up to steal his treasure. No way, Luffy reiterated, unfazed. Seeing this, Xia Chen could no longer remain silent. If this continued, they would merely repeat this exchange indefinitely. Thus, he interjected, if we are to partner with you, what incentives can you offer? To be frank, your strength is insufficient to be of any assistance, and I fail to see your value when it comes to sharing treasure. Nami was momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Chen was speaking the truth. Given his strength, he had no need to bring her along. What could she offer to sway Xia Chen? At that moment, Xia Chen's voice hinted at a possibility. Of course, if you possess navigational skills. Then we could consider it. My navigation skills are quite adept, far surpassing those of many navigators. Really? Luffy perked up. Then join our crew. We are in dire need of a navigator. You are pirates? Nami's face fell instantly at this revelation. Yes, because I made a promise with someone. I must become the pirate king, Luffy declared, adjusting his straw hat. Then forget it. I absolutely detest pirates and will not join your crew. Why not? Luffy, undeterred, inquired, why not join us? Our pirate crew is quite splendid. Splendid, you say? I have yet to encounter a single pirate who is virtuous, Nami retorted disdainfully. Pirates are merely a band of ruffians who invade villages and oppress their inhabitants. Nami clenched her teeth in frustration that we would never engage in such despicable acts. Please, join us. What we require most at present is a navigator. Luffy reiterated his invitation. Nami was poised to refuse once more when suddenly a cacophony of pirate voices erupted from outside the window. Approaching the window, Nami's expression darkened. We must devise a strategy to elude them. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Nami approached and declared, "Very well, I will join you." But first, she produced several lengths of rope, intending to bind Xia Chen and the others. Hey, wait. Xia Chen hastily interrupted her action. But that's unnecessary. We can simply charge in. He scoffed at the notion of being restrained when he was more than capable of confronting Buggy. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks are mere trifles. Are you certain? Buggy is quite formidable, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Upon hearing this, the corner of Xia Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Ah, the East Blue truly is the East Blue. A bounty of 15 million is considered a great pirate here. Fear not. We are quite powerful, Xia Chen exclaimed confidently. Right, Luffy? Zoro? Absolutely. Luffy responded with enthusiasm. Thus, let us seek him out directly. With that, Xia Chen strode toward the exit, halting abruptly at the doorway to by the way. Where is Buggy? At present, Xia Chen's observation haki was only rudimentary, and he was incapable of sensing Buggy's presence. Follow me. Nami beckoned, then stepped outside. Are we truly going to meet the pirates here? I can't shake this feeling of excitement. Luffy grinned as the group trailed closely behind Nami. After a while, they arrived beneath a structure. Nami pointed upward and said, Buggy and his crew are right above us. Let us formulate a battle plan. A battle plan? No need for that. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. He then reached for Luffy and Zoro, seizing them by their collars. Without hesitation, he hurled them upwards. Xia Chen, I swear I will one day chop you to pieces, Zoro threatened, though it lacked any real bite. Xia Chen then turned his gaze to Nami, who immediately broke into a cold sweat. I can take the stairs. I don't require such an expedited method of ascent. Xia Chen grinned at her. The stairs are far too slow. Rest assured, being a lady, I won't throw you. Oh, that is a relief. Nami sighed, but before she could fully relax, she found Xia Chen gripping her collar, hoisting her into the air. And then, she was airborne. 1 minute earlier. What? You let the thief escape? Buggy seethed, glaring furiously at his 3 subordinates. We're so sorry, Captain Buggy. She has a boss who can shoot invisible bullets. We were no match for him. Look, we still bear wounds, one of the pirate lackeys exclaimed, tugging at his clothing to reveal his injuries. Invisible bullets? Buggy stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could she be a devil fruit user? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he dismissed the thought and turned to his minions with a sinister grin. I only care for results. Since you allowed her to escape, you may as well die. With that, Buggy prepared to unleash his split fruit ability, but was interrupted by a sudden commotion. Who's calling out? Buggy stood up, inquiring. Suddenly, his lackeys scattered in terror, having witnessed something that Buggy's fury escalated. Hey, you all! Bang! Before Buggy could finish, the tent above him collapsed, and a figure came crashing down. Thud! Buggy was instantly flattened against the ground, his face meeting the earth with a resounding impact, particularly squashing his prominent red nose. His rage intensified. He vowed to dismantle the one who had dared to land upon him. Just as he attempted to rise, another figure plummeted down, landing squarely on top of him. This second impact forced Buggy back to the ground even harder than before, showcasing Xia Chen's exceptional aim. Both figures had been thrown in a perfectly aligned trajectory. Thank goodness you were there to cushion the fall, Luffy, Xia Chen exclaimed. Well, had you fallen elsewhere, it wouldn't have mattered. The ground is soft, Luffy replied cheerfully. Is that true? Of course, see. It even has a bit of bounce. Luffy demonstrated by bouncing on the spot. Let me try. Zoro cautiously stepped on the ground, testing its softness. Whoa, it truly is soft. I wonder what material this floor is made of? As they continued to enjoy their newfound discovery, the floor beneath them suddenly shifted. Then came a furious roar. Of course it's made from my flesh. You two rascals, Luffy and Zoro exclaimed in unison. Heavens above, the floor can talk. Get off me, you two imbeciles. As the floor continued to voice its displeasure, Luffy and Zoro finally realized they were sitting atop a person. Luffy quickly scrambled off, pulling aside the tent to reveal Buggy, whom he promptly dragged out. Shouting, "Private Marseilles, you little brat, I will have your head for this." Buggy bellowed in response. Several small knives extended from his fingers, aimed menacingly at Luffy. Zoro, witnessing this, focused intently, drawing his sword to block Buggy's assault, his expression darkening. "We kindly helped you up. Is this how you repay us?" Buggy, nearly laughing in disbelief, retorted, "Help me up? I was perfectly comfortable in my tent, and you two fools just fell on my head. Actually, you stomped on me as well. Who do you think I should kill if not you?" In a flash, inspiration struck Buggy as he retracted his knives and queried Luffy and Zoro. "Who are you? What do you want in Buggy the Clown's territory?" "Buggy, with that red nose, you must be the infamous Buggy the Clown," Luffy exclaimed with delight. "That we're here to claim your treasure, Buggy." "Zoro, the others." At this moment, Zoro felt a strong urge to smack Luffy for his foolishness. "Who taught you to speak like that? Let's drag him out and chop him." However, since Luffy had already put it out there, Zoro felt a bit more emboldened. "Indeed, we are here to seize your treasure. If you know what's good for you, hand it over quickly or face the consequences. You two certainly have some audacity. To come here and openly declare your intent to rob me is one thing, but to threaten my life is another. And how dare you call me Red Nose? Are you mocking me?" Buggy roared in fury. "Isn't that your red nose?" Luffy asked innocently, tilting his head. Upon hearing this, Buggy's nose nearly twisted with rage. "You will pay for this." In the next moment, an arm, seemingly appearing out of nowhere behind Luffy, lunged forward with several gleaming knives aimed straight at him. At that moment, neither Luffy nor Zoro seemed to notice the impending danger. As the knives drew closer to Luffy, a sinister smile crept across Buggy's face. "Gotcha?" Just as the knife was about to strike Luffy, Buggy suddenly realized that his hand had gone completely numb. No matter how hard he tried, it remained utterly immobile. In an instant, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, a faint voice drifted from behind Luffy. "Buggy the Clown. As a former intern crew member of the Pirate King's ship, isn't it rather unsporting to launch a sneak attack from behind?" Xia Chen spoke as he stepped forward from behind Luffy. Holding Buggy's hand, "Xia Chen, you broke his hand," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. "You fool, he has consumed the chop-chop fruit, which allows him to split his body at will." Buggy glared at Xia Chen, his expression darkening. Although he was not surprised that Xia Chen recognized his ability, as many in the East Blue were aware of it, the fact that this seemingly young individual knew he was an intern of the Pirate King's crew piqued his curiosity. Could it be that someone in Xia Chen's family knew him? The thought sent a chill down Buggy's spine. Those older acquaintances were certainly not to be trifled with, while Buggy's mind raced. Xia Chen declared, "As for me, I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the future vice captain of the Pirate King." As he spoke, Xia Chen released Buggy's hand, allowing it to return to its rightful place. "The Straw Hat Pirates? Why have I never heard of you?" Buggy asked, puzzled. "Behold, before you stands the entire crew of the Straw Hat Pirates." Xia Chen gestured dramatically. "This is our foolhardy captain," he pointed at Luffy. "And this is our mediocre swordsman," he indicated Zoro, whose forehead visibly twitched with rage at the insult. Once he became stronger, Xia Chen would definitely be the first to feel his blade. And finally, "There's me, the illustrious and mighty vice captain. Why is it that you're a genius while I'm a fool?" "Xia Chen," Luffy protested indignantly. "Isn't it evident?" Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly, just as Luffy was about to argue further. Buggy erupted into laughter. "Huh, I thought you were a formidable pirate crew. Instead, you're just a band of nobodies I've never even heard of." After he finished laughing, Buggy turned to Luffy and said, "You, become the Pirate King. Go wash up and get some sleep. The title of Pirate King is not for third-rate pirates like you." Before Buggy could finish his taunt, a swift kick landed squarely in his abdomen. His eyes nearly popped out as he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against the wall behind him. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, who had just executed the kick, lowered his foot from the attacking stance. Experiment successful. Buggy is truly weak. He pales in comparison to his friend Shanks. "Buggy-sama has been knocked away," a group of pirate lackeys exclaimed in shock. "Impossible. Buggy-sama is so powerful. He wouldn't fall so easily." One of the henchmen shouted. Xia Chen glared at them, his eyes filled with menace. "You lot are quite bothersome." Instantly, the group of pirates cowered backward, their speed rivaling Xia Chen's own as he moved. They shrank down like quail, fearing that Xia Chen would notice them. Observing this scene, Xia Chen chose not to say anything further, instead pondering, I wonder when I will unlock the Conqueror's Haki. It would make clearing out the riffraff so much easier. Cough, cough. Buggy slowly rose from the ground, coughing a few times. His gaze towards Xia Chen was serious, but lacked some of its previous wariness. I thought you were strong. Turns out your kick wasn't anything special. So today, don't blame me for leaving you all here. He dismissed any fear of potential allies Xia Chen might have, for the vast ocean allowed him to kill Xia Chen today without anyone ever knowing. After all, the dead do not speak, Xia Chen thought. Surely no one would mistake that feeble display for his true strength. Watching Buggy's insufferable demeanor, he felt an urge to teach him a lesson. However, he reconsidered. If he took down Buggy, Luffy and the others would miss out on valuable experience. Thus, Xia Chen retreated slightly behind Luffy and Zoro. Foolhardy captain, mediocre swordsman, let us show him the might of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and Zoro exchanged glances, both somewhat exasperated. Yet through their time together, they had come to understand Xia Chen's nature well. When our strength is insufficient, we simply endure. When we are strong enough, well, let us not hold back. Luffy turned to Zoro and said, Zoro, you don't need to join in. I'll take care of this red-nosed clown. I wasn't planning to. Zoro sneered in his view. Buggy was not the sort of opponent that required their combined efforts. Luffy could handle him alone. Luffy nodded, grinning at Buggy. Red-nosed clown, I'll send you flying. Gomu Gomu. As he spoke, Luffy began charging up for his signature rubber pistol attack. At that moment, Buggy's fury reached its peak. That damn straw hat brat dares to call me red-nosed. You truly seek your own demise. And that detestable straw hat, just the sight of it infuriates me. As Buggy prepared to unleash an attack on Luffy, a fist suddenly loomed before him. Bang! It struck true. Buggy spun several times before landing flat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Moments later, he jolted upright, bewildered, with a bright red imprint on his face that complemented his nose perfectly. What was that? An elongated arm. Oh, I'm a rubber man who ate the gum-gum fruit, so my arms can stretch. Luffy eagerly explained, but just then, a sudden whack landed on Luffy's head. Thud. Are you an idiot? Why would you reveal your abilities to others? Zoro shouted at Luffy. Luffy squatted down, pouting in protest. What's the big deal? He saw it anyway. Fine, I have nothing more to say, Zoro sighed. Resigned, you're hopeless. You ate a devil fruit too. That trash that even dogs want to eat? Buggy sneered. Huh. In an instant, Xia Chen and the others were expressions of disbelief. Then Luffy posed a soul-searching question. Then why did you eat one? Are you a dog? It was an accident. An accident, do you understand? If it weren't for that damned red-haired bastard, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Speaking of that rascal, he also wore a straw hat like yours, which is why I now despise you too. Red-haired. Hearing this, Luffy perked up and directly asked Buggy, Are you talking about Shanks? This hat was given to me by him. Huh? Buggy was taken aback. He expected this straw hat to belong to the very person he loathed most. That bastard. I won't let this go unpunished. In an instant, rage surged within Buggy. Chop chop clown-ass flying knife. Without hesitation, Buggy's hand split apart. Brandishing a flying knife aimed straight at Luffy's hat, he intended to pierce that detestable straw hat right through, as the flying knife hurtled towards him. Aimed at his beloved hat, Luffy's face turned a ghastly shade of green, and in an instant he crouched down with remarkable speed. Rising to his feet, he shouted at Buggy, What are you doing? Do you not realize that this is my most treasured hat? Most treasured? I'll take down what you hold dear. Buggy retorted, pivoting the hand that had aimed the knife at Luffy and lunging once more. With a resounding clang, the knife struck Zoro's blade. Zoro glanced at Buggy and remarked coolly, Did you not hear our captain declare this as his most treasured possession? Are you really that oblivious? Buggy's hand withdrew slowly, returning to his arm as he surveyed the three opposing him. Their expressions foreboding. 1 against 3, an unfavorable position for me. As someone who knew how to read the situation, Buggy had always adhered to his simple philosophy. If others are weaker than me, take them down. If stronger, apologies, but the winds are too fierce. Thus, Buggy began to contemplate retreat when a voice rang out from behind. Captain Buggy, we're here to assist you. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a wild man riding a gigantic lion and a young man with a sideswept fringe on wheels approaching him. A smile of delight spread across Buggy's face. Machi Kabaji, Your arrival is truly fortuitous. Come, let us dispatch these 3 fellows. Retreat? Impossible. 3 against 3. I hold the advantage. Such was Buggy's unwavering confidence. At this moment, the attention of Luffy and his companions was drawn to the 2 newcomers. Luffy's gaze fell upon the massive lion beneath Machi. What a gigantic lion! Its succulent form looks utterly delectable. In an instant, the lion Ricky felt an inexplicable chill run through its body, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Zoro's eyes narrowed as he focused on the acrobat Kabaji, observing the knife in his hand and muttering, "A swordsman, is it? Intriguing." Meanwhile, Xia Chen's attention was also riveted on Kabaji, specifically on his sideswept bangs. How peculiar. It's not a middle part. Disappointing. With a silent exchange of glances, the trio quickly identified their respective opponents. Luffy charged at Buggy, while Zoro lunged at Kabaji. Xia Chen positioned himself before the lion, gazing at the enormous creature. He couldn't help but entertain thoughts similar to Luffy's. Wow, this lion looks quite delicious. Huh, Ricky growled. You dare to consider my Ricky as your meal? Machi, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, directing his lion. Ricky, swat this insolent human. The colossal paw descended upon Xia Chen, yet he did not flinch. Just as it was about to strike him, Xia Chen's eyes narrowed, and he vanished in an instant. Unaware of this, Machi believed that Xia Chen had been crushed. Laughing heartily, what a joke. Turns out he was just a little shrimp. Just then, a haunting voice floated from behind him. What is you in such high spirits? Do share, so I may join in your merriment. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Machi's brow. Slowly, he turned, facing the grinning Xia Chen, his heart beginning to race. When did this man arrive? If he were to ambush me now, it could spell disaster. After all, I am a beast master. This title sounds grand, but it merely means I can communicate with animals and wield considerable power. Conversely, without them, I am utterly powerless. If this continues, I shall find myself in peril. Big brother, I was merely recalling something joyous that made me laugh, Machi stammered. "Oh, and what might that joyful thing be?" Xia Chen inquired with a sly smile. Why Ricky has given birth to little lions. Machi replied with utmost seriousness. Is that so? Xia Chen nodded. But isn't it male? Machi countered. It can reproduce asexually. Even males can give birth. His earnest demeanor nearly convinced Xia Chen that it seems these pirates possess quite the talent for spinning tall tales. They are almost on par with me. Nevertheless, Xia Chen opted not to pursue this line of conversation, stating, "Now, I wish to observe their battle from atop your lion. The view here is splendid. Is that acceptable?" "Of course, no problem at all," Machi hurriedly replied, even adding, "Shall I have Ricky leap to enhance your experience?" "Not a bad idea," Xia Chen agreed, patting the lion beneath him. "Come now, perform a crab dance to entertain me." Roar. The lion, upon hearing Xia Chen's command, transitioned from a fierce roar to a whimper in a mere second. Machi's eyes brimmed with concern as he watched Ricky collapse to the ground, yet he dared not voice his apprehension. Heaven knows what he just witnessed. The man before him merely flicked his finger, and Ricky crumpled to the ground. From the signals Ricky conveyed, Machi could feel the animal's terror. "You really must learn your lesson the hard way. Don't you?" Xia Chen chided. "Now, jump and perform the crab dance. You, go command it to dance." Xia Chen pointed at Machi. "Yes, I shall do it at once," Machi replied, yet after a long pause, he remained motionless. What does this mean? Are my words no longer effective? Xia Chen's gaze turned icy. No, big brother, that's absolutely not it. Machi frantically shook his head. It's just, how does one perform a crab dance? Meanwhile, Luffy and Buggy engaged in a fierce battle. While Zoro and Kabaji clashed as well. On Xia Chen's end, the lion hopped erratically, its body swaying back and forth, droplets of sweat cascading down its face. However, it dared not halt, for the fierce presence atop it was far from accommodating. Yet, was it truly appropriate for a lion to mimic a crab? Xia Chen, on the other hand, reveled in the moment, rocking to the rhythm while gesturing grandly. "Luffy, attack his lower half. Zoro, enlarge your strikes. Why do you keep hiding?" "Shut up," Luffy and Zoro shouted in unison. Xia Chen merely scoffed, continuing his incessant chatter. What a jest! When did 2 insects dare to command him? As the sounds of battle faded into the background, Luffy and Buggy exchanged blows, with Buggy gaining a slight upper hand. Meanwhile, the tide was turning in Zoro's favor against Kabaji. With renewed vigor, Zoro dispatched another of Kabaji's attacks and poised himself, adopting a stance that I aim to become the world's strongest swordsman. You shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to greatness. Anajo Rai. In an instant, Zoro transformed into a specter of death, appearing behind Kabaji. After a brief pause, blood sprayed from Kabaji's chest as several deep wounds emerged. I shall not be defeated. With those final words, Kabaji's role in Zoro's journey came to an abrupt end. Alas, he proved to be somewhat lacking in strength compared to Zoro, offering little in terms of growth. As Zoro sheathed his sword, Xia Chen's voice rang out. Hey Zoro, come up here and experience the rhythm. Do you think I would join you? Zoro replied with a disdainful expression. Luffy, strike his face. What are you doing? Zoro shouted from atop the lion's head. Surprisingly, this swaying is quite exhilarating. Luffy, noticing the scene, felt a pang of jealousy. Pouting, he complained, why do you all get to ride the lion while I'm stuck fighting this red-nosed clown? With that, Luffy turned his attention to Buggy, declaring, Red Nose, I'm going to knock you out quickly. I want to ride the lion too. At this moment, Buggy's complexion was as dreadful as if he had consumed something foul. Just moments ago, he had hoped that these two aides would lend him a hand. Yet, how quickly the situation had devolved. One was there, licking and calling someone boss, while the other lay comfortably basking in the sun. Suddenly, he found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered 1-3. How abstract. However, all was not lost. It appeared that the two over there had no intention of joining the fray if that were the case. He might still have a chance. He could only blame their overconfidence for granting him the opportunity to take them down one by one. With a steely gaze, Buggy split his lower body away from himself, launching it into the air like a pancake. Simultaneously, the toes of his lower half transformed into daggers, spinning relentlessly as they surged towards Luffy. Shattered pancake. Upon witnessing this, Luffy was taken aback and leapt into the air. In that instant, Luffy's straw hat also sprang up, prompting Buggy's eyes to narrow as his hands swiftly split apart, sending flying knives towards Luffy's hat. Slash. The knife pierced straight through Luffy's hat. My hat! Luffy cried out, terror evident in his eyes. You scoundrel! He shouted at Buggy, glaring at the hole in his beloved hat. Gahaha! Shanks' hat is as detestable as he is. It shouldn't even exist in this world. Buggy laughed heartily. Boom! Luffy's fist connected squarely with Buggy's laughing face, sending him hurtling away. That I won't allow you to speak ill of Shanks, Luffy said, heartbroken as he gazed at the damaged hat. Then turned to Buggy, extending his arms backward. Damn it, you bastard. Just as Buggy rose from the ground, he heard a voice declare rocket cannon. At the same moment, two palms struck heavily against his chest. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted, and he felt as though he had been slammed by a pirate ship, soaring into the sky. Observing this scene, Xia Chen raised an eyebrow. Not bad, Luffy. This time, you took down Buggy all by yourself. However, Luffy's mood remained quite dismal as he stared blankly at his hat, even losing interest in sitting on the lion. Luffy, stop sulking. Just ask Nami to patch up your hat, Xia Chen suggested. Huh? Luffy asked. Is that true? Nami can fix hats. Of course, don't underestimate our navigator. She's quite versatile, but she went treasure hunting as soon as she came up, so it might take a while, Xia Chen replied with a faint smile. That's wonderful. With that, Luffy bounced up, energetically shaking the lion's back. When Nami stealthily returned after collecting the treasure, she was greeted by the peculiar sight of a lion performing an odd dance, with 4 people seated atop it, 3 of whom she recognized, while the 4th cowered like a quail at the side. Upon witnessing this, Nami blinked in confusion and asked, Where's the clown Buggy? I sent him flying, Luffy exclaimed joyfully. You sent him flying? Nami's eyes widened. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. If he could be dispatched so easily, what about the 20 million bounty dragon? In that moment, a flurry of thoughts flashed through Nami's mind, but ultimately remained unspoken. All right, since we've achieved our goal, we should set sail. Xia Chen slowly rose from the lion's back. By the way, Nami, does Buggy have a map of the East Sea? Huh? How do you know? Secret. Xia Chen flashed a knowing smile. Upon hearing that they were about to leave, Luffy pouted in dissatisfaction. What? I haven't had enough fun yet. The villagers in this town are all gone. And when we tire of playing, there won't even be a place to find food. We'll have to fend for ourselves. Besides, I don't have much meat left in my space. If we don't head to the next island soon, we won't have enough to eat, Xia Chen calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately halted his movements and, with a serious expression, said to Xia Chen, "Then let us hurry and go," watching Luffy's swift change of mood. Xia Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder that it seemed that when it came to meat, Luffy was quite clear about priorities. "By the way, Nami, my straw hat got pierced. Can you help me fix it?" "Huh?" Nami paused for a moment upon hearing Luffy's request, then nodded. "Sure. Really? Thank you so much," Luffy exclaimed, gripping Nami's hand excitedly. "Hey, don't squeeze so hard. It hurts." "Oh, my apologies." Sometime later, on Buggy's pirate ship, a thunderous roar echoed. "What? You left a bag of treasure for the villagers on the island?" Nami shook Luffy by the collar, demanding an explanation. "Yeah, the damaged buildings on the island need berries for repairs, right? Leaving a bag of treasure for them isn't a big deal." Luffy defended himself. "What do you mean it's not a big deal? That's my treasure. The treasure I painstakingly acquired to support myself. Do you understand?" Nami exclaimed, shaking Luffy's head back and forth over the water. "Then go ask them to give it back," Luffy mumbled, his words slurred. "How could I possibly do that? You scoundrel." "Ha ha." Watching this exchange, Xia Chen and Zoro couldn't help but burst into laughter, just as Xia Chen had previously suspected. Being part of the Straw Hat crew was indeed a delightful experience. He looked forward to the days to come. Days later, Xia Chen and the others finally arrived at a new island, bringing them immense joy, particularly for Luffy, who gazed at the island with such longing that he was practically drooling, constantly muttering, "Meat, meat, meat." The meat in Xia Chen's space had run out 2 days prior, and they had subsisted on fruit since then. They were on the verge of becoming frail, and even Xia Chen felt the same. This reinforced his determination. He needed to stock up on more meat in the system space. Otherwise, they would truly run short. After a while, the ship gradually approached the shore. The group jumped down eagerly, with Luffy running around excitedly, still chanting about meat. Zoro stood on solid ground, sighing with relief. Nami took out a sea chart to study. As for Xia Chen, his attention was entirely focused on the system notification he had just heard. Ding! Successfully checked in at West Rob Village. Obtained Conqueror's Haki, beginner level. Huh? It truly seemed that thoughts manifested into reality. He had been pondering why he hadn't unlocked Conqueror's Haki earlier, and here it was at the next island. Quite satisfactory indeed. With this, he had acquired all 3 types of Haki, and now it was merely a matter of gradually improving them. He could now consider himself a minor expert. While Xia Chen was lost in thought, a roar echoed from a distant hill, drawing his gaze involuntarily. "Hey, you bunch of pirates, how dare you come to the village ruled by Captain Usopp? Don't you know that my 80 million berry subordinates could drown you with just a mouthful of spit?" Simultaneously, countless flags began to rise from the bushes on the hill, lending an air of authority. Observing the bewilderment of Xia Chen and his companions, Usopp assumed they were intimidated and continued, "However, I am a merciful pirate. If you choose to retreat immediately, I shall graciously allow you to leave." With that, Usopp stood silently, exuding confidence, although the sweat trickling down his forehead indicated he might be feeling a bit nervous. Watching this scene, Xia Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, he was the boastful king. Usopp. Yet, one must at least make their bluster seem credible. With 80 million subordinates, how can you not ascend to the heavens? It seems one must impart some wisdom to Usopp on the art of boasting, so he may learn what it truly means that there are always greater individuals beyond one's ken. Contemplating this, Xia Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he addressed Usopp. "Is it true that you possess 80 million subordinates? How impressive!" Xia Chen feigned astonishment. Nami, overhearing Xia Chen's words, turned her head in bewilderment. "You can't possibly believe such an outrageous claim, can you?" However, upon noticing the playful glint in Xia Chen's smile, she sensed that perhaps there was amusement to be had. Xia Chen continued, "Greetings, I am Gold. Xia Chen, the nephew of the pirate king Gold. Roger. Alas, my subordinates number only in the tens of thousands, which pales in comparison to your impressive count, Captain Usopp. Nevertheless, I assure you, among my crew are formidable individuals. Several boast bounties exceeding 1 billion. Pausing for effect, Xia Chen added with a teasing tone, "By the way, may I inquire, Captain Usopp, how many among your 80 million subordinates possess bounties surpassing 1 billion? I assume there must be quite a few, yes? 1.01 billion. Usopp was oblivious to Xia Chen's subsequent remarks. his mind echoing with the figure of 1 billion. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back, and perspiration continued to drip from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This must be a jest. There cannot possibly be individuals with such bounties. Usopp stammered that in truth, he had considered the possibility that Xia Chen was deceiving him. Yet, he recalled that the pirate king Roger hailed from East Blue. Perhaps Xia Chen truly was his nephew at that moment. Despite Xia Chen's lack of resemblance to Roger, Usopp, for reasons unknown, felt they bore a striking likeness. Might it not be possible that his crew harbored allies of the pirate king? With that thought, Usopp felt a chill run down his spine that he was merely a braggart, and he wished to avoid becoming embroiled in such weighty matters. Did he not risk suffering a heart attack at the mere mention of the pirate king? Xia Chen, you are truly the nephew of the pirate king? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Fool, anyone can tell that's a blatant lie, Zoro scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Luffy. Over their time together, he had come to understand Xia Chen's true nature. In Zoro's eyes, Xia Chen was enigmatic, always privy to information unheard of, exuding remarkable strength, and possessing an impressive talent for deception. It was evident to Zoro that Xia Chen was fabricating tales, and only Luffy, in his naivety, would fall for such ruses. Hey, Zoro, don't speak out of turn. I admit, my name is not Joel D. Xia Chen, but the fact that I am the nephew of the pirate king Roger remains indisputable. Xia Chen retorted, a hint of annoyance in his gaze directed at Zoro. Ace is Roger's son. Luffy is Ace's brother. Thus Luffy is indeed Roger's nephew. And since he serves as Luffy's first mate, he could be considered his brother, making him Ace's sibling. Consequently, the deduction stands. He is Roger's nephew. There is no flaw in this logic. Even if Roger himself were present, he could not deny this fact. You are Roger's nephew? Nami gasped, her expression one of shock. She had stumbled upon a ship that harbored the nephew of the pirate king. What a fantastical scenario. Zoro, witnessing Xia Chen's unwavering confidence, began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was not merely boasting from a distance? Usopp, upon hearing these words, felt even more frantic, collapsing to the ground. It seemed escape was futile. That man truly was Roger's nephew. How could he possibly confront such a menacing pirate? Yet, after a few moments of contemplation, Usopp's demeanor transformed, his resolve solidifying. Despite the terror that gripped his heart in the presence of such fearsome pirates, he could not allow them to wreak havoc upon his cherished village. They would have to tread over his corpse first. With that thought, Usopp slowly rose to his feet, his legs still trembling but his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Drawing back his slingshot, he shouted at Xia Chen and the others. My slingshot is mightier than any bullet. If you value your lives, retreat at once. Upon hearing this, the smiles faded from the faces of Xia Chen and his companions, who turned their attention to Usopp precariously perched on the cliff. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and calmly remarked, if you've decided to fight, then you must embrace the resolve of certain death. Luffy's words reverberated in Usopp's ears, incessantly dismantling the fragile psychological defenses he had just erected. After a moment of struggle, Usopp could no longer maintain his composure. The slingshot fell from his grasp, and he collapsed once more. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered helplessly, is this what true piracy is? The weight of their words is truly extraordinary. Puffed. Ha! Seeing Usopp in such a state, Xia Chen and his companions could not help but burst into laughter. Luffy chimed in, I merely borrowed those words from a pirate I greatly respect. They are not my own. By the way, are you named Usopp? Huh. Usopp was momentarily stunned, staring blankly as he asked, you know me? Well, sort of. Your father speaks of you frequently. Luffy chuckled lightly. My father? You know my father? Usopp exclaimed with delight, rising to his feet to gaze at Luffy. If your father is Yasopp, then yes, I know him. Indeed, my father is Yasopp. How do you know him? Can you tell me more? Of course. But first, I need to grab some meat at a tavern in Syrup Village, Luffy continued. So my father was previously on Shank's ship? Correct. If all goes as expected, he should still be there, from what I know of Yasopp. He is quite the brave pirate, Luffy replied while munching on meat. Hearing Luffy praise his father, Usopp grinned widely. Of course, my father is the bravest. I deeply admire his fearless spirit in embracing the sea. Ha ha, so do I. Luffy laughed heartily. With the connection to Yasopp, Usopp quickly bonded with Xia Chen and the others, as if they were long-lost friends. After some time, Nami spoke up, saying, "Our purpose for coming to this island is to find a crewmate skilled in sailing and to see if we can acquire a larger ship." Upon hearing this, Usopp fell silent for a moment before gazing out the window and replying, "As you can see, this is merely a small village. It's impossible to find what you seek here." "Really? But I see a large estate atop the hill," Zoro questioned, puzzled. That place is off limits." Usopp shook his head vigorously before turning to Xia Chen and the others, saying, "Actually, I just remembered something important, so I must take my leave." With that, Usopp hurriedly dashed outside. What is he up to? Luffy wondered, peering out. Who knows? Perhaps he is off to boast some more, Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly after taking a sip of his drink. He understood very well that Usopp was likely heading off to tell stories to Kaya. Ever since her parents passed, it was Usopp's daily storytelling that prevented her from falling into despair. Thus, visiting Kaya to share tales had become one of Usopp's daily responsibilities. Thinking of this, Xia Chen's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Buggy the Clown, acknowledged by Oda himself as one of the high IQ pirates within the realm of One Piece, was, unfortunately, somewhat lacking in strength, as Xia Chen was deep in thought. A cacophony of noise abruptly drew his attention. 3 children, barely reaching half his height, were fixated on them. Though their legs trembled incessantly, they bravely demanded, "What have you done to Captain Usopp? I'm so full." Luffy exclaimed, patting his belly with satisfaction. The mere gesture, accompanied by a contented sigh, instantly conjured unsettling thoughts in the minds of the 3 little ones. With quivering voices, they inquired, "You didn't tea?" He, in unison, Xia Chen and Zoro emitted an ominous chuckle, adopting a fearsome demeanor as they declared, "Your captain has been devoured by us." "Ah!" they screamed in terror, yet the frightful expressions of Zoro and Xia Chen rendered them speechless. Ultimately, they turned to the more amiable Nami, exclaiming, "Mother Tiger, what are you staring at me for?" "Phew, so it was just a joke. You scared us to death." Thinking Captain Usopp had truly been consumed, the trio wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Still shaken, he rushed out while eating earlier. "Do you know where he went?" Zoro inquired. Looking at the 3. "Yes. At this hour, Captain Usopp should be." Without hesitation, the 3 darted outside. Observing this scene, Xia Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Was it simply the result of spending too much time with Usopp that made them all so impatient? Nonetheless, he refrained from commenting and followed the trio in their hurried march. After some time, they arrived at the wall of a manor perched atop a hill. One of the children, with an onion-shaped head, pointed inside, saying, "Captain Usopp should be right in there." "In there? All right." Luffy stretched his arms and dashed to the railing. Gripping the bars and dangling himself over, Zoro and Nami gasped in shock. "Hey, you can't be serious." Before they could finish their warning, both rushed over to restrain Luffy, and the nearby trio hurried to assist. "My parents always said, when uncertain of what to do, observe those around you and follow their lead." And thus, the 6 of them soared into the sky at that moment. A singular thought filled their minds. Perhaps what parents say and always correct. Xia Chen watched the 6 gleefully soaring above and couldn't help but shake his head. Why, with such a low railing, must they resort to such antics to cross over? It baffled him. With a gentle leap, Xia Chen effortlessly jumped inside. Once steadied, he unleashed his observation haki. Upon sensing a familiar presence, he made his way toward it. Minutes later, as Xia Chen reached his destination, he witnessed Usopp delivering a punch to Kuro's face. Oh, no, it should be Clabotter. Even as Clabotter fell, he continued to hurl insults at Jesus Burgess, prompting Usopp to reconsider and strike him again at a crucial moment. Kaya intervened, calling for Usopp to stop. Prior to Clabotter's true nature being revealed, Kaya had held a great deal of trust and gratitude toward him. However, Usopp was also her dear friend, and she wished to prevent any conflict between them. Ultimately, with Kaya's intervention, Usopp refrained from retaliating and quietly walked away. Observing Usopp's departure, Clabotter turned to Luffy and the others, demanding, "You all should leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's irritation flared. "What the hell? I just got here. I haven't even enjoyed the spectacle for a minute, and you want me to leave?" Moreover, he found Clabotter rather unlikable, which was paramount. This individual had a penchant for teaching lessons to anyone he deemed unsatisfactory, unless they were stronger than him. A formidable aura emanated from Xia Chen. Pressing down on Keba in an instant, Clabotter felt as though a great hammer had struck his mind, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. Xia Chen was hardly surprised that his conqueror's haki had incapacitated Clabotter. If it hadn't, that would have been peculiar. After all, he wasn't weak. Clabotter was merely a pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Such strength might reign in the East Blue, but in the New World, he was merely a minor player at this stage. Even Luffy and Zoro were no match for Xia Chen's conqueror's haki. After all, both were currently on par with Clabotter, all being mere pawns. Witnessing Clabotter's fall, Kaya urgently cried out, "Someone come quick! Butler Clabotter has fainted." As the manor began to stir with commotion, Xia Chen remained silent. Addressing Luffy and the others, "The excitement is over. Let us leave." Walking along the village path, Zoro glanced at Xia Chen, his expression questioning. "Was that Butler's fainting you're doing?" "Not me. Don't say such things." "How could it be?" Xia Chen swiftly retorted. "He must have fainted from anemia. I lacked the strength to knock him out without even touching him." Xia Chen wore an expression that conveyed ignorance, adamantly denying any involvement. Zoro, however, remained skeptical. He couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Chen was behind it. After all, the butler appeared quite robust. How could he possibly suffer from anemia? The hurried denial only fueled Zoro's suspicion. Yet, it remained merely a conjecture without tangible proof. It was simply a hunch that Xia Chen seemed a bit suspicious. Xia Chen ignored Zoro's gaze and turned to Luffy and the others, saying, "I have something to attend to. I'll split off from you for a bit." "What? Xia Chen, are you planning to sneak off and play without me?" Luffy pouted. Hearing this, Xia Chen felt a wave of annoyance. "What else could occupy your mind besides playing and eating? What are you planning to do?" Nami interjected curiously. "Secret." Xia Chen flashed a smile before vanishing from sight. What a weirdo. The three little ones collapsed in shock at the sight. Though they were still quite young, they had never encountered someone who could disappear in an instant. "Tch, he relies on his strength, always pulling off these vanishing acts," Zoro scoffed. Yet, he couldn't shake the sensation of an odd taste lingering in the air. Some time later, Xia Chen arrived at a coastal area of the island. The pirate ship was anchored there, and from hundreds of meters atop a hill, he could hear the raucous shouts emanating from it. Indeed, this was Clabotter's previous vessel, and Xia Chen had a singular purpose for being there. His pockets were feeling rather light. He had been footing the bill for the entire crew's sustenance and accommodation for a while now. And the small sum of berry he had received from Alvita was nearly depleted. The treasures from Monka and Buggy had all gone to Nami, while he could always ask Nami for funds. He wasn't one to constantly request assistance. Berry was something a man should manage himself. Xia Chen squinted, propelled himself forward, and dashed toward the ship. Upon reaching the ship's deck, he landed with a thud, drawing the attention of all the pirates aboard. Initially stunned by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure, they soon regained their composure. "Who are you? And what are you doing on our ship?" One pirate shouted as he approached Xia Chen. "Recently, I've been a bit short on cash and thought I might seek your assistance," Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. His gaze scanned the surroundings, since Zoro was absent. The deck was filled with nameless lackeys. The surrounding pirates were momentarily taken aback. If they understood correctly, this guy was attempting to rob them. This experience undeniably sparked a sense of novelty within them. They had always been the ones to plunder others. Never had they been the victims of robbery themselves. That it was akin to a young maiden being carried in a bridal sedan chair for the very first time. "Ha ha!" A pirate sneered at Xia Chen. "Do you know where you are? Do you know who we are?" With a menacing grin, he continued, "Let me enlighten you. You are aboard the ship of the Black Pirate crew. And we are the pirates of the Black Pirate crew. How dare you come aboard our vessel to rob us? You have quite the audacity. If this ship were filled with scoundrels like you, would it not be entirely natural for me to rob you?" The pirate's fury ignited at these words, and he glared at Xia Chen, venom dripping from his voice. "I hope you remain this arrogant when I sever your head from your shoulders." With that, he charged at Xia Chen, fists raised as the punch drew near. Xia Chen remained unperturbed, only raising a hand at the last moment. Whoosh, a shadow darted past. The pirate who had just stood before Xia Chen was now soaring through the air, crashing into the sea with a resounding splash. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding pirates instinctively recoiled several steps, perfectly embodying the essence of camaraderie. They had scarcely seen how Xia Chen had struck before their companion was already airborne. It was evident that Xia Chen was far superior to them. As pirates, they understood a fundamental truth. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. When faced with an insurmountable foe, it is prudent not to engage recklessly, lest they suffer for their folly. Hey, Xia Chen suddenly shouted at them, causing them to shudder in fright. Where do you keep the treasures on your ship? Take me there. The pirates exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Not a single one of them stepped forward to guide Xia Chen. In exasperation, Xia Chen pointed at one of the pirates and commanded, "You, take me there." Me? The pirate shook his head vigorously, hoping to ascertain if Xia Chen was referring to someone else. He was reluctant to lead Xia Chen anywhere. Yes, you, stop dawdling and take me there, or I might just toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Realizing that Xia Chen was indeed addressing him, the pirate had no choice but to comply, stepping forward to escort Xia Chen to the location of the treasures. Wait, since when did the treasures of the Black Pirate crew become the object of desire for an outsider? Just as Xia Chen took a couple of steps forward, two figures leaped from a corner of the ship, landing behind him. Upon turning to face the rotund and slender duo, ancient memories began to resurface in his mind. Uncertainly, he inquired, "Are you the brothers Rin?" "Indeed, I am Sam. I am Buggy. How dare you come here knowing our names? You truly are oblivious." Before the words could fully escape their lips, their forms were sent hurtling backward. Soaring off the ship and onto the island, Xia Chen shrugged his shoulders, disdainfully remarking, "Why the theatrics? Such unnecessary embellishment." He then turned back to the earlier pirate. "Let us continue." "Yes, sir," the pirate exclaimed, his voice trembling. Thankfully, he had not chosen to provoke Xia Chen. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as the brothers Ren, if even they, stronger than him, could be dispatched in an instant. He knew he stood no chance. "Why shout so loudly? Do you fear I cannot hear you?" Xia Chen glared, causing the pirate to instinctively retract his neck. Without uttering another word, he obediently led the way. Upon arriving at the treasure's location, Xia Chen instructed the pirate to step out, leaving him alone. With a casual wave of his hand, the treasures on the ground vanished from sight. However, it seemed the Black Pirate crew was rather impoverished. The treasures amounted to merely a few 100,000 berries, not even reaching 1,000,000 yet. Every little bit counts. Treasures are accumulated bit by bit. After collecting the treasures, Xia Chen intended to depart. Just as he prepared to leave, a glimmering light caught his eye. Intrigued, he approached the source, discovering it to be a long, yellow object emanating a faint glow. Curiosity piqued, he couldn't resist picking it up for a closer inspection. Cough, cough. Xia Chen coughed several times. Realizing the yellow object was covered in dust, one must admit, the accumulation of dust to such an extent was quite impressive. In Xia Chen's estimation, it likely took years to reach this level. Covering his nose, he vigorously shook the object a few times. Finally, its original form was revealed to him. The smile crept onto Xia Chen's lips upon recognizing what it was. He had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. In his hands was a 2-meter-long iron rod, entirely black and exceedingly heavy. The material was notably sturdy. Having compared it to Zoro's sword, he concluded that the quality of this iron rod was comparable to that of the sword. In other words, its hardness was on par with Zoro's blade, equivalent to a large sword-grade weapon. This discovery excited Xia Chen. He had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise from the Black Pirate crew. Earlier, during his recollections of the Great Sage, he had amassed a wealth of combat experience with rods. However, he had never had a suitable weapon to apply those lessons. He had planned to seek out such a weapon in Loguetown. But now, what a stroke of luck! Without expending any effort, he had acquired an excellent weapon, and he was thoroughly satisfied. After stowing the rod in his system space, he whistled as he made his way outside. What a splendid day it was! Upon reaching the deck, Xia Chen glanced at the pirates aboard the ship, who had vanished into the sky in a flurry of agility. All the pirates of the Black Pirate crew stared wide-eyed, nearly popping their eyes from their sockets. After a prolonged silence, one stammered, "Why is there still someone who can fly?" After some time, Xia Chen suddenly appeared behind Zoro and gave him a light pat, startling him. Once Zoro regained his composure, he shouted, "Can you not always appear so suddenly?" What does it matter?" Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, where is Luffy?" "He went to find Usopp," Nami interjected, just as Xia Chen intended to ask further. A frantic scream pierced the air. "Pirates! Pirates are coming!" The attention of Xia Chen and the others was drawn to the commotion, where they saw Usopp rushing towards them, his face etched with gravity. As he passed by Xia Chen and the others, he ignored Nami's call, sprinting straight towards the village. Did he just say pirates are coming? Nami queried uncertainly. Indeed, he did, Xia Chen confirmed with a nod. Could he be lying? Did you not say he often jokes around in the village? Zoro posed the question to the trio beside him. Yet the three were equally serious, and after a moment, Onion Head remarked, this time seems different. The captain's expression was exceptionally grave. We have never seen him like this. It is quite possible the captain is not joking. Pirates may indeed be on their way. Xia Chen stated that To ascertained the truth. We should check the area Usopp just came from, he suggested. The trio instantly recoiled a few meters, huddling together as they trembled and asked Xia Chen, what if there really are pirates? We would all perish there. Fear not. Fear not. Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively. He then pointed to Zoro beside him. See that green-haired fellow? He is very strong. He will protect you. Zoro's forehead visibly twitched with several bulging veins. A voice within him persistently urged him to confront Xia Chen. However, after contemplating the disparity in strength between the two sides, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse, and he silently withdrew his hand from the knife. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. When the group arrived at the shore, they found no sign of pirates, and the three little ones expressed their confusion. Could it be that the captain was deceiving us again? They were astonished to realize that the captain's skills had evidently advanced to such a degree that even they had fallen for his ruse. A glimmer of insight flashed in their eyes as they believed they had made a significant discovery. Suddenly, Nami seemed to notice something and pointed to an upside-down radish at the foot of the hill, exclaiming, Look, isn't that Luffy? Minutes later, a crowd gathered around Luffy one by one. This big brother can't possibly be one of the three little ones. One of them said fearfully. Yet, almost immediately, they heard faint sounds of snoring. Xia Chen strode directly towards Luffy, grasped his ankle, and gently tugged. The radish was dislodged. However, what followed left everyone utterly dumbfounded, even while being hung upside down in midair by Xia Chen. Luffy remained fast asleep, showing no signs of waking. Seeing this scene, even Xia Chen's lips twitched slightly. The sleeping genes of the monkey family are indeed formidable. He remains oblivious. With this thought, Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, seized Luffy's hand, and forcefully flung him away, sending him crashing against the rock wall. The onlookers stood in shock, including Zoro and Nami, who instinctively took a few steps back. Hey, what do you mean by this? Luffy is a rubber man. Ordinary blows have no effect on him. It makes it seem as if I've done something wrong, Xia Chen remarked, a hint of displeasure evident as he observed the crowd's reaction. Since he felt this way, he decided to take action. Bang! Bang! Xia Chen, I'm going to chop you to bits. Huh? What are those two doing? Luffy, still dazed, inquired as he gazed at the two figures engaged in a scuffle before him. What else could happen? A friendly exchange, of course, Nami replied nonchalantly, then turned to Luffy, asking, By the way, why were you sleeping here? Oh, about that. I was here with Usopp when we saw that previous butler speaking with another very strange person. They mentioned something about wanting to kill all the villagers tomorrow, and then I got discovered, and before I knew it, I fell asleep. Upon hearing this, Nami suddenly seemed to recall something. Was that strange person holding a metal ring? Yes, I fell asleep right after seeing that ring. I see. Nami stroked her chin and continued. That person is a hypnotist. You must have been hypnotized, which is why you fell asleep so quickly. So that's it. Luffy clapped his hands, revealing an expression of understanding. Nami said, In that case, let's head back to the village and see what's going on. She then turned to Zoro and Xia Chen, who were still engaged in their scuffle, and shouted, You too. Let's go. Coming, Xia Chen replied, and then dashed off, using his speed to appear beside Nami in a matter of moments, while Zoro remained over 100 meters away, gritting his teeth as he sheathed his sword. That bastard. After a while, as the group was halfway back to the village, they encountered a disheartened Usopp returning. Everyone looked at Usopp in confusion, with the exception of Xia Chen. Captain, over here, Onion Head called out to Usopp. Usopp wiped away his sorrowful expression and greeted them with a smile, saying, Oh, it's you guys. However, upon seeing Luffy, he was instantly taken aback and hurried over to ask, Aren't you dead? Huh? Luffy was momentarily puzzled but then realized. All right, I just woke up. Just as Usopp was about to say something, Radish had interrupted. Let us not discuss that right now. We've all heard from Big Brother Straw Hat about the pirates. We need to inform the villagers. Inform the villagers? Usopp hesitated for a long moment before bursting into laughter, saying, The pirates, of course, are just the usual fabrications. That annoying butler is to blame for my saying such things. Ah, I see. We thought as much. How could there possibly be any pirates? The three laughed as they continued walking back. Usopp, however, keenly sensed their unease and couldn't help but ask, "What is going on with you guys?" "I'm starting to lose respect for the captain." "Me too." They remarked how their former captain, even when telling lies, would never utter hurtful words, no matter how infuriating that butler was. Sigh. "This is so boring. Let us just go home for dinner," they said, chatting as they made their way back. Usopp stood there, contemplating their words for a long time, but ultimately remained silent, his resolve only intensifying. That night, under a sky full of stars, Xia Chen, the four of them, and Usopp gathered around a campfire by the sea. Usopp gazed vacantly at the flames, lost in thought. Xia Chen broke the silence, asking, "The matter with the pirates is true." "I assent it. It is undoubtedly true, and they will surely set foot on the island tomorrow." "Surely set foot here?" Xia Chen questioned, sounding doubtful. "Are there no other places on the island where they could land?" "Now that you mention it, there is indeed a similar place to the north. They can land there as well." "Then let us split into two groups. I will go north alone, and the rest of you stay here," Xia Chen stated calmly. "Are you suggesting?" Usopp's eyes lit up in excitement. "Need you even ask? Of course, it is to protect this island alongside you," Luffy declared matter-of-factly in that instant, as Usopp gazed into the sincere eyes of those around him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "Thank you so much. Thank you." "Oh, no need for thanks. We only decided to help because we saw your determination, and if you lacked courage, we certainly wouldn't have intervened," Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. "Exactly," Zoro chimed in, then shifted his gaze to Xia Chen, saying, "I can go north alone. You all stay here." Hearing this, Xia Chen glanced at Zoro with curiosity. "Third-rate swordsman, you must be feeling overly confident. Let us not even discuss your pathetic strength. Can you even find your way north?" Clang. Zoro's sword was drawn in an instant, but Xia Chen didn't even glance in his direction. "Third-rate swordsman, you are unworthy of being my opponent. Zoro, you should follow Xia Chen's plan. We'll stay here, and he will head north," Nami advised. "Indeed, Zoro, you should listen to Xia Chen." Luffy nodded in agreement, feeling that Xia Chen was the more reliable choice. This was not to say he doubted Zoro's abilities, but Zoro's lack of direction was indeed a concern, and no need to say more. "You all understand," Zoro grumbled, slightly displeased. "What's the big deal about being directionally challenged? Fine, let us settle it that way." The plan to protect West Rob Village is officially underway. The following morning, Nami marveled at the oil Usopp had found, exclaiming, "I can't believe you managed to find this. Of course, you should know who I am. I am the omnipotent Captain Usopp. But aren't those pirates a bit late? They haven't shown up at this hour," Usopp questioned, glancing at the blazing sun above. Could they be joking? Usopp couldn't help but entertain this thought in his mind. But it was swiftly dismissed. Judging by the demeanor of the butler he had observed yesterday, it certainly did not seem like a jest. Since they weren't here, they must be there. Usopp dashed back, simultaneously calling out to Luffy and the others. They must have landed on the northern side. "Let's hurry and assist Xia Chen." Just as he finished speaking, a crimson figure flashed by, leaving only a fleeting sound in its wake. "All right, I'm off." Upon witnessing Luffy and Usopp departing, Zoro was about to rush after them when he felt someone grasping him from behind. "Nami, you scoundrel, let me go!" Zoro shouted in anger, sprawled on the greasy ground. However, Nami paid him no heed. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. "Got it." With that, Nami climbed onto Zoro's back, much to his astonishment, exclaiming, "Thank you." Poor Zoro slid down to the very bottom of the slope with that single step, leaving behind an indignant proclamation. "That woman, I shall surely make her pay." Meanwhile, on the northern slope, a throng of pirates had gathered, each one brimming with anticipation. In a moment, we shall storm in and slaughter every villager in this village. If we execute this well, Captain Crocodile shall reward us handsomely, and you lot. As he spoke, the words of Zhang Ao faltered momentarily before he bellowed, "Show me your best performance. Last time, in my absence, you managed to lose the treasure aboard our ship. What use are you all? This was a golden opportunity to redeem yourselves. Let us see if we can plunder some berries from the village to make up for our losses. That's all I have to say. Boys, let us go." With a grand wave of his hand, Zhang Ao signaled. Countless pirates emitted various grotesque cries before they all charged up the slope in unison. However, as they reached the summit, they were met with the sight of a lone figure standing atop. Instantly, a singular thought surged through their minds. Who is this reckless youth daring to block our path? But as they discerned the identity of the figure at the peak, their expressions underwent a complete transformation. Shifting from menacing to sheer terror, they all turned tail and fled with a speed far greater than before, as if they wished their parents had given them fewer legs at that moment. Zhang Yao sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. Alas, thankfully the treasure was not Captain Crocodile's. If he were to discover that we lost it, we would surely be done for. Just as he wallowed in his despair over the lost treasure, he suddenly felt a tremor emanating from the ground. What is this? Zhang Yao looked ahead, only to see a horde of people rushing towards him, now mere meters away. You. Before he could finish his sentence, he was swept into the air by the force of the crowd. Landing on the adjacent beach a few seconds later, he sprang to his feet, only to find a group of pirates huddled together, clutching their heads in fear. His anger surged as he roared, "What on earth are you doing?" Yet, one by one, the pirates seemed oblivious to his words, not a single one responding to in an instant. His fury intensified. How dare they? It's bad enough they lost my treasure, and now they dawdle when I command them to attack the village. He glared at his subordinates, scolding, "What a sorry sight you all are. Do you even resemble pirates anymore? What could possibly scare you so?" Turning his gaze towards the top of the slope, he spotted a youth of about 17 standing there, watching them with a calm demeanor. Zhang Yao scrutinized Xia Chen for half a minute, and no matter how he looked at it, the boy appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. If one were to argue that there was something special, it would merely be that the youth was exceptionally handsome. Within a brief span, many thoughts flooded Zhang Yao's mind. From the demeanor of his subordinates, it was evident they harbored a profound fear of the boy above. But why such fear? The answer was clear. This boy was the one who had come aboard their ship to seize their treasure. Realizing this, Zhang Yao could no longer contain his rage, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen. Damn it, this is too much. First, he seizes our treasure in my absence, and now he dares to obstruct our path. Just because a tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm just a kitten? 2 iron rings appeared in Zhang Yao's hands as he prepared to teach this boy a lesson. Yao! Just as he was about to launch his attack, 2 strange cries erupted from behind him. Hearing those sounds, a smile crept onto his face. It seemed he wouldn't need to intervene. Brothers, charge, tear that brat at the top of the slope to shreds. Understood, Captain. The brothers, led by Sam, cackled ominously and dashed forward. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yao beamed with satisfaction. The brothers were dependable, unlike that group of cowards, trembling with fear. Seconds later, he glanced at the newly added members of the huddled pirates and fell into contemplation. Had he spoken too soon? At that moment, an even more distressing event unfolded. Xia Chen, we're here to help. Usopp came sprinting from a distance, closely followed by Nami. Why is everyone huddled on the ground? Usopp questioned, pointing at the group of pirates in confusion. Who knows? Just a professional habit, Xia Chen shrugged. Where's Luffy? Why isn't he here? Usopp inquired further. Wasn't he with you? Why are you asking me? No, he was the first to run over. I thought he had arrived already. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but facepalm. That foolish captain. Never mind, it's of little consequence. After all, those pirates don't seem inclined to attack now. Usopp, you handle that hypnotist, is that all right? Huh. Usopp let out a loud exclamation. Me. I might not be up to the task. To be honest, I've always had this ailment where I feel I might drop dead in battle. So, then you should deal with those pirates below. You can't just do nothing, can you? Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. It wasn't that he intended to put Usopp in a tough spot. Rather, Usopp truly needed some experience. Otherwise, his skills were rather lackluster. Usopp's gaze darted back and forth between the two sides before he ultimately made a decision. He charged down towards in the choice between a one-on-one and a multitude. He opted for what appeared to be the simpler option. In truth, Zhang Yao's abilities were primarily rooted in hypnosis, and his personal strength was lesser than that of the brothers as Usopp approached. Zhang Yao's expression turned grim. He then shouted to his crew, "Everyone, look this way. As soon as I finish speaking, you will become immensely strong, filled with a desire to kill, and eager to rush into the village to slay." Ready 1-2 Zhang Yao. In an instant, All the pirates on the ground stood up, their eyes completely transformed, filled with a frenzied bloodlust. Kill! With a collective roar, they charged once more towards the summit. However, halfway through the charge, Usopp witnessed this spectacle and immediately turned tail. Sprinting desperately back towards Xia Chen, taking refuge behind him. Well, there goes my plan to train Usopp. Xia Chen sighed in resignation, confirmed, a coward indeed. He then shifted his gaze to the pirates below, a smile creeping onto his face. It seems the lesson from last time was insufficient. With narrowed eyes, Xia Chen prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki to clear the field. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he halted his movements and turned to face the approaching pirates with a smile. Xia Chen, hurry up and take action. Usopp, who was crouched behind Xia Chen, said in a trembling voice. What are you talking about? With so many of them, how can we possibly fight back? We might as well wait for death. Xia Chen feigned fear in response to, in no way, right? Didn't Luffy and the others say you were really strong? Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Usopp panicked instantly, his legs shaking as he asked. However, he failed to notice that Nami, who was also trembling beside him, showed no signs of fear, only a hint of helplessness. The pirates drew nearer. A thought crossed Usopp's mind. We're doomed. Gomu Gomu no pistol. A long arm shot out from behind Usopp, striking the foremost pirate. The force of the punch sent that small group of pirates sprawling to the ground. A look of joy spread across Usopp's face as he quickly turned to look behind him. There stood Luffy and Zoro, panting heavily as they regarded them. Phew. Usopp, can you please clarify which way is north next time? Luffy shouted hoarsely. You ran ahead, so I thought you knew. Usopp replied helplessly, don't you realize why you ran so fast? Luffy's tone remained relatively calm, while Zoro beside him was seething with rage, his gaze fixed intensely on Nami. Nami, can you explain the good deed you just did? A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Nami's forehead as she waved her hand dismissively. Two people falling is better than one. Don't you think that makes sense? Then why didn't you? Enough chatter. They're about to reach us. Zoro interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Zoro ceased his protests and, alongside Luffy, stepped forward, slowly unsheathing their swords. In an instant, the two surged forward like arrows released from a bow, engaging in a fierce battle with the multitude of pirates. As time passed, due to the disparity in strength, the pirates found themselves overwhelmed, fleeing in all directions from Luffy and Zoro. Below, Zango witnessed this scene with a grim expression, inwardly cursing the uselessness of his crew. He then picked up an iron ring, aiming to ambush Luffy. Just then, a voice from afar interrupted his actions. What on earth are you doing? Zango's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Captain Kuro. Simultaneously, everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the voice. There, 10 meters behind Xia Chen, Kuro was glaring intensely at the unfolding scene. Realizing Kuro's fury, Zango hastily tried to explain. Captain Kuro, we enough. No need to explain. I anticipated they would come to thwart our plans. But I never expected you to be so incompetent. You can't even deal with a bunch of kids. Bang! Just as Kuro finished speaking, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his glasses shattering into pieces. Everyone's gaze shifted to where Kuro had stood, revealing Xia Chen, who stood there calmly, saying, I'm pleased that you can take on the role of our captain, but I must say, I dislike your tone. So, I couldn't help but give you a punch. You have no objections, do you? The group of pirates nearby stood in stunned silence, all sharing the same thought. What had they just done? How could they have dared to provoke such a formidable individual? At that moment, despite their injuries, they couldn't help but feel relieved that it was Luffy and Zoro who had taken action, not Xia Chen. Usopp was equally taken aback, realizing just how strong Xia Chen truly was. What was the meaning of his previous display of fear? Returning his attention to Xia Chen, he observed Kuro lying motionless on the ground without uttering a word. Instead, turning towards Luffy and stating, This butler is now your responsibility. As expected, barely had Xia Chen's words left his mouth when Kuro slowly began to rise from the ground. This did not imply that Xia Chen lacked the strength to take Kuro down with a single blow. Rather, he adhered to the principles of an excellent first mate. The experienced adversary should be left for his companions to handle. Otherwise, as he had mentioned before, dealing with someone like Kuro wouldn't even require a hand. Just a release of Conqueror's haki would suffice. All right, I'll leave those lackeys to you, Luffy declared, striding towards Kuro. Understood, Captain, Xia Chen replied as he moved to stand alongside Zoro. asking, "I'll leave the stronger ones to you, while I handle the rest." Zoro shot Xia Chen a disdainful glance, taunting, "Are you only capable of dealing with a bunch of lackeys? But I suppose it's understandable. After all, you are quite weak." Xia Chen, however, remained silent, smiling at Zoro. Only the weak seek validation through the derision of others. Clearly, he is a strong individual, and thus would not engage in such behavior. What? You say he also enjoys mocking Zoro? That's different. As he previously stated, he is a strong person, and it's entirely normal for the strong to tease the weak. This wasn't he merely seeking attention. It was about motivating his comrades. Once the opponents were assigned, Xia Chen narrowed his eyes to eye in the next moment. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the pirate minions to collapse to the ground like dumplings. In an instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Usopp gasped in astonishment. Luffy and the others also stared in disbelief, unaware that Xia Chen possessed such abilities. Zoro, suddenly recalling something, turned to Xia Chen and asked, "Did you also use this move to knock out that butler last time? You claimed it wasn't you, but it clearly was." Xia Chen, Luffy, with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, "Suwa-e, I want to learn it too." "Xia Chen, you will learn it in time," Xia Chen replied with a calm smile. "Really? I can learn it too?" Luffy's excitement surged. This move was undeniably impressive. "Of course," Xia Chen affirmed, "though it might take a bit of time." This last part was a thought he kept to himself, not wanting to dampen Luffy's confidence. Given Luffy's current abilities, he lacked the strength and presence to awaken Conqueror's haki. He wasn't even close to being qualified to practice any of the 3 types of haki at this moment. He was simply too weak. Meanwhile, Kuro, who had just managed to stand, felt an overwhelming urge to lie back down. Yes, that was it. This was how he had fainted last time. He had thought something was wrong with his body. After waking up, he underwent a thorough examination, though ultimately nothing was found. Nevertheless, he had intended to consult a doctor regarding his health after the plan succeeded. Little did he know, it was all the doing of the man standing before him. In that moment, Kuro made an instant decision. Escape. The man before him was so powerful that he felt fear. He was absolutely not someone he could contend with. As Kuro pondered how he might flee, a voice rang out from behind. "Clabatel, I can't believe you're a pirate, and you've laid such heavy hands on Mary. I've truly misjudged you." This voice brought a glimmer of hope to Kuro's eyes. It seemed fate was allowing him to escape this calamity. Employing the technique of silent steps, Kuro dashed toward the retreating Kaya. His hope for survival rested in her hands. Given Kaya's relationship with Usopp, if he threatened her, they would undoubtedly hesitate to act, providing him with the chance to flee. Where is everyone? Where did he go? The onlookers were left completely bewildered by Kuro's sudden disappearance. Yet Usopp shouted at Kaya, "Kaya, run quickly." The moment he laid eyes on Koya, he realized that trouble was afoot, although he couldn't discern Crocodile's whereabouts. An unsettling premonition told him that Koya was in danger. I must say, the silence from the side, where Xia Chen stood, was palpable. It was truly exasperating that he had to take on all responsibilities. He was both father and mother. Yet, one could understand, for Crocodile's silent step matched the speed of Shave, and at this stage, it was only natural that Luffy and the others could not react in time. It has been mentioned online that Oda stated in the SBS that Silent Step and Shave are equally swift. If this is inaccurate, please forgive me. Thus, in an instant, Xia Chen vanished from his spot, reappearing before Koya, delivering a resounding slap to Crocodile. Even if his speed could rival that of Shave, it was still contingent upon his own strength that a weaker individual executing the same technique would undoubtedly be slower. Just look at the chasm between the ordinary CP9 and Lucci, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. The disparity in power between him and Crocodile was even greater. Therefore, even if Crocodile was closer to Koya and acted more swiftly, it was ultimately futile. "Luffy, keep an eye on your opponent." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing this, Luffy rushed towards Crocodile, engaging him in combat. After a while, due to the stark difference in raw strength, Zoro and the brothers' battle concluded swiftly. In contrast, Luffy's fight proved to be quite arduous. Crocodile's silent step left him in torment. However, as the battle progressed, Luffy gradually found his rhythm. This is the terrifying aspect of Luffy, his capacity to grow at an astonishing pace during combat. The more challenging the fight, the greater his enhancement. Just like during his encounter with Kaido, with each strike, Luffy's power surged significantly, from the initial flow of cherry blossoms to the intermediate boundless entanglement, culminating in the awakening of his fruit. His growth was nothing short of remarkable. Although a significant portion of this was due to Kaido's adept teachings, it still bore relation to Luffy's innate talent. Witnessing that he could not subdue Luffy for an extended period, Crocodile's fury ignited. His hands dropped, and his entire body began to sway like a zombie in motion. Spoon. With Crocodile's words, his figure vanished in an instant, unleashing indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding environment. Luffy, the nearby rock walls, the ground, and the pirates sprawled on the floor all became targets of his assault. Until, bang, the sound of a fist colliding with a face echoed, and Crocodile was sent flying once more. However, unlike before, he did not rise again. Xia Chen could no longer contain himself. He had previously refrained from dispatching Crocodile, concerned about allowing Luffy to gain experience. But this kid was truly incorrigible. Time and again, he provoked him, and now he had the audacity to attack him that if he chose to endure this again, it would be unacceptable. Thus, Xia Chen decisively exerted a modicum of strength, delivering a punch that rendered Crocodile unconscious. It was fortunate that he did not meet his end. Xia Chen's strike was merciful. With that, Crocodile's scheme to raid the village was thwarted. Surub Village returned to its tranquil routine, just like any other day. The next day, in the tavern of Surub Village, what a bunch of destitute scoundrels this Black Sea pirate crew is, not a single berry to their name. This is truly the disgrace of pirates. Nami exclaimed through clenched teeth, enjoying an orange. Xia Chen, hearing this, merely smiled faintly. If you could find any, that would indeed be a miracle. Wouldn't that imply I am unprofessional? Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro paid no attention to Nami. One was busy devouring meat, while the other was preoccupied with drinking. Creak, the tavern door swung open, and Koya walked in, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Xia Chen and the others. You all here. Do you have a moment to come with me? I have a gift I wish to present to you. A gift. Half an hour later, wow. Luffy and Nami gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling like starry-eyed pups. This is a light sailing ship. Are you really giving this to us? Luffy asked Koya, brimming with excitement. Yes, I insist you accept it. Wow, what a splendid ship. Luffy couldn't help but marvel incessantly. Ah, save me. A panicked scream from a distance drew everyone's attention. They turned to see Usopp clutching a ball. Oh no, it was actually a ball with Usopp rolling down a slope toward them. Is he performing acrobatics? Luffy wondered aloud. Forget what he's doing. We need to stop him, or he'll crash into the ship, Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly. They couldn't let Usopp ruin their newly acquired vessel. Subsequently, Xia Chen and Zoro delivered simultaneous kicks to Usopp's face, bringing him to a halt. Thank you. Oh, no problem. Afterward, Usopp conversed with Koya for a while, and when they finished, he turned his gaze to Xia Chen and the others on the ship. Hey, when we meet on the sea again, I won't hold back. What are you babbling about? Hurry aboard, Xia Chen interjected. Luffy chimed in. Haven't we already become comrades? Upon hearing this, Usopp froze momentarily, tears welling up involuntarily. Why you guys? After a pause, he wiped away his tears and shouted. I am the captain, right? No way, you idiot. As for the tale of Treasure Island, we shall merely touch upon it briefly before proceeding to the next chapter. A day later, in a certain sea region of the East Blue, aboard the Going Merry. Hey, Luffy, what kind of bird nonsense have you drawn? Xia Chen remarked, his mouth twitching at Luffy's pirate flag. Are you sure this is a skull? Usopp, come draw it. This foolish captain is utterly useless. Ha ha, I knew it. Important matters must still be entrusted to me. All right, leave it to me. Usopp vowed, patting his chest. After a while, everyone gazed at Usopp's rendition of the pirate flag, satisfaction evident on their faces. Wow, this is undeniably much better than Luffy's, Zoro commented. Indeed, indeed. Ha! Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the distant sea, causing the crew on the ship to instinctively look in a particular direction. Before them appeared an island shrouded in cumulus clouds. What is this? Nami's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, There's no mistaking it. This is Treasure Island, the legendary island said to hold immense treasures. Treasure? Luffy exclaimed, eagerly climbing to the bow of the ship and craning his neck to peer into the distance. Let us hurry over. I can't wait to find the treasure. After a while, the Going Merry slowly approached the shore. Once anchored, the crew disembarked onto the island. Simultaneously, a familiar and melodious chime resonated in Xia Chen's mind. Ding. Successfully checked in at Treasure Island. Indestructible body upgraded to intermediate. The instant the system notification sounded, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from deep within him, causing him to momentarily stagger. Zoro, noticing this, couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Xia Chen, what's wrong? Did you get drunk last night? In terms of drinking, you couldn't hold a candle to me," Xia Chen scoffed. However, he indeed needed to sit down and acclimate to the torrent of energy surging within him. So he addressed the others, "I'll guard the ship. You all go ahead." Having said that, he vanished onto the ship, not bothering to look back as he entered the cabin. What on earth is this guy up to? Zoro mused, still bewildered. Luffy declared, "Well, since Xia Chen isn't coming, let us go ourselves. Treasure, here I come." As the figures of the crowd gradually faded away on the island, Xia Chen on the ship finally acclimated to the surging power within him. Upon taking a moment to assess his condition, Xia Chen realized that his physical prowess had increased to at least 3 times that of his previous state. While the enhancement may not seem significant at first glance, it is crucial to note that Xia Chen's original physique was already immensely formidable. Furthermore, a 3-fold increase in his capabilities is not merely a matter of simple addition. It represents an exponential enhancement. At present, he could effortlessly contend with 10 versions of his former self simultaneously, marking a substantial elevation in his strength. To be candid, this indestructible physique is indeed rather impressive, based on Xia Chen's current estimations. His physical strength now rivals that of Luffy during the Ghost Island arc, and he may even surpass it slightly, should the advanced form of the indestructible physique yield such vast improvements. It might even exceed Big Mom's steel balloon-like constitution. This remarkable surge in power instills him with newfound confidence to confront the battles that lie ahead. Having ventured into the world of One Piece for some time now, he has yet to test the full extent of his strength. His current assessments of his abilities are solely derived from his understanding of the original narrative, leaving the true nature of his power yet to be validated. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips, filled with anticipation. After spending a day aboard the ship in utter boredom, Xia Chen finally heard the sounds of Luffy and the others returning. He leisurely made his way onto the deck, where Luffy, upon spotting Xia Chen, exclaimed, "Hey, Xia Chen, you truly missed out today. We saw so many intriguing things, like a man who grew out of a box." Xia Chen listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with remarks of astonishment. Laughter and merriment echoed aboard the Merry Go. The following day, while Xia Chen was still slumbering in the cabin, he was roused by the sounds of commotion outside. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he ventured out to discover Luffy and Usopp bowing at a 90-degree angle to a man. "Johnny?" Xia Chen inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he recognized these two as Zoro's underlings. What could have transpired? After descending, Xia Chen inquired with Zoro about the situation and learned the backstory. Johnny believed that Luffy and Usopp were responsible for Joseph's demise, hence the current predicament. Xia Chen approached Joseph, recalling this segment of the plot. Addressing the crowd, he asserted, "Hey, whatever the matter is, we can discuss it later. For now, go into the cabin and fetch those fresh oranges from Nami. Otherwise, this man might truly perish." "Are you saying Joseph is not dead?" Johnny asked excitedly, looking at Xia Chen. "Yes, not yet. But that could change soon. So hurry up," Xia Chen shouted at Luffy and Usopp. These two, realizing the gravity of the situation, straightened up and dashed into the cabin. Xia Chen turned to Joseph and calmly explained, "He appears to be suffering from scurvy, which is essentially a result of long-term seafaring without a balanced diet, leading to nutritional deficiencies that can culminate in such an illness." After some time, once Luffy and Usopp had fed Joseph the fresh oranges, his complexion began to improve. Witnessing this transformation, Johnny's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he lunged forward to grasp Xia Chen's leg. "Brother, your life-saving grace is unforgettable. Get off me," Xia Chen retorted. "Hence, maintaining a balanced diet at sea is of utmost importance, understood? Otherwise, one might encounter a myriad of issues." Seated on the ship, Xia Chen imparted basic knowledge to Luffy and his motley crew. "All right, if that's the case, let's find ourselves a chef." Luffy suddenly stood up, proclaiming loudly, "Indeed, that makes perfect sense." Remarkably, no one opposed Luffy this time, as his logic was sound. Hearing this, Johnny interjected, "If you're in search of a chef at sea, I have a place in mind to recommend." "Really? Where?" Johnny narrowed his eyes and spoke deliberately. "The floating restaurant Baratie." "Everyone, I see the floating restaurant. Luffy suddenly turned to the crew aboard the ship. The group stood in unison, eyes fixed on the faint outline of a ship in the distance. Xia Chen felt a surge of excitement. He too was a man who relished gourmet experiences, now that they were about to arrive at the renowned floating restaurant. He couldn't help but feel eager. Just as their attention was drawn forward, the sound of splashing waves caught their ears. Turning back, they saw a naval vessel sailing alongside the merry-go. Then, a rather flamboyant-looking man came into view. Xia Chen recognized him well, as he was one of the few supporting characters he distinctly remembered. After all, this was a man who shared the title of Iron Fist with Garp. Iron Fist Hody. Is that the level of strength we're dealing with? Perhaps a tad lacking, he mused. Garp remarked, "You dare to call yourself Iron Fist? What caliber do you think you possess to share the same title as me?" Returning to the matter at hand, Hody felt quite irked as he observed the pirate ship before him. When had a group of pirates not fled in terror upon sighting him, a lieutenant of the Navy headquarters? Did they not regard him with the proper respect? In light of this, he resolved to teach them a lesson. Summoning a Navy soldier with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Sink it." Huh? Xia Chen's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. This kid, rather unattractive yet audacious. How dare he utter such words about sinking the merry-go in my presence? Perhaps he believes he can wield a weapon, although he had no intention of wielding a weapon himself. In the next moment, before the opposing navy could react, his conqueror's haki erupted, incapacitating every sailor aboard the warship. Problem solved. Xia Chen found that employing this conqueror's haki was growing increasingly satisfying. The efficiency in dispatching minor foes was simply remarkable. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene once more, Luffy gazed at Xia Chen with envy, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Xia Chen, teach me that. Didn't you say I could master it? I meant in the future, not now. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. What strength? Don't you have any self-awareness? Greedy bastard. Humph. Xia Chen pondered. Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to strike someone lately? Minutes later, the merry-go finally reached the vicinity of Baratie. All aboard were unable to suppress their appetites any longer. Due to Xia Chen's intervention, the Navy had refrained from firing cannonballs, allowing Luffy to avoid damaging Baratie's ceiling. Thus, everyone gathered to enjoy a feast. Food. Luffy and Usopp rhythmically tapped forks against the table with both hands. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was delivered to their table. In an instant, the spread began to vanish at a visible pace. Xia Chen also indulged heartily. The cuisine at Baratie was distinctly superior to that of other establishments. It was Nami footing the bill. He savored each bite even more, for some reason, when one does not have to pay. Food seems to taste even better. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shoes on the floor announced the arrival of a man clad in a black double-breasted suit, adorned with a tie, sporting yellow hair and curly eyebrows. Who approached them? He elegantly approached Nami, gently taking her hand, and with a warm demeanor inquired, "My dear lady, may I have the honor of treating you to a glass of red wine?" Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Nami, embracing the adage of seizing opportunities, replied joyfully, "Sure, thank you. You truly are a gentleman. Thank you for your kind words. I share the same sentiment." At this moment, Xia Chen and Luffy, along with everyone else, were left speechless as they gazed at Sanji. Is this man utterly shameless? Witnessing this scene, Nami seized the opportunity, playfully pouting at Sanji and saying, "The dishes here are rather pricey, aren't they? Could you treat me to a meal?" Upon seeing Nami's expression, Sanji's eyes instantly morphed into heart shapes, and with a face full of eagerness, he replied, "Of course, my lady." However, before he could maintain that expression for even a second, he turned to Xia Chen and the others, declaring, "You all are out of the question. Could you possibly be any more double-standard?" Xia Chen remained focused on his meal, pondering what this had to do with him. Even if Nami didn't have to pay for her meal, his own meal still required her to foot the bill. Thus, no matter what, it wouldn't affect him. This is unbelievable. Could it be that, suddenly, the other patrons in the restaurant erupted in incredulous gasps, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed out the window. Instantly, all attention in the room was drawn outside, except for Luffy and Xia Chen, who continued their meal undisturbed. Yet, even without looking, Xia Chen was fully aware of the unfolding events outside. After all, the observation haki was not something to be dismissed lightly. With a creak, the restaurant's door was pushed open, and two men stumbled inside, supporting one another. Their vitality appeared utterly depleted, and after barely a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, pleading weakly, "Please, give us something to eat. We're starving." "Impossible. Do you have any idea what the Click Pirate crew is like?" A burly chef stepped forward, exclaiming, "You should know better. The rumors about you on the seas are all filled with terms like despicable scoundrels. Hurry and get out. Baratie does not welcome you." Yet, the fallen Creek and Ajin made no response. They were at the end of their ropes, devoid of strength, continuing to plead, "Please, just a little food." The rugged chef, Potty, continued to berate Creek and Ajin, shouting for them to leave. Had it not been for the other chefs restraining him, Xia Chen had no doubt he would have personally thrown them out. Meanwhile, Sanji silently observed the scene, rendered speechless after a long pause. He turned and headed toward the kitchen, and soon, the sound of clattering utensils echoed from within. 10 minutes later, Sanji emerged, carrying a large bowl of fried rice, and after taking a deep puff of his cigarette, he slowly stated, "Here, eat up." Creek and Ajin looked up simultaneously. Creek said nothing and immediately began to devour the rice voraciously, while Ajin hesitated for a moment before expressing his gratitude and starting to eat as well. The two sat on the floor, utterly unrefined as they consumed their meal. Once Creek had his fill and slowly rose to his feet, he regarded Sanji with a scrutinizing gaze. He then spoke slowly. "Now, prepare 100 servings of food. My companions are on the brink of starvation." Upon hearing this, Sanji did not move but fixed his gaze on Creek for a long time as the tension between them escalated. Sanji finally responded with a single word, "Fine." He then turned and walked into the kitchen. Potty, witnessing this scene, erupted in fury, shouting at Sanji, "What are you doing? We have no tradition of giving others free meals here." Sanji did not look back, but his voice drifted back calmly. "We are chefs. You scoundrel." Potty was still indignant. He resolved to teach this group of pirates a lesson and show them that Baratie was not to be trifled with. Just as he prepared to confront Creek, a voice halted him. As he says, a middle-aged man, missing a leg and wearing a chef's hat with a distinctive mustache, approached. "Chef Zeph," Potty began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zeph. Reluctantly, he went to the kitchen to busy himself. Meanwhile, Creek gazed at Zeph with increasing familiarity, suddenly recalling something as he incredulously exclaimed, You are Redleg Zeph?" Zeph remained silent, continuing to observe him quietly. Creek's expression shifted from surprise to wariness and finally to calm. As he slowly stated, "Even if you are Redleg Zeph, what does it matter? With a leg missing, how much strength do you really have left? I officially declare that I am taking your ship. I come here only for the ship and food, so do not overstep, or you will face the consequences." With that, Creek exited without further ado. Xia Chen regarded this scene with indifference, harboring a dismissive attitude toward Creek's proclamations. With them around, Creek's plans were bound to fail. He still wished to savor Baratie's culinary delights. What a disaster it would be if Creek ruined that. In the following period, as Luffy persistently sought to invite Sanji to join their crew, they naturally remained in Baratie. Xia Chen, meanwhile, was deep in slumber in the ship's cabin, understanding that Sanji would not agree to board until certain events transpired. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Patience was key. Until, boom, a tremendous noise erupted from outside, slowly awakening Xia Chen. He sat up, gazing in the direction of the sound. Even with obstacles in his way, he could perceive that overwhelming presence, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Is it here?" Outside, the members of the Creek pirate crew had just attempted to disembark their ship to seize Baratie, when suddenly the vessel began to fracture in the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. And at that moment, a small boat approached from afar. A figure suddenly appeared, capturing everyone's attention, especially Zoro, whose forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He is Dracula Mihawk. "Huh? Who is that?" Luffy asked, puzzled. Zoro's voice trembled with excitement as he replied, "He is my goal for setting sail, the man I aspire to defeat, the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman." Luffy and the others turned their gazes toward Mihawk, unable to contain himself any longer. Zoro leaped onto the wreckage of a ship, shouting at Mihawk, "Hey, Mihawk, I challenge you." Hearing the voice, Mihawk slightly lifted the brim of his hat and regarded Zoro, stating, "Your strength is insufficient. You lack the qualifications." "Does that mean the world's #1 swordsman is merely a man of words?" Zoro retorted defiantly, "I cannot tell if you are overly confident or simply ignorant. But if you seek death, I will grant you that opportunity." With that, Mihawk leaped from the small boat. Fixing his cold gaze on Zoro, he added, "If you were a top-tier swordsman, you should be able to sense the gap between us. Yet, it is evident you are not." Mihawk slowly removed the cross pendant from his neck, drawing forth a small dagger, and casually remarked, "Apologies, but I truly have no smaller blade. How infuriating. You have gone too far in your insults." Zoro roared, then charged at Mihawk with a powerful sword slash. However, his expression shifted to one of utter shock. How is this possible? Zoro's 3 swords were effortlessly halted by Mihawk's small dagger, unable to advance an inch. What? My brother's sword technique was actually blocked. That should have been a guaranteed hit. Johnny and Joseph gasped in disbelief. Isn't that to be expected? Do you even know who that man is? He is the world's strongest swordsman. Xia Chen, having approached them unnoticed, remarked nonchalantly, "Brother Xia Chen, just watch closely. This is Zoro's fight." The focus shifts back to Zoro, who now feels that his long-held worldview has been profoundly shaken. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? Is the distance to the world so immense? Subsequently, Zoro commences a relentless assault, yet no matter how he strikes, he is effortlessly thwarted by Mihawk with that small blade. As time passes, Zoro's heart gradually sinks into despair. How can I be toyed with by something so trivial? Zoro takes a step back, assuming a stance. Tiger, swish. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoes as, unbeknownst to him, Mihawk has already positioned himself before Zoro. His small knife plunged into Zoro's chest. A look of surprise crosses Mihawk's face. "Why do you not retreat? Are you not afraid of having your heart pierced? Because I have a reason that forbids retreat. I cannot afford to lose, even in death." Upon hearing this, Mihawk's pupils widened slightly, a flash of astonishment crossing his features. This moment, he reevaluates the man before him. The conviction radiating from Zoro is dazzling and resplendent. Mihawk takes a few steps back, retracting the small knife, and instead draws one of the 12 supreme blades, the Black Blade Uro. "Ah, a long-awaited strong opponent. To honor you, allow me to bury you with this black blade." Hearing this, a faint smile graces Zoro's lips. Perfectly agreeable. The 2 blades begin to whirl in their hands. 3,000 worlds. Their figures intertwine, maintaining their stances. A second later, Zoro suddenly collapses to the ground, the 2 blades shattering in the process. He lowers his head, murmuring to himself, "Is this the world's greatest swordsman?" Zoro rises, turning around with arms outstretched. "What does this mean?" Mihawk pauses momentarily. "The scars on your back are the disgrace of a swordsman." "Interesting, lad." A smile appears at the corner of Mihawk's mouth, and then he swings the black blade toward Zoro. A grievous wound is torn open across Zoro's chest, the recoil of the force sending him crashing into the sea. "Zoro!" Luffy cries out, attempting to rush towards Mihawk for a confrontation, but is pulled back by Xia Chen. "Calm down. Zoro is not dead." Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression shifts to one of surprise. He had thought Zoro was dead. Xia Chen gazes at Mihawk with a calm demeanor, his fighting spirit gradually igniting. Zoro's battle has concluded, and now it is his turn. He has awaited this confrontation for a long time, always seeking to validate his strength, but hindered by the lack of worthy opponents. And Mihawk before him is sufficiently formidable, an ideal contender to test his mettle. This moment, as Mihawk slowly sheathes the black blade behind him, he seems to sense something, turning to meet Xia Chen's gaze. Xia Chen smiles faintly. In the next instant, he vanishes, appearing directly opposite Mihawk. This scene sends shockwaves through the surrounding pirates. How did this person manage to cross such distance? Mihawk's gaze locks onto Xia Chen, his sharp eyes instilling fear in anyone who meets them. Yet Xia Chen remains unfazed. "Mihawk, I wish to engage you in combat," Xia Chen states succinctly. Mihawk furrows his brow, then replies nonchalantly, "I have no interest. I was quite entertained just now and have no desire to fight anymore. Furthermore, you are not a swordsman, are you? Does being a non-swordsman preclude me from challenging you?" Xia Chen counters. "That is not the case. However, I truly lack interest." With that, Mihawk turns to leave, showing no intention of engaging Xia Chen. Observing this, Xia Chen grows anxious. If Mihawk departs, how will he validate his strength? It would be difficult to find another opponent of such caliber. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Xia Chen. "Mihawk, wait. Shanks is my uncle. How about you spar with me for his sake?" Upon hearing this, Mihawk indeed turns back, scrutinizing Xia Chen with uncertainty. "You claim Shanks is your uncle? Do you have any proof? That straw hat atop that boy's head. You recognize it, do you not? It was a gift from Shanks. I previously lived in Windmill Village, where Shanks spent some time. I met him, then that he even spoke to me about his relationship with you. Otherwise, how would I know of your connection? Xia Chen articulates confidently. His expression resolute, as if he speaks the truth. Nevertheless, his claims possess considerable credibility, for at this moment, Mihawk seems to believe him that as for later, when he seeks confirmation from the red-haired, discovering the truth is a matter for another day. It is of no concern to Xia Chen. Indeed, after contemplating Shakin's words, Mihawk stands still for a moment, then nods and states, "Since you are Shanks' nephew, I will acquiesce to your request. I shall engage you in combat." With that, he draws his black blade Yoru. Rather than facing Xia Chen with that diminutive knife, but he senses a hint of danger emanating from Xia Chen, warranting his serious consideration. Mihawk adopts a combat stance. A smile graces Shakin's lips. Then the iron rod he discovered aboard Crocodile's ship materializes in his hand. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers, including Luffy and the recently rescued Zoro, are utterly bewildered. Especially Luffy, as a massive question mark hovers above his head. "So, you were planning to handle this yourself all along. That crafty Xia Chen, how devious." The rest of the onlookers, however, harbor little faith in Shakin's chances against Mihawk. They witnessed the earlier clash between Mihawk and Zoro, where the bounty hunter was utterly outmatched. His companion should be in a similar predicament. Zoro, having just regained consciousness, can hardly be expected to believe otherwise. He has genuinely felt the world's disparity firsthand. It is a force far beyond his current capabilities. While he regards Xia Chen as strong, having never seen his true strength, he still doubts Shakin's ability to contend with Mihawk, thinking the outcome might only be marginally better than his own. At least, that is his belief for now, until Xia Chen grips the iron rod with one hand, and in the next moment, he appears above Mihawk, bringing the rod crashing down upon him. Unyielding, Mihawk responds with a reverse slash of Yoru. The black blade meeting the iron rod in a fierce clash. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave erupts from their point of contact. The surrounding waves are thrust upwards by several meters, even forming a miniature tsunami. A collective gasp of terror escapes the onlookers. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Once the waves recede, everyone realizes they are now over 1,000 meters away from Xia Chen. Furthermore, due to the continuous release of shockwaves, the distance seems to be increasing. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the center of the battlefield regard one another with differing expressions. Mihawk, astonished, recognizes the young man's immense power. Even in that brief moment, he sensed instability in the blade he wielded. Moreover, Mihawk's gaze gradually shifts to the iron rod, glinting with a dark luster. Hockey, to encounter such a phenomenon in the East Blue is truly a rarity. It is essential to acknowledge that, even during the initial phase of the Grand Line, only a select few individuals possessed this particular skill. That it is only in realms akin to the New World that such abilities become commonplace. Therefore, Xia Chen's curiosity regarding his current mastery of this power is quite understandable. That at this moment, he feels an immense force coursing through his hands, a flicker of excitement shimmering in his gaze. Truly, it is no surprise that Hawkeye was able to effortlessly withstand a full-force strike from him. One must recognize that his current physical prowess allows for an immensely powerful blow. Indeed, those who can contend with the four emperors are anything but ordinary. With this in mind, he resolved to unleash his full potential and engage in some spirited play. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes and launched a relentless assault on Hawkeye. The techniques of the six forms took on a life of their own in his hands. And through a myriad of combinations, he managed to subtly suppress Hawkeye. But in contrast, Hawkeye appeared somewhat bewildered. Having traversed the seas for many years, he recognized that Xia Chen was employing the Navy's six forms at an extraordinarily high level of proficiency. Yet he pondered, is it truly appropriate for a pirate to wield the techniques of the Navy with such familiarity? Could this individual be a spy for the Navy? Holding this thought, Hawkeye voiced his query. "Oh, you're referring to that." Xia Chen began to weave an elaborate story. "Have you noticed that straw hat-wearing lad over there? His grandfather is Garp, which is why I learned the six forms from him." The revelation of the Navy hero Garp's grandson left Hawkeye utterly astonished, as he had not anticipated such a lineage for the Straw Hat boy. However, a question soon crossed his mind. Why would the grandson of a Navy man choose to become a pirate? Who knows? Xia Chen shrugged, before resuming his barrage of attacks on Hawkeye. Each clash between them generated tremendous shockwaves, causing waves to churn and crash incessantly. Suddenly, Xia Chen's eyes narrowed as he utilized Shave to appear before Hawkeye. Hurling his staff high into the air, fists clenched, and aimed at Hawkeye. 6 king punctures, an overwhelming force erupted from Xia Chen's fists, hurtling towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye swiftly positioned his sword horizontally before him, successfully blocking the forceful strike. Though his feet slid back several meters under the impact, there was a spark of exhilaration in his eyes. Such a formidable opponent was indeed a rarity. Subsequently, Hawkeye raised his sword vertically and struck downwards, unleashing a colossal green blade of light that surged towards Xia Chen. My goodness, Xia Chen exclaimed, his heart nearly stopping in fear as he swiftly dodged to the side. The blade of light plunged into the sea without a sound. In the next instant, the ocean's surface began to split apart, revealing a chasm stretching for thousands of meters and plunging hundreds of meters deep. For several seconds, the water did not return to its original state, only beginning to churn violently after a while, resulting in several small whirlpools and yet another powerful wave that pushed the Baratie further away. Wow, Xia Chen is incredible, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with awe. Simultaneously, many others shared in his astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they witnessed the battle unfold. How could such a monster exist in this world? Even Zoro, who was typically more familiar with Xia Chen, now stared wide-eyed, realizing that the power Hawkeye was wielding in this battle far exceeded that of their previous encounter. Xia Chen's ability to hold his ground against such a formidable opponent was astonishing. Had he truly been hiding his strength all along? Poor Zoro had thought Xia Chen's power was only slightly superior to his own, but now it was clear. The world was indeed vast and unfathomable. Nami, too, stood in stunned silence, her mind racing as she struggled to reconcile the Xia Chen she knew with the extraordinary strength he was displaying. This level of power was beyond her wildest imagination. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression darkened. After a long moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and made a decisive resolution. She would handle her own affairs, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted. She stealthily made her way to the Mary. Meanwhile, Kuro and his crew were equally astonished. Having felt the divine-like power earlier, a twinge of fear crept into Kuro's heart. Had he truly contemplated attacking Hawkeye? What a reckless thought! In that moment, all he wanted was to escape this place before it was too late. With that in mind, he turned his gaze to the Baratie, not far away. He needed that ship. With a sweeping gesture, Kuro rallied his pirate crew. You lot, while those two monsters are still locked in combat, let us seize this ship. Charge. In the air, Xia Chen surveyed the surging waters below. A wave of anxiety washing over him. He was fortunate to have dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have surely felt the brunt of that attack, just as he was processing the sheer power of Hawkeye's strike. The latter's voice reached him. Kid, quit dawdling. Xia Chen turned to see another enormous blade of light racing towards him, the distance closing far too quickly for him to evade, with no time to lose. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, tightened his grip on his staff, and bellowed, thunderous 8 trigrams. With a mighty swing, Xia Chen's staff clashed against the blade of light. After a tense standoff lasting several moments, Xia Chen's roar sent the blade soaring skyward. As for why he chose to name his technique after a certain teacher, it was simply due to his lack of creativity. He could never come up with a name as imposing as that teacher's. Moreover, both the Wolf Fong staff and iron rod were simply rods, and he could replicate those techniques using his own. Thus, he hoped that teacher would never accuse him of plagiarizing his moves. Without hesitation, Xia Chen charged once more at Hawkeye, and the two engaged in a fierce melee once again. After a period of intense combat, they found themselves facing each other, both slightly fatigued, with Hawkeye breathing a bit heavier. In contrast, Xia Chen appeared rather worse for wear, covered in countless lacerations, his clothing tattered, blood seeping from his wounds and staining him crimson. His stamina was nearly depleted as he gasped for breath. Hawkeye regarded Xia Chen and asked, You are quite battered and low on energy. Do you wish to continue this fight? Battered? Xia Chen chuckled softly. Are you certain? As he spoke, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate. In no time, the smaller cuts had vanished, and the larger ones had faded to mere white scars. The regenerative abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits are typically quite formidable, and his mythical Zoan-type fruit was no exception. It is fair to say that unless he sustained particularly severe injuries, he could very well recover mid-battle. Moreover, as his fruit's powers further developed, his restoration capabilities would only become stronger, perhaps even allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. After all, he was the great sage equal to heaven. However, he faced a very real issue. His stamina was indeed running low. This aspect would not replenish over time. It would only diminish further. Hawkeye, witnessing this scene, displayed an expression of surprise. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Sort of. Xia Chen nodded and continued. I have one final move. Would you care to offer some guidance? As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Chen employed moonwalk to ascend into the sky, raising his staff high above his head, enveloped in the armor of observation haki, channeling all his strength into it. Meteor. With that declaration, he surged towards Hawkeye, utilizing moonwalk to accelerate through the air until, just before reaching Hawkeye, his speed had reached an unimaginable level. As the yellow monkey once said, speed is the essence of power. As he reached the presence of Hawkeye, he swung the stick in his hand down with great force. Boom! A shockwave, exponentially more powerful than before, radiated outward. Even those several kilometers away could distinctly feel this tremendous force. Predictably, another wave surged toward them. Towering hundreds of meters high, Luffy and Click, who were engaged in battle, stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Instantly, they ceased fighting and recklessly sprinted towards Baratie, for this was the only vessel in the ocean that could offer them a semblance of safety. As the tumult gradually subsided, the battle between Xia Chen and Hawkeye had reached its conclusion. Xia Chen slumped onto a floating plank, sweat dripping incessantly from his forehead, gazing at the still-breathing Hawkeye across from him. He declared, I concede. Xia Chen had anticipated his defeat even before the skirmish began. Though he possessed strength, it was evident he could not hope to defeat a man of Hawkeye's caliber. Thus, he felt no sense of disappointment. Moreover, he sensed that Hawkeye had been holding back. After all, the world's #1 swordsman could not merely possess such limited prowess. Through this encounter, he had gained a clearer understanding of his current level. Roughly comparable to Luffy's Gear 4th strength 2 years hence. He was quite content with this outcome, considering how little time had passed since his arrival in the world of One Piece. He had already reached heights that most could only aspire to throughout their lifetimes. To desire more would indeed be a sign of greed. Furthermore, his strength would not stagnate at this stage. After he had traversed a few more islands, he would undoubtedly grow further. The proverb "a scholar is judged anew after 3 days" aptly described his situation. Hawkeye slowly sheathed his sword, observing the exhausted Xia Chen with an unperturbed expression. Though internally he was far from calm, this young man possessed considerable strength. The final blow had even posed a threat to him, compelling him to unleash the majority of his power to counter it. Initially, he had assumed that his battle with Xia Chen would merely be a trivial exercise in instructing a child. To his surprise, it had rekindled a long-lost thrill within him. The youth of today truly are formidable. Young man, what is your dream? Hawkeye suddenly inquired of Xia Chen. My dream. Xia Chen hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile. That I wish to live freely upon this vast ocean, to act according to my own desires without any constraints. I see. That is no simple aspiration, Hawkeye replied with a hint of gravity. Even with his current prowess, he found himself bound by certain constraints, such as the world government. Yet, in Xia Chen's eyes, he perceived an unyielding spirit of freedom. Entirely unshackled, this inevitably implied a confrontation with the world government, which made him, suddenly, Hawkeye realized, a faint smile gracing his lips. Why concern himself with such matters? Let the young man pursue his own path. What he could not achieve, perhaps Xia Chen could. Hawkeye turned slowly, stepping onto a wooden plank, then glanced back at Xia Chen. Young man, do not forsake your dream. Persevere. I will, Xia Chen beamed, showcasing a radiant smile. After receiving Hawkeye's affirmation, the swordsman drew his black blade once more and delivered a powerful slash forward. The wooden plank beneath his feet began to race towards his distant, battered ship, watching the vanishing silhouette. Xia Chen couldn't help but smile. What a thrilling battle it had been. A while later, having recovered his stamina, Xia Chen gradually stood up and surveyed his surroundings, upon spotting Baratie, which had diminished to a mere speck on the horizon. He suddenly slapped his forehead and swiftly soared into the sky. Using moonwalk, he hurried towards the vessel. Damn it, I almost forgot about this. Thankfully, he could still discern the ship's shadow. Otherwise, losing sight of it would have been disastrous. For he had no sense of direction. After some time, Upon reaching Baratie, he discovered that it too had sustained significant damage. The two fish fin planks had been shattered beyond recognition. Glancing at Luffy, who was soundly asleep on the ground, and Click, who lay sprawled nearby, Xia Chen quickly grasped what had transpired. Simultaneously, through his observation haki, he sensed that everyone else aboard except for Luffy had vanished. Understanding dawned upon him. It seemed Nami had made the same decision after all. She could have simply informed them to return with her, that a mere foe like Arlong could have been easily dealt with. What a fool to shoulder the burden alone. However, now that it was done, there was no point in dwelling on it. He needed to address the immediate situation. As Xia Chen descended, the surrounding pirates and onlookers instinctively retreated several steps, leaving him puzzled. Did he truly appear so fearsome? Yet, the spectators saw him as a being of unimaginable power, capable of annihilating the world. Given their limited experience, witnessing such a formidable display had shattered their perceptions. Under Xia Chen's overwhelming aura, the pirates fled in haste, grabbing nearby planks and drifting away. Yet, they displayed a modicum of decency by not forgetting Click, dragging him along as well. Thus, this battle came to a close. Xia Chen turned to the chefs and inquired, "Are you still serving? I'm rather hungry." "We're open." Half a day later, Joseph confidently proclaimed, "I surmise Nami's destination is Arlong Park." "All right, now that we know Nami's destination, let's go retrieve her," Luffy shouted excitedly. "Then we shall not delay. Let us depart immediately," Xia Chen added nonchalantly. "If we take too long, who knows what might happen." "Yash, let's set sail." As Xia Chen and the others emerged from the cabin, they found Sanji waiting outside. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he swaggered, declaring, "Let me accompany you on this adventure." Upon hearing this, Luffy's expression shifted from shock to unrestrained joy. "Really? You're genuinely willing to join us?" "Yes, indeed." "Ah, that's wonderful." Sanji then joined Luffy and the others by the small boat, but just as they were about to board, a voice called out from behind, "Don't catch a cold." Instantly, tears welled in Sanji's eyes, streaming down his cheeks as he turned to the second floor and knelt before Zeph. "That I will never forget your immense kindness." Zeph's eyes glistened with tears as well. "Go. Chase after your dreams." Some time later, on the sea bound for Kokoyashi Village, a small boat sailed serenely, carrying 4 individuals who were leisurely enjoying their meal. Xia Chen took a bite of meat, sipped some red wine, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is living." What a wretched existence it had been before they had a chef. Although the system allowed him to bring ample meat, eating the same fare continuously grew monotonous, lacking the unique service that Sanji provided. Sighing, he mused, "Honestly, I would rather cook for Miss Nami." Just the thought of seeing Nami soon filled him with joy. Suddenly, they felt the boat begin to tremble. "What is happening?" Luffy asked, puzzled. In the next moment, a colossal creature burst forth from the sea, fixating its gaze on the group aboard the vessel. Why is such a massive creature appearing in East Blue? Isn't this something found only in the Grand Line? Joseph exclaimed in terror. "Wow, it truly is enormous. A sea cow." Xia Chen raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Fool, how could a cow possibly be in the sea?" "That is a manatee," Sanji interjected from the side. "Does your manatee have horns?" "Well, now that you mention it, stop chatting, brothers. It's about to attack us." Joseph shouted at the manatee before him. Calm down. I was just lamenting how slow this boat was. Now we have a solution." Xia Chen waved his hand and unleashed his conqueror's haki towards the manatee. In an instant, the creature stood frozen in place. A look of sheer terror etched on its face as it gazed at Xia Chen, who was leisurely seated on a chair, utterly paralyzed and unable to move. With that, the ensuing events became straightforward. "Brave bull, fear not the challenges ahead. Charge forth." Xia Chen and Luffy shouted together from the bow of the ship, facing the manatee that was tethered by ropes. "Oh ho ho! What speed!" they exclaimed as they surged onward towards Arlong Park. Before long, they spotted an island in the distance, which, if all went as expected, would be the island of Kokoyashi Village, home to Arlong Park. However, things seldom go smoothly. Hey, foolish manatee, stop!" Sanji yelled, his face pale as he saw the manatee about to collide with a wall. Yet, Xia Chen and Luffy appeared undeterred, continuing to shout, "Charge! Charge what?" But despite Sanji's frantic cries, the manatee crashed into the wall. "Why do I feel like we're flying in the sky?" Luffy mused, tilting his head in confusion. "Please remove the like." Ding! Successfully checked in at Kokoyashi Village. Fruit ability upgraded to intermediate, gaining the ability of fire eyes and golden vision. In that instant, Xia Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes, causing him to instinctively cover them and sink into his chair. Xia Chen, what's wrong? Luffy asked, noticing the abnormality in Xia Chen's demeanor. That it's nothing, just a bit of eye pain. After a while, as the ship gradually came to a halt on land, the stinging sensation in Xia Chen's eyes began to subside. What are you idiots doing? Zoro's exasperated voice rang out. Oh, Zoro, what are you doing here? Xia Chen responded. As the others chattered away, Xia Chen focused on the changes occurring in his eyes when he slowly opened them. Anyone who beheld him at that moment would notice that his pupils had transformed into a golden hue, shimmering with brilliance, making him appear even more dashing. Of course, the most significant change was not merely superficial. Xia Chen directed his gaze towards Luffy and the others, discovering that he could see through their clothing, revealing the flow of their vital energy. They now appeared as beings comprised of lifeblood in his eyes. By observing the circulation of this energy, Xia Chen could keenly identify where each of them bore injuries and which points would yield greater impact if attacked. In simpler terms, it was akin to possessing a weakness detection device. Moreover, his eyes could emit powerful energy beams, akin to those of superheroes in Marvel, an immensely formidable ability. Xia Chen was utterly enamored with this newfound power. It was simply magnificent, just as he believed the check-in process had concluded. Another voice echoed in his mind. Ding, successfully checked in at Kokoyashi Village. Gaining, ding, ding, system error detected, unable to repair. Fruit of the Great Sage's transformation has been granted. Warning, the transformation is highly unstable. Host must. Xia Chen was momentarily bewildered by this barrage of notifications. However, when he heard about the unrepaired bug and the additional reward, he was instantly filled with excitement. Is this akin to a pie falling from the sky? Wouldn't it be splendid if such bugs occurred more frequently? And this transformation sounds incredibly impressive. Just as he intended to delve deeper into understanding this new transformation, the warning about its instability resonated once more. Yet, before he could explore further, an overwhelming urge for slaughter flooded his mind. In an instant, Xia Chen collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and rolling on the deck. At that moment, sensing the commotion, the others turned their gazes towards Xia Chen. Upon witnessing him rolling on the ground, they all revealed expressions of shock. Luffy rushed over, helping Xia Chen to his feet as he asked, Xia Chen, what happened? The others gathered around, their faces reflecting a mixture of concern and confusion. What is this situation? Sanji stammered, while Zoro remained silent, his expression mirroring Sanji's bewilderment. They had witnessed Xia Chen's battle against Mihawk and knew of his immense strength, far surpassing their own. Yet now, this formidable warrior appeared to be in distress. Rolling on the ground in a state of panic, suddenly, Xia Chen opened his eyes. The previous golden irises had vanished, replaced by blood-red ones. In that instant, an intense aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone to shudder. Luffy, feeling a surge of anxiety, called out, Xia Chen. Xia Chen's gaze snapped towards him, and in that fleeting moment, Luffy felt as though he were face to face with death itself. An overwhelming pressure drenched his back in sweat. With a trembling voice, Xia Chen addressed the group. You all need to find Nami and the others quickly. I need to be alone for a while. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a violent urge for bloodshed, threatening to engulf his rationality. Just moments ago, he had even contemplated annihilating everyone present. Fortunately, he managed to suppress this murderous impulse through sheer willpower. Otherwise, all present would have faced dire consequences. Yet, he was uncertain how long he could maintain this restraint, hence his urgent plea for them to leave. But Luffy attempted to protest, but was interrupted by Xia Chen's insistence. Hurry! After a moment of silence, Luffy slowly stood up and replied, I understand. He then turned to Zoro, Sanji, and Joseph, declaring, Let us go. Without hesitation, Luffy leapt off the ship, heading in a determined direction. After exchanging glances with Xia Chen, Zoro and the others followed suit. There was undoubtedly a reason Xia Chen urged them to leave, and just as Luffy had faith in Xia Chen, they too believed he would handle the situation. Once everyone had departed, Xia Chen felt his consciousness fading further into obscurity. If this continued, he would inevitably lose control and harm everyone. Resolving himself, he bolted towards the shore while cursing the system. Damn system, what a worthless bug. Upon reaching the beach, he dove headfirst into the sea, The moment he submerged, his murderous intent surged uncontrollably. His eyes were entirely consumed by a violent rage, and simultaneously, his body underwent a drastic transformation. His clothes morphed into a flowing black hue, reminiscent of Luffy's transformation into Nika, only in black. That a black flame appeared around Xia Chen, remaining unextinguished even underwater. His hair shifted from black to crimson, rendering him a fearsome figure akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. At that moment, numerous oblivious sea creatures, drawn by the commotion, swam towards him. Xia Chen's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon them. Filled with an insatiable hunger for slaughter, what followed would be a brutal massacre. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others remained enveloped in silence. They had just quarreled with Nami and encountered Johnny, who had brought news of Nami's confrontation with Usopp. Thus, a heavy atmosphere descended upon the scene. Until, "What are you all doing here?" A familiar voice broke the tension, drawing everyone's astonished gaze. "Usopp." After some time, Zoro inquired, "So, you mean to say that Nami injured herself to save you?" "Correct." Usopp nodded thoughtfully. After a brief silence enveloped the scene, Luffy rose to his feet and declared, "Since this is the case, let us embark on a quest to reclaim our navigator." "Understood, Captain," Zoro replied with a smirk. With that, the group set off in the direction of Arlong Park. Meanwhile, Nami sat slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness and despair. And no matter what, she could not dissuade the villagers from their determination to confront Arlong. They were unwilling to let her bear the burden any longer, despite her willingness to endure it herself. The thought of the villagers ultimately falling victim to Arlong's cruelty caused Nami to spiral into utter despair. She grasped a small knife in her hand and repeatedly jabbed it towards the Arlong pirate's tattoo on her arm, letting out desperate cries. Suddenly, Nami felt something gripping her arm, rendering her immobile. She turned to see a figure entirely different from the one she knew, Xia Chen, holding her arm, his blood-red eyes devoid of any emotion, staring at this unfamiliar version of Xia Chen, save for his appearance and physique. She was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Xia Chen, what has happened to you? How did you become like this?" "It's nothing. A certain foolish creature has encountered a bit of trouble, and now we've got a predicament." Although the tone was unmistakably that of the Xia Chen she knew, he felt profoundly alien to her now, his demeanor cold and detached, lacking the warmth she once recognized. In a swift motion, Xia Chen crouched down and embraced her. "Fear not, for I am here. Arlong has caused you much suffering, robbing you of joy in your prime, but such days will no longer exist. I shall rectify everything." After uttering these words, Xia Chen slowly stood, turning to her. "Now be a proper navigator for our crew. There is no escape for you." With that, he launched into the sky, racing towards Arlong Park, as Nami watched Xia Chen recede into the distance. Tears streamed down her face like a dam breaking. She murmured, "Thank you, Xia Chen." A surge of inexplicable emotions began to blossom within her heart. "Hey, Nami, are you over here?" Suddenly, Nami heard a voice calling from behind, prompting her to turn. Upon seeing Luffy and the others, a smile crept onto her lips. She had come to terms with her feelings and vowed never to lose this hard-won camaraderie again. Moreover, she understood Xia Chen. If he said he would resolve it, he would indeed do so. Thus, Nami waved to the group, exclaiming, "Everyone, I'm here." The sight of Nami's smile left everyone bewildered. Had she not just been in despair moments ago? Without pondering further, Luffy dashed over and exclaimed, "Nami, let's go defeat Arlong together, for the freedom of Kokoyashi Village." "No need for that." Nami shook her head. "Huh? Why not? Xia Chen is already gone." Upon hearing Nami's words, Luffy was about to question her when the next statement silenced him. "Xia Chen went. That's wonderful. With him there, he will surely resolve everything," Luffy declared joyfully, convinced that someone as formidable as Xia Chen would easily handle any foe. "However, did you say Xia Chen went?" Zoro interjected, his expression darkening. "Yes, what's wrong?" Nami asked, puzzled. The Zoro's expression shifted several times before he finally said, "I sensed something amiss with Xia Chen's current state. Just moments ago, he was on the ship." Suddenly panicking, and when he opened his eyes, I felt an unprecedented wave of murderous intent. Something must have happened to him. "Did you notice anything unusual about him?" "Now that you mention it," Nami replied. When he spoke earlier, there was an unmistakable coldness, an impenetrable detachment in his gaze. He was entirely different. Blood-red hair and eyes, flowing black attire, surrounded by dark flames. Nami recounted the unsettling appearance of Xia Chen she had just witnessed. Upon hearing Nami's description, Zoro's conviction deepened. Something had undoubtedly transpired with Xia Chen. We must hurry to check on him. He urged. Agreed. As they approached Arlong Park, Xia Chen's murderous intent intensified. Although he had temporarily regained clarity after slaying numerous sea beasts, it was insufficient. He craved more lives. Otherwise, he could not guarantee he would not succumb to the urge to kill again on this island. The best targets were undoubtedly the fishmen under Arlong's command. He was prepared to unleash a massacre, for among these fishmen, none were innocent. As for the octopus that had some connection with Rayleigh, that was beyond his concern. He had previously stated in his conversation with Mihawk that he wished to be a free-spirited pirate. Nothing could bind him, thus he would rely solely on his own instincts. In no time, Xia Chen arrived at the entrance of Arlong Park. Here, he also spotted the villagers of Kokoyashi Village. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of conqueror's haki, sending them to meet their maker. That he feared that if he engaged in combat, he might lose control. Gradually, Xia Chen descended into Arlong Park, where the fishmen gazed at the descending figure with curiosity. One of Arlong's subordinates cautiously approached and inquired, "Hey, human, what brings you here?" Xia Chen offered no reply, his gaze averted. This perceived slight ignited the subordinate's anger, and he raised his hand to strike. "Did you not hear me speaking to you?" he shouted. Suddenly, a sound of flesh tearing echoed as Xia Chen's hand emerged from the back of the fishman, piercing through his entire body. Instantly, the fishman lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the onlooking fishmen momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not long before Arlong bellowed in rage. "You bastard! What have you done to my kin? Seize this human and tear him apart. I shall feed him to the fish," he commanded. The fishmen surged forward, but Xia Chen merely grinned wickedly before swiftly weaving through their ranks. With each step, it was as if the Grim Reaper passed, claiming one life after another. Witnessing this, Arlong's rage reached a boiling point, his eyes ablaze with fury. The next moment, he charged at Xia Chen, intent on dismembering the human who dared to slay his comrades. However, before Arlong's attack could reach him, Xia Chen's arm, like a phantom, shot out and grasped his throat. Despite appearing smaller in stature, he lifted Arlong as if he weighed nothing. Arlong struggled furiously, pounding on Xia Chen's arm, but it was as unyielding as steel, rendering his efforts futile. Gradually, Xia Chen's gaze narrowed, and he crushed Arlong's neck. Soon after, Arlong's thrashing body grew limp, his hands falling to his sides before Xia Chen casually discarded him. "Brother Arlong." The remaining fishmen, witnessing this scene, were engulfed in fury, charging at Xia Chen with reckless abandon. Yet, as a benevolent individual, Xia Chen felt compelled to send them to the depths of hell every second. Countless fishmen perished at his hands. In an instant, Arlong Park transformed into a bloody inferno. Sometime later, when Luffy and the others arrived at the entrance of Arlong Park, they were met with the sight of fallen villagers. Nami's eyes widened in shock, and she rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Everyone, huh?" The situation felt increasingly dire. As Nami picked up a Jian, she realized he bore no injuries. He seemed alive, merely asleep. Nami could hardly believe her eyes as she checked once more. Indeed, everyone was merely asleep. This realization allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everyone was safe. Now, it was time to ponder why the villagers were collectively slumbering here to her knowledge. Only one individual among her acquaintances possessed the capability to induce such a phenomenon. Nami shifted her gaze towards Arlong Park and hurriedly dashed towards the entrance. The moment she swung open the door, her pupils dilated in shock, as if she had witnessed something utterly inconceivable, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. "Nami, what are you staring at?" Luffy approached her from behind, inquiring curiously. However, upon catching sight of the scene within Arlong Park, he too wore an expression akin to Nami's, trembling as he called out, "Xia Chen." This exclamation drew the attention of Zoro and the others, who gradually approached, revealing identical expressions of disbelief. Their astonishment was not unwarranted, for the sight before them was profoundly jarring. Inside Arlong Park, blood flowed like rivers, with fallen fishmen scattered everywhere, their crimson lifeblood staining the very pool within. Amidst this hellish tableau stood a solitary figure, ensconced in swirling black flames, with blood-red hair and eyes. He resembled a king risen from the depths of the inferno. This person was none other than Xia Chen, who, having extinguished the lives of all the fishmen, was finally able to quell his murderous intent, albeit with great effort. The black flames around him flickered restlessly. Xia Chen, Nami attempted to move forward, only to have her arm grasped firmly by Zoro, who regarded her with grave concern. Xia Chen's current state is quite peculiar. We should refrain from approaching him for now and observe the situation. Acting rashly could lead to unforeseen danger. Zoro's understanding of Xia Chen was not significantly inferior to Luffy's, and due to his inclination to observe, he might be the most perceptive regarding Xia Chen's character. Based on his past impressions, it was clear that Xia Chen was no mere murderer. Yet today, he had slain every fishman in sight, leaving not a single soul alive. Such behavior was clearly abnormal. Coupled with Xia Chen's previous frantic demeanor, Zoro surmised that something unknown must have transpired within him. However, they were powerless to intervene at this moment, left only to watch and await Xia Chen's resolution of the matter. If their strength had been greater, they might have considered subduing him collectively. Had they not witnessed Xia Chen's battle with Mihawk, he might have entertained such thoughts. But now, offering oneself as fodder was ill-advised. After a while, the black flames enveloping Xia Chen gradually dissipated, his blood-red hair returning to its original hue, and his pupils shifting back to the golden color of his fiery gaze. He felt the murderous intent within him subside. A faint smile graced Xia Chen's lips. Damn, you're truly difficult to control. Thankfully, he had cultivated a resolute will from his past life, allowing him to withstand this turmoil. Now that he had regained clarity, he addressed the system. You better come out and explain why there was a bug. You know I'm just a system, and for a system to encounter a malfunction, experiencing a few bugs should be quite normal, right? Upon hearing this, Xia Chen felt a mix of amusement and anger. Normal? My foot. Now explain to me why the drawbacks of this monkey fruit's transformation form are so significant. The fruit you possess manifests the form of the great sage equal to heaven. Throughout its growth, the great sage faced numerous injustices, which naturally led to a darker side within. Thus, you have inherited the darker aspects as well, correct? Before the system could finish, Xia Chen interrupted. I don't care. You've made such a grave error, and this ridiculous transformation state of mind carries such substantial drawbacks. If I were to lose control of my murderous intent and provoke a formidable pirate, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Given the current circumstances, Xia Chen's true intentions finally surfaced. Indeed, he sought to benefit from this situation. Although he currently faced no immediate threats, the probability of encountering a powerful pirate was not zero. Considering the potential risks, he believed he deserved some form of compensation. What kind of compensation do you desire? The system's voice was tinged with caution, acknowledging its fault in light of your sincere remorse. My demands are modest. I request the removal of the adverse effects stemming from my transformation state, specifically the murderous intent it generates. Xia Chen's voice held a note of expectation. Having experienced the transformation firsthand, he understood its immense power, akin to Luffy's Nika form, that if he could harness this form against Mihawk, while victory was uncertain, he could certainly endure longer, compelling Mihawk to unleash more of his strength. However, this transformation possessed two significant drawbacks. Point 1 was the considerable physical toll it exacted. This was not unusual. After all, had they not witnessed Luffy's near collapse after using Gear 5? Comparatively, Xia Chen's transformation only required a slight increase in stamina, which was quite manageable. The other drawback was the matter of murderous intent. In this form, his murderous intent surged to unprecedented levels, compelling him to kill indiscriminately, with the intensity of that urge increasing the longer he remained in the state. The previous decline in his murderous intent was due to the fact that he had been forced into this transformation, not by choice. That he had been actively suppressing that murderous urge, resulting in a paradox where the more he killed, the less intense the urge became. In simpler terms, he was exhausting his murderous intent through acts of slaughter. However, he could not rely on this method indefinitely. What if there weren't enough beings to slay at some point? In such a case, this form could only be employed in dire situations, rendering it too perilous for regular use. Detecting host's demands, analyzing, analysis complete, host's request denied. The essence of the transformation state lies in its murderous intent. If that intent is absent, the form loses its significance. The system can render this murderous intent controllable, but it cannot erase it. That if the host insists on eliminating the murderous intent, it will necessitate the complete eradication of the transformation state. Will you proceed with the deletion? Xia Chen initially froze, then quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "No deletion, absolutely not. What a joke. Such a powerful transformation could not simply be discarded. Moreover, hadn't the system just mentioned it could make the murderous intent controllable? If it could be controlled, then he need not worry about its drawbacks. This was a tremendous advantage." Xia Chen promptly addressed the system, "Then make the murderous intent controllable." As soon as he spoke, he felt a surge of peculiar energy flood into his body, causing him to instinctively close his eyes and attune himself to the changes within. Meanwhile, Luffy, witnessing Xia Chen's transformation revert to his original self, intended to approach and inquire about the situation. However, as he took a few steps forward, he noticed Xia Chen entering the previous transformation state once more, prompting him to retreat in alarm. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent emanated from Xia Chen. In that instant, everyone felt as though they had plunged into a world of corpses and blood, surrounded by an unfathomable sea of bodies. Moments later, as they regained their senses, they realized they were drenched in sweat. With Usopp, of the more timid disposition, collapsing to the ground in terror. Even Zoro, whose resolve was formidable, felt a flicker of fear erupt from within him during that brief moment. In an instant, the gazes of all present turned towards Xia Chen, laden with profound gravity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xia Chen was experiencing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Immediately following the transformation, he sensed an inexplicable augmentation within himself, leading him to involuntarily activate the transformation state once more. However, what distinguishes this occasion from the past is that, although he exudes an overwhelming intent to kill, there are no signs of losing control. Instead, he skillfully wields this murderous aura, imposing both physical and psychological pressure on his opponents. After familiarizing himself with this intent, Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, only to find Luffy and the others regarding him with a sense of trepidation. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What are you all doing?" Luffy did not respond immediately. After swallowing hard, he stammered, "Why, you are Xia Chen. Isn't it obvious? I'm standing right here. Can't you recognize me?" he thought, but instead, he replied, "However, I remember Xia Chen having black hair and eyes. Yours are red." Xia Chen was not dressed in black either, and furthermore, he was not surrounded by the black flames that Luffy had seen. Xia Chen retorted, "Is it so strange for me to dye my hair, wear colored contact lenses, and change my clothes, perhaps add some special effects?" Yet, he realized that explaining this to Luffy, who seemed rather dense, would be futile. Therefore, he dispelled his demonic state. The black flames entwined around him gradually dissipated, his clothes and hair reverting to their original colors, though his pupils remained golden. This transformation was due to his eyes having become akin to the fire-eyed golden pupils, a permanent skill rather than a temporary one, possessing no significant cost to him, as if it were an innate ability. Is this satisfactory? Xia Chen asked nonchalantly, gazing at Luffy. "No, your eye color is still off," Luffy exclaimed, clearly flustered. Xia Chen, exasperated, used a technique to appear directly in front of Luffy. And with a fist enveloped in armament haki, he struck downwards. Clang! "That hurts. That really hurts," Luffy cried, clutching the swelling on his head. "So, do you think I am not who I claim to be?" Xia Chen's voice was ominous, compelling Luffy to glance up. What met his eyes was Xia Chen's sinister visage, causing him to recoil in fright. He hastily affirmed, Yes, you are indeed Xia Chen," as he scrambled to his feet, retreating hastily. Zoro looked at Xia Chen and asked, "What was that state you were in just now? Why did you emit such a formidable intent to kill?" "Oh, that. My abilities evolved. But there was a minor issue. I was momentarily controlled by the intent to kill. That's why I ended up here dispatching those fishmen," Xia Chen explained. "The color of my pupils is also a result of this evolution." Nami gasped in astonishment, then anxiously questioned, "Does that mean you could still be controlled by that intent?" "Indeed, it was quite terrifying," Usopp added, trembling as he stood up. "You looked as if you wanted to eliminate us all." Zoro remarked casually, "Rest assured, it's all over now. That was merely a small mishap, and I can now control this intent," Xia Chen reassured them. "Didn't you notice that I was able to converse normally even in that form?" Upon hearing that Xia Chen could control this murderous intent, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For a fleeting moment, the released intent had nearly convinced them that Xia Chen intended to slay them. Xia Chen surveyed the surrounding devastation, rubbing his nose thoughtfully that he felt no remorse. Arlong was hardly a benevolent figure, having killed countless humans, and Nami had endured years of suffering under his rule. He viewed his actions as a public service, perhaps even meriting a commendation. Turning his gaze towards Nami, he smiled and said, "Nami, you are free now." "Yes, I am free," Nami responded with joy, mirroring his smile. Luffy, regaining his courage, shouted at Xia Chen, "You're so cunning." "Xia Chen, I was all set to take down that Arlong, and you swooped in and stole my thunder." "Exactly. You took out all the prey by yourself. How selfish," Zoro chimed in, rolling his eyes. "Indeed, I was hoping to study the fishman's anatomy for better handling of the ingredients." Sanji added that I truly don't mind. I wholeheartedly support you in defeating our adversaries. This rather cowardly sentiment was echoed solely by Usopp, that I in response to their comments. Xia Chen merely raised his hand, pointing at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in succession. You, and you. All garbage. What did you say?" The three of them could no longer contain their outrage, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Xia Chen. "What? Am I mistaken? A foolish captain, a half-dead third-rate swordsman, and a perverted chef with curly eyebrows. What's wrong with calling you all garbage? Or do you feel that comparing you to garbage is an insult to the term itself? If so, I apologize. It does seem somewhat insulting to garbage." Just as Xia Chen intended to continue his tirade, Luffy and the others could take it no longer. "Get him! Let's beat him up!" With that, the three charged at Xia Chen. Hey, 3 against 1. That's not fair." Nami couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. Being with them is truly delightful. 2 evenings later, in Windmill Village. "Hey, Luffy, that piece of meat was mine to begin with." "What do you mean by taking it?" Xia Chen shouted at Luffy, a chunk of meat in his mouth. "You didn't even take it. Just because you said you saw it first doesn't mean you own it," Luffy retorted dismissively. "You scoundrel!" Xia Chen clenched his fists, but suddenly, a devious smile crept onto his face as a thought crossed his mind. "Dare to provoke me? You'll soon learn why the flowers are so red." Seizing the moment, Xia Chen swiftly stored all the meat in front of Luffy into his system space and bolted away. Luffy, mid-bite, was momentarily stunned as he noticed the meat had vanished. However, upon seeing Xia Chen sprinting away, he quickly grasped what had transpired. "Xia Chen, you cheat," he yelled in exasperation. Without looking back, Xia Chen retorted, "I took that meat fair and square. What's there to cheat about?" Watching Xia Chen retreat into the distance, Luffy was furious enough to leap into the air. Fortunately, everything in Windmill Village was self-service, so he could simply grab more. Otherwise, he might have truly lost his temper with Xia Chen in a narrow alley. Sanji approached Zoro, a bottle of red wine in hand, and sat across from him. "Sometimes, it's nice not to have to cook for oneself." "By the way, how is your injury healing?" Zoro asked, taking a swig of wine. "Oh, it's nothing. A little wine is all it takes to heal these wounds," he replied, taking another gulp. "You really are something," Sanji remarked. Slightly exasperated by Zoro's lackadaisical attitude, Zoro continued, "But it's been 3 days. Is it still this lively?" "Well, it's a celebration. After being oppressed by Arlong for so many years, it's only natural for them to rejoice in their newfound freedom." "That makes sense." Sanji tossed the bottle of red wine to Zoro and slowly stood up, declaring, "All right, I must attend to my duties. Beautiful ladies, here I come. What a lecherous chef." Meanwhile, Usopp was joyfully recounting his brave exploits atop a raised platform. "You wouldn't believe it. I knocked Arlong down with a single punch, leaving him begging for mercy. Isn't that impressive?" The entire village was engulfed in a jubilant atmosphere, relishing their liberated lives free from oppression. On a hillside of the island, a solitary grave stood quietly at its peak. That moment, a girl with orange hair sat before the grave, a bright smile gracing her face. "Belmere, did you know? Arlong has been defeated, and the village is finally free. And I, too, am determined to become a pirate. If you are still around, I trust you would support me, wouldn't you? However, even if you do not, it matters not. For I shall heed no one's counsel." After speaking, Nami fell silent, lost in thought for a long moment. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. "Hey, what are you up to?" Nami turned to find Xia Chen, his face alight with a smile, approaching her slowly and taking a seat beside her. "Xia Chen, what brings you here?" Nami asked, her voice tinged with surprise. "I noticed our navigator was absent from the banquet, so I came out to look for her." "What did you discuss with your mother?" "We talked about a great many things. I shared nearly everything with her. That's wonderful. Your mother would be pleased to know how you are now. I believe so, Nami replied, winking at Xia Chen with a smile. Suddenly, Xia Chen's gaze fixated on Nami's arm, where he stared in astonishment and asked, "What about that tattoo?" "Oh, this. It's a design composed of oranges. A windmill and the sun." Upon hearing Nami's answer, Xia Chen momentarily felt bewildered. He certainly recognized the three symbols. Yet, the question remained, why was there an additional sun? He recalled that in the original story, Nami's arm bore only the windmill and the orange. The windmill a tribute to her hometown of Kokoyashi Village, and the orange a remembrance of her mother, Belmere. So, what was the sudden addition of the sun about? Nevertheless, Xia Chen chose not to inquire about the meaning of the sun. Perhaps it represented something new worth commemorating. For a brief moment, the atmosphere between the two grew quiet. After a long pause, Nami spoke up. "I plan to allocate the 100 million berries I've earned during this time to the villagers. Their lives have been quite difficult under Arlong's oppression for many years." "Good," Xia Chen nodded, saying, "For the villagers to receive berries from your hands would be a point of pride, especially considering how stingy you are. By the way, is 100 million berries sufficient? If not, I have a little more." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Nami nearly pinched Xia Chen, but the latter part left her utterly speechless. She blinked in disbelief, asking, "You have a secret stash?" Hey. What do you mean by secret stash?" "I'm not married. That term is highly inappropriate. It's just a little savings I've occasionally set aside. Nothing worth mentioning." Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Yet, in the next moment, Nami seized him by the neck, shaking him vigorously as she demanded, "Where did you get those berries? Please, don't shake me." Xia Chen felt his stomach churning violently. He had indulged at the banquet just moments ago, and the sudden shaking threatened to make him ill. Nami ceased her shaking but instead clutched his collar, her gaze fierce as she interrogated. "Come clean. Where did your berries come from? Can we skip this question?" Xia Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression guilty. "No, speak up." Seeing Nami's increasingly menacing gaze, Xia Chen wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to be so loose-lipped? Shouldn't he guard his own treasures? He should have known better than to reveal such information. It was clearly the result of too much drink. Xia Chen slowly explained, "I acquired a small amount from Kuro, and then I gathered a little from Arlong Park. Lastly, do you remember the Navy officer who came 2 days ago? The one who resembled a rat?" After recalling, Nami asked, "Indeed, I also received a small sum from him. Actually, it wasn't much. Not much means how much?" Nami pressed 0.5 million berries, Xia Chen tentatively suggested, but Nami remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not lying. It's really, fine, it's actually 10 million berries." Nami still said nothing, continuing to stare. "Honestly, I'm not deceiving you that I truly have only 20 million berries." After a while, Nami's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the pile of treasures before her, while Xia Chen appeared somewhat speechless. Turning to him, Nami quipped, "Mr. Xia Chen, you are quite remarkable. In such a short time, you've amassed 100 million berries. If it were me, I wouldn't know how long it would take to gather that much." She continued, "And about why the treasure on Kuro's ship was empty. Turns out you got there first. Truly, as the pioneer of aid, your speed is unmatched." Hearing her taunt, Xia Chen said nothing but shot her a resentful glance. "Surely you must give me at least 10 million berries from this 100 million. Or it would hardly be fair. This represents the fruits of my labor." Nami pondered for a moment before replying. "You do make a valid point." Xia Chen's eyes brightened. "See, I think it makes perfect sense." With that, Nami retrieved a stack of berries, approximately 10,000, from the pile on the ground and handed them to Xia Chen. "Here, take this. It can't be any more, or that would be unreasonable." In an instant, Xia Chen's indignation surged, threatening to transform him into a Super Saiyan. After a few moments, he managed to suppress his inner fury, snorting as he accepted the 10,000 berries from Nami. "Don't mind if I do. Though it may be a pittance, it adds up over time. Wealth is built through accumulation." He then looked at Nami and grumbled, "You can carry that entire pile of treasures back on your own." With that, he slowly turned and made his way down the mountain, wishing to escape this sorrowful place. Observing Xia Chen's frustrated departure, Nami couldn't help but laugh. Why do I suddenly find Xia Chen rather endearing? Her gaze then drifted to the sun symbol on her arm, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. She would never forget the day a man entered her world, holding her close and reassuring her. "Don't worry, I'm here for you." In that moment, she felt as if this man illuminated her dark world like the sun. From that instant, she resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage. For she had him by her side. Truly, the sun embodies a beautiful essence. As Xia Chen strolled down the mountain path, he absent-mindedly tossed the 10,000 berries in his hand a moment later. A smile crept across his lips as he stashed the berries away in his system space. He glanced back at the direction of Nami, then continued his descent. Internally, he chuckled, thinking, "Oh, so you wish to compete with me in the art of acting? If only you knew how well I could perform on stage. I'd walk away with an Oscar in no time." Indeed, Xia Chen did not possess merely 100 million berries. What a jest! The Arlong pirates had amassed far more wealth over the years than that. Furthermore, when the rat-like colonel had come to visit, Xia Chen had not merely sought a handout, he had accompanied him back to the Navy's base. He had taken a brief tour of the entire naval branch. The treasures he acquired were beyond even Xia Chen's comprehension, but he estimated them to be around 300 million berries. The amount he had given to Nami represented merely 1/3 of his total wealth. Contemplating this, Xia Chen couldn't help but marvel at how those two had enriched him so significantly. However, the distress he had feigned before Nami had been genuine. Although he had only revealed a portion, it still constituted 1/3 of his total. It felt like a significant sacrifice. Clearly, he must never let Nami discover the extent of his wealth again, lest he be subjected to further exploitation. Sigh. Given his less than pleasant mood, perhaps he should indulge in a little more drink. The next morning, by the shore, Xia Chen and his companions tirelessly transported goods onto the Mary. While he himself had filled his own spatial storage with numerous items, most of these were ingredients, as fresh meat was in notably short supply. Now that Sanji had boarded the ship, they could stockpile more raw ingredients rather than prepared food. After all, the culinary delights crafted by Sanji far surpassed those of most restaurants. Once all the supplies were successfully loaded, Xia Chen reclined at the bow of the Mary. The warm sunlight and gentle sea breeze lulled him into a peaceful slumber. It was not until a cacophony of noise roused him that he stirred from his dreams. Slowly sitting up, he turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. There, at the back of the crowd, stood Nami, casting a glance in his direction. In that instant, Xia Chen immediately grasped her intent and called out to everyone on the ship, "Raise the anchor, set sail." "What? But Nami hasn't." Usopp's puzzled inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Xia Chen. "Trust me." Seeing Xia Chen's resolute demeanor, the crew acted on his command, and the ship began to move gently. The villagers standing on the shore were still in a state of confusion, curious about the sudden departure. "Why is the ship leaving?" they wondered aloud. However, their curiosity was short-lived as they redirected their focus back to Nami. He informed them that Nami had left them a bounty of 100 million berries. The villagers were profoundly touched, realizing that this was the fruit of her years of hard work. "Little Nami, let's bid you a proper farewell. Don't rush off." "Yes, we haven't had the chance to thank you properly." Listening to the villagers, Nami's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, "No need for that." With those words, she began weaving through the crowd, and after greeting each individual, she finally reached the shore. Using the momentum from her sprint, she leaped effortlessly onto the railing of the Mary. The villagers, still perplexed as to why Nami didn't say goodbye, were suddenly enlightened by her next actions. Nami stood on the deck, slightly lifting her shirt, and one by one, the villagers' wallets cascaded onto the ship like dumplings dropped into boiling water. "What's that?" A tremendous outcry erupted from the crowd. "What audacity, you little rascal, you thief, stealing from the villagers, how infuriating. Nami, I better not see you again. Little Nami, take care, and always be happy." The villagers' initial curses gradually transformed into heartfelt blessings and reluctance. Nami, witnessing this scene, could not help but shed a tear. "Farewell, everyone." Days later, upon a distant stretch of sea, a pirate ship adorned with the straw hat Jolly Roger sailed serenely. However, discordant sounds began to arise from aboard. What is the meaning of this? Why have the newspapers increased in price? Nami squinted at the delivery bird before her, her expression filled with displeasure. Pointing at it, she declared, "If the price goes up again, I won't buy it, understand? It's just a newspaper. Is it really necessary to raise the price?" Usopp, curious, asked from the side, "Don't you understand? 1 day equals 1 paper, so 10 days equals 10 papers. Over time, That adds up to a significant amount. The more berries, the better. I don't want to be a broke beauty. Usopp chuckled as Nami sat on a stool flipping through the freshly acquired newspaper. The seas have been rather tumultuous lately. Some unrest has occurred as Nami turned the page. 2 sheets slipped from the center of the newspaper. What is this? Nami picked them up curiously, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in alarm. A bounty notice? A sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. Upon hearing bounty notice, the faces of all present lit up with interest. Wow, a full 25 million berries, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, clutching the bounty notice. Usopp chimed in. Now the whole world will see my heroic figure. Hearing this, Sanji couldn't help but ask, isn't this Luffy's bounty? Why are you saying that? Ha! Who says Luffy's bounty means I can't be featured? Come, let me show you. Usopp retorted, pointing to a specific area on Luffy's bounty notice. Sanji replied, you can barely see anything but the back of his head. So what? At least I'm on the bounty notice. Can you say the same? Hey. Sanji fumed, struggling to find a retort. Nami, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, do you really think being on a bounty notice is a good thing? It means we'll have endless troubles ahead. Do you even comprehend? Yet Luffy and Usopp ignored her, continuing their merriment. Nami sighed, feeling weary. It's exhausting, but that's not my greatest concern right now. Her gaze shifted to Xia Chen, who was leaning against the ship. Xia Chen, is yours also a bounty notice? Sanji asked, noticing what Xia Chen held. Indeed, Xia Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Usopp ceased their antics, rushing over to Xia Chen. Xia Chen, what is your bounty amount? Well, I fear you might not be able to handle it. So why don't you take a look for yourselves? Xia Chen handed the bounty notice to them. 300 million berries. They gasped in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Hey, you all are too loud. Zoro groggily woke from nearby, grumbling at the commotion. Yet the trio remained oblivious, their mouths agape in shock. Zoro approached, taking the bounty notice from the floor. And upon seeing the image, his eyes widened as well. The bounty notice depicted Xia Chen in his transformed state, looking rather dashing. However, it was the title beneath that filled Xia Chen with satisfaction. Demon King Xia Chen. This was the designation bestowed upon him by the Navy. In that moment, Xia Chen felt an inexplicable fondness for the individual who had proposed such a title within the Navy. I must say, they certainly have good taste. Luffy questioned, why is your bounty so high? It's 10 times mine. No. Xia Chen waved his hand, earnestly replying, let us be precise. It's actually 12 times. As for why it's so elevated, I have no idea. Perhaps they sense the aura of strength I possess? After all, I'm not like certain weaklings with a mere 25 million berries, or those who lack any bounty altogether. It's embarrassing to admit. If I were them, I wouldn't dare to call myself a pirate. Having no bounty at all is an insult to the very term pirate. Xia Chen declared with an air of superiority, lifting his chin slightly while casting a disdainful glance at the trio of novices. In an instant, the expressions of the 4 individuals ignited with fury, their eyes directed at Xia Chen with palpable hostility. Everyone, Zoro began calmly, and the other 3, in perfect unison, lunged at Xia Chen. Thus commenced an unfair 4-on-1 battle. Hey, I never said it was you. Why are you taking offense? Xia Chen, filled with unwillingness, exclaimed. However, the only response he received was the fists of 4 individuals, which ignited his fury. Damn it. How could a person with a bounty of 300 million like me be bullied by you insignificant scoundrels? He shouted in anger. Meanwhile, the bounties of both Luffy and Xia Chen had become widely renowned across the globe. In the East Sea, upon a certain stretch of ocean, a pirate ship adorned with a heart-shaped skull bore witness to a red-nosed man glaring at Luffy's bounty with clenched teeth. Xia Chen's bounty, however, was disregarded by him. Although a bounty of 300 million was substantial, it was of no concern to him. The Straw Hat Brat was his true nemesis. Buggy failed to recognize Xia Chen's bounty, primarily due to the stark contrast between his usual appearance and his transformed state. It was entirely reasonable that Buggy could not identify him. Curse that Straw Hat Brat. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have sunk to such depths. Once I find you, I'll make sure to eliminate you. Is it he who defeated you? A strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure emerged from the shadows, her voice laced with disdain. Unfortunately, I too was sent flying by him. The pain still lingers vividly in my memory. Who are you calling big-nosed? Yalita. Did she even mention that? I don't recall anything of the sort. Buggy, if your hearing is impaired, you might want to get that checked. That I was referencing the Straw Hat Brat as our common enemy, that if you wish to deal with him, count me in. Huh? I didn't realize you had a grudge against the Straw Hat Brat as well. Buggy inquired, his curiosity piqued. Though he had been aboard this ship for some time, he was unaware of the animosity between Yalita and the Straw Hat. It seemed that the Straw Hat was indeed a troublemaker, managing to entangle himself with everyone. I concur, Yalita remarked, licking her vibrant red lips. You dare call me a red nose? Off the coast of the island where the red-haired pirates resided, a small cross-shaped vessel slowly approached the shore. Several station pirates suddenly noticed something in the distance and lifted their telescopes for a better look. Upon doing so, they nearly lost their wits in fright. That Hawkeye. Upon reaching the island, Hawkeye disregarded the underlings and made his way directly to the center, soon standing before Shanks and his crew. Shanks was somewhat taken aback by Hawkeye's arrival and responded with a somber tone. Hawkeye, have you come to challenge me to a duel? I'm not feeling particularly well today. I never intended to duel with someone who has lost an arm. Hawkeye replied coolly. I merely remembered a pirate you mentioned earlier and thought I would show you something. He then produced Luffy's bounty and presented it to Shanks. Luffy. A smile instantly spread across Shanks's face as his gaze lingered on Luffy's bounty. It's been quite some time. Just as he was about to say something, a statement from Hawkeye left him momentarily speechless. By the way, I also happened to bring your nephew's bounty, though he looks somewhat peculiar. Huh? Shanks blinked in confusion, but he understood each word Hawkeye uttered, yet the combined meaning eluded him. My nephew? Shanks questioned uncertainly. Observing Shanks's expression, Hawkeye was equally bewildered. You don't recognize your own nephew? Could it be? After a while, Shanks and Hawkeye sat together, occasionally sipping from their drinks. Yet, an unspoken understanding kept them from conversing. After several seconds passed, Shanks burst into laughter. Ha ha! I can't believe I have such a nephew. Quite interesting. And for his first bounty to be 300 million, did he accomplish something monumental? Now I'm inclined to meet this nephew of mine. Hawkeye interjected with a hint of annoyance. If his bounty is anything to go by, I should have a share of the credit. I fought him at sea, and he persuaded me to engage in battle by claiming he was your nephew. I suspect our encounter became known somehow, resulting in such a high bounty. Nevertheless, his strength is undoubtedly worthy of that reward. Huh? Shanks looked at Hawkeye with surprise. That it's rare to hear you commend a young man so openly. After taking another sip of his drink, Hawkeye replied nonchalantly. Although that brat deceived me, causing a bit of resentment, I must admit his personality suits my taste. Moreover, his strength at his age is unparalleled. Regardless, he did trick me, so I suppose I'll need to have a discussion with him next time we meet. Ha, Hawkeye. Don't be so petty. This nephew of mine? I accept him, so technically he hasn't truly deceived you. Hawkeye retorted. Are you unaware that promises made after certain events hold no weight? A faint smile graced Shanks's lips as he gazed into the distance. That I find myself wanting to meet this nephew after all. In the East Sea, aboard the Mary, oh ho! Is that the town of Rog up ahead? I am so eager to see the birthplace and resting place of the Pirate King, Luffy exclaimed, one arm wrapped around the goat's head of the Mary while the other pointed forward in anticipation. On the opposite side of the ship, the sound of clashing steel resonated across the relatively spacious deck. At this moment, Zoro wielded his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and struck forward with incredible force. The whooshing sound of slicing air signified the might of his strike. Yet, to his dismay, this seemingly powerful blow was effortlessly caught between Xia Chen's two fingers, immobilized. Xia Chen, pinching Zoro's sword with ease, nonchalantly tapped his mouth, feigning boredom, as if he were ready to doze off. The mockery was palpable. Douc. This illustrates the disparity between having a bounty and possessing one of 300 million. The gap is unfathomable for a third-rate swordsman like you, Xia Chen remarked calmly. Though there was a hint of weariness in his gaze as he regarded Zoro, for reasons unknown, ever since the day he learned of Xia Chen's bounty, Zoro had been incessantly challenging him. Initially, Xia Chen found it amusing to engage with Zoro. However, the gap in their abilities had become too vast, leading Xia Chen to lose interest and easily dispatch Zoro. Yet, Zoro continued to challenge him. Undeterred by Xia Chen's disinterest, launching attacks regardless of Xia Chen's consent. Infuriated, Xia Chen eventually resorted to slightly more forceful measures. Nevertheless, Zoro remained relentless. As soon as he regained his strength, he sought out Xia Chen for another bout. Now, For Xia Chen, sparring with Zoro had become a daily task. However, to his credit, Zoro's skills had improved slightly since his initial challenges, though still a matter of a serious punch for Xia Chen. There was no denying Zoro was making tangible progress. Thus, Xia Chen resolved to begrudgingly serve as Zoro's sparring partner, for he was, after all, a vice-captain who cared for his crew. With a flick of his wrist, Xia Chen dismissed Zoro's sword and remarked, "Nice speed. However, your strength leaves much to be desired. So, how is your understanding of the realm of cutting iron coming along? Still a bit off. I feel so close. Yet there's just a slight missing element." "I see." Xia Chen stroked his chin. Thanks to his presence, Zoro had reached the realm of cutting iron earlier than in the original story. However, this understanding was something Zoro had to achieve on his own. When it came to the sword, Xia Chen was utterly clueless. His only role was likely to serve as Zoro's sparring partner. "Hey, we've arrived at Loguetown." Sanji's voice rang out from the bow of the ship, drawing Xia Chen's attention. "Have we finally arrived?" A faint smile crept across Xia Chen's face. He remained quite intrigued by Loguetown. Certainly, it was not due to the fact that it was the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King. He had no particular interest in that. What truly captivated him was a certain individual present in Loguetown at this very moment. Additionally, it was quite significant that he could check in at a new island. He wondered what treasures he might acquire this time. After a brief interval, a notification chimed. "Check-in at Loguetown successful. Observation Haki upgraded to intermediate." As the system's voice faded, a sudden clarity enveloped Xia Chen's mind. Once the sensation dissipated, he unconsciously emanated his own observation Haki. After a thorough assessment, a smile of delight graced his features. Although the enhancement of his observation Haki did not substantially bolster his overall strength, it did augment both his range and perceptive abilities, which was quite commendable. This would certainly aid him in the endeavors he was about to undertake. Loguetown was the last island to be opened in the East Blue. His next check-in would have to be in the Grand Line. With this thought, Xia Chen could not help but access his system panel to gauge how much stronger he had become since his initial arrival. Name: Xia Chen Fruit. Human Fruit. Sun Wukong Form. Intermediate. Abilities: Indestructible Body. Intermediate. All-Seeing Eyes. 6 Powers. Demon Form Armament Haki. Beginner Observation Haki. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki. Beginner. Well, by examining the panel, Xia Chen could not truly estimate his power. The panel was rather simplistic. Moreover, despite the numerous beginner-level abilities listed, their intrinsic value was quite substantial. Take his current mastery of beginner-level armament Haki, for instance. Through his recent battles, he concluded that his proficiency was akin to that of the initial Luffy 2 years hence. It is worth noting that Luffy had trained for quite some time to reach this level, while Xia Chen merely needed to check in at an island to achieve it. Truly exhilarating. Lost in thought, Xia Chen and his companions had already arrived at the outskirts of Loguetown. Luffy exclaimed, "I want to check out the execution platform. I want to buy a sword. I want to purchase clothes. I want to acquire equipment. I want to gather ingredients. I want to go somewhere without telling you." In an instant, all eyes turned to Xia Chen. It was as if he had become a pariah, concealing his whereabouts from everyone. This was the sentiment shared by the group. Yet before they could voice their thoughts, Xia Chen vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the others could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. They would see if he could continue this behavior once their strengths had increased. Subsequently, they parted ways, each heading towards their own destinations. Xia Chen swiftly navigated through Loguetown, fully deploying his observation Haki to sense his surroundings. Suddenly, as he passed a certain location, he heard a familiar name. "You are Luffy." This revelation caused Xia Chen to pause and draw closer, his mind swirling with questions. That wasn't Luffy supposed to be at the execution platform? This place seemed quite distant from there. Could it be that Luffy had inherited Zoro's sense of direction? When Xia Chen observed the situation more closely, a twitch of amusement crossed his lips. Before him stood a Navy officer, smoking a cigar, regarding a pirate before him with a condescending demeanor. The earlier remark had come from this very individual. "Smoker?" Xia Chen murmured softly. He then prepared to leave the vicinity, as he had little interest in Smoker. Yet, trouble often finds you even when you seek to avoid it. "Hey, you there, hold on." Smoker's voice called out from behind. Xia Chen turned, revealing a puzzled expression. "Are you referring to me?" "Yes, indeed." "Have we met before?" Smoker inquired uncertainly. He felt an uncanny familiarity with Xia Chen's appearance and was convinced they had crossed paths recently. Yet he could not place where. Surely not. Navy officer. This is my first visit to this island. Xia Chen replied, shrugging in resignation. Smoker mused, his gaze fixed on Xia Chen, feeling increasingly convinced of his familiarity. After all, such a handsome face was a rarity that Smoker engaged in a mental brainstorm. The pirate who had been mistaken for Luffy grew irate. What did it mean for him, a notorious pirate, to be ignored in favor of idle chatter? Did they not respect his identity as a pirate? Unable to contain himself any longer, he shouted, "Damn Navy! How dare you disregard me? Die!" With that, the pirate drew a pistol from his pocket and fired several shots at Smoker. However, the ensuing scene nearly caused him to lose his senses. The bullets pierced Smoker, passing through him as though he were mere vapor. What kind of monster is this? The pirate collapsed in terror, his eyes wide with fear. It was his first encounter with a human immune to gunfire. Smoker paid him no mind, merely gesturing to the nearby Navy officers, who swiftly apprehended the pirate. Even ordinary Navy personnel could easily handle a pirate of such caliber. Meanwhile, Smoker was still lost in thought, desperately trying to recall who Xia Chen was. After a minute had passed, Xia Chen, observing Smoker's continued contemplation, could not help but remark, "If there's nothing else, Navy officer, I shall take my leave." Smoker remained silent, still deep in thought. Seeing this, Xia Chen decided not to linger, turning to depart. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Smoker's voice called out once more, "Demon King Xia Chen." Xia Chen turned back, perplexed, and asked, "Are you speaking of me, Navy officer?" Smoker scrutinized Xia Chen's face and could not resist pulling out a bounty notice from his pocket. After comparing the two, he inquired again, "Are you the Demon King Xia Chen?" So that was why he felt such familiarity. He had seen Xia Chen's bounty notice earlier that very morning. However, the discrepancy between the image on the notice and Xia Chen's current appearance had momentarily thrown him off. Feigning shock, Xia Chen exclaimed, "Navy officer, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be a criminal on that bounty notice? While I may resemble him slightly, I assure you I am not him. You wouldn't be attempting to entrap me, would you?" With that, Xia Chen put on an exaggeratedly indignant expression. Smoker scrutinized Xia Chen intently, before suddenly transforming into a swirling mass of white smoke, charging towards him. Yet, Xia Chen remained frozen in place, seemingly oblivious as Smoker's fist drew near. Xia Chen still did not evade. Ultimately, Smoker's fist halted just an inch from Xia Chen's face, the force of the punch ruffling his hair. "Navy is attacking," Xia Chen bellowed, his voice echoing through the air, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Yet when they glimpsed Smoker, they promptly returned their gazes elsewhere. They saw nothing. Smoker regarded the terrified Xia Chen in silence, then produced a wad of belly, approximately 100,000 apologies. "This is all the belly I have on me." With that, Smoker turned and walked away. What he did not see was the smirk that crept across Xia Chen's face after he departed. Xia Chen jingled the belly in his hand. Another profit. Had Xia Chen not wished to remain inconspicuous and avoid Smoker discovering his identity, thereby triggering a town-wide search for him, he would have simply used the shave technique to leave. Nevertheless, this outcome was quite satisfactory. As for why Xia Chen did not evade Smoker's attack until the very last moment, was it due to trust in Smoker? Of course, that was part of the reason. If it were a Kainu, Xia Chen would certainly not trust he would show any mercy. The principle of better to kill than to let go was fundamental to Akainu's character. However, the most crucial aspect lies in Xia Chen's extraordinary perception, enabling him to constantly monitor Smoker's internal condition. This is the true reason why Xia Chen did not evade until the very last moment. Relying solely on the integrity of others would indeed be unrealistic. Casually storing the berries in his system space, Xia Chen continued to race through Loguetown. 10 minutes later, upon sensing a particular aura, a subtle smile graced his lips. He had finally found it. Arriving at the location of the sensed aura, he discovered a quaint, ancient tavern, eerily silent, devoid of any patrons. However, that changed when Xia Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. The two individuals within instinctively turned their gazes upon him at the sound of the creaking door. One was a man clad in a green cloak sitting outside the bar, while the other appeared to be the elderly proprietor seated behind it. "Greetings, boss, a glass of rum, please." Xia Chen approached the bar and addressed the old man directly. Although the proprietor was somewhat taken aback by Xia Chen's sudden arrival, he nonetheless went to fetch him a drink. Seizing the moment, Xia Chen turned to the man beside him and inquired, "Hello, dragon. Are you here to meet Luffy? No sooner had Xia Chen spoken than an overwhelming wave of conqueror's haki emanated from Dragon, pressing towards him with formidable intensity. Simultaneously, Dragon's piercing gaze fixed upon Xia Chen as he inquired. Word by word. Who are you? How do you know me? It seems you possess certain knowledge. At that moment, Xia Chen felt the pressure bearing down on him. Outwardly, he maintained an air of calm, yet internally, he was quite astonished. Was it any surprise that the leader of the revolutionary army exuded such powerful haki? Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, There's no need to be so tense. I am the vice captain aboard Luffy's ship. If you've seen his bounty notice, you should have seen mine as well. Upon hearing this, Dragon seemed to recall something and looked at Xia Chen with a hint of uncertainty, asking, The Demon King Xia Chen? Bingo! Xia Chen snapped his fingers, a hint of pride illuminating his face. It was not without reason. That title resonated deeply with him, prompting him to silently commend the one in the Navy who had bestowed it upon him. Your description differs somewhat from the bounty notice, Dragon remarked lightly, dissipating the pressure of his haki. Recognizing Xia Chen as a member of Luffy's crew, Dragon's wariness significantly diminished. He trusted Luffy's judgment. His companions were undoubtedly of good character and would not engage in actions that might harm him. Yet, he soon found himself compelled to inquire about something that piqued his curiosity. By the way, how did you come to know of the relationship between Luffy and me? Carp told me, Xia Chen stated with utmost seriousness. Fabricating a story as long as the parties involved were absent, Xia Chen took the liberty to embellish as he pleased. It was not his first time doing so. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Dragon took them at face value, as knowledge of Luffy being his son was quite rare. Moreover, it was indeed plausible that Carp would divulge such information. Thus, it seemed reasonable. The fact that Carp could share this with Xia Chen indicated that the man before him was trustworthy. In an instant, Dragon's gaze towards Xia Chen softened considerably, and he felt at ease. Since he has been vouched for by both my father and my son, I have no cause for concern. So, what brings you to seek me out? Dragon queried, genuinely intrigued. He was unaware that Xia Chen had prior knowledge of his presence on the island, believing instead that it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Nothing much, just a simple desire to meet the leader of the revolutionary army, Luffy's father. I wanted to witness the demeanor of someone who dares to openly oppose the world government. And now that you have met me, what are your impressions? Dragon raised an eyebrow and asked. Well, it's satisfactory, Xia Chen mused for a moment before responding earnestly. Ah! Dragon suddenly erupted into laughter, his gaze towards Xia Chen imbued with a cryptic undertone. I consider my strength to be quite respectable in this world, and I believe my presence to be commendable. Think that you would rate me merely as satisfactory. Young man, you have high standards. Of course, after all, I measure my evaluations against my own standards, so naturally, they are somewhat elevated. Oh, Dragon's interest was piqued by this remark, prompting him to inquire further. So, do you regard yourself as average? No. Xia Chen shook his head before elaborating. I would simply describe myself as the best in the world. Dragon stood momentarily stunned, processing the implication that while he rated Dragon as satisfactory, he viewed himself as the world's best, however, being a man of experience. Dragon did not take offense. Instead, he remarked, You possess a considerable amount of confidence in yourself, which is commendable. Yet, young man, one must temper such confidence. Excessive self-assurance can lead to folly. Then why not take this opportunity to diminish my confidence? At this point, Xia Chen finally revealed his true intent. Indeed, he sought to engage Dragon in a duel. No. Wait, to phrase it more elegantly, I wish to validate my own strength. He was curious to gauge the extent of his power after entering his demonic state, as it would dictate the level of arrogance he could afford to display. To engage him in a full-fledged battle, the first requirement was that the opponent must be exceptionally strong, and secondly, they must be willing to spar without causing him harm. Otherwise, should he charge into the Navy headquarters, there would undoubtedly be many eager to fight him, but it would likely end with him being dispatched to impel down for rehabilitation. Clearly, Dragon met all these criteria. His strength was indisputable, and according to Xia Chen's roundabout reasoning, Dragon was essentially his uncle. Surely, an uncle would go easy on his nephew. Lost in thought, Xia Chen found himself momentarily dazed, contemplating how he seemed to have developed a penchant for claiming uncles lately. Having drifted for half a lifetime, I lament not meeting a wise lord. If you do not forsake me, I would gladly take you as my adoptive father. No, no, no. Xia Chen vigorously shook his head. I am claiming an uncle, not an adoptive father. That would be a mix-up. Dragon gazed intently at Xia Chen, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Since you wish to pursue this, I shall indulge you. Then let us proceed to find a secluded spot on the island, Xia Chen declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. Observing this, Dragon shook his head lightly. Youngsters these days are far too impatient. They do not even wait for their elders. With that, his own figure vanished just as swiftly in a forest beyond Loguetown. A plume of white smoke raced rapidly towards a specific direction. The smoker's expression was one of grave concern. Just half an hour prior, he had been scouring Loguetown for traces of the Straw Hat crew. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming surge of combat energy emanating from outside the town. Without hesitation, he sped towards the source of the disturbance. He was nearing the island's edge, still some distance from Loguetown. Even after half an hour of travel, he had yet to arrive. Moreover, the combat energy had ceased moments ago, leaving him uncertain of what he might encounter upon arrival. From the earlier fluctuations, he was acutely aware that he was not a match for those engaged in battle. Yet, he pressed on resolutely. Loguetown was under his jurisdiction, and he needed to ensure its safety. If anyone sought to wreak havoc here, they would have to step over his dead body first. Meanwhile, in the heart of the battlefield, two figures stood silently. Dragon gazed at Xia Chen in astonishment, beginning to comprehend the source of Xia Chen's unwavering confidence. Had he possessed such strength at Xia Chen's age, he would have been even more audacious. With this thought, Dragon felt an inexplicable inclination to recruit Xia Chen, prompting him to ask, "Would you be interested in joining the Revolutionary Army?" Join the Revolutionary Army? Xia Chen paused, taken aback by Dragon's proposition. However, he had no interest in such a path. That I think not. I prefer the life of a pirate. The freedom it affords is simply unparalleled. Well then, my purpose has been fulfilled, and I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Having spoken, Xia Chen turned and made his way towards Loguetown. At that moment, Smoker hurriedly arrived, colliding directly with Xia Chen, who was just about to leave Dada. Admiral, I never expected to encounter you in such a remote location. What a twist of fate, Xia Chen greeted Smoker. However, Smoker seemed oblivious to his words, his face a mask of shock as he surveyed the scene before him. Before his eyes lay a landscape utterly ravaged, with trees reduced to mere splinters. A vast clearing, several miles in diameter, had formed within the forest. Observing Smoker's demeanor, Xia Chen chose not to intrude, instead passing by him slowly. Just as he prepared to use his moon cloth to hasten back to Loguetown, Smoker halted him once more, echoing his earlier call. Demon King Xia Chen. The same words emerged from Smoker's lips, but unlike their first meeting, this time his tone was filled with unmistakable certainty that it is I. Xia Chen did not deny his identity this time, boldly acknowledging it instead. He had no further reason to hide. His objectives had been achieved, and he feared no complications. You dare deceive me? I shall have you imprisoned and impelled down. With that, Smoker charged towards Xia Chen, drawing the jutty from his back, in his estimation. Since Xia Chen's appearance diverged from that on the bounty poster, it could only mean he had consumed a devil fruit. The weapon in his hand, embedded with sea prism stone, was the bane of devil fruit users. Yet, alas, the ideal was far more appealing than the stark reality. He gravely misjudged the situation. The disparity in strength between himself and Xia Chen was insurmountable. Without even turning around, Xia Chen merely shifted slightly to evade Smoker's attack. How is this possible? Smoker gasped, cold sweat trickling down his face. Then he heard Xia Chen's calm voice beside him. Admiral, you exhibit a touch of courage. Do you believe my bounty of 300 million is inflated? Or is it that you possess too much confidence in your Logio abilities? With a resounding crash, Smoker was sent flying at a speed far surpassing his previous assault, crashing heavily to the ground hundreds of meters away. PFF. As he struggled to rise, he couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood. The gravity in his gaze towards Xia Chen was palpable. Admiral, your strength is somewhat lacking. Do you think you can capture me? You are a mere 10,000 years too early. With that, Xia Chen resumed his journey outward, only to pause a few steps later, waving a hand at Smoker. By the way, thank you for your berries. How dare you? Smoker struggled to rise, determined to pursue him. But just then, a hand pressed down on him, preventing his ascent. You cannot defeat him. Smoker slowly raised his gaze to the man before him. horror dawning in his eyes. His focus had been solely on Xia Chen, entirely unaware of the identity of the other individual present, Dragon. As Xia Chen returned to Loguetown, a colossal lightning bolt struck from the heavens. "Ha ha, I'm not dead yet," Luffy exclaimed, patting his straw hat with delight. Simultaneously, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour accompanied by fierce winds. Observing this scene, Xia Chen turned to Luffy, urgently stating, "We must leave, Luffy. The Navy is on the move. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." "Oh, it's Xia Chen. What brings you here?" Luffy responded cheerfully upon recognizing him. Xia Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. That it was no wonder the Straw Hat crew always found themselves in dire situations. With Luffy's penchant for idle chatter, he was practically inviting the Navy to find them. "Never mind why I'm here. Listen to me now. The Navy is coming, so we must flee. Do you understand?" Oh, I get it." Luffy nodded vigorously. "Then why are you still standing there? Run," Xia Chen chided, noticing Luffy's immobility. "Oh, right." Luffy immediately bolted, but then, "Straw Hat, stop right there," came Buggy's voice from behind. To Xia Chen's surprise, Luffy actually halted. This sight. Xia Chen could no longer contain himself. "What is wrong with you? Do you enjoy dawdling?" Xia Chen glanced in the direction of an alley that conveniently led out of town, a smirk forming on his lips. Using his shave technique, he instantly appeared beside Luffy, looking at him with a cold smile. "Since you do not wish to walk on your own, allow me to assist you." With that, he aimed and kicked Luffy, sending him hurtling at great speed towards the town's exit. Standing still, Xia Chen clapped his hands, a smile creeping onto his face. "Now, that's much faster." After completing his task, Xia Chen turned his attention to Buggy and the others behind him. "Hey, if you don't leave soon, the Navy will arrive. Are you sure you want to linger here?" However, Buggy ignored Xia Chen's words, rising in anger to glare at him. "You scoundrel, how dare you let the Straw Hat Kid escape? Do you have any idea how close I was to capturing him?" Upon hearing Buggy's accusation, Xia Chen's gaze turned icy, and in the next instant, he was standing beside Buggy. "He is my captain." The term "let go" is not quite appropriate. Moreover, even if he chose not to flee, do you think I would allow you to waste our time here? Buggy, you exhibit a touch of arrogance, seeing Xia Chen suddenly appear before him. Buggy was taken aback, stumbling back in fright. He had completely failed to comprehend how Xia Chen had approached him so swiftly, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Yet, the words from nearby Yalita nearly caused him to lose his composure entirely. Buggy, he seems to be the Demon King Xia Chen." "What?" Buggy shouted in terror at Yalita. "Indeed," Xia Chen mused. "Yalita, after consuming the slip fruit, you have become quite the beauty. Your gaze has improved as well." "Why you flatter me?" Yalita managed a nervous smile towards Xia Chen. The man before her was notorious for his 300 million bounty, leaving her, with her mere 500,000, feeling rather intimidated. Her rapid recognition of Xia Chen stemmed from the fact that she had never encountered anyone more striking than him. Especially not in the devilish form depicted on the bounty poster. His allure was tinged with a hint of wickedness. Many a night, she had found herself gazing at that poster, indulging in some rather pleasurable thoughts. Thus, even in his untransformed state, Xia Chen's visage was etched firmly in her mind. With this thought, Yalita felt her cheeks flush, her legs instinctively tightening. Observing Yalita's reddened face, even Xia Chen had to concede that her current beauty ranked among the finest he had encountered. Yet, recalling her former appearance as a hefty woman made him feel a wave of discomfort, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze lest he feel queasy. Returning his attention to Buggy, he found him entirely stripped of his earlier bravado. His legs trembling and his words stammering. "Demon King, I may have spoken too loudly just now. My mouth sometimes acts on its own accord. That it's all its fault." At this juncture, Buggy's expression hardened as he raised his hand and slapped his own face with considerable force. In an instant, one side of his face began to swell visibly, and he tremulously addressed Xia Chen. "See, I've taught it a lesson, so could you perhaps let me off the hook?" Witnessing this spectacle left Xia Chen momentarily stunned. Buggy truly was something else. He had guts. However, after this display, any lingering annoyance Xia Chen felt dissipated entirely. In truth, he had no intention of causing Buggy any harm. He merely sought to intimidate him. After all, considering his connection with Shanks, Xia Chen had no desire to act against him, provided Buggy didn't cross any lines. Should one truly provoke his wrath, it would be inconsequential whether red-haired is present or not. Even if he were, the confrontation would undoubtedly ensue, and if Red Hair dared to intervene, he would face the same fate, for Elbu did not hesitate to eliminate even his adoptive father. What, then, is the matter with striking an uncle? Can he be any weaker than Elbu? Xia Chen remarked coolly. Since you are so earnest in your contrition, I shall overlook it this time. Farewell, Captain Buggy. With that, Xia Chen's figure vanished in an instant. Huff! After Xia Chen departed, Buggy collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, well aware that those who read the times are the true gentlemen. Otherwise, he might have met his end here. Pirates ahead. Surrender at once. The sudden voice caused Buggy's heart to race anew, compelling him to turn his gaze. However, upon seeing only a bespectacled female Navy officer and a group of naval underlings behind her, his fury surged. You lot think you can treat Captain Buggy like a soft persimmon, do you? Xia Chen's cowardice stems from his strength. What do you possess? A glimmer of savagery crossed Buggy's face as he rose, glaring fiercely at Dasky. You have quite the audacity, little girl, to seek trouble with me. Splintering. In an instant, Buggy's form disassembled, his hands and feet launching several glimmering blades towards Dasky. Dasky, observing the onslaught, wore a grave expression as she drew Shiyu from her waist, skillfully neutralizing the incoming attacks. However, Buggy's relentless assault began to overwhelm her, and she gradually found herself in a precarious situation. Suddenly, a small knife appeared before her. By the time she registered its presence, it was too late to defend herself. She could only watch in despair as the blade hurtled towards her. Die, Navy girl, Buggy cackled. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter froze on his lips, for his arm was ensnared by a swirling white mist, rendering him unable to advance. Simultaneously, Smoker approached slowly from a distance. Upon seeing Smoker, Buggy's expression soured that he may have been weak, but he was not Navi. A natural-type devil fruit user like Smoker was an insurmountable foe for those without mastery of hockey. In a brief moment of reflection, Buggy shouted to his subordinates, Men, Navy Colonel Smoker is here. Let's take him down. His crew echoed, their eyes alight with excitement. Yet Buggy was momentarily taken aback by their sudden enthusiasm. No, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. But as he gazed at the fervor in his crew's eyes, he realized that fleeing would indeed tarnish his reputation as Captain Buggy. Thus, he turned to face Smoker, his gaze hardening, and declared, Smoker, the green mountains remain, and the flowing waters endure. 30 years of fortune and misfortune do not trifle with the middle-aged poor. Today, I shall let you off lightly, but mark my words. I will make you regret it in the future. Men, brace yourselves. I'm taking my leave. With that, Buggy transformed into his buggy chariot form and sped away. The crew stood in shock. The battle hadn't even begun, and their commander was already fleeing. We mustn't let them escape, Dasky shouted. Thud. The sound of a body hitting the ground drew her attention, and her face paled with fear. Smoker had collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Colonel, what happened? Dasky rushed to his side. That I'm fine. Smoker struggled to sit up, waving her off. No need to pursue those pirates. In my current state, I have no strength left to fight. It was a struggle just to frighten them away. He coughed a few times, but no more blood followed. Who did this to you? Upon hearing Dasky's question, a flicker of fear crossed Smoker's eyes as he spoke each word with deliberation. The demon King Xia Chen. The demon King Xia Chen? He is on this island? Dasky queried, bewildered. But then she recalled encountering Rorinoa Zoro, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and realized that the presence of the demon King Xia Chen here was not surprising. Smoker fell silent, lost in thought. The demon King Xia Chen was far more formidable than he had anticipated. A single blow had rendered him incapacitated. Anger surged within Smoker as he contemplated the Navy's decisions regarding bounty placements. Who determined the bounty? This power cannot possibly be quantified by a mere 300 million, but there was no use in lamenting now. Their defeat was evident. Turning to a figure on the adjacent rooftop, Smoker said, Thank you, Dragon. He could return to Loguetown so swiftly due to Dragon's assistance. Without it, he would not have made it back in his current state. Dragon offered a faint smile, no need to mention it, and vanished without a trace. Smoker then addressed the surrounding Navy officers. Prepare the ship. We are heading to the Grand Line. But, sir, Loguetown is under your jurisdiction, and your injuries, Dasky began, but Smoker interrupted with a wave of his hand. No need for further discussion. I will submit a request to headquarters regarding the Loguetown garrison. And as for my injuries, I can recuperate at sea. That he gazed in the direction Xia Chen had departed, murmuring, I will capture you. Demon King Xia Chen, not far from Loguetown, aboard the Mary, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were fiercely gripping Luffy's neck, their eyes ablaze with fury. Luffy, are you trying to kill us? You flew over and slammed us from the town onto the ship. If we weren't so lucky, who knows how many times we would have died? Sanji yelled. Moments earlier, the three had been joyfully running through the streets of Loguetown when an unidentified object had come crashing down upon them. Under normal circumstances, they would have easily dodged it. However, if that object was a rubber man who had consumed the gum-gum fruit, what could they do? Thus, Luffy had kindly assisted them by extending his arms and pulling them all together, accelerating their return to the ship. The issue was, they were not rubber men. They were flesh and blood, and pain was an undeniable reality, resulting in this humorous yet exasperating display of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Xia Chen sat nearby, leisurely sipping coffee of unknown origin, reveling in the comforts of life. Days later, Nami, clad in a raincoat, gazed out at the stormy sea. That we are nearly at the Grand Line. However, the sea chart indicates an oddity, a mountain obstructing our path. It seems we must traverse over it. Huh? Fool. What are you saying? How can a ship possibly climb a mountain? Zoro retorted without hesitation. But the sea chart clearly depicts it that way, Nami argued back, albeit with slightly diminished confidence. The notion of a ship climbing a mountain indeed seemed far-fetched. Tisich, Zoro scoffed again, but before he could continue, hands gripped his neck. You scoundrel. Miss Nami is undoubtedly correct. How dare you question her? Sanji exclaimed, his face aflame with anger. You curly-haired cook. What are you doing? You are not permitted to speak ill of Miss Nami. I am utterly exasperated. Zoro could no longer contain himself and immediately engaged in a brawl with Sanji. Meanwhile, Xia Chen elegantly sipped his coffee and remarked nonchalantly, indeed, traversing the Grand Line requires scaling mountains. It was unclear when exactly Xia Chen developed a penchant for coffee, but he found himself indulging in it occasionally, relishing the refreshing sensation it provided. The entrance to the Grand Line lay atop the reverse mountain on the Red Earth continent, where a peculiar phenomenon occurred, due to the ocean currents. It appeared as if the sea was climbing the mountain. How intriguing! Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Nami instantly comprehended the situation, her expression reflecting an epiphany. Yet, the next moment, she regarded Xia Chen with curiosity. How do you know this? With a serene demeanor, Xia Chen took another sip of coffee and replied, such knowledge is fundamental. Nami retorted, so you're implying that I, as a navigator, lack experience? At that moment, she felt increasingly captivated by Xia Chen's enigmatic aura. During their maritime adventures, he seemed to possess an extensive understanding of various matters, as if there were little he did not know. Had Xia Chen been privy to Nami's current thoughts, he would have confidently declared, do you think I merely watch anime for entertainment? Just then, the ship began to sway, accompanied by Usopp's voice calling out, Nami, the ship is out of control. Huh? Nami paused momentarily, then hurried to the railing to observe the ocean currents below. After a few seconds, she shouted, do not worry. Let the ship follow the current. In such a powerful flow, we cannot control the ship. That if all goes well, the current should lead us toward the canal. A confident smile graced Nami's face. Once she understood the principle, there was no maritime challenge she could not overcome. After all, she aspired to become the finest navigator. Nami, I see the Red Earth continent. Luffy's excited voice rang out from above the main mast. Huh, let me see. Nami immediately grabbed the telescope and gazed into the distance, where an immense red mountain range came into view. Xia Chen, with his exceptional abilities, also discerned the Red Earth continent clearly. His mouth agape in astonishment. He had anticipated the size of the continent, but had not imagined it would be so vast. The disparity between what he had seen in the anime and the reality was staggering. The sense of awe was something one could never fully grasp through mere animation. As they drew nearer, everyone began to perceive the true form of the Red Earth continent, their faces displaying identical expressions of shock. However, in the next moment, panic ensued in Nami. It seems we are about to collide. Usopp shouted in terror. What? Nami quickly resumed her observation through the telescope, realizing that the ship was indeed barreling toward the Red Earth continent at an alarming speed. The influence of the currents rendered them utterly incapable of controlling the ship. Instantly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Nami's forehead. Was the nautical chart erroneous? That seemed implausible. Her expression turned frantic as she grappled with the situation. Unsure of how to respond at that moment, Xia Chen's voice reached her, easing her tense heart. "Do not panic. Just follow the current." Nami turned to Xia Chen, trusting in the accuracy of his words, for she knew he had always been a source of reassurance. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to inquire, as it would enhance her navigational experience. "Why can we just follow the current?" "Look," he explained, "there is a fissure in the direction we are headed on the Red Earth continent. That is where the canal lies. Thus, the current is not leading us toward a wall, but rather toward the canal." "Huh." Upon hearing Xia Chen's explanation, Nami turned to observe the indicated location, indeed spotting the presence of a crack. She could not help but admire Xia Chen even more. Having him around was undoubtedly a stabilizing factor. Unlike Nami's gaze shifted to the other four on the ship, each wearing a bewildered expression. "These fools. The sea is genuinely climbing the mountain," Zoro exclaimed. Astonished as he peered ahead through the telescope, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, having previously insisted that water could not possibly ascend a mountain. Yet, now this very phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. How ridiculous, Xia Chen scoffed from the side. For reasons unknown, witnessing Zoro's befuddled expression made Xia Chen wish to ridicule him, though he too had been taken aback by the sight of the water flowing uphill. He did not show it outwardly. His astonishment remained concealed within that as long as he did not reveal his own bewilderment. No one would suspect that he too was just as perplexed, to be fair. While Xia Chen had been aware of the existence of such phenomena beforehand, witnessing it firsthand was still breathtaking. His thoughts mirrored Zoro's. The notion of water climbing a mountain seemed utterly ludicrous, yet such occurrences were indeed a reality. It appeared he had yet to fully acclimate to the absurdities of the world of One Piece. He would need to strengthen his resolve, lest he find himself as unprepared as Zoro when they reached Skypiea. "Who do you think you are to criticize me?" Zoro retorted defiantly. In an instant, Xia Chen vanished from sight, only to reappear inches from Zoro's face. "Third-rate swordsman. Behold me. My skin is several shades lighter than yours. What dog I could perceive me as darker?" The term dog that Zoro had used was actually one Xia Chen had taught him in his past life. Yuta referred to a derogatory term for dark-skinned individuals. Once, while Usopp was experimenting with explosives and accidentally blew himself up, his face became blackened, prompting Xia Chen to quip it was amusing that Zoro had now adopted the term and directed it at him. "How ironic. You consume black coffee daily. What else could you possibly be but Yuta?" Zoro exclaimed, startled by Xia Chen's sudden appearance, yet he remained resolute. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback. To think that something as trivial as his beverage choice could be linked to his identity was absurd. After a brief pause, Xia Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and sauntered toward the bow of the ship, while Zoro glowered at his retreating figure, muttering, "When I grow stronger, you will be the first to feel my blade." Upon reaching the bow, Xia Chen noticed Nami's grave expression and inquired curiously, "What troubles you?" Nami pointed ahead, stating, "This current will indeed lead us to the canal, but our course is slightly askew. If we continue on this trajectory, the Mary will surely collide with the nearby pillar, sealing our fate." "Oh, I thought it was something significant. Is that all?" Nami's bewilderment was palpable. Wasn't the safety of the entire crew a matter of great importance? Xia Chen offered her a reassuring glance before addressing Luffy. "Luffy, quickly transform into a balloon and cushion the impact at that doorway." "Why must it be me?" Luffy protested. "Because you are the only one capable of such a feat. After all, you are the captain of our pirate crew, undoubtedly the most competent among us. This arduous task can only be entrusted to you." Xia Chen lavished praise on Luffy, who, being somewhat simple-minded, was easily swayed, and exclaimed with glee, "Ha ha, then it is indeed my duty." Within moments, as the ship approached the doorway, Xia Chen shouted, "Luffy, now! I'm coming!" With that, Luffy leaped toward the door, inhaling a great breath of air. Instantly, his body inflated like a balloon. Simultaneously, the Mary charged toward the door. Thud! The ship collided forcefully with Luffy's inflated belly, causing his face to redden instantly. Xia Chen observed this scene with satisfaction, thinking, indeed, Luffy can be quite useful at times, with Luffy's timely intervention. The merry-go swiftly resumed its correct course, propelled by the currents as it soared straight towards the mountain peak. After playing a pivotal role, Luffy stretched out and returned to the ship. Though he felt a tad fatigued, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed ahead. The Grand Line. Here I come. Luffy exclaimed with exuberance. The others on board also wore expressions of eager anticipation. Once they scaled this mountain, they would be able to enter the Grand Line. The merry-go surged upward with the current, and before long, it reached the summit. After a brief flight, it descended into the canal below. The descent was swifter than the ascent, creating larger splashes, adding to the thrill. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Xia Chen couldn't help but look up, murmuring, "Is that Laboon?" Aside from Xia Chen, only Zoro noticed the peculiar noise and curiously asked those around him. "Did you hear that sound?" "It's just the wind," Nami confidently replied. Now a seasoned navigator, she refused to be easily startled by any maritime phenomenon. It would be utterly embarrassing otherwise, although the sound was indeed odd. It was the Grand Line, the most extraordinary sea in the world. A peculiar wind was to be expected. Could it be the sound of a whale? Xia Chen remarked with a smirk. "What are you talking about?" "Xia Chen, a whale sound couldn't possibly be that loud if it were. Just how enormous would that whale have to be?" Sanji interjected, but before he could finish, they spotted a massive black shape ahead. As they drew closer, it became clear that it was not a mountain, but an enormous whale. The crew erupted into panic. How could such a colossal whale exist? This was a type of island whale from the West Blue, capable of growing as large as an entire island, so its size was not unusual. "We're doomed," they all exclaimed in unison, slapping their hands together in dismay. But in an instant, Xia Chen reassured them. "Wait, the issue isn't about calmly discussing the species of this whale. We're going to crash into it." Calm down. I have a plan," Xia Chen said nonchalantly. "What plan?" everyone asked in unison. The plan involved Xia Chen leaping onto the whale's head and fiercely slashing forward with his right foot. Gale foot. A powerful slash surged forth, striking Laboon. Moo! The pained whale let out a cry, opening its mouth wide and sucking in all the surrounding seawater. Naturally, their ship was caught in the maelstrom as well. Thus, the entire vessel was swallowed into Laboon's belly. "This is madness. Your so-called solution was to let us be devoured. Did we avoid the collision?" Xia Chen shrugged. "Indeed, we did, but now we're being eaten. Isn't that a worse predicament?" Luffy and the others gripped Xia Chen's neck, shaking him while shouting, "Are you looking for a fight?" Thud, thud, thud. Luffy, with a bruised face, scoffed. "These days, people can't even be criticized for their mistakes." "Exactly. The one in the wrong dares to strike first." "What kind of logic is that?" Zoro and Sanji chimed in. Hearing this, Xia Chen's fists inexplicably itched, yet he thought better of it. Constantly bullying these weaklings was futile. "If I dare to be swallowed by a whale, it signifies that I am absolutely fine. Just wait and watch." A few minutes later, after a dizzying whirl, the merry-go settled upon a vibrant green sea. The azure sky, fluffy white clouds, and soaring birds left everyone in a state of bewilderment. "Weren't we just swallowed by a whale? What is happening?" Nami stammered. "We are indeed inside the whale's belly." A cup of coffee had mysteriously appeared in Xia Chen's hand. After taking a sip, he calmly stated, "Huh. Indeed, look, those clouds and birds aren't moving. They're all painted." Usopp pointed at the sky. "So, does that mean the ocean below is stomach acid?" Sanji's expression shifted dramatically. "Correct. Who are you?" Just as the crew marveled at the bizarre scene inside the whale's belly, an elderly voice echoed in their ears. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the voice. "Wow, a chrysanthemum is coming towards us," Luffy shouted in alarm. "Humph, what chrysanthemum? How rude. Chrysanthemums can talk." Luffy was even more alarmed. "You idiot, that's obviously a person," Zoro replied, though he too was puzzled. Why was there a small island inside a whale's belly? Lost in thought, Zoro asked, "Old man, who are you? Why are you in the whale's belly?" "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" "Good point. I am Roronoa Zoro. I am Kurikasu, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. I am 71 years old, a Gemini, and my blood type is AB. Clang. A sword was unsheathed. "Dante, stop me. I'm going to cut him down." Calm down, Sanji urged, pulling on Zoro. "Thinking of attacking? I advise against it. That could be deadly," Kurikasu said ominously. The crew stiffened, staring intently at the old man. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke as he said, "Let us see who will die." He doubted that a man over 70 could possess any combat prowess. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who will die is quite apparent." "It's me," Kurikasu declared confidently. "So it's you. But what exactly are you doing here? Surely, You're not plotting against this whale? Kurakasa's gaze bore into them. Of course not. We merely stumbled into Laboon's mouth, Xia Chen asserted from the bow of the ship. Ah, I see. Kurakasa nodded. Suddenly, he appeared to have realized something, staring at Xia Chen in shock, and asked slowly, how do you know the name of this whale? A mysterious smile spread across Xia Chen's face. This is a secret. Upon hearing this, Kurakasu scrutinized Xia Chen, but chose not to press further, instead stating, since you mean no harm, if you wish to leave, you may exit through that iron door. Kurakasu pointed to a nearby iron door. What? There's a door inside a whale's belly. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. By the way, did you paint all these pictures, old man? Usopp inquired. Yes, it's merely a hobby I indulge in during my spare time as a doctor. Doctor? Luffy's eyes lit up instantly. Old man Chrysanthemum, join my crew as our doctor. You idiot. Do you think this 71-year-old body can keep up with your antics? I might just kick the bucket along the way. Ah, that's too bad. Well, enough chatter. The door is right there. Let me take you out. As Coloccus rose to his feet, the entire sea of stomach acid began to sway ominously. Upon witnessing this, his gaze sharpened, and he promptly leapt into the acidic depths. Old man Kikawa, Luffy shouted. Would he not be corroded by the stomach acid? Sanji's brow glistened with cold sweat. Xia Chen remarked, no. As a doctor, he is well aware of his own constitution and has no need to worry about such matters. Shortly thereafter, the onlookers beheld Coloccus emerging from the depths, subsequently climbing onto the platform he had constructed to administer a sedative to Laboon. Not long after the sedative was administered, the previously tumultuous sea of stomach acid began to gradually calm, ultimately returning to its prior placid state. What is happening? Nami inquired in alarm. Laboon is colliding with the red soil continent. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Coloccus, who had just resurfaced, immediately turned and fixed him with an intense gaze. He repeated his question, how do you know about this? I've already told you. It's a secret. I'm merely an ordinary person who happens to know a bit too much, Xia Chen replied. For instance, I know certain things about you, Mr. Coloccus, the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger. This declaration not only startled Coloccus, but also left his companions petrified. They collectively exclaimed, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King? Coloccus scrutinized Xia Chen deeply, as if attempting to see through him. Xia Chen, in turn, offered him a faint smile. After a prolonged silence, Coloccus slowly stated, young man, you indeed possess an abundance of knowledge. However, I see no malice in your eyes. So I shan't inquire further, for you understand that even if you asked, I would not divulge anything. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, precisely. Coloccus then asked, young man, would you dare to grant me a modicum of respect? At this moment, the others finally recovered from the shock of Coloccus being the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, and Luffy eagerly inquired, old man Kikawa, have you found One Piece? Indeed, Coloccus nodded. Would you like me to reveal what lies there? He teased, no. Luffy resolutely refused. I intend to become the Pirate King through my own efforts and discover One Piece. Observing the determination etched on Luffy's face, Coloccus felt a surge of inspiration, reminiscent of a man from many years ago who had boldly proclaimed the same. Once he regained his composure, a smile crept across his lips. Young lad, becoming the Pirate King is no easy feat. Are you prepared to risk your life for it, without a hint of regret? I don't care. I will become the Pirate King. Coloccus gazed intently at Luffy. After a prolonged moment, he burst into laughter. Then I wish you the best of luck. Just as Coloccus was about to say more, a voice rang out from above, a male and female duo exclaiming, old man, you're finished. As Coloccus turned, he noticed a cannonball hurtling toward him, prompting a few beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, his fingers deftly moving, unleashing a series of minuscule slashes that sped forth. Boom! The cannonball exploded midair, and Xia Chen shifted his gaze upward to the pair. One was a girl with blue hair tied in a ponytail, and the other a man adorned with a crown, his cheeks marked with the number 9. Mr. 9, Miss Wednesday, what brings you here? The pair paused, momentarily stunned by Xia Chen's recognition of them. How could this person know them? They were utterly astonished, unaware that the others behind them were equally bewildered. Though they had always known that Xia Chen possessed a wealth of knowledge, it seemed he had recently discovered even more. No matter the inquiry, he had an answer. It was absurd that he recognized these two unexpected newcomers. Surely, your intelligence doesn't surpass that of Morgan's. Who are you? And how do you know our names? Me? You don't even know who I am. What have you two been doing? Xia Chen feigned anger. This familiar tone, this recognizable cadence, this well-known expression. Those behind him instantly grasped his intentions. He was about to put on a show. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday were even more perplexed, their tempers flaring. Who are you? Why should we know you? Have you two not been keeping up with the guild's announcements during your recent missions? Xia Chen scoffed. Upon hearing this, the duo felt a jolt of realization. They had been so preoccupied with attempts to eliminate the whale that they had neglected to check for guild communications. Could this individual be a new officer within the guild? As they pondered, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. Listen closely. I am Mr. One, newly appointed by the boss. Now do you understand? Mr. One. This title surpassed their ranks by an unfathomable margin, the strongest under the boss. Instantly, a wave of fear washed over them. My apologies, Mr. One. We truly did not receive the information and failed to recognize you. Please forgive us. Mr. Nine quickly bowed. Meanwhile, Miss Wednesday remained silent, lost in thought, until a smile broke through her pensive expression. I must say, if you're going to pretend, you should at least do it convincingly. You could never be Mr. One. Oh, and how do you figure that? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. Miss Wednesday's confidence shone through as she declared. Because we have met Mr. One, and he exudes an aura of power, unmistakably a formidable individual. You, however, are too handsome. Your skin is too fair and soft. You simply do not fit the mold of a strong person. You should have chosen a different guise to adopt. This one is utterly implausible. Xia Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated numerous reasons for his exposure, yet this had never crossed his mind. Is there a law that states strong individuals cannot be handsome? What sort of reasoning is that? Your criteria for judgment are quite peculiar, princess, Xia Chen remarked with a hint of amusement. So you believe I am not strong enough to be Mr. One? Indeed. With that, Xia Chen vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did he go? They stood dumbfounded, bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Before they could seek his whereabouts, they felt a hand on each of their shoulders. And now, do you believe I possess strength? His voice, usually smooth and gentle, now carried a chilling tone, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily as they slowly turned to face him. Just moments ago, Xia Chen had been below, yet now he stood before them with a smile. How is this possible? The thought raced through their minds simultaneously. He had vanished for merely a second, yet he had silently appeared behind them, and they were perched on a platform dozens of meters high. This was utterly shattering to their worldview. In that instant, they believed Xia Chen's claim of being Mr. One. Such formidable strength could belong to no one else. However, Miss Wednesday, also known as Vivi, found her heart sinking further into despair. If Mr. One were this powerful, how much greater must Crocodile's strength be? With this thought, her gaze dimmed, contemplating whether the Alabasta kingdom still had any hope. Xia Chen was unaware that his casual display of power had led Vivi to such profound thoughts. Even if he had been aware, it mattered little. Instilling fear in her was just as well. All right, in my capacity as Mr. One, I command you not to engage with this whale. But, Mr. Nine attempted to protest. But Xia Chen interrupted him. What? Do my words hold no weight? And no, they do. In that case, proceed to my ship. May I ask, which ship is that? Do you see that fellow over there wearing the straw hat? Xia Chen pointed towards Luffy, who was foolishly staring at them, and remarked, Do you see him, my lord? Is there something amiss with him? His head is worth 25 million berries. Do you think there is no issue? 25 million berries? This one, who appears to be as dim-witted as a fool. Indeed. So you understand what must be done, correct? Understood, understood. First, we lure them to Whiskey Peak. Then we ensnare them all at once. Is that not so? My lord? Mr. Nine interjected eagerly. Excellent. A teachable child. Xia Chen cast an appreciative glance at him. Then let us proceed. With that, Xia Chen grabbed one of them in each hand and led them aboard the Mary. As for why he didn't simply kick them off, do not misunderstand. Xia Chen merely wished to prevent any damage to the Mary. So, you are in league with them? You all wish to harm Labu? Just moments ago, you claimed there was no malice? Kuroka's fixed his gaze on Xia Chen. Old man, my apologies. I shall explain shortly. Upon saying this, Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and a formidable burst of Conqueror's haki emanated from him, causing Vivi and Mr. Nine to faint instantly aboard the ship. Conqueror's haki. Kuroka's was genuinely astonished this time. He had initially believed Xia Chen to be a mere small-time pirate with a modicum of strength. However, it appeared that his assumptions were gravely mistaken. What I just performed was but a minor act, a ruse to deceive them. Otherwise, if I truly intended harm towards Labu, old man, you would be powerless to stop me. Would you not? Therefore, there was no necessity for deceit. Kuroka's pondered this and realized that Xia Chen's words held truth. If Xia Chen bore any ill intent, then given his current prowess, Kuroka's would most likely not stand a chance against him. With this thought, Kuroka's began to believe Xia Chen's claims. Those capable of awakening conquerors' haki are inherently kings, and such individuals are above deceit. But wait, he just deceived those two fools. Wow. Old man Juhua. Does that mean you've been here for nearly 50 years? I suppose so. However, I did venture out for a time, sailing alongside Roger and the others. After that, I returned here to keep Labu company once more. Yet as Labu grew larger, I found myself having to treat him from within. So your treatment involves creating these waterways within his body? Zoro asked. Exasperated, is it possible he didn't die by his own doing, but rather by your meddling? You know nothing, green-haired brat. I am a doctor, and so are you. Do not question my medical skills. Clang. The sword Wado Ikamanji was drawn once again that Dio not restrain me. This time, I am determined to slay him. So this whale has awaited his companions here for 50 years? Luffy inquired with uncertainty. Indeed, due to this promise, Labu has longed to breach the red line to find them. But how could a mere whale inflict any damage upon that continent? Kuroka sighed heavily at this point that as the conversation unfolded. The group soon spotted an iron door. As the doors slowly creaked open, Xia Chen and the others were once more greeted by the outside world. After a while, huff, Sanji slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth. After 50 years, they must surely be dead by now. Needless to say, they are undoubtedly deceased, Zoro added. No. In fact, I have heard rumors of them escaping the Grand Line. However, they forgot their promise and did not come to take Labu away. Huh. They forgot their promise, Luffy said, bewildered. How could they be so wicked, to make a promise and not keep it? Usopp chimed in angrily from the side. But old man, did you not inform Labu of this matter? Ah, I told him, but alas, he refused to believe me and continued to ram against the red line. As always, if Labu persists in this manner, he will not survive for long. A sorrowful expression crossed Kuroka's face. This moment, Xia Chen felt it was crucial to speak up, as he was the one who knew everything. Just as he was about to say something, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure sneaking about. Xia Chen's eyes narrowed, and he vanished in an instant. The next moment, the others saw a dark silhouette flash past, followed by a tremendous crashing sound from the rock wall beside Twin Cape. They immediately turned around to find Xia Chen standing firmly in place. Nami, filled with curiosity, asked, Xia Chen, what was that shadow just now? Oh, that was Luffy. With that, Xia Chen's figure disappeared, racing towards Luffy. Xia Chen stood silently before the pile of rubble, gazing ahead. Moments later, sounds emerged from the debris as Luffy slowly crawled out, glaring at Xia Chen with anger and demanding, Xia Chen, what are you doing? What am I doing? I intend to teach you a lesson. With that, Xia Chen appeared before Luffy, armament haki coiling around his hand, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Luffy, bewildered by the sudden attack, retaliated in anger, shouting as he charged at Xia Chen. However, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. His attacks were utterly ineffective, leaving him to receive a relentless beating. After a time, the Mary approached the shore, and Zoro and Sanji hurried over to restrain Xia Chen. Xia Chen, stop. If you continue, Luffy will be beaten to death. Luffy was in tatters, covered in wounds, blood spewing from his mouth in a pitiful state. Zoro's expression turned grave as he perceived that Xia Chen was genuinely infuriated this time. Otherwise, he would not have struck with such ferocity. Yet, Zoro was also curious as to what Luffy had done to provoke Xia Chen's ire. Huff, Xia Chen exhaled deeply, slowly approaching the battered Luffy, who was staring at him. What did you intend to do just now? Xia Chen asked coolly, his voice laced with a chilling undertone that I wanted to. You wished to battle Labu, to forge a new pact, so that he would cease ramming against the red line. Luffy was momentarily perplexed. How did Xia Chen discern his intentions? If he knew what Luffy aimed to do, why then was he impeding him and delivering a beating? You wish to fight Labu. I have no objections, but had I not stopped you, you would have attempted to dismantle the main mast of the Mary, would you not? At this point, Xia Chen's tone grew even colder, his gaze fixed furiously upon Luffy as he shouted, Monkey D. Luffy, what do you perceive our ship, the Mary, to be? Xia Chen's thunderous voice left everyone around frozen in place, none daring to breathe loudly. This was a terrifying side of Xia Chen they had never witnessed before. Do you not see the Mary as our companion? If you desire to fight, use your own fists. What purpose does dismantling the Mary serve? In truth, Xia Chen could hardly abide Luffy's attitude, prompting him to unleash his wrath. As the captain, Luffy displayed no care for their ship whatsoever. In fact, many of the Mary's damages were a result of Luffy's actions. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Luffy stood in stunned silence, his anger evaporating in an instant as he reflected on Xia Chen's remarks. After a moment, Luffy slowly rose to his feet and earnestly declared, Thank you, Xia Chen, you are right. The Mary is our companion, and I should care for it rather than harm it. Xia Chen nodded. Luffy's ability to acknowledge his mistakes was commendable. Oh, what are you waiting for? Go and forge a pact with Labu. Oh, right. With that, Luffy dashed towards Labu. Although Xia Chen's earlier beating had appeared severe, Luffy was not significantly harmed, and it would not greatly affect his strength. Xia Chen then turned to the others. All right, let us observe the spectacle. Sanji, could you prepare some delicacies? Nami is hungry. Miss Nami, is that true? Are you feeling hungry? Sanji rushed over to Nami, eager to assist. Yes. Nami was initially taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a stark contrast emerged between Luffy's side and that of Xia Chen. While Luffy was engaged in a fierce battle with Labu, the others were relishing delectable food, engaging in light-hearted conversation, and occasionally commenting on Luffy's combat prowess. After a while, the clash between Luffy and Labu finally came to a halt. However, as per Luffy's words, their battle was far from over, as they had vowed to resume it after Luffy completed his voyage around the Grand Line. Hey, you all are terribly ungrateful for sneaking bites, Luffy exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. What? Which of your eyes saw us sneaking food? Xia Chen replied with bewilderment, Aren't we sitting here openly eating? Luffy pondered for a moment with his not-so-bright intellect, and replied, That does seem quite reasonable. With that, he hurried over, grabbing food to stuff into his mouth. Having just endured a beating from Xia Chen and another from Labu, he felt he was on the brink of starvation. In the meantime, Kuroka's observed Luffy and inquired, Straw Hat, do you think you can honor your agreement with Labu? Or will it be like that previous pirate crew? Absolutely not. Luffy asserted confidently, adding with a grin, Unless I die. Is that so? Kuroka's mused thoughtfully. That moment, Xia Chen, after sipping his coffee, remarked nonchalantly, Old man, it's not that the Rumbar pirates broke their promise, it's simply that they are all dead. How do you know the name of that pirate crew? Kuroka's asked, astonished once more. I mentioned before that I possess a smidgen more knowledge than the average person. Therefore, knowing that this crew is called the Rumbar Pirates is only natural, isn't it? Well, when you put it that way, it seems rather normal. Indeed, Kuroka's exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he circled Xia Chen, perceiving an aura of mystery emanating from him. Despite appearing to be merely a child, Xia Chen's breadth of knowledge was astonishing. Xia Chen leisurely sipped his coffee again. Calm down, old man, stop circling me. You're making me dizzy. Kuroka's resumed his seat, no longer pondering how Xia Chen possessed such vast knowledge. He continued with the previous topic. Why do you say they are all dead? Because of Mr. One. Just as Xia Chen was about to elaborate, a commotion arose from the Mary, causing him to shift his attention. Mr. Nine and Vivi had awakened and were calling out to him. Sorry, just a moment. With that, his conqueror's haki surged forth, crashing into the two on the Mary once more, causing them to collapse again. It was unfortunate that they had barely regained consciousness before succumbing once more. Your conqueror's haki is rather indiscriminate in its usage, Kuroka's remarked, somewhat embarrassed. It feels like using a cannon to swat a fly, doesn't it? What can I say? It's the most time-efficient method, Xia Chen shrugged. Now, let's return to our previous discussion. The Rumbar pirates perished in a certain sea, which is why they did not return, not because they broke their promise. I don't know where you obtained your information, old man, but it is incorrect. Is that so? Kuroka's did not doubt the veracity of Xia Chen's statement. Given Xia Chen's demonstrated knowledge, it was evident that he possessed far more information than Kuroka's himself. Thus, if Xia Chen claimed the information was erroneous, it was likely that Kuroka's had indeed received incorrect news. By the way, old man, do you remember Brook? Of course, We had quite a good relationship back then. He is not dead. What? Kuroka's exclaimed, rising in excitement. It is indeed true, though his situation is somewhat complex. One could say he is both dead and alive. What sort of description is that? Kuroka's was utterly bewildered, both dead and alive. How abstract. Kuroka struggled to comprehend Xia Chen's words, while the others were equally lost. Even when Xia Chen mentioned the Rumbar pirates earlier, they had felt disconnected. Simultaneously, they all harbored the same thought. Why is it that someone from the same crew possesses so much knowledge? However, adhering to the principle of silence in the face of ignorance, they quietly munched on their snacks. Xia Chen continued, Brook did indeed perish in a battle, but he consumed the Yomi no Mi. Thus, while his physical body is dead, his soul endures, and now, he exists as a living skeleton. A living skeleton? That sounds fascinating, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, I have never seen a living skeleton. I wonder if a slash would shatter its bones. How would the taste of such bones fare as ingredients? Are you all devils? Nami and Usopp shouted in unison, horrified. What manner of individuals are you? A living skeleton sounds terrifying. Ha! This is utterly delightful. I wonder if I will have the chance to encounter it in the future, Luffy said, filled with anticipation. Xia Chen remained silent, smiling. After a moment, Kuroka's finally accepted this reality, a smile gracing his lips. That fellow. Ha ha. After laughing for a while, Kuroka's turned to Xia Chen and expressed, Thank you for bringing me this news. Hey, old man, what are you saying? If you really want to thank me, just give us your log pose. We still don't have one. Ha, of course, no problem. Log pose? What is that? Nami inquired curiously. It is a device used to navigate the Grand Line. Xia Chen replied casually. Isn't a compass sufficient? Take a look at your current compass. What is wrong with this compass? Nami questioned, alarmed. Why is the needle spinning wildly? Because the magnetic forces of the Grand Line are chaotic, and all weather conditions here are unreliable. Clouds, currents, winds, none can be trusted. The only thing you can rely on is the direction indicated by the log pose. In the Grand Line, each island is interconnected by magnetic forces. Therefore, upon reaching an island, we must remain there for a while until the log pose records the island's magnetic field. This duration varies. Some islands take days to record, while others only require a few hours. Once recorded, it will point to the direction of the next island. Xia Chen explained extensively about the log pose. Feeling a bit parched and taking a comfortable sip of coffee, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge, Mr. Xia Chen. Indeed, Xia Chen instinctively replied, but suddenly seemed to realize something, turning his head just in time to receive a heavy blow to the head. Ouch! Xia Chen groaned, clutching his head. Gazing at Nami's stormy expression, he stammered, What's wrong? Why didn't you mention this sooner? You didn't ask, Xia Chen retorted, feeling somewhat wronged. He had a vast array of knowledge, but he only shared it under special circumstances. Otherwise, why would he speak so much for no reason? Yet, he dared not voice this, especially after receiving that painful punch from Nami. Xia Chen seriously suspected that Nami was the first among the Straw Hat crew to master Conqueror's Haki. The power was rather formidable. Kuroka's produced the log pose and handed it to Nami, who was utterly delighted. Perhaps it was the nature of a navigator, but seeing such a device always brought her joy. Kuroka's remarked, The Grand Line has 7 routes. Which one do you intend to choose? Let us take the Whiskey Peak route. Xia Chen replied casually to, Is there a difference among these 7 routes? Nami inquired, intrigued. Indeed, what is the difference? The islands traversed are distinct. Nami's previously quelled fury surged anew. Were it not for the fact that Kuroka's was an elder, she would have demonstrated to him the meaning of a single punch. Kuroka's, taken aback by the shifting expressions on Nami's face, pondered her temperament. Indeed, it was no surprise that every crew member aboard their ship had suffered her wrath, returning to the matter at hand. Kuroka's continued, Regardless of which route you choose, the ultimate destination remains the final island, Raftel. Therefore, if you are resolute in your ambition to become the Pirate King, any path will suffice. Then, why choose Whiskey Peak? Nami turned to Xia Chen. Because this route is more intriguing, Xia Chen replied. More intriguing? Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed loudly, Great, let us set our course for Whiskey Peak. Nami couldn't help but facepalm. Why did she always feel that misfortune loomed? Half a day later, farewell, old man Kuroka's, Luffy shouted from the Mary as he waved towards the shore. He then turned to Laboon. Laboon, wait for me. after I circumnavigate the globe. I'll return to find you. Until then, don't let that painting on your head get damaged. Moo? Laboon replied with a sound of reluctance. Gradually, the Mary sailed away, watched by a person and a whale. Colocas gazed at the distant ship, murmuring, Roger, I see someone akin to you once more. It seems the world will not remain tranquil henceforth. Half a day later, aboard the Mary, a thick blanket of snow had accumulated on the ship. What is with the weather on the Grand Line? It was just sunny, and now it's snowing heavily. Nami shivered in her sweater. Her gaze shifted downward, where Usopp and Luffy were engaged in a snowman building contest. With Usopp undoubtedly the victor, as his snowman far surpassed Luffy's. Even Xia Chen, observing Usopp's creation, couldn't help but applaud that it was indeed impressive. He then took a sip of coffee. In this weather, a warm cup was exceptionally comforting. His attention turned to the two individuals above. Hey, you two. Come over and help with the snow removal. Why are you just standing there? Huh? Mr. 1. Do we have to work too? Of course. What gives you the right to be taken to Whiskey Peak without pitching in? Hurry up. Mr. 9 wanted to say more, but, at Vivi's prompting, decided to remain silent, and the two began shoveling snow obediently. Observing their compliance, a smile crept onto Xia Chen's face that it seemed their charade was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Xia Chen, there's a massive iceberg ahead. What should we do? Just as Xia Chen was contemplating, Sanji's voice rang from the bow of the ship. Xia Chen rose slowly, making his way to the front of the ship, then leaped onto the goat figurehead. Gazing at the colossal iceberg, he remarked, if we encounter situations like this during our voyage, the solution is quite simple. Watch me demonstrate. With that, Xia Chen raised his leg slightly, and his right leg swept forward like a blade slicing through the air. A tremendous slash shot forth. Racing towards the iceberg, the strike glided silently through the ice, and moments later, the iceberg began to split apart, collapsing smoothly as if cut by a mirror. Job done. Let's wrap it up. Xia Chen returned to his original seat, leisurely sipping his coffee. How delightful. While Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor, the others were wide-eyed in astonishment. How could such a massive iceberg disappear in an instant? Are you sure we can learn from this demonstration? You hold us in such high regard. Among them, only Zoro's eyes gleamed with excitement, for he alone could unleash such slashes, while the others lacked such capabilities. Vivi and Mr. 9 trembled in fear. Could such power truly belong to a mere mortal? Hey, you two, why are you dawdling? No slacking off. Xia Chen glared at them. Yes. A day later, an island adorned with enormous cacti appeared before the Mary. This was their destination, Whiskey Peak. It seems we shall enjoy a feast tonight. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. However, before that, Xia Chen, why did you tie those two up and stash them in the cabin? Luffy inquired curiously, with the others casting similarly puzzled glances. That you'll find out tomorrow, Xia Chen replied, a cryptic smile on his face, though his mind was preoccupied with the voice that had just echoed in his mind. Ding, successfully checked in at Whiskey Peak Island, acquired Nimbus Cloud. Nimbus Cloud? A look of surprise crossed Xia Chen's face. This was the first time he had checked in for something that didn't enhance his strength. Contemplating this, he examined the attributes of the Nimbus Cloud. Nimbus Cloud, a golden cloud, capable of reaching speeds of up to 100 kilometers per second, all explanatory rights reserved by the system. Although Xia Chen was unsure of how fast a leap of 100,000 miles was, it likely wouldn't yield such a neat figure, and no wonder there was a disclaimer at the end. It seemed this Nimbus Cloud was inauthentic. However, Xia Chen was too indifferent to dwell on this. The speed of 100 kilometers per second was already more than sufficient for his needs. Even Kizaru might not reach such velocities. Although he possessed the light fruit, his speed surely didn't achieve light speed. Otherwise, what of the rest of the world, who could react to a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second? Xia Chen was quite pleased with this reward. Although it didn't enhance his strength, it was of little consequence, as his current abilities were adequate for most situations. Instead, the Nimbus Cloud stirred within him an urge to play, though he restrained himself for now. If he accidentally soared too far, he might find himself lost on the way back, which would be quite amusing. That it appeared he would be collecting more than just treasures from now on. A permanent record pointer. With a permanent record pointer, Xia Chen could traverse between all the islands of the world at remarkable speed, without taking much time at all. Closing the system panel, Xia Chen directed his gaze towards the surrounding mist. With his observation haki, he was acutely aware of everything around him. Yet, he had no intention of disrupting the unfolding narrative. Otherwise, there would be no need to bind Vivi and the others. Why not simply enjoy a sumptuous feast? Moreover, if all went as anticipated, he would witness an entertaining spectacle tonight, which piqued his interest the most. With that thought, Xia Chen quietly observed his surroundings, patiently awaiting the unfolding events as the fog gradually dissipated. The scenery revealed itself. Welcome, welcome. Countless people surrounded their ship, displaying a warm welcome. So the people here are friendly towards pirates. Luffy's face lit up with joy. Usopp was also blowing hearts, realizing that pirates were so well received here. Beautiful ladies. Sanji gazed at the women on the shore, who were beckoning him with enticing movements. Aside from Xia Chen, only Zoro and Nami regarded this scene with suspicion, appearing calm outwardly while remaining vigilant within. Once the ship anchored, the crew disembarked, at which point a tall man with long, curly hair approached them. Upon reaching Luffy and the others, he greeted them warmly. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar. I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak. My name is Cough Cough. Maramaru, call me Agarapoy. Old man, your hair is so curly, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, pointing at his hair. Haha, don't mind such trivial matters. Whiskey Peak is a town that prides itself on hospitality. It is our mission to treat our guests with warmth, so may we throw a party in your honor. Of course. Together, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji joyfully exclaimed. Nami gazed at the trio, feeling utterly speechless. How could they dare to throw a party without understanding the situation? She sensed that something was amiss, yet she remained unworried. With Xia Chen around, she believed they could handle whatever might arise. That was her unwavering trust in him. Thus, she decided to observe what tricks this group intended to play. That night, in a tavern atop Whiskey Peak, Luffy stuffed food into his mouth, exclaiming, "These dishes are simply delectable. I want more," he recounted. When I fought that whale, I knocked it down with a single punch. A chorus of gasps echoed as the crowd reacted to Usopp's tale. Meanwhile, Sanji lounged happily among several beautiful women that on the other side, Zoro, Nami, and Xia Chen sat together, indulging in drinks. The mayor turned to Nami and said, "Madam, we are organizing a drinking contest. Would you care to join? The wine is exquisite." Nami waved her hand dismissively that I think I'll pass. I'm not particularly fond of alcohol, but the winner receives a prize of 100,000 berries. Count me in, Nami exclaimed, turning to Xia Chen and Zoro. Hey, you two should join as well. Sure, Xia Chen nodded. He knew that if he didn't participate, the others would be uneasy. Besides, the wine truly tasted remarkable. He thought about stashing some in the system space later. After a while, upon reaching the 8th glass, Xia Chen feigned exhaustion and collapsed onto the table. Not for any particular reason, but simply because he felt a bit full. By the 12th glass, Zoro also pretended to succumb, leaving Nami to dominate the competition. Clearly, even in jest, Nami was determined to claim that 100,000 berries. Finally, when she triumphed over the last opponent, a nun, she too collapsed onto the table. With everyone down, the atmosphere in the tavern gradually quieted, and one by one, they began to exit at that moment. Xia Chen, Zoro, and Nami simultaneously opened their eyes. Zoro glanced at the three sprawled on the ground and scoffed. What a trio of fools. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen and Nami nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are quite foolish. What do you think they aim to accomplish? Nami inquired. Well, we'll find out once we step outside. Xia Chen replied with a grin. All right, let's split up. You two check the situation outside while I search for treasures here, Nami declared, moving towards the surrounding rooms. Xia Chen turned to Zoro and said, You investigate the situation. I'll prepare a little gift for them. A gift? What do you mean? Zoro asked, puzzled that you'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, outside the tavern, two figures stood together. The nun slowly removed her black robe, revealing a muscular, bronze-skinned physique. She turned to the mayor and asked, Our food supply is already insufficient. Why are we hosting a banquet for them? The mayor slowly produced a bounty poster from his sleeve, displaying Luffy's visage prominently. This straw hat-wearing kid has a bounty of 25 million if we capture him alive. Our profits could triple, providing us with ample sustenance for a while. Is he truly worth 25 million? The nun, known as Miss Sunday, gasped. She had not anticipated that the seemingly frail and harmless individual bore such a hefty price tag. Yet, I can't shake this ominous feeling, Mr. 8, the mayor said with concern. One of them bears an uncanny resemblance to someone with an exorbitantly high bounty. As he spoke, Mr. 8 retrieved another bounty poster, this time revealing Xia Chen's likeness. Take a look for yourself. Do you notice anything? Miss Sunday scrutinized the image and remarked, "Are you suggesting it's the most handsome one among them?" Exactly. Aside from their differing attire, their features are remarkably similar. Hence, my apprehension. Miss Sunday nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it seems rather improbable for two such strikingly handsome individuals to exist. You have a unique perspective on analysis. Mr. Point 8 commented. However, the likelihood of him being that person is minimal. After all, we're not likely to encounter a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million so casually. Additionally, we have yet to hear from Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. I wonder if they have encountered any trouble. Although Mr. 8 maintained a calm facade, he was deeply troubled, especially since he was aware of Miss Wednesday's true identity. She was their hope for saving the Alabasta kingdom. Enough of that for now. Let's deal with the pirates inside. You may not get another chance. A calm voice drifted down from above, causing their expressions to darken as they instinctively looked up. Zoro was perched atop the rooftop, a blade drawn and pointed menacingly at Mr. 8 and his companions. That weren't you supposed to be drunk? Mr. 8 exclaimed in horror. Who would be completely at ease in a town that welcomes pirates? Indeed, there are indeed fools like that, such as the three remaining on our ship. A different voice chimed in from behind them, drawing their attention at that moment. Xia Chen leisurely sat on a stool, sipping coffee, with Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday bound before him, their mouths gagged. They could only frantically signal with their eyes, but regrettably, Mr. 8 could not decipher their plight. Before them, a circular mark on the ground encircled the three. How come you're not intoxicated either? Mr. 8 stammered. The reasoning is akin to that of the green-haired one above. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, "Do you not sense that something is amiss in your town?" Baroque Works. Upon hearing Xia Chen unveil their identities, shock spread across their faces. Mr. 8 questioned, "How do you know who we are?" "How I know is of no concern to you," Xia Chen stated, then turned to Zoro. "I'll leave this group to you." "You rascal." Zoro scoffed, then glanced at the two swords at his waist. "Snow, Sandai Kitetsu. This may be a splendid opportunity to test your mettle." With that, Zoro leapt down, charging into the fray. Mr. Point 8 turned to Miss Sunday and ordered, "You handle that swordsman while I rescue Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday." To him, the safety of the princess was paramount. As Mr. 8 sprinted towards Xia Chen, he noticed that the man remained seated, sipping coffee, seemingly unperturbed. A smile crept onto Mr. 8's face. "I've got him." However, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts as he collided with a golden barrier, sliding down and landing on the ground. "Ouch, that looks painful." "I warned you not to run so fast," Xia Chen teased from within the barrier. The golden barrier was the very same protective dome that Sun Wukong employed to shield his master. Drawing inspiration from that tale, Xia Chen had named his technique, "Don't Worry, Master." The method of using this skill was remarkably simple. He merely had to channel his own energy, eschewing the need to literally draw a line on the ground, which would be rather foolish. The circular mark on the ground was merely a nod to the original tale. This skill was Xia Chen's first true creation, distinct from the others he had merely acquired through the system, which made him feel rather unremarkable. Mr. 8 gradually rose from the ground, a warm stream trickling from his nostrils, which he instinctively touched with his hand. His nose, which was not particularly large, swelled to at least 3 times its normal size at that moment. With blood continuously flowing, he then tore off 2 strips of cloth from his clothing, twisted them into a ball, and stuffed them into his nose. Next, he fixed a fierce gaze on Xia Chen and demanded, "What sorcery is this?" "A useful sorcery. Whether it's useful or not can only be determined through trial." Mr. 8 retorted stubbornly, "If it were ineffective, would you be in such a state?" Xia Chen's words provoked Mr. 8 into a fit of rage, and he bitterly replied, "Just wait. I shall see how confident you remain." Mr. 8 circled behind Xia Chen, his eyes locked onto him. "What are you doing?" Xia Chen asked in confusion. "I intend to strike you from behind, you despicable scoundrel. Using our 2 companions as shields, I shall attack from your rear, and should the barrier break, my assault will first reach you, sparing them from harm. Prepare yourself for demise," Mr. 8 shouted, "Shotgun." With that, several shotguns protruded from Mr. 8's hair, aimed at Xia Chen's back. "To be honest, you have reminded me." Xia Chen's calm voice reached Mr. 8's ears, igniting an ominous suspicion within him. To avoid further complications, he needed to break this barrier swiftly. At this moment, Xia Chen swiftly brought Wei Wei in front of him, flashing a provocative smile at Mr. 8. Upon seeing Wei Wei appear before him, Mr. Point 8 panicked instantly. He had already pulled the trigger in a desperate moment. Mr. 8 twisted his head with all his might, finally aligning the wound with the battling Zoro at the last moment before the bullet was discharged. With the sound of gunfire echoing, Zoro's attention was inevitably drawn. However, as he turned his head, he was met with a hail of bullets flying towards him. In a moment of panic, Zoro instinctively grabbed the nearest person to shield himself. Moments later, silence fell. Phew, that was close. Zoro exhaled a sigh of relief. Xia Chen, what are you doing? Isn't he your opponent? Zoro yelled at Xia Chen, straining his voice. Who said he was my opponent? I just mentioned that they were left for you. Didn't I? Besides, he intends to fight you. I'm sitting right in front of him, yet he won't strike me. What can I do? Mr. 8 interjected. You know very well why I haven't attacked you. If you had just used that man beside the princess as a shield, you would see how I would have dealt with you. As time dragged on, Mr. 8 grew increasingly anxious. Every minute Wei Wei lingered in Xia Chen's hands was an additional 60 seconds of worry. Realizing this, Mr. 8 began to shift positions, seeking to break the barrier without Wei Wei in the way. Yet, how could his speed compare to Xia Chen's? Each time he reached a new position, Xia Chen had already placed Wei Wei in front of him, waiting. Thus, an amusing scene ensued, with Mr. 8 frantically hopping around the barrier, but after a full 10 minutes, he had yet to fire a single bullet. Meanwhile, Zoro had nearly dispatched all the minor foes, breathing heavily. Mr. Point 8 gasped, Do you dare not keep her shielded? Not to mention that he was exhausted. Wei Wei had also become dizzy from the constant shifting, her makeshift nose plug having fallen out. Gazing at Mr. 8, she remarked with a dazed smile, Mr. 8, why are you upside down? Hey, look, the stars are on the ground. Hearing this, Mr. 8's anger surged. How dare that pirate reduce their princess to such a state? Enough of this nonsense. I shall remain here. If you can break this barrier, I shall release them without hesitation, Xia Chen said, sipping coffee leisurely. Are you serious? Mr. 8's eyes gleamed with hope. Of course, Xia Chen replied with a subtle smile. He had merely wished to toy with the situation. Otherwise, how could Mr. 8 hope to breach his barrier? Such a notion was absurd. Even he would require over 80% of his strength to break it. And could Mr. 8 summon such power? Ridiculous. If he had that kind of strength, he would have long since confronted Crocodile instead of hiding as an undercover agent of Mr. 8. Shotgun. With a thunderous roar, Mr. 8 unleashed a barrage of bullets, each one striking the barrier fiercely. However, how is this possible? Mr. 8's eyes widened in horror. All the bullets fell harmlessly to the ground upon hitting the barrier, which remained completely unscathed, rippling not even slightly. Minutes later, observing the scattered bullets and the still impregnable barrier, despair welled up within Mr. 8, compelling him to kneel. Xia Chen, intrigued by the heap of bullets, mused about Mr. 8's long, thick hair, realizing it must have been used to conceal the ammunition. Meanwhile, Zoro's battle concluded, leaving the other members of the Baroque Works sprawled on the ground. Well, in that case, I should. Xia Chen began to rise, but sensing something in the air, a smile crept across his lips. How interesting. He turned to Zoro and declared, The remaining 3 are yours. With a casual wave of his hand, the protective barrier vanished, and he instantly disappeared from sight. That bastard, leaving this mess to me. Zoro grumbled, watching Xia Chen's retreating figure. Mr. 8, seeing the barrier dissipate, hurried to Wei Wei's side, shaking her vigorously. Miss Wednesday, are you all right? They were still unaware that their identities had been exposed, so even in concern, he continued to address her by her code name. After shaking for a while, Wei Wei finally regained some clarity and immediately urged Mr. 8, Lemu, we must flee. That man is beyond our capability to confront. Wei Wei called out Mr. 8's true name, her thoughts no longer restrained by hesitation, as the sight of Xia Chen casually cleaving a massive iceberg had thoroughly frightened her. She harbored no thoughts of resistance. Princess you, Lemu began, but a voice rang out from a distance. So you are all here, traitors of the Baroque Works. A figure with an explosion of hair and a woman holding an umbrella approached from afar. Mr. Point 5, Miss Valentine's Day, Lemu exclaimed, his voice trembling. What traitors? What are you talking about? He asked, a hint of guilt in his tone. Are you still pretending, captain of the royal guard of the Alabasta kingdom? Lemu. And you, Miss Wednesday, Princess Wei Wei. At Mr. 5's words, Ika Lemu and Wei Wei's expressions instantly soured. How did you discover our identities? Did you think you were hidden well? The Baroque Works is not as simple as you imagine. Mr. Point 5 continued, slowly advancing towards them, his finger poised to strike. Zoro, observing this scene with curiosity, wondered what was unfolding. A betrayal, perhaps. While unclear about their internal conflicts, it did not detract from his enjoyment of the spectacle. He sheathed his sword and watched intently. Meanwhile, atop a nearby peak, a figure clad in a white coat and hat stood observing the town below, a smile playing on their lips. Princess Wei Wei. How will you respond in this situation? Indeed, how would she respond? The sudden voice startled the figure, causing their heart to skip a beat, and they instinctively stepped back. Her gaze was directed towards the source of the sound. There stood Xia Chen, his expression calm as he looked at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Nicole Robin, what brings you here? The figure, Robin, did not immediately respond to Xia Chen's inquiry. Instead, she fixed her intense gaze upon him and spoke each word with conviction. The Demon King. Xia Chen. Ah, it seems you are indeed the offspring of a demon. You are one of the few who recognize me upon sight. A plethora of fools fail to even acknowledge my presence, rendering me unable to maintain my facade. Now, may I inquire as to your purpose here? After a moment of tension, Robin gradually regained her composure, understanding that impatience would yield no benefits in the presence of this man. Should he truly desire it, her chances of escape were virtually non-existent. Fortunately, it appeared he lacked such interest for the time being that I merely came here out of boredom, just to take a look. Hearing Robin's words, Xia Chen remained silent, his gaze lingering on her. It was only when Robin began to lose her patience that Xia Chen finally spoke with a nonchalant "all right." Robin found herself momentarily bewildered. A multitude of explanations lodged in her throat. Wait, are you truly placing such faith in me? This is rather unexpected. After contemplating for a moment, Robin still felt a sense of unreality and couldn't help but ask, "You actually believe what I say? Why would I not?" Xia Chen retorted. His response left Robin at a loss. It was only natural not to trust the words of a stranger. Yet, she could not quite decipher Xia Chen's thoughts. So she chose to dismiss the matter. After all, her life was in his hands. What was the point of overthinking? As this realization struck her, Robin felt an urge to slap herself for seeking unnecessary trouble. Now, her life hung in the balance. Despite the panic swirling within her, she forced herself to remain calm, contemplating an escape. However, just as she contemplated her next move, an overwhelming aura bore down upon her, causing cold sweat to drench her back. Why the hurry to leave? Stay and enjoy the show with me. Can I say no? Not really. Then why ask? Since that is the case, let us find another vantage point. The performance has already commenced. Moments later, the two found themselves atop a building, Xia Chen watching the battle unfolding in the distance with keen interest. There, Luffy and Zoro were engaged in a fierce fight. However, unlike the original tale, where their clash was evenly matched, Zoro now had the upper hand, a development for which Xia Chen felt partially responsible, had he not forced Zoro into daily sparring sessions. Zoro's current prowess would not have been attained. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen stroked his chin, pondering whether it was time to train this group of youngsters. Their current weakness was becoming difficult to bear. Just as he contemplated this, something caught his eye, and he swiftly stood, his figure vanishing from sight. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Zoro's sword aimed at Luffy was suddenly seized by a black arm, halting its advance. How is this possible? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is it impossible? Do you believe that simply mastering the art of cutting steel makes you invincible? You are still far from it. Xia Chen remarked coolly, though internally he felt a pang of anxiety. Thankfully, Zoro had only recently grasped the technique. Otherwise, with his still novice mastery of haki, he might not have been able to catch Zoro's strike barehanded. Observing the two, Xia Chen couldn't help but scold. Are you two trying to kill each other? His intention was merely to watch their battle, yet it had escalated unexpectedly, especially with Zoro's last strike. If it had connected with Luffy, he would have been gravely injured. If not dead, what's it to you? I will not forgive an ungrateful person. Luffy shouted defiantly that I have no intention of explaining myself. I will simply end you. Zoro retorted, equally stubborn. The tension between them escalated once more. Are you both seeking death? Xia Chen interjected, delivering a punch to each of them. If reason would not prevail, then force would have to suffice to bring about their calm. As anticipated, after a brief interval, Luffy burst into laughter. Zoro, you should have said so earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have fought you. Why didn't you say anything sooner? You idiot. Did I not say anything? Did you give me a chance to explain? You just came at me swinging. Zoro snapped back, clearly irritated. Forget about that. It's just an accident, Luffy said sheepishly. All right, since all is well, let us return. We should regroup with the others, Xia Chen stated nonchalantly. Then let's go. Zoro replied, turning to head in a direction. Yet, just a few steps in, he heard Xia Chen call out, Zoro, you're going the wrong way. Cough, cough. Zoro feigned a casual cough and then smoothly adjusted his direction. Seeing this, Xia Chen shook his head and followed suit, ensuring he stayed close behind Zoro to avoid losing him. But as for Robin, she had long since vanished when he intervened in Luffy and Zoro's fight. However, that was of little consequence. He had no plans to act against Robin. Without her, who would translate the historical texts? Xia Chen. Suddenly, he heard Luffy calling his name, prompting him to turn in confusion. What is it? Can you teach me to fight? I want to become stronger. The recent bout with Zoro had made Luffy acutely aware of his stagnation, while Zoro had been progressing. The threat of death he sensed from Zoro's strike had been sobering. Had Xia Chen not intervened, he might have sustained serious injuries. Xia Chen regarded Luffy with a steady gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time. Luffy, in turn, stared back, his eyes filled with determination. After a lengthy pause, Xia Chen finally declared, "Come tomorrow." With that, he turned and resumed his forward path. Luffy beamed with joy at the response, filled with anticipation for the coming day. As Xia Chen walked, he contemplated the need to enhance Luffy and the other's strength. They were beginning to encounter foes that would soon overwhelm them. With a sigh, he realized he had much work ahead of him. His previous reluctance to assist Luffy and the others stemmed from sheer laziness. However, the time had come. He had to help them fortify their abilities to tackle the challenges that lay ahead. Interestingly, Zoro's current strength surpassed that of the original timeline, where he had only attained mastery of the cutting steel technique during his battle with Mr. 1 in Alabasta. Now he had achieved it well ahead of schedule. If he faced Mr. 1 in Alabasta, it would be a walk in the park. This thought ignited a spark of motivation in Xia Chen. How would it be when he finally helped Luffy and the others enhance their abilities before reaching Alabasta? He found himself looking forward to it. The next day, Mr. Xia Chen, do I truly not need to disguise myself as Princess Vivi to divert the pursuers? No, no, how many times must I say it? You do not. Xia Chen's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Ikelim, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a predator ready to pounce. Ikelim, are you out of your mind? Why are you so bothersome? Since last night, you've asked this question no less than 10 times. Now, let me say it one last time. You need do nothing but stay in this town, understand? With me here. Even crocodile cannot harm you. Do you comprehend, or not? I understand. Ikelim raised his hands in surrender, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He had no desire to be anxious, but his heart still raced with worry. That, however, is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon contemplating this, Ikelim could not help but desire to inquire once more. Summer, upon noticing his hesitance, immediately darkened with displeasure. If you dare utter another word, I shall end your life right now. Do you believe me? Ikelim instantly swallowed his words, nodding fervently to indicate his understanding. With a sigh of relief, Summer exhaled deeply, feeling his blood pressure surge with irritation. Almost reaching for an inhaler, he then turned to the others and commanded, "Follow me." "Do I have to go too?" Usopp inquired, trembling with apprehension. He had learned from Luffy that Summer intended to teach them combat today. Given that it involved fighting, injuries were inevitable, which made Usopp feel rather timid. Of course, stop dawdling and hurry up. With that, Summer strode towards the outskirts of the town. Luffy and the others followed closely behind. Although Usopp was reluctant, he felt he had no choice. Everyone else was going, and he couldn't possibly stay behind alone. Thus, the group ventured forth in a grand procession. Alongside Summer's crew were Vivi, Ikelim, Mr. 9, and Miss Wednesday. Although Summer hadn't summoned them, he had not opposed their presence either. It was perfectly acceptable for them to observe and learn from the sidelines. After some time, they arrived at a clearing outside the town. Summer turned to face them and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "First, I will teach you the 6 styles of the Navy. Next, I will demonstrate each technique one by one." "The 6 styles? Are those techniques from the Navy?" Zoro asked, puzzled. Indeed, but if we learn their techniques, won't they come after us? Usopp exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to look at him, their expressions incredulous. What is our identity? A pirate. Isn't it normal for the Navy to capture pirates? Do you think they won't pursue you if you don't learn from them? Summer responded, somewhat exasperated. Usopp, when timid, seemed to lose his wits. But how do you know the Navy's techniques? Sanji chimed in, curious. Does it concern you? Summer retorted brusquely. All right, enough chatter. Pay close attention to my next movements. The first technique is the most fundamental of the 6 styles, soar. Soar refers to the ability to rapidly step on the ground multiple times in a brief period to achieve high-speed movement. Like this. As Summer finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared before the group. Is this the skill you used to disappear before? Summer? Luffy asked excitedly. Exactly. Summer nodded, continuing. This technique is something you 3, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, might consider learning. As for you 2, Usopp and Nami, just observe for now. Mastering the 6 styles requires a certain physical aptitude, and while Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji barely meet the criteria, Nami and Usopp are far from it. Summer brought Nami and Usopp along not primarily to teach them the 6 styles, but rather to instruct them in Kenbunshika Haki, which has no physical requirements. Next, he demonstrated Jeppo. Jeppo is a variation of Soar. It allows one to step on the air while jumping, thus altering their trajectory mid-air. This technique is crucial. It essentially grants you the ability to fly. After demonstrating Jeppo, Summer proceeded to illustrate the remaining techniques. The remaining 2 techniques, Shurgan and Tekai, he felt were rather inconsequential for them, so he chose not to demonstrate. You can decide for yourselves whether to learn these 4 techniques or not. It's entirely up to you. However, keep in mind that learning will require energy, and I cannot guarantee the benefits versus the costs. His words left the group momentarily stunned, their previous excitement slowly fading, though Zoro remained expressionless, showing no interest in the techniques. For only the way of the sword captured his heart. Now, the 6 styles are secondary. What I am about to teach you is the most vital, Summer said, eyeing them intently. Listen well, there exists a power in this world that is standard among all strong individuals. Without exception. Hiss, the group gasped, filled with anticipation for what Summer was about to reveal. This power is commonly known as Haki. Haki, Luffy queried, puzzled, feeling as though he had heard the term before. Suddenly, realization struck him. And he asked Summer, is it that thing the flower uncle mentioned? Conqueror's Haki. That is partially correct, but not entirely. Haki is a general term. Conqueror's Haki is merely one type, and very few possess the ability to awaken it. It depends on one's potential. Do you think I have that potential? Luffy asked, eyes wide with eagerness. Perhaps just a smidgen, Summer replied nonchalantly. What? Just a smidgen? Luffy's demeanor reflected his disappointment. Seeing Luffy like this, Summer refrained from offering any encouragement. He felt it necessary to temper Luffy's confidence lest he become too arrogant. Let us set aside Conqueror's Haki for now. What comes next is of utmost importance. At this point, Summer locked eyes with each of them, emphasizing, I require each of you to master this. Haki is divided into 3 types. Besides Conqueror's Haki, there are Armament Haki and Observation Haki. These are what I expect you to learn. Observe closely. Armament Haki serves as a form of armor. When this armor hardens sufficiently, it can transform into an offensive weapon. As he spoke, Summer enveloped his right fist with Armament Haki, coating it in a dark hue. Is that the ability you used to block my attack last night? Zoro asked curiously. Indeed, Armament Haki enhances both defense and offense. That is why I was able to withstand your blade with my bare hands. Summer explained further. Moreover, Armament Haki can be applied to swords as well, ensuring that as long as your Armament Haki holds, your blade remains undamaged. How does that sound? Are you intrigued? Zoro remained silent, yet the excitement gleaming in his eyes spoke volumes about his thoughts. The prospect of protecting his sword from damage was an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, the very hawk eyes he aspired to defeat had mastered this power, and deeply so. Hearing this, Zoro's gaze brightened, and a thought silently emerged within him, to defeat hawk eyes. The first step is to master Armament Haki. Now, back to the subject at hand. Beyond what I have mentioned, Armament Haki has another crucial function. It allows you to touch the bodies of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Logia-type users? What is that? Luffy asked, puzzled, as the others looked on with curiosity. Summer sighed. realizing he had to explain the concept of devil fruits to them in detail. After a lengthy explanation, he finally asked, "Do you understand now?" Luffy nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Just like that smoke man you encountered last time. He was a Logia-type devil fruit user. If you had armament haki then, you would have been able to touch his physical form. Of course, this was contingent upon him being somewhat weak. Against top-tier Logia users, you would still be unable to touch them since they could use observation haki to anticipate and evade attacks by transforming into elements. Observation haki is the ability to foresee an opponent's actions. With that, Summer closed his eyes and instructed Luffy, "Now, punch me." With unwavering confidence in Xia Chen's prowess, Luffy launched a punch without a moment's hesitation. Just as Luffy's fist was about to connect with Xia Chen, he deftly tilted his head, evading the strike with ease. Impressive indeed. Meanwhile, Vivi and the others stood wide-eyed at the spectacle, a thought bubbling up in their minds. Could Crocodile withstand such power? Well, that is the fundamental principle at play. Now, let us practice the armament haki. I shall teach you using what I deem to be the most efficient method for rapid mastery. As he spoke, Xia Chen produced a stick that appeared in his hand. In the vast world of pirates, who is the finest teacher? Xia Chen was uncertain of others' opinions, but in his view, this title belonged solely to one individual, Kaido. One of the 4 emperors, currently in the New World. With a single strike, he taught flowery cherry blossoms. With 2 strikes, he imparted the binding domination. And with 3, the awakening of devil fruits. Kaido had elevated Luffy from a barely competent vice-admiral level to a formidable emperor's strength in a remarkably short span of time. How long would it take others to achieve such a leap? Thus, it was indisputable that Kaido was the most exceptional teacher. Moreover, Luffy and his comrades possessed the attribute of growing stronger through combat, with most of their power surges occurring during battles. Hence, Xia Chen's current plan was to relentlessly engage them, coaxing out their latent potential. It was unrealistic to expect him to instruct them as Rayleigh did. For even his own mastery of armament haki was merely at a rudimentary level, lacking the profound understanding required for such teaching. So, how many strikes could he use to teach them the armament haki? "Come, everyone, attack me." No sooner had Xia Chen finished speaking than Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji charged at him, while Nami and Usopp remained stationary. Watching the unfolding drama as the 3 launched their respective assaults, Xia Chen remained utterly unmoved, waiting until their strikes were on the verge of landing before slightly tilting his head. In an instant, he evaded all their attacks and sent them flying away with a flurry of strikes. Then cast a languid glance at Nami and Usopp. "Are you 2 not planning to attack? I assure you, I have no intention of going easy on you." With that, Xia Chen's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Nami and Usopp. When did that happen? A bead of cold sweat trickled down their faces. Then, with a mere flick, Xia Chen sent them both hurtling away. The intensity of his strikes varied for each individual. For instance, he applied relatively gentle force against Nami and Usopp, while his strikes against the other 3, especially Luffy, were considerably more forceful. This was not to suggest favoritism. Rather, Nami and Usopp's physicality was simply too feeble. Had he struck them with the same force as Luffy, they might have met a dire fate. Nevertheless, even with his restrained strength, the 2 lay on the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Seeing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Their abilities were truly lacking. He then turned his gaze toward Vivi and Mr. 9, who were watching from the sidelines, and called out, "Hey, you 2. Come and be their opponents." Vivi and Mr. 9 were momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Yes." The earlier scene had genuinely left them astonished. Luffy and Zoro, who could easily toy with Mr. 5, appeared as mere playthings before Xia Chen. It made them marvel. Is this what a 300 million berry man looks like? Thus, when Xia Chen spoke, they dared not resist and promptly complied. Turning to Nami, Xia Chen's gaze was as calm as still water as he stated, "Nami, while you are the navigator aboard our ship and your strength may seem less critical, the foes we will face in the future will only grow stronger. We cannot guarantee your protection at all times. Therefore, you must also become stronger. Enduring a bit of hardship now will provide you with greater security later. The reality is not like an anime. Danger lurks everywhere. Moreover, due to the arrival of this little butterfly named Xia Chen, certain circumstances have already begun to shift. As he mentioned, he could not predict what lies ahead. Thus, it is essential to enhance Nami's ability for self-defense. After addressing Nami, Xia Chen turned his attention to Usopp. "And you, Usopp, your strength is truly inadequate," Xia Chen stated without reservation. Although Usopp would eventually have many heroic moments, it was undeniable that his raw power ranked among the lowest on the ship. Therefore, Xia Chen deemed it necessary to bolster Usopp's abilities. Even for the sake of Zoro's future as the greatest swordsman in the pirate world, he felt compelled to take action. Thus, Xia Chen aimed to provide Usopp with some motivation. "Usopp, you already know that your father is aboard Shank's ship, right? His strength is formidable. You want to find yourself facing him one day, only for him to say, 'Why are you so weak?'" Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, a vivid image flashed in Usopp's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "No, I don't want that." At this, a smile crept onto Xia Chen's lips. The PUA technique is truly effective. Having resolved matters with the two, Xia Chen turned his attention to the trio that he found. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had risen once more. Luffy rolled up his sleeves, Zoro tied his bandana, and Sanji lit a cigarette. The trio regarded Xia Chen with fierce determination. "Huh. 3 little Karami. Just wait until I make you carry a sack of rice up several floors." In perfect synchrony, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji charged at Xia Chen. Bang! Before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, Xia Chen and the others were finally set to leave the island, heading towards the next destination, Little Garden. In truth, the log pose had already recorded the magnetic force of this island, but their quest for strength had delayed them by a few days. During these 3 days, Luffy and his companions had been either on the receiving end of blows or en route to being struck. Yet, it must be said, this method proved remarkably effective. Their strengths had visibly increased. And while they had yet to grasp the armament hockey, if they continued at this pace, it would not be long before they mastered it. Nami and Usopp had also made tangible progress in their abilities. Even Xia Chen himself had seen a slight improvement in his strength during this period of continuous combat. However, compared to this method of enhancement, he preferred the straightforward and unadorned approach of signing in for training. The gains were substantial and far less taxing. Wasn't that preferable? Reclining in a chair, Xia Chen basked in the sun, enjoying the sea breeze and occasionally sipping coffee. This lifestyle was nothing short of delightful. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Beyond the bounds of 3 loans, free from the clutches of 5 insurances. What bliss! Hey Vivi, keep an eye on them. Don't let them slack off." Suddenly, Xia Chen called out to Vivi, who was seated nearby. Although she too was sitting, she had a task to fulfill, overseeing Luffy and the others as they trained to master observation hockey. Ultimately, Vivi boarded the ship, while Ikaram remained at Whiskey Peak. Among those left on board, aside from Nami, who needed to monitor the sea conditions, everyone else was on deck, blindfolded, wielding sticks in their hands. The 4 formed a circle, swinging their sticks in every direction, accompanied by incessant cries and wails. This was Xia Chen's devised method for training their observation hockey, somewhat akin to Rayleigh's technique with Luffy. Furthermore, their mutual assistance alleviated him from the task, allowing him a reprieve. With his spirits lifted, Xia Chen decided to take a nap. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. "Hey, everyone, try my special drink." A cacophony of noise jolted Xia Chen from his dreams. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a group of individuals, each with swollen heads, sprawled on the ground, sipping the beverage with expressions of bliss. Xia Chen joined in, taking a hearty gulp of the drink, savoring its refreshing taste. Indeed, it was delightful. "Xia Chen, how much longer do we have to train?" Luffy asked with a frown, clearly weary from the ordeal. The past few days had been exhausting. He had been subjected to relentless beatings and had received little rest. Being roused early each morning for training. Train until you awaken your observation hockey. Once you achieve this state, the need for such rigorous training will dissipate, and you shall grow through the crucible of battle. At that point, during our voyages, you may relax a bit. Huh? When will we be able to awaken our observation hockey? Luffy lamented with a troubled expression. That depends on your innate talent. Moreover, during training, immerse yourself in the changes around you. Do not simply endure the blows, for when will you ever awaken? Look, they have resumed their training. Are you certain you wish to linger here? Xia Chen pointed to the trio nearby. Upon witnessing this, Luffy could no longer sit still and dashed over to join them. After all, he is the captain. How could he allow himself to be weaker than his crew? As for Xia Chen, he is merely the vice-captain, so it doesn't count. Observing this scene, Xia Chen wore a satisfied smile. reminiscent of a proud father nurturing his son to success, especially Usopp, who seemed particularly motivated by their previous conversation. These past few days, he had been the most diligent during training, truly deserving of praise. After casting one more glance at them, Xia Chen's gaze shifted to the horizon, contemplating the vast expanse of the sea as his thoughts drifted away. Little garden. How exhilarating. Days later, Xia Chen and his companions finally reached their next destination. Little garden. Gazing at the ancient vegetation that could only be witnessed from primordial times, a spark of interest lit up Xia Chen's eyes. Little Garden is an island steeped in antiquity, where everything remains suspended in a bygone era. Beyond the flora, there are also saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs, species long extinct in Xia Chen's previous life. Most importantly, there are the two giants of Elbaf, Dori and Buggy. Xia Chen is particularly intrigued by these two, who have been battling on this island for a century. 100 years ago, their bounty had already reached a staggering 100 million berries. It is worth noting that bounties back then were not as inflated as they are now. 100 million berries held significant weight, especially considering their joint technique, Baku Koku, used when they obliterated Kid's ship. Its power was truly formidable. To be honest, Xia Chen is eager to experience the might of this combined technique. Of course, he has a backup plan. Should the situation become untenable, he can always rely on the Kintown to make a swift escape. Flexibility has always been a principle he abides by, after all. He is not as valiant as the Pirate King. At this moment, observing the occasional appearance of ancient beasts on the island, Nami felt her legs tremble a bit. I think we could just stay on the ship and gather magnetic energy. There's no need to set foot on the island. Don't you agree? Usopp? In such situations, Nami sought someone who could resonate with her feelings. However, when she turned to Usopp, she was surprised to find him, who had previously been more fearful, now staring resolutely ahead without a hint of trepidation. Nearby, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. It seemed the recent training had been remarkably effective, even instilling courage in Usopp. Well, at least it appeared that way on the surface. Yet, only Usopp knew that he was still quite anxious inside. He was merely putting on a brave front. After all, he aspired to be a courageous warrior of the sea. How could he succumb to fear? Actually, I think you make a very valid point, Nami. We should indeed collect magnetic energy on the ship. Barely lasting 3 seconds, Usopp's facade crumbled, and he trembled with palpable fear. Thud! Xia Chen smacked his forehead. What a misjudgment. After all these years, Usopp's timid nature wouldn't change overnight. Shaking his head, Xia Chen prepared to disembark and experience the primal forest environment. The moment his feet touched the island, the familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding! Successfully checked into Little Garden. The level of armament hockey has increased, now at intermediate level. Instantly, Xia Chen felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Once the commotion subsided, he raised his hand slightly, and the armament hockey enveloped him immediately. In Xia Chen's perception, its intensity had grown significantly compared to before, though he could not precisely gauge its strength. At this thought, Xia Chen suddenly recalled a question and inquired of the system. System, when will I be able to master Flowing Cherry? Ding! The host will automatically master Flowing Cherry upon breaking through to advanced armament hockey. However, since Flowing Cherry is merely a technique and not a reflection of hockey strength, the host can grasp it even with intermediate armament hockey, but it requires the host to comprehend it independently. Very well, no need to see me off. Have him master Flowing Cherry on his own. What a joke. It's one thing to enhance the strength of armament hockey through daily use, but how could he possibly grasp such a technique? Does the phrase flowing hockey imply that he should discover it by himself? Ridiculous. This is akin to explaining that an atomic bomb is created through nuclear fission and then expecting him to craft one by hand. While this is undoubtedly far simpler than mastering Flowing Cherry, the principle remains the same. It seems prudent for him to patiently await the elevation of his armament hockey to advanced level, allowing the system to assist him in mastering Flowing Cherry. With that in mind, Xia Chen casually chose a direction and ventured into the island. Seeing this, Vivi eagerly followed him, as she believed that staying by Xia Chen's side was the safest option. Shortly thereafter, Luffy also picked a random direction and excitedly ran inward. After days of relentless training, he was nearly bored to death. Now, encountering an island filled him with unparalleled excitement. Hey, Zoro, make sure to bring back a large beast later, Sanji remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured, I will return with a creature of a size you could never catch. Huh? What are you babbling about? You fool with green algae for hair. Are you deaf? Curly-haired chef. Instantly, an invisible lightning bolt erupted where their gazes met. In that case, Sanji declared as he leaped from the ship. Let us see who can catch the bigger prey. All right, I'm game. I'm not afraid of you. Humph. Both uttered identical huffs before striding off in opposite directions, each harboring an unwavering resolve not to be outdone by the other. Look at the size of this dinosaur. If we take it down, it could feed the entire crew for quite a while, Xia Chen remarked, gazing at the colossal dinosaur before him. Mr. Xia Chen, is now the time to discuss how many meals this dinosaur could provide us. Vivi, witnessing this scene, nearly burst into tears. It was a dinosaur, for heaven's sake. Could he not show it a modicum of respect? Nevertheless, Xia Chen paid no mind to Vivi's words. Instead, he pondered a brilliant idea. It seemed he could slay all these dinosaurs and store them in the system space. This way, even after leaving Little Garden, he could still enjoy dinosaur meat. Xia Chen felt like a genius, with this in mind. He gazed at the dinosaur before him with fervent anticipation. It seemed he was about to embark on a physical extermination of the dinosaurs on this island. Hee. Raging foot. Several slashes erupted from Xia Chen's foot, hurtling toward the dinosaur before him. In less than a second, the massive creature had no time to react. Its body cleaved into several pieces, and it vanished from sight, absorbed into the system space. For a while, Xia Chen relentlessly led Vivi in hunting dinosaurs. Vivi transitioned from her initial shock to a state of indifference. Many experiences diminish fear after one has encountered them. That was precisely how Vivi felt now. Observing Xia Chen dispatching the dinosaurs with ease, she inexplicably felt a surge of confidence, as if she could do the same. Were it not for the innate restraint of her body, she might have even charged in to deliver a couple of powerful strikes to those dinosaurs. What is this? While searching for dinosaurs to hunt, Xia Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. Before him stood a house made of wax. If his memory served him correctly, this must be the work of Mr. 3, right? What a pity, though, there's no one here. Under his observation and sensory perception, he failed to detect any presence of individuals within. However, since he happened upon this place by chance, he decided to enter and take a look. Xia Chen approached the door and pushed it open, confidently taking a seat on a chair fashioned from wax. Inside that on the table lay several teacups alongside a teapot, the temperature of its contents still warm. Xia Chen retrieved 2 cups from his system space, offering one to Wei Wei, as he had no habit of drinking from others' cups. He then gently grasped the teapot, and a flicker of flame sprang forth. In this day and age, who couldn't play with fire? Once the tea was heated, Xia Chen poured a cup for himself and one for Wei Wei. The first sip elicited an involuntary exclamation of delight. Afternoon tea truly calls for Earl Grey. Indeed, the flavor of this Earl Grey tea was exceptional. Wei Wei echoed his sentiments, pondering how a wax house could suddenly appear in the forest. This must be the doing of someone from your company. Codenamed Mr. 3. Oh, Mr. 3, Wei Wei instinctively replied. But in the next moment, it seemed she sensed something amiss. What? Mr. 3. The sip of tea that Wei Wei had yet to swallow was hastily expelled toward Xia Chen. Xia Chen, with a subtle flick of his hand, conjured a gust of wind that blew the tea aside. Why all the fuss? Not at all. Wei Wei apologized, her thoughts still catching up to the situation. Although she recognized Xia Chen's strength, hearing about a prominent figure from Baroque Studio still instilled a hint of fear. Just as Xia Chen was about to speak, a tremendous roar accompanied by a slight tremor reverberated through the air. What is that? Xia Chen stepped outside. Leaping into the sky in a few swift motions, he beheld a volcano at the center of the island erupting violently. Simultaneously, he observed 2 giants standing face to face, namely Buggy and Dory. Xia Chen murmured, "A battle of giants? How intriguing." With that, he shouted, "Nimbus." Instantly, a yellow cloud materialized before him, which he directed to hover in front of Wei Wei. "Step aboard." Wei Wei. Huh? Can this cloud support me? Wei Wei swallowed hard. Yet, trusting Xia Chen, she gingerly stepped onto it. The moment her foot touched the surface, a soft sensation enveloped her, prompting her to bounce a few more times in delight. That I must admit. It feels quite pleasant, but in the next instant, the Nimbus whisked her away in less than a second, covering a distance of over 100 meters to appear before Xia Chen. The experience startled her greatly. Without hesitation, Xia Chen followed suit, stepping onto the Nimbus, which soared above the fierce battle between Dory and Buggy at his command. Observing from the sky surely offers the best vantage point. Besides, utilizing the Nimbus required no effort. Using moonwalk would necessitate frequent steps through the air. Why tire oneself? If he had lacked the means before, now that he had them, he ought to make the most of it. Below, Dory and Buggy engaged in relentless clashes. The aftermath of their combat causing the surrounding trees to sway and rustle. Xia Chen watched in amazement. Their strength was indeed commendable, yet not as formidable as he had anticipated. No wonder they encountered such difficulties at the hands of Mr. 3 and his associates in the original narrative. Although their injuries played a role, it also subtly indicated that their prowess was not particularly robust. To speak frankly, with such strength, defeating them would be a simple task for Xia Chen. After witnessing their battle, the only aspect that piqued his interest was their combined technique, dominance. Please don't disappoint me. The fierce conflict raged on, but as time passed, both giants began to exhibit signs of fatigue, their breaths growing heavier at a certain moment. Their gazes locked, and they simultaneously swung their shields towards each other as heads point two, resounding clinks echoed, nearly simultaneous. Fight number 73466. A draw, both giants staggered backward, after a brief interval. They shared a hearty laugh. However, to Xia Chen, their laughter bore a peculiar quality. Concurrently, Xia Chen noticed Luffy nearby and directed the Nimbus toward him. Wow, the battle of the giants is intense, Luffy exclaimed. Indeed, quite intense. Upon hearing the voice, Luffy turned to the source and instantly spotted Xia Chen and Wei Wei seated atop a yellow cloud. Without hesitation, Luffy dashed over, circling Xia Chen excitedly. Xia Chen, how are you sitting on a cloud? Where did this cloud come from? As he spoke, Luffy couldn't resist poking the Nimbus, its soft texture heightening his excitement. With eager eyes fixed on Xia Chen, the latter, recognizing Luffy's intent, replied curtly. This is a manifestation of my ability. I can't give you one. Huh? The excitement on Luffy's face faded almost instantaneously, his demeanor shifting to one of dejection in the blink of an eye. Xia Chen chose not to dwell on him. After all, Luffy's temperament would soon recover. Want to ride my Nimbus? Not a chance. He treated them differently. Females could ride his cloud, while males, off to the side. Thud thud, the sound of heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground. As Dory slowly appeared before Xia Chen and the others, Xia Chen tilted his head slightly to gaze at Dory. The perspective from above felt entirely distinct from that on the ground. From this vantage point, Dory appeared quite substantial. This made Xia Chen curious. If ordinary giants were this large, how immense would ours be? Luffy, is this your friend? Dory's deep voice resonated. Yes, big giant uncle, they are all my companions. Ahaha, since they are your companions, feel free to indulge in this dinosaur meat. By the way, I just received a few barrels of wine from Buggy. He said it was sent by a girl with a long nose and orange hair. Oh, they are also my companions. Is that so? Ha ha ha. In that case, I shall consider this wine as a gift from you all. And I won't hold back. With that, Dory produced several small barrels of wine, preparing to gulp them down. Witnessing this, Xia Chen's expression shifted in an instant. He vanished from his position, reappearing before Dory, and with a swift kick, sent all the wine barrels flying. Dory's gaze sharpened as he regarded Xia Chen, questioning, Friend, what are you doing? You'll find out soon enough? Before Dory could inquire further, the airborne wine barrels erupted in a spectacular explosion. What is this? Luffy's face was painted with astonishment. Why did the wine explode? Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Aside from us, Baroque Studios people are also on this island. They tampered with the wine. I see. Luffy's expression morphed into one of understanding, only to be followed by a puzzled inquiry. How do you know all this, Xia Chen, when your observation hockey reaches my level? You'll understand, due to the passage of time, Xia Chen had almost forgotten about the wine explosion incident that it was only when his observation hockey sensed an anomaly within the wine that he recalled the plot and acted decisively to kick the barrels away. However, Dory remained skeptical, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized them. What kind of trickery is this? Haven't you heard? Big, giant uncle, there are others on this island, and they're very interested in your bounty. Blue Demon, Uncle Dory. Upon hearing Xia Chen utter his title, Dory's expression stiffened, and he fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. Since you know my title, it implies you've seen my bounty notice. which means you've come to claim my head. After all, I am well aware of how immensely attractive my head, valued at 100 million, is to others. 100 million. Uncle, do you truly have a bounty of 100 million? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. 100 million is indeed substantial, but I have no interest in your heads. Otherwise, why would I have attempted to prevent you from consuming that wine just now? Would it not be more convenient for me to let the wine explode in your belly and then kill you afterward? Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly that of course, it is because you understand that even if I were injured, you would still be unable to defeat me. Hence, you sought to gain my trust through such underhanded means, only to deliver a lethal blow. Unfortunately, your scheme is far too crude. I saw right through it. At this point, Dong Li could not help but reveal a smirk of pride, wearing an expression that suggested he saw through everything. Observing Dong Li's demeanor, Xia Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I must say, your imagination is rather vivid. Could it be that you feel underappreciated in this desolate place? Moreover, you seem quite confident in your abilities. Does the prospect of a 100 million bounty bolster your courage? Without uttering a word, Xia Chen simply tossed out his own bounty notice and remarked coolly, let the Navy inform you whose head is truly more valuable. Although Dong Li's bounty of 100 million carries significant weight. What does that matter now? My bounty is even higher. It is unlikely that a bounty from a century ago would remain relevant today, would it? 300 million. Dong Li exclaimed in disbelief. That so? Do you now believe that if I wish to confront you, I would need to play such elaborate games? Xia Chen, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of nonchalant arrogance. He could now comprehend why Luffy and his crew were so fixated on the value of bounties. This display of bravado is indeed quite effective. Furthermore, a higher bounty inherently overshadows a lower one. This is precisely why Zoro relishes in mocking Sanji with his bounty. To summarize, actions speak louder than words. Although the height of a bounty is fundamentally determined by the level of threat one poses, it has quietly morphed into a standard for measuring strength. Thus, with a higher bounty than yours, I am inherently superior. Wait, is that truly you? Are you attempting to deceive me with someone else's bounty notice? Xia Chen shot back. Are your eyes deceiving you? Where do you see that this is not me? Xia Chen was genuinely on the verge of anger. How could they not recognize him? How could he maintain his facade under such circumstances? This bounty notice resembles him only superficially. Apart from that, it bears no resemblance to him whatsoever. Of course, how could I not resemble myself? Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen sought to calm his emotions. Since you believe this is not me, I shall prove it to you. After all, I had intended to engage in battle with you. With that, Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a few words with a cool demeanor. Transformation mode. Activate. As Xia Chen's words fell, a sphere of black flames materialized out of thin air, enveloping him entirely. Gradually, his clothing shifted to a flowing black hue, and in an instant, his golden pupils and black hair transformed into a crimson shade. Finally, as a wave of black flames swirled around Xia Chen's form, an overwhelming force radiated outward from him. The black-red lightning crackled through the air. The sheer might of his aura uprooted trees in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Vivi and Luffy, situated below, were swept away by this wave of energy. What on earth is this? Vivi exclaimed in terror, clutching onto a rock. Xia Chen mentioned that this might be one of his forms. Luffy, with one hand gripping a rock and the other scratching his head, added, this moment. Vivi's respect for Xia Chen surged once more, despite their recent interactions making him seem less intimidating. Witnessing his transformation struck her with fear. This surge of power did not only affect Luffy and Vivi. Even Buggy and Nami, situated some distance away, felt its impact. While they were no longer under the influence of the pressure, the commotion was evident. Buggy's eyes narrowed. That direction is Dong Li. Without hesitation, Buggy seized his axe and charged toward the source of the disturbance. Usopp and Nami, upon witnessing the situation, followed suit, racing toward the source of the noise. Furthermore, every creature on the island sensed the commotion, scattering in fright. Meanwhile, Sanji and Zoro, who were elsewhere, also made their way toward the source of the noise. On Xia Chen's end, Dong Li, facing him directly, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. So, do I now resemble the figure in the bounty notice? Xia Chen inquired coolly. Dong Li remained silent, his expression grave as he regarded Xia Chen. Do not be so tense. Relax a bit. Here, I have brought some wine. Entirely harmless. Xia Chen produced several barrels of wine from the system space, which he had acquired from Whiskey Peak, and tossed them to Dong Li. During his time at Whiskey Peak, he had not solely trained Luffy and the others. In his occasional moments of leisure, he had borrowed all the wine from the island. Frankly speaking, if he could find a single drop of wine left when he departed, it would mean he had lost the bet. Do not inquire as to why he was so confident. He had used his observation haki to locate it. As for when he would return it, that could wait until he circumnavigated the globe. Dong Li accepted the wine barrels Xia Chen threw at him, and, without hesitation, opened one to drink. Based on the immense aura Xia Chen had just unleashed, he knew he was no match for him. Hence, if Xia Chen truly intended to kill him, there was no need to stop him from drinking the potentially explosive wine. Moreover, he had recognized the essence of the aura Xia Chen had emanated. Conqueror's haki. He believed that someone with the potential of a king would not resort to such despicable tactics. Moments later, Dong Li drained the contents of several barrels of wine. "Ha, delightful. It has been ages since I tasted such exquisite wine." Just as he was about to say more, an urgent voice called out, "Hey, Dong Li, are you all right?" Upon hearing the voice, Dong Li turned to see Buggy rushing toward him. "Buggy, I'm fine. This young man merely treated me to some wine." Buggy, upon arriving, was momentarily taken aback by Dong Li's words that he glanced between Xia Chen and Dong Li, then surveyed the chaotic landscape around them. After a moment, he managed to stammer out, "Your way of treating someone to a drink is quite unique." Dong Li felt a bit embarrassed by this remark. He couldn't exactly admit that his initial disbelief in Xia Chen had led to the current situation. Could he? That would make him seem rather foolish. No, he absolutely could not let Buggy find out. With this in mind, Dong Li quickly replied, "Well, you see, it is primarily because this young man wishes to have a spar with me, and the reward is this wine." Dong Li's reasoning for saying this was sound. He could genuinely sense the fighting spirit radiating from Xia Chen. He could tell that Xia Chen sought to engage him in battle as a warrior of Elbaf. Even knowing he was outmatched, he could not shy away from the challenge, for it was his honor as an Elbaf warrior. Upon hearing Dong Li's words, Xia Chen could not help but chuckle softly. He preferred Dong Li's earlier air of wisdom. However, he had no intention of undermining him. Instead, he played along with his narrative. "Indeed, I do wish to engage in battle, but not just with him. I wish to fight both of you." Upon hearing this, Buggy looked momentarily perplexed. "You wish to fight both of us? Indeed. As a reward, I shall provide you with even more barrels of wine." "Kid, are you serious? The combined strength of the two of us is not merely a simple sum of 1 + 1. Buggy stared intently at Xia Chen. "Of course, I am serious." Xia Chen nodded, then suddenly raised his voice, declaring, "I, Xia Chen, hereby challenge the two warriors of Elbaf, Dong Li and Buggy." As Xia Chen's words echoed, Dong Li and Buggy's expressions shifted, their faces growing solemn. They simultaneously responded, "I, Dong Li, I, Buggy, accept your challenge." Upon hearing the response he desired, Xia Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. For these two warriors, who regarded battle as an honor, challenging them in their own manner was undoubtedly the best approach. "Then I shall come." With that declaration, Xia Chen's figure instantaneously vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was directly in front of Dong Li, as he raised his staff and struck fiercely towards him. As a seasoned warrior, Dong Li had already reacted the moment Xia Chen materialized, swiftly drawing his sword to meet Xia Chen's advance. The moment their weapons collided, a powerful shockwave emanated from the epicenter of their clash, causing the surrounding land to undergo yet another tumultuous upheaval. Despite Xia Chen's physique being entirely incomparable to Dong Li's, he now proved to be the stronger of the two under Xia Chen's relentless pressure. Dong Li's sword began to bend gradually. Just then, a voice echoed from behind Xia Chen. "Kid, don't forget about me." Buggy's axe swung towards Xia Chen at an astonishing speed. Sensing this, Xia Chen abandoned his assault on Dong Li, employing the moonwalk technique to evade the strike, then retaliating with a swift blow towards Buggy. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as their weapons met in midair. Yet, in an instant, an expression of shock spread across Buggy's face. How can this power be so immense? The force transmitted through Xia Chen's seemingly modest staff was at least several times greater than that of Dong Li during their confrontation. Thus, after enduring for merely a second, Buggy, along with his axe, was sent flying several hundred meters away. "Buggy, Dongli shouted. Uncle Dongli, you can't afford to lose focus during battle. Xia Chen's voice drifted from behind Dongli, causing a cold sweat to break out upon him. When did he? Dongli swiftly turned around, only to be met with the sight of a slender staff. His pupils constricting in alarm, he hastily positioned his shield in front of him. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted once more, and Dongli found himself soaring through the air, just like Byakuya. Xia Chen remained suspended in the air, observing them calmly. The sight of Xia Chen, resembling a demonic deity, contrasted starkly with the two giants struggling to rise, leaving a profound impact on all who beheld it. Is this the power of Mr. Xia Chen? Vivi asked in a daze. This is the first time I've seen Xia Chen fight like this. Luffy exclaimed, astonished, as he acutely felt the gap between himself and Xia Chen. The strength Xia Chen exhibited now was on an entirely different level compared to their usual sparring sessions. It seemed that Xia Chen had truly been holding back all along. Meanwhile, not far from Xia Chen, Mr. 3, are we really going to seek trouble with that group? A girl with a youthful appearance nervously inquired of a lecherous man sporting a 3 hairstyle. What do you think? Miss Goldenweek, Mr. 3 stammered. Perhaps we should strategically retreat. Mr. 3 pondered for a moment before agreeing. I believe you're right. At that moment, Mr. 3 simply wished to escape from the vicinity, disregarding any orders from his boss. Though he knew defying orders would lead to his demise, he reasoned that as long as he did not return, the vastness of the sea would surely provide him refuge. In that case, his chances of survival would significantly increase. However, if he dared to confront Xia Chen now, he was convinced he would meet his end without fail. It was a choice even a fool could discern. The two then stealthily made their way towards the forest's edge. Hey, you two. Huh? I'm not Mr. 3, nor do I know anything about Baroque Works, and I'm certainly unfamiliar with Crocodile. The sudden voice startled Mr. 3 so much he could hardly speak. Zoro and Sanji were taken aback, having merely intended to inquire about the suspicious individuals they had spotted, but it seemed there was no need to ask any further. Baroque Works, Crocodile, and the mention of Mr. 3, combined with the man's distinctive 3 hairstyle, was akin to a confession. They were not fools like Luffy. They possessed a measure of intelligence. Sanji's gaze turned icy as he coldly remarked. Baroque Works, are you here to pursue Vivi again? You truly are relentless, Zoro echoed, slowly drawing his sword. No, we are not Mr. 3. Mr. 3 hastily waved his hands in a futile attempt to explain, but it was evident that Zoro and Sanji would not afford him that opportunity. Charging towards him in unison. Damn it, Mr. 3 cursed under his breath, his gaze turning frigid as he faced Zoro and Sanji. You leave me no choice. He did not dare provoke Xia Chen, considering the hefty bounty of 300 million that loomed over him. Yet, how could these two, with no bounty to speak of, dare to challenge him? A tiger does not show its claws, and they truly underestimated him. In that moment, a new scheme formed in Mr. 3's mind. He would take these two as hostages. That way, should anything go awry, he could use them as leverage to escape. With that thought, Mr. 3's hands transformed into wax, launching 2 large blobs towards Zoro and Sanji. However, Zoro and Sanji were not the same as before. They had trained rigorously over the past few days. The memories of their previous battles lingered in their minds, but their rapid enhancement in strength was undeniable to their current selves. Mr. 3's attack seemed significantly slower than when Xia Chen had faced them. Both evaded the incoming wax with but a slight shift in their forms. How is this possible? Mr. 3 gasped in shock. His attack was renowned for its swiftness and had previously been effective in ambushing foes, easily incapacitating them. Yet now, how could these two evade so effortlessly? There was no time for further contemplation, as Zoro and Sanji had already closed the distance. Candle wall. He instinctively conjured a wall of wax before him. Standing behind it, he confidently declared, "The hardness of my candle wall is formidable. You stand no chance." But before Mr. 3 could finish his proclamation, his smile froze in place. The very wall he had deemed unbreakable began to show cracks, which only widened with each passing moment. Boom! With a resounding crash, 3 swords and a foot came crashing into his view. Thud! As Zoro's 3 blades struck him, Sanji's kick followed suit. Mr. 3 was sent flying several dozen meters by the overwhelming force, blood splattering from the gash on his chest, before he fell motionless to the ground. Mr. 3, defeated. Zoro then cast a cold glance at Miss Goldenweek. Upon witnessing Zoro's fearsome visage, Miss Golden Week tilted her head and promptly fainted. Hey, Zoro, is it really necessary to scare even a little girl? That's rather unkind. She fainted on her own. What does that have to do with me? Zoro shrugged, sheathing his sword before turning to Sanji. Do you feel like these enemies are a bit weak? Sanji remarked as he walked forward. Could it be that we've become too strong? Zoro mused that is it possible that I dealt this significant damage? And your kick had little impact? Huh, what are you talking about, idiot? My kick was the one that caused the injury. No, it was my slash. It was my kick. Meanwhile, as Zoro and Sanji dealt with Mr. 3, Nami and Usopp found themselves face to face with two individuals they wished to avoid, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. The four stood there, each wearing expressions that obscured their thoughts. What are they doing here? What should we do? Nami signaled Usopp with her eyes. Who should I ask? Usopp responded in kind, his gaze mirroring her uncertainty. Despite their training over the past few days, particularly Usopp, who had been the most diligent among them all. Effort alone does not equate to strength. Even if their abilities had improved, their long-standing timid nature continued to weigh heavily upon them. For a moment, the two stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Unbeknownst to them, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, positioned across from them, were even more troubled. They had just witnessed the fierce battle between Xia Chen and the two giants they esteemed members of Baroque Works. They made the same decision as Mr. 3. To flee. It could be said that they were truly not of the same ilk. During their escape, they even felt relieved that it was not Xia Chen who had fought them on Whiskey Peak. Otherwise, they would not have survived. However, as they ran, they were met with both good and bad news. The bad news. They encountered members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The good news. These two appeared to be mere weaklings, with no bounties on their heads, giving them a 2-to-2 advantage. With this in mind, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine exchanged glances, and in an instant, they turned to take down their foes. Yet, what met their eyes were two small explosive projectiles flying towards them. Instinctively, they charged at the incoming projectiles. The moment they struck, the explosives detonated, and while Mr. 5, having consumed the bomb fruit, felt no ill effects, Miss Valentine was not so fortunate, suffering a face full of debris. You bastard, Mr. 5 exclaimed, waving away the smoke from the explosion. Just as his vision cleared, he saw a large hammer looming before him, while Nami swung a stick fiercely at Miss Valentine. Both were sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, I must take them down, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine seethed with anger. However, before they could rise, two more projectiles hurtled toward them, accompanied by Usopp's voice ringing out nearby. Chilly Star. Upon hearing this, both felt an ominous premonition and struggled to stand, but it was already too late. The two chilly stars struck them squarely in the face, unleashing a searing pain that felt as though their skin might melt away. They writhed on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Usopp and Nami were not about to squander such a golden opportunity. Seize the moment. This was a phrase Xia Chen often uttered during battles. The two rushed forward, their weapons swinging wildly like street thugs engaging in a brawl. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine felt utterly humiliated, realizing they had yet to unleash their full potential. Caught in this bewildering predicament, the troubling fact was that they had no strength left to resist. Under Usopp and Nami's relentless onslaught, their consciousness began to fade in that fleeting moment before losing consciousness. One thought echoed in their minds. I am not willing to accept this. Usopp and Nami's assault did not cease with their foe's unconsciousness. They continued their vigorous attack until they themselves began to tire. Phew, they shouldn't be able to get up after this, right? Usopp plopped down, panting heavily. Beside him, Nami was equally exhausted, responding intermittently, from the looks of it. They shouldn't be getting up. At this moment, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies grotesquely swollen and covered in bruises. Their faces, in particular, were so disfigured that one could hardly recognize their original features. They remained there, resting. After a while, Usopp's sudden laughter startled Nami, prompting her to exclaim, Usopp, what are you doing? I suddenly feel that these once formidable enemies aren't as strong as we imagined, Usopp declared, like this time. We defeated those we once believed we could never overcome. With that, Usopp clenched his fist and continued. Through this battle, I can clearly sense my strength has grown, not just physically, but mentally as well. Now, I have the courage to challenge seemingly invincible foes. I will become braver, and one day, I shall be a valiant warrior of the sea. As he proclaimed this, Usopp leapt to his feet, shouting exuberantly. Nami stared at him in astonishment, and after a moment, she replied, "You certainly will." She then stood up and resumed their journey toward their original destination. Let us go see what's happening over there. The battle has been raging on. Time rewinds to the moment Xia Chen had just sent Dongli and Buggy flying. Observing their revived forms, Xia Chen chuckled lightly. "Gentlemen, allow me to experience what pressure feels like." Dongli and Buggy exchanged startled glances, with Buggy sneering, "Kid, you've got some nerve. I'm only 16 years old. Old man, can you blame me for being bold?" Xia Chen grinned, flashing a dazzling smile. 16 years old. That's so young. You don't even reach a fraction of our age. Indeed, that's the reality. So you must realize, if you lose too badly, it won't look good on your faces. Dongli raised an eyebrow at this remark. Are you implying we are bound to lose? But the only question is how badly. Precisely, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Interesting, since you're so confident, let's see what you've got. With that, Dongli and Buggy charged at Xia Chen simultaneously. Due to their size advantage, they reached him in mere moments, axes and swords swinging down upon him. Xia Chen stood his ground, making no move, a slight smile gracing his lips. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. And surprise flickered across Dongli and Buggy's faces as their weapons failed to strike Xia Chen, instead hitting a crimson barrier enveloping him. Indeed, this was Xia Chen's self-created "Don't be afraid, Master" shield, albeit with a slight alteration in its demonic state. The first change was that under the influence of murderous intent, the shield had turned blood red. Additionally, it possessed an extra feature. Xia Chen parted his lips. Rebound. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the shield, sending Dongli and Buggy hurtling away. Now, Xia Chen's shield would rebound any force insufficient to shatter it, reflecting back the same amount of force used against it. Indeed, far stronger than before. However, this capability was limited to his demonic state. It did not apply in ordinary circumstances. Xia Chen had not intended to unleash such a form in battle against Dongli and Buggy, but they had forced his hand. After transforming, the consequence was that the disparity in strength between them had become glaringly evident. They could not even break his shield, and their attacks barely grazed him, not even qualifying as a tickle, compounded by the shield's rebound effect. If they continued this way, they might very well defeat themselves before Xia Chen even lifted a finger. Dispelling the shield, Xia Chen addressed the two. Let us skip these tedious skirmishes and go straight to your combined technique. I am quite eager to witness its power. Upon hearing this, Dongli and Buggy exchanged glances before turning to Xia Chen in unison. Dongli asked, "Are you sure you want us to use our combined technique? Its power is formidable. The more powerful, the better. Otherwise, it's simply not interesting." With Xia Chen's encouragement, they no longer hesitated, because they were acutely aware that without the combined attack technique, they were utterly no match for Xia Chen, lacking even the qualification to engage him in combat. The only chance they had to contend with Xia Chen was through the formidable power unleashed by their joint technique. With that in mind, you better not perish. Upon uttering these words, Dong Li and Buluo Ji positioned themselves on either side, raising their swords and axes high to in an instant. Their momentum surged, escalating to a pinnacle. At that moment, both of them swung their weapons forward in unison. Bagua, a tremendous assault erupted from the point where their weapons met, simultaneously causing both weapons to shatter at that very instant. Observing the imminent attack, an expression of exhilaration crossed Xia Chen's face. Can such overwhelming pressure be felt from this distance? Come, let me witness the true worth of Bagua. With that, a crimson aura enveloped the staff in Xia Chen's grasp, and he struck fiercely against the incoming attack. Dewada, Laming Bagua. Boom. The moment the two attacks collided, a cataclysmic wave emanated from the center of the clash, the powerful aftershock upheaving the surrounding ground in layers. Break. After enduring for more than 10 seconds, Xia Chen roared, exerting his strength once more to obliterate Bagua. Ha! The power is indeed formidable. After a hearty laugh, Xia Chen proclaimed, in stark contrast. Dong Li and Buluo Ji stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Bagua was shattered head-on. Despite witnessing it with their own eyes, they found it hard to believe, as no one understood the power of Bagua better than they did. In the past, whenever they faced difficulties, this move had always vanquished their foes, yet now, it had been thwarted by a mere 16-year-old boy. Had they truly aged? Were they unable to wield their weapons any longer? That made no sense. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, having withstood the attack, reverted from his demonic form, simultaneously forming a judgment in his mind that it appeared that the might of Bagua was not as formidable as he had initially perceived. Though he had exerted his utmost strength to counter Bagua this time, had it been even slightly stronger, he would not have been able to withstand it. Yet the irony was that he had believed he could not withstand it at all. After all, Bagua had only been used twice before, both times yielding shocking results. The first instance involved annihilating the monstrous king fish from the island's western side, and the second was even more astounding, directly leading to the complete destruction of the kid pirates. That moment had left Xia Chen profoundly shaken. However, having personally experienced the power of this technique, he now held a different perspective during the previous encounter. The two mainstays of the kid pirates, Kid and Killer, had been instantly eliminated by Shank's devastating attack, leaving the remaining members with little opportunity to showcase their strength. Moreover, during those instances, Bagua had merely cleaved their ship in two. Therefore, the precise extent of its power remained a mystery, subject to mere speculation. Yet now he understood. While he was uncertain of the exact strength he possessed after entering his demonic state, it was likely no more than that of a vice-admiral. Perhaps even inferior at the very least. If he were to engage in a duel against Kaido in a 2-on-1 scenario, he would most likely be at a disadvantage, though the gap would not be insurmountable. During this period, he had also gained some insight into the system's classification of haki levels. For instance, Kaido's foresight, a manifestation of observation haki, was of the highest caliber, representing the next level beyond advanced. Currently, Xia Chen's observation haki was merely at the intermediate level, a full 2 tiers below. How could he hope to compete? Furthermore, it was likely that Kaido's armament haki had also reached an advanced level, as evidenced when he had effortlessly sent Luffy reeling during their confrontation. But to be honest, were it not for the substantial enhancement his strength received after entering his demonic form, he would not dare to compare himself to Kaido. In hindsight, it seemed he had truly held back during his battle with Mihawk. Now that Xia Chen had witnessed the power of Bagua, his next anticipation was the combined technique Ba. The power of Baha would undoubtedly surpass that of Bagua by a considerable margin. For it was the combined technique of two emperors. The very name indicated which was the more formidable. One represents a nation, while the other represents the sea. It was evident to anyone that dominating a nation was less impressive than conquering the vast ocean. Right? However, for the time being, there would be no opportunity to experience the power of this technique. As Xia Chen gently descended to the ground, Luffy rushed towards him. Xia Chen, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Was I? I think so too. Xia Chen flashed a broad grin in response, then added, now that this battle has concluded, it is time to address some other matters. With that, Xia Chen closed his eyes and unleashed his full observation haki. Sensing his surroundings, after a while, he opened his eyes, a peculiar expression adorning his face. He had intended to capture all the members of Baroque Works on the island, only to discover that they were all sprawled on the ground, seemingly oblivious to their fate. Coupled with the few individuals now in his line of sight, he quickly reached a conclusion that it appeared that his recent training had proven exceedingly beneficial. It was worth noting that in the original storyline, the Straw Hat crew had been thoroughly tormented by Mr. 3 and his companions, yet now they had effortlessly dispatched them as a result. Xia Chen donned his classic bragging mask. It was all thanks to my efforts. At this moment, Zoro and the others approached Xia Chen, gazing at the desolate landscape with curiosity. What on earth happened here? They had arrived after the battle had concluded, so they only knew that a significant commotion had taken place. Yet the specifics eluded them. Oh, it was just a skirmish. A skirmish? What kind of fight could yield such devastation? Nami exclaimed, quickly realizing and hesitantly asking, it couldn't have been you, right? Xia Chen nodded. Instantly, aside from Luffy, who had witnessed the entire scene, the others regarded him with astonished expressions. While they were aware of Xia Chen's strength and had mentally prepared themselves, this situation seemed somewhat exaggerated. Xia Chen observed their expressions and glanced around at the barren land, feeling a bit embarrassed. If it were Dong Li and Buluo Ji engaging in battle, who knew how many times they would have had to clash to create such destruction? Just as they were pondering, Dong Li and Buluo Ji approached, bursting into a fit of maniacal laughter. Kid, your strength is impressive. Few can withstand Bagua head-on. Oh, great giant. I am grateful for your acceptance of my challenge. It truly satisfied my cravings for battle. This is the promised wine for you. With that, Xia Chen tossed over a dozen barrels of wine towards them. Huh, Xia Chen, what kind of wine is that? Zoro inquired, puzzled. It's grape wine. Grape wine? You didn't pilfer that from Whiskey Peak. Did you? Indeed. What of it? Xia Chen replied, slightly bewildered as to why Zoro was asking this. Little did he know that upon hearing Xia Chen's affirmative response, Zoro's fury ignited. So it was you, the wine thief. Hey, mind your wording. Can you truly call it stealing when it was merely borrowing? Zoro ignored Xia Chen's protests and continued to glare at him with indignation that I had intended to ask them for some grape wine after my training session. But they informed me that all their wine had been stolen. Initially, I thought they were deceiving me, unwilling to share. However, when I held a knife to one of their throats, they maintained the same claim. And only then did I believe them. It has been days since I sought grape wine, and while that in itself is a nuisance, the most crucial point is, why didn't you take me along to steal wine? Xia Chen. Everyone. Xia Chen had initially thought Zoro's sense of justice had taken a turn for the absurd, wondering if such words could emerge from a pirate's mouth. Yet, it turned out he was merely lamenting that he had not been included in the noble act of wine thievery. Typical pirate behavior. Now that I know, you must share a few barrels with me. At that moment, Zoro revealed his true intentions. Xia Chen regarded him with confusion. Why should I share any of the wine that I acquired through my own cunning? Oh no, I mean borrowing. What makes you think I owe you? You must be dreaming. Wait until you can defeat me before discussing terms. After a period of time, the crowd had gathered together, merrily drinking and feasting, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Nami turned to Dongli and inquired, Big Giant Uncle, do you know how long it takes for the magnetic force of this island to be fully charged? I think it might take about a year. A year? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison, especially Vivi, whose face turned ashen. A year's time, and Alabasta would likely be no more. By then, the grass on her father's grave might have grown several meters high. The mere thought rendered her weak and despondent, her eyes losing their luster. Noticing her distress, Xia Chen suddenly recalled something, and in an instant, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the wax house created by Mr. 3. Without hesitation, Xia Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be met with a sight that nearly made his eyes bulge. Inside, at a table, a sea otter and an ostrich were leisurely sipping tea with their eyes closed, wearing expressions of pure enjoyment, completely unaware of Xia Chen's entrance. Xia Chen, unable to contain his disbelief, remarked, Unlucky duo, your living conditions seem quite splendid, enjoying Earl Grey tea. His voice startled the two creatures, causing the teacup in their hands to crash to the floor as they glared at him, ready to attack. That a smirk played on Xia Chen's lips. He didn't show favoritism. After delivering a punch to each, they comfortably slipped into slumber. He then began to search their bodies, not out of any peculiar inclination, but rather because Xia Chen smiled as he gazed at the permanent record pointer in his hand. And with a flash, he vanished once more. Upon his return, he found a group gathered around Vivi, offering her comfort. Yet, no matter what they said, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any anger. A bunch of novices. Utterly useless. Watch me. Xia Chen slowly approached Vivi, presenting her with the item he had just acquired. This is the permanent record pointer for Alabasta. In an instant, everyone stood frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the pointer in Xia Chen's hand. Especially Vivi, whose eyes, once dim, gradually brightened, ultimately igniting with fervor. Overcome with emotion, she threw her arms around Xia Chen, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. As the group began to regain their composure, Sanji curiously asked, Where did you find that? From one of the members of the Baroque Works. Upon hearing this, Sanji felt an immediate pang of regret, realizing he had lost out on a fortune. After defeating Mr. 3, why hadn't he searched the corpse? Had he found the permanent record pointer, it would have been him that Vivi embraced. What a loss! However, had Xia Chen known of Sanji's thoughts, he would have scoffed. There was nothing of the sort on Mr. 3. Even if one were to strip him bare, it would be futile. If he hadn't activated his foresight, he would have had no inkling that the unlucky duo would possess the permanent record pointer for Alabasta. Thus, one could only marvel at the fortune of those who had such powers. With this, we can head directly to Alabasta. There's no time to lose. Let us set off at once, Nami declared, yet suddenly felt a twinge of pain in her stomach, involuntarily letting out a hiss. Miss Nami, what's the matter? Sanji, who had been focused on Nami and Vivi, was the first to notice her discomfort. "It's nothing, just a bug bite," Nami replied nonchalantly. This remark, however, caught Xia Chen's attention as he approached her, examining the mark on her abdomen where the insect had bitten, his expression turning grave. Kashikia. To his surprise, Nami wasn't merely clad in a bra as she was in the original story. Instead, she had only exposed a small portion of her abdomen, yet it had been bitten by Kashikia. This was troublesome. "Kashikia? What is that?" Nami inquired curiously. Xia Chen did not answer her question immediately. Instead, he looked at her earnestly, saying, "We need to find an island with a doctor. You must see a physician, see a doctor. That's unnecessary. It's just a bug bite. Nothing serious," Nami dismissed. "Our immediate priority is to reach Alabasta quickly and help Vivi quell the rebellion in her kingdom." "Indeed," chimed in Luffy. "I used to get bitten by bugs all the time when I was little, and it never caused any issues. You must go," Xia Chen reiterated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then explained slowly, "Kashikia is the name of the insect that bit you. The bacteria from this insect can lie dormant in the human body for 5 days, leading to a high fever over 40 degrees. Severe infections, myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis." Pausing, he glanced at the others before continuing gravely. "If you do not receive effective treatment within 5 days, then Nami, your time will be up. Thus, this ailment is also known as the 5-day disease. Now, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Will I die?" The surrounding crowd collectively displayed expressions of terror and disbelief, while Nami's face turned pale in an instant at "You're saying I will die?" "Only if you don't receive treatment within 5 days, Xia Chen nodded. "No, that's impossible. I feel fine aside from a bit of pain. How could I possibly die?" Nami countered, though her voice betrayed her panic and uncertainty. And she turned to the others, asking, "Isn't that right?" Her inquiry received no response. Even Luffy wore a rare somber expression. Having spent considerable time with Xia Chen, they trusted him implicitly, although Xia Chen was not a doctor. His words had never been wrong throughout their journey, and this instance would likely be no different. Nami was acutely aware of this truth. She simply did not wish to accept it. Anyone hearing that they had only 5 days to live would undoubtedly be engulfed by fear. Moreover, they were currently in the Grand Line, a place where without a record pointer, they could go nowhere. The chances of finding an island were already slim, and to find one with a doctor made it all the more daunting. In an instant, Nami's complexion drained of color, and she collapsed to the ground, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. At that moment, Xia Chen placed his hand gently on her head. "What's with that expression? I merely stated that you would die if you didn't receive treatment within 5 days. If you do get treated, wouldn't you be safe?" Xia Chen's calm voice brought a glimmer of light to Nami's dim eyes. Yet, in the next moment, she recalled something, and her spirits sank once more. Finding an island with a doctor within 5 days in this sea was exceedingly difficult. It seemed impossible that I say there's a way. "And there is," Xia Chen's resolute voice resonated, reigniting hope in Nami's heart. She might not believe others, but she had unwavering faith in Xia Chen. He was not one to make promises without assurance. Initially, Xia Chen felt a heavy heart, as he could not guarantee they would find Magnetic Drum Island. In the original story, the Straw Hat crew stumbled upon it by sheer chance, without the guidance of a record pointer. Yet, they were not in a mere anime. They were in the real world, in the unpredictable seas of the Grand Line, if fate did not favor them as it had in the original story. And they failed to locate the island, it would spell disaster. After all, even the slightest current could divert their course. However, a sudden thought lightened his spirits. The flying Nimbus. This was his solution for finding Magnetic Drum Island. As in the original tale, the crew had found it within 3 days. Therefore, the island could not be too far from the little garden. With that in mind, he could certainly manage it, with the Nimbus traveling at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per second. He could thoroughly search the surrounding waters of the little garden, and he was determined to find it. Thinking this, Xia Chen turned to Nami and instructed, "Nami, hand me that record pointer for this island." "Oh, sure." Nami removed the recording pointer from her wrist and handed it to Xia Chen. The pointer indicated the direction of the small garden, ensuring that he could find his way back once he located Drum Island. Without further ado, Xia Chen addressed them briefly, stating that he would return shortly, before soaring into the sky on his Nimbus cloud. transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon without offering much explanation. An hour later, Xia Chen continued to navigate the skies, his keen vision fully awakened at such a rapid pace. It was nearly impossible to discern the islands if he flew past them. Suddenly, he halted mid-flight. A smile breaking across his face as he spotted an island with a colossal circular peak in the distance. "Found it!" he exclaimed, propelling himself on his Nimbus cloud toward Drum Island, checking the direction indicated by the recording pointer. He noted that he would only need to return following that same path. Two choices lay before him. One was to escort Dr. Kureha to Nami for treatment, and the other was to return and bring Nami and the others along. Clearly, the latter option seemed more prudent. Dr. Kureha had a notoriously eccentric temperament. Persuading her to accompany him was uncertain, and should she refuse to tend to Nami, complications would ensue. Furthermore, there was also the matter of the raccoon that needed to be brought aboard the ship. Weighing all considerations, he resolved that returning to fetch them was the best course of action. However, just as he was about to depart, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Clonability, Move Overlord SC. As the electronic voice faded, a surge of memories flooded Xia Chen's consciousness, and he felt as though he had inexplicably acquired new knowledge. Once the commotion subsided, Xia Chen stood in stunned silence, only to be overwhelmed by elation. Even jumping for joy right where he stood, it was hardly surprising that such a moment would stir his excitement. What he had gained from this encounter was nothing short of extravagant. So lavish that he could barely contain his exuberance. To elaborate on the Move Overlord SC, it was quite straightforward. It referred to the combined technique of Kaido and Big Mom. Undoubtedly, this was an immensely powerful move. However, it did have its limitations. It required two individuals to unleash its full potential. If attempted solo, it would be somewhat ineffective. Yet, the first item he had acquired perfectly addressed this limitation. The clone ability was, in Xia Chen's eyes, a divine skill, even giving him the impression that such a formidable technique was merely a bonus. The description of the clone ability was as follows. The original can create a clone with identical power. When additional clones are formed, each clone's power diminishes by 5%, while the original strength remains unchanged. Furthermore, the positions of the clones and the original can be interchanged at will. While this description might appear complex, it was quite simple that in essence, Xia Chen could produce a clone that matched his own strength precisely. If he were to create another clone at that moment, the two would collectively possess 95% of the original's power. And so forth. What did this mean? Even if Xia Chen produced 11 clones, each would retain half of his strength, allowing each one to contend with the Straw Hat crew repeatedly. For top-tier combatants, this posed little threat, as the lower the individual strength, the easier they were to defeat. However, the crux of the matter was that he possessed a clone with identical capabilities. 2 against 1 would be a veritable massacre. When he ascended to the level of an emperor, his opponents would be faced with 2 emperors. The combined might of 2 such figures was formidable indeed. The examples of Kaido and Big Mom illustrated this perfectly. When they fought together, the Supernova Alliance was utterly overwhelmed until they managed to separate them and defeat them one by one. Moreover, the ability to switch positions between the clone and the original was of paramount importance. Should he suddenly become significantly stronger mid-battle, the expressions on his enemies' faces would surely be priceless. In summary, this was an extraordinarily potent skill, capable of greatly enhancing his combat effectiveness, now that he had located Drum Island and acquired such a remarkable ability. Xia Chen was in high spirits, humming a tune as he flew toward the small garden on his Nimbus cloud. It had taken him an hour to find the island, yet the return journey took merely a few seconds. Soon, Xia Chen arrived back at the small garden. Upon seeing Xia Chen's figure, everyone rushed to greet him, with Luffy being the first to inquire, "Xia Chen, did you find the island?" "I found it," Xia Chen replied with a smile. "That's fantastic." The news brought waves of joy to the group, particularly Nami, who was especially ecstatic. Without delay, Xia Chen declared, "Let us set off at once." He then turned to Dongli and Buggy, saying, "Giant Uncle, we are leaving. May we meet again in the future." In response, Dongli remarked, "Since the young lady is unwell, we shall not keep you. It is paramount that she recuperates swiftly. However," he continued, pausing momentarily, "if you venture forth, steer clear of the western waters. There resides a monstrous fish, the king of goldfish, of enormous size that I once mistook its excrement for an island, which speaks volumes of its terror." Usopp, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. as he felt a strange sense of familiarity with the tale. Hadn't he boasted about such a story before? Buggy added, if our weapons were still intact, we could assist you in dealing with it. Alas, they were shattered during our earlier confrontation. Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, we can avoid that sea altogether. However, since you mentioned it, I shall take the opportunity to confront it. I am eager to test my new technique. With that, Xia Chen turned to the others, a smile gracing his lips. What do you say? Are you interested in witnessing this? Some time later, the group arrived at the shores of the western waters. Gazing at the tranquil sea before him, Xia Chen mused, it seems I must first lure it out. With that, he soared into the sky with a few agile movements. Then swung his right leg with force. Tempest kick. Do not inquire why his technique bore the same name as Lucci's. Simply put, he had paid the copyright fees. A powerful slash descended upon the distant waters in an instant. Boom! The targeted waters were cleaved in two, and as the water surged back, it sent waves soaring dozens of meters high. Xia Chen landed quietly on the shore, awaiting his quarry. After a few moments, the previously calm sea began to churn violently. And gradually, a massive golden fish breached the surface, glaring menacingly at the group. Everyone, except Dongli and Buggy, was left in stunned awe at the sight, and even Xia Chen was no exception. Isn't that fish a tad too large? Sanji exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I have never seen a fish of such magnitude. Zoro echoed in wonder. Did I boast about it being this big? Usopp questioned, puzzled. One by one, everyone expressed their astonishment at the fish's sheer size. Suddenly, Luffy shouted with excitement. This fish looks so plump. I wonder if the meat tastes good. At that moment, visions of a feast filled Luffy's mind, and he couldn't help but drool. Wait, that's a splendid idea. After we catch it, let us sample its flesh. With that, Xia Chen stepped forward, and with a thought, a clone appeared beside him. The sight of this left the onlookers astounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Surely they must have been mistaken. How could there be two Zyakins? Xia Chen, why are you suddenly two? Luffy shouted and panicked. I'll explain later, Xia Chen replied, gazing at his clone, a peculiar sensation swelling within him, as if he were simply observing himself. This skill would require further familiarization, but for now, he was eager to test the might of Overlord SC. The two Zyakins stood side by side, and in the next moment, each wielded a stick that had materialized in their hands. The ability to duplicate weapons was undeniably impressive. Together, the two Zyakins raised their sticks, eyes fixed on the formidable golden fish before them. In the next moment, Xia Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swung the stick in his hand simultaneously. Sea domination. A formidable energy attack erupted from the intersection of the two sticks, surging forth with immense power towards the distant king goldfish. In the blink of an eye, it struck before the king goldfish. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing echoed as, in an instant, the central portion of the king goldfish's body was pierced through, large chunks of flesh vanishing into thin air. Moreover, the momentum of the sea domination did not wane. Carving an endless trail across the surface of the sea, the nearby waters roiled violently, generating massive waves one after another. Oh wow, what tremendous power, Xia Chen remarked, smacking his lips at the scene wrought by sea domination. Although his current strength paled in comparison to that of Big Mom and Kaido, the might of the sea domination was undeniably formidable, marking it as his most powerful attack thus far. However, as he continued to observe, Xia Chen suddenly realized a pressing issue. My fish meat. He swiftly mounted the nimbus cloud and soared to the side of the king goldfish, unleashing countless slashes from beneath him, relentlessly carving into the fish until a significant portion of its flesh was stowed away in his system space. With a decisive kick, he propelled the remaining remnants of the king goldfish's body onto the shore. Given that most of the meat had been obliterated by the sea domination, only a small portion remained, which Xia Chen had further reduced, rendering the king goldfish's size minuscule in comparison to its original form. Nevertheless, even so, upon reaching the island, it still occupied a considerable area. Xia Chen returned to the shore and addressed Dongli and Buggy, saying, "Here you go, giant uncles. Enjoy the taste of the king goldfish." At that moment, both Dongli and Buggy appeared momentarily dazed, and after a brief pause, they inquired, "What was that move you just used?" "Oh, that was sea domination, a combined technique." Xia Chen replied, "I never expected there would be a combined technique even more powerful than our barbarian kingdom. The might of our barbarian kingdom pales in comparison to your sea domination. We had thought our barbarian kingdom was the strongest." It seems we were indeed narrow-minded. Buggy lamented. In truth, Xia Chen wished to point out that it was not that their barbarian kingdom was weak, but rather that their strength was lacking. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. One mustn't speak so candidly, after all. Now, can you tell me how you can transform into two? Luffy eagerly approached Xia Chen. His curiosity piqued. Compared to the formidable sea domination, he was far more intrigued by the ability to become two individuals, as were the others, all gazing at him with keen interest. It's a breakthrough in my devil fruit abilities. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Although the duplication skill was not a result of his devil fruit enhancement, he had no other explanation to offer. After all, it wouldn't do to say it was a gift from the system. Would it? Regardless, his fruit's abilities were certainly not documented in the devil fruit encyclopedia. Whatever powers he possessed were his prerogative. If he claimed it was a fruit ability, then it was indeed a fruit ability. Hearing this, Luffy felt an immediate sense of imbalance. Sulking, why is your fruit so amazing while mine is so weak? Yours not only allows you to store things, but can also morph, create clouds, and now even duplicate. Meanwhile, my fruit only extends. Luffy's envious tone was almost palpable, and for him, who typically had a mediocre memory, recalling so many of Xia Chen's abilities was a feat in itself. Well, what can I say? My fruit is of the noble mythical zoan type. Xia Chen shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Mythical zoan? What type of fruit is that? You didn't mention this last time. Nami questioned, puzzled. Mythical zoan belongs to the animal category, but it is significantly stronger than ordinary zoan fruits. Each mythical zoan has incredible abilities. Simply put, they are exceptionally powerful. Huh? Why isn't mine a mythical zoan? Luffy asked, somewhat disheartened. The notion of possessing extraordinary abilities sounded utterly fascinating. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen cast him a cool glance and remarked, actually, hiss. Just then, Nami let out a sudden gasp. Capturing Xia Chen's attention, he promptly rushed to her side and asked, what happened? It's nothing. Just a sudden sharp pain, Nami replied, her complexion slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Xia Chen placed his hand on her forehead, his expression darkening slightly. He could already sense a slight fever. It seemed they could not afford to delay any longer. They had to set off immediately. He hadn't anticipated that Nami's illness would manifest so swiftly. Had he known, he may have refrained from slaying the king goldfish. Although the illness typically resulted in death 5 days later, those afflicted endured tremendous agony during that period, their bodies in extreme discomfort. Xia Chen addressed the group. Please wait for me here. With that, he mounted the Nimbus Cloud and flew to where the Mary was docked. He leaped onto the Mary and commanded, Nimbus Cloud, grow larger. Upon uttering this, the Nimbus began to expand steadily until it was slightly larger than the Mary, at which point it ceased its growth. He had only discovered this enlargement capability of the Nimbus Cloud when he arrived at Little Garden. At that time, he had experienced a noticeable enhancement in his strength upon obtaining armament hockey, which led him to suspect that the Nimbus could indeed grow larger. After testing it out, he confirmed that the Nimbus could indeed increase in size, and that the extent of its growth correlated with his strength. The stronger he became, the larger the Nimbus could grow. In truth, even during his prior training, he had experienced slight improvements in his strength. However, due to the minimal increase, he had not detected the Nimbus's changes to his current strength. The Nimbus could expand to approximately 10 times the size of the Mary, but what would happen if his strength increased further in the future? Perhaps he could create a floating island in the sky, elevating his status to unparalleled heights. Xia Chen maneuvered the Nimbus beneath the Mary, lifting the entire ship effortlessly, and in an instant, he appeared before Luffy and the others. A sudden gust of wind left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting them to turn and look. Another round of astonishment ensued as Xia Chen provided a simple explanation before ushering them all onto the ship. Given the urgency of the situation, with Nami suffering from her illness, every second of delay meant more pain for her. Hence, Xia Chen opted for a shortcut. Otherwise, sailing leisurely across the sea would have been preferable to preserve the experience. Soon, the Pirate King might transform into the Sky Pirate King. Once everyone had boarded, Xia Chen exchanged brief farewells with Dongli and Buggy before directing the Nimbus towards Drum Island at high speed. In a matter of moments, before the crew had fully grasped the situation, the Nimbus had already halted above Drum Island. Have we arrived? Usopp asked, bewildered. Indeed, Xia Chen nodded and then turned to the others, saying, soon. I will control the Nimbus to dock the ship on the shore of Drum Island. And then you'll need to find your own way onto the island. After you land, head to the tallest snow mountain in the center to find me." With that, he approached Nami, slightly crouched down, and said, "Hop on. I'll carry you to the doctor." "Oh, sure." Nami nodded and climbed onto Xia Chen's back. Currently, Nami only exhibited mild fever, and her overall condition was relatively stable. "Well then, see you all later," Xia Chen called to the group before jumping from the sky with Nami on his back, using Moonwalk to soar towards the snow mountain. Damn it, why haven't I learned Moonwalk yet? If I had, I could carry Miss Nami too. Sanji clenched his fists in frustration. "Tisish," Zoro scoffed derisively at Sanji's words. "Even if you learn Moonwalk, do you honestly think that if both you and Xia Chen could use it, Nami would choose you to carry her?" This remark pierced Sanji's heart like a dagger, leaving him frozen in place. That it took a full minute before he regained his composure, slowly lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. With Nami now in Xia Chen's care, he could momentarily rest easy. And Miss Vivi could relax as well, no longer needing to worry about Alabasta. "So, do you want to grab a bite to eat and ease your mind?" Sanji asked, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Vivi. Vivi, however, ignored him, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation, and then asked curiously, "What did Xia Chen mean when he said you'd have to find your own way onto the island? Is it really difficult to get there?" As Vivi concluded her words, the sound of a ship entering the water resonated, indicating that they had already anchored near Magu Island. Xia Chen's comment was likely just a casual remark, wasn't it? What difficulty could there possibly be in reaching this island? Usopp shrugged his shoulders in bemusement. "By the way, do any of you feel a bit chilly?" Half a minute later, everyone found themselves clad in thick garments, standing once more on the deck. "Huh, why has it suddenly become so cold?" Luffy, curled up and sniffling, inquired with a quivering voice. "This island must be a winter island, hence the surrounding waters are equally frigid," Vivi deduced. Could Xia Chen have meant this weather? What challenge could there be in reaching the island? Sanji remarked with a faint smile. "Then let us not delay any further. We should go up to find Xia Chen and the others." Bang! Just as Sanji prepared to set off, a bullet whizzed past his forehead, accompanied by a commanding voice. "Raise your hands." Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Chen had arrived at the castle atop the snow-covered mountain. Even after landing, Nami remained clinging to Xia Chen's back, refusing to dismount. Xia Chen paid little heed to this detail as he approached the castle's entrance, which stood ajar, allowing him to enter without hesitation. With his observation haki, he could distinctly sense a presence emanating from a room within. However, the specifics eluded him, leaving him uncertain whether it was Chopper or Doctor. A minute later, Xia Chen arrived at the door of a room and gently knocked. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a slightly aged yet vibrantly spirited elderly woman. With a sunny smile, Xia Chen addressed her. "Sister, the person on my back is unwell. Might I request your assistance in treating her?" Dr. Correa's gaze sharpened. "This lad knows how to present himself." Xia Chen sat beside the bed, observing the already slumbering Nami, and reached out to feel her forehead. "Her fever won't break that quickly. It has barely been a short while," Correa remarked as she entered the room and seated herself on a nearby stool, picking up a bottle of liquor from the table to drink directly from it. Xia Chen looked at her with gratitude, retrieving several barrels of wine from his system space, placing them beside her, and said, "Thank you, sister, for your assistance. Please accept these wines as a token of my appreciation." Hearing Xia Chen refer to her as sister again, Correa looked at him with satisfaction and replied, "Why the formality? We are family. There's no need for such niceties, huh?" Xia Chen found himself momentarily perplexed by Correa's words. Was the power of addressing her as sister really so profound? Having read the original work, he was well aware of Correa's two frequently uttered phrases. One was, "Would you like to know my secret to maintaining youth?" And the other, "I'm only 139 years old," coupled with her propensity to deliver a hearty slap to anyone who dared to comment on her age. It was evident that Correa was quite sensitive about her years. Thus, when Xia Chen greeted her with sister at first glance, the subsequent events unfolded in an unexpectedly smooth manner, as Correa wasted no time in tending to Nami's ailments. Her remark about family, not discussing family matters, further illustrated her satisfaction with Xia Chen. As for whether it felt odd for a 16-year-old to call a 139-year-old woman sister, Xia Chen thought to himself. Not in the slightest. In his previous life, he had always addressed anyone 20 years his senior as sister, while calling others younger sister. a habit he had long since grown accustomed to. By the way, how did that young girl end up being bitten by a Kaskian? Weren't those insects extinct over a century ago? Could it be that she had been running around naked on Antiquity Island? Xia Chen said, somewhat sheepishly, not exactly running around naked, but I did take a stroll on Antiquity Island. Upon hearing this, Kureha's astonishment was palpable. How could that be possible? Based on her condition, she was bitten only a few hours ago. And you all arrived here in just a few hours. When did Antiquity Island come into proximity? Perhaps it was further away than we thought. Xia Chen replied with an awkward grin. Kureha narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xia Chen deeply, yet said nothing further. She was not one to pry into others' affairs, provided there was no malice involved. Having lived for so many years, she prided herself on her ability to read people. Sensing only goodwill and no ill intent from Xia Chen, that alone sufficed for her. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door, Dr. Kureha, I'm back. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, he would meet the future pet. Mount, warm companion, and emergency food source all rolled into one. In mere moments, a reindeer adorned with a pink hat, capable of walking like a human yet sporting a blue nose, strolled in. Chopper, where have you been? Dr. Kureha inquired. Just as Chopper was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone, and he curiously turned to look, locking eyes with Xia Chen, who gazed back with keen interest. In an instant, Chopper dashed to the doorway, half of his body peeking out, cautiously observing Xia Chen. Witnessing this scene, Xia Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had always found Chopper's antics amusing in the anime, and seeing it in person was even more delightful. Xia Chen chuckled. It seems you're hiding in the wrong direction. Chopper's forehead quickly beaded with sweat as he cautiously stepped back, inching his body inside, while stealing glances at Xia Chen. Xia Chen continued to tease. Hiding now won't do you any good, Kureha reassured Chopper. There's no need to be afraid. Chopper, come in. He won't harm you. Only then did Chopper tentatively step forward, maintaining vigilance with each cautious step. Observing this, Xia Chen chuckled softly. Chopper was indeed quite timid. Had he suffered too much harm from humans in the past? Contemplating this, Xia Chen retrieved something from his system space and said to Chopper, rest assured, I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I have something for you. With that, he waved the item in his hand. Upon seeing what Xia Chen held, Chopper's eyes lit up, fixating on the fluffy pink cotton candy that appeared utterly delectable. Xia Chen offered it to Chopper, who eagerly took it, licking it with anticipation. Upon tasting the sweet flavor, his eyes squinted with delight, and he politely exclaimed, thank you. No need for thanks, Xia Chen replied, his smile unwavering as he watched Chopper. Finding him increasingly endearing, Xia Chen thought to himself how he wished to pet him. As soon as Xia Chen's hand brushed against Chopper, the little reindeer jolted, leaping away and quickly hiding behind Kureha. What are you doing? Chopper's face contorted with anger. That cotton candy was just a ruse, wasn't it? You intended to harm me. I merely thought you were too adorable and wanted to give you a gentle pat. Huh? Chopper's furious expression froze, blinking in confusion. Even if you say I'm cute, that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. You jerk. Chopper pouted, twisting his waist, a grin surfacing despite his protestations. Xia Chen erupted into laughter once more. With this proud little reindeer aboard, life on the ship promised to be exceptionally entertaining. After a moment, Chopper paused, gazing at Xia Chen with curiosity. You don't feel scared seeing me talk? Why should I be afraid? Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, because I'm a reindeer, yet I can talk and walk like a human, and I have a blue nose. Chopper's spirits dipped as he spoke of these traits. Due to these peculiarities, he felt like an outcast in both the reindeer community and among humans, regarded as a freak or a monster. What's so strange about that? You simply consumed a human fruit, so there's nothing extraordinary about it. Besides, I too have eaten a devil fruit, and coincidentally, it happens to be the same type as yours, also a human fruit. Chopper's excitement surged at hearing this, a fruit of the same category as his. In an instant, Chopper's fondness for Xia Chen surged dramatically. However, he turned and, puzzled, inquired, wait, how can you still eat the human fruit when you were already human? Of course, the fruit I consumed is called the human fruit, Sun Wukong form, which is different from yours. Moreover, my fruit belongs to the mythical zoan category and can transform into various forms. Oh, Chopper nodded, somewhat understanding, and then suddenly recalled something, his face lighting up with anticipation as he asked, Is my fruit also of the mythical zoan type? Although Chopper was unaware of what mythical zoan entailed, the name itself sounded quite prestigious, suggesting it must be something remarkable that in truth, he was not very familiar with his own fruit. He had only heard from others that it was the human fruit, with no further details. The form Xia Chen had just described sounded incredibly impressive. He couldn't help but fantasize about what his own fruit's form might be. Indeed, you are also of the mythical zoan type. Your fruit's full name is animal type. Mythical zoan. Human fruit. Commoner's form, Xia Chen stated earnestly, though the slight twitching at the corners of his mouth revealed he was struggling to contain his amusement. Commoner's form? What is that? Chopper asked, perplexed that in the world of One Piece, the concept of a commoner did not exist, so Chopper naturally had no idea what it was. Let me tell you, this form is extraordinary. Though I cannot elaborate further, as it harbors great terror, just know that it is far superior to my Sun Wukong form. Wow, so my fruit is that powerful? Yes, indeed, Xia Chen nodded, but could no longer suppress his laughter. Once he started, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and he couldn't stop. Huh? What are you laughing at? Chopper was momentarily stunned by Xia Chen's sudden outburst of laughter that I recalled something joyful. Xia Chen managed to force a serious expression. What joyful thing? My wife. Oh, I mean my relative's wife just had a baby. Oh, now that is indeed something to celebrate. Chopper nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. Ha! After a considerable time, Xia Chen gradually calmed his excitement, his facial muscles having received a thorough workout. Still, they occasionally twitched. For some inexplicable reason, seeing Chopper's expression of longing made it hard for Xia Chen to resist. Since that's the case, let Chopper continue to believe this. Surely, even if he discovers the kind-hearted deception, he won't mind, right? Following this amusing interlude, the bond between Xia Chen and Chopper deepened significantly. Nearby, Kureha observed the joyful interaction between Chopper and Xia Chen, unable to suppress a smile. It had been a long time since she had seen Chopper so happy. She then turned her gaze toward Xia Chen, inwardly contemplating. This kid. Chopper, how about you join us as our companion? Damn it. Kureha cursed silently, yet outwardly remained composed. She understood better than anyone Chopper's yearning for companionship. He had been so lonely for far too long. Thus, if Xia Chen wished to take Chopper away, she would not interfere, but also would not assist. After all, she quite cherished Chopper, the proud little reindeer. Not obstructing him was already a significant concession. If Xia Chen lacked the ability to persuade Chopper to join him, then so be it. Fate had yet to align. Join you as companions? Chopper was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at himself. Are you referring to me? Who else could I mean? Is there anyone else named Chopper here? Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile. No. That's not possible. Chopper fervently shook his head and began reiterating the perceived shortcomings he believed he possessed. Xia Chen sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. At this moment, Chopper was still too self-deprecating. Xia Chen added, you don't have to decide so quickly. I will be staying here for a few more days, and my companions are currently on this island as well. Once you meet them and experience the atmosphere aboard our ship, you can decide at your leisure. Xia Chen did not insist on Chopper joining immediately. Changing long-held beliefs was not an easy task. It required gentle, gradual persuasion. Your companions? You have others on your ship? Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't a pirate crew of just two be rather dull? That is true. Chopper nodded instinctively, then suddenly seemed to realize something, eagerly asking, are you a pirate? Indeed. Is there a problem? Chopper did not respond to Xia Chen's question, but stood frozen, memories of his foster father. Dr. Hiralik, flooding his mind. Since Hiralik had always identified as a pirate, Chopper had never encountered any vile pirates, so his impression of them had always been positive. Upon hearing Xia Chen declare that he was a pirate, his desire to join them intensified, though he still harbored some reservations. Sensing the conflict on Chopper's face, Xia Chen proposed, how about I take you down the mountain to meet my companions? What do you say? Ah, can I really? Chopper's voice was infused with 7 parts excitement and 3 parts apprehension. Of course. Enough talk. Let's go. With that, Xia Chen took Chopper by the hand and led him outside as if recalling something. He turned to Kureha and said, Sister, I'll leave Chopper in your care for now. I'm taking him out for a bit. Go on. It's better than having him here where I feel troubled. Kureha feigned impatience, waving her hand dismissively. Thanks, sister. We'll be back by evening. With that, Xia Chen and Chopper walked side by side out into the open. Once outside the castle, Chopper turned to Xia Chen and said, "Wait for me to change forms. I'll take you down." As he spoke, Chopper transformed back into his normal reindeer shape. "Wow, Chopper, you're amazing," Xia Chen praised him enthusiastically. Instantly, a rosy hue spread across Chopper's face. "Even if you say that, I won't be happy." "You jerk. All right, let's head to the cable car. I'll use that to take you down." Can I ride on your back down?" Xia Chen inquired. "You can, but I'm afraid I might throw you off. That's a minor concern. It won't happen. Come on, let's go." With that, Xia Chen lightly leaped onto Chopper's back, joyfully exclaiming, "Chopper, let us set off." "Yay!" Chopper cheered, and then, with Xia Chen on his back, he jumped onto the cable that led down the mountain. Feeling the wind rushing past and gazing at the snowy landscape below, Xia Chen felt a profound sense of exhilaration. By the way, Chopper, how did you manage to climb such a high mountain?" he asked suddenly. "Me? I flew up." "Oh, you flew up?" Chopper exclaimed, jumping up in shock. "Yes. Is there a problem?" "That's a huge problem. Why can a human fly?" "A reindeer cannot fly," Xia Chen chuckled. "Shouldn't a reindeer fly? That seems far less realistic than a human flying." Chopper gazed at Xia Chen with starry eyes. "Can you take me flying too?" "Sure." With that, Xia Chen jumped up and began to walk on air using his moonwalk technique. "Let us go. I'll take you down," Xia Chen said with a serene smile. Chopper instantly transformed back into his original form, leaping onto Xia Chen's head. "Hey, I didn't say you could ride me. What's the big deal? Let us go." After a while, Xia Chen and Chopper strolled leisurely through the village. Although Chopper was still in his reindeer form, that he feared that walking in his human form might lead to being regarded as a freak. Nevertheless, even in this form, many gazes were still fixed upon them, causing Chopper to feel somewhat anxious. Xia Chen gently patted his back, saying, "In this world, don't be overly concerned about others' opinions. We should simply be ourselves." Chopper nodded silently, offering no response, as they continued onward together, one reindeer and one human, toward their destination. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of a house, and Xia Chen knocked lightly on the door. In the realm of his perceptual experiences, Luffy and his companions found themselves immersed within. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a robust man clad in green attire. Upon seeing Xia Chen, he wore a look of mild confusion and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a companion of the group behind you. My name is Xia Chen." Xia Chen gestured towards Luffy and the others behind him. At that moment, Luffy spotted him and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, Xia Chen." Observing this scene, the man remarked, "Well, do come inside. You're dressed too lightly for this cold." Once inside, Xia Chen noticed the absence of one individual aboard their ship and curiously asked, "Where is Zoro?" "He's guarding the ship," Sanji replied. "How is Miss Nami?" "I've already taken her for treatment. She's currently resting and is fine." "That's good to hear." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Sanji noticed Chopper trailing behind Xia Chen, and his eyes lit up. He turned to Xia Chen and said, "Xia Chen, you even thought of us being hungry and brought back a reindeer. Wait here. I'll go prepare it, and I guarantee you'll have delicious venison shortly." With that, Sanji stood up and approached Chopper. Chopper's face instantly broke into a cold sweat, regarding Sanji's approach as one would a formidable demon. In mere moments, he shrank behind Xia Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Sanji, stop it. Chopper is not food." "No, that's right. I'm not food at all," Chopper retorted angrily, simultaneously transforming from his reindeer form into his human guise. This series of actions left those around him utterly bewildered. The reindeer can talk. Luffy gaped in astonishment. And it can transform. Usopp's eyes widened equally in disbelief. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. "A monster!" Chopper felt a wave of disappointment wash over him upon hearing this. It seemed he could not integrate into human society, as there were too few individuals without prejudice against him. Alas, it appeared he would ultimately remain solitary on Drum Island. In that moment, his desire to venture out to sea plummeted to zero. Yet the words spoken by Luffy and Usopp a second later reignited a spark of hope in his eyes. "How fascinating! Reindeer, would you like to be our partner?" Luffy joyfully proposed. Usopp added, "Indeed, it's quite interesting, plus it's so fluffy and adorable." In that moment, witnessing the smiles on the faces of those around him, Chopper's emotions became incredibly complex. He realized that these individuals did not bear the same expressions of disdain and fear as those who had previously labeled him a monster. Rather, they were filled with excitement and curiosity. And they were not afraid of him. Unbeknownst to him, a strange feeling began to blossom within his heart, an indescribable sensation he could not yet comprehend. But he knew he felt joy, immense joy. Half an hour later, a group gathered around the hearth, enjoying the meat of a King Neptune that Xia Chen had procured from the system's space. Chopper, however, maintained his composure, indulging in cotton candy rather than the meat. After all, he was a herbivorous creature, and consuming meat seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? As Xia Chen observed Chopper delicately licking the cotton candy, he couldn't help but recall the original narrative where Chopper had learned a myriad of benefits from Luffy and the others after boarding their ship. Eating meat, drinking, and being charming. He had become proficient in all, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for learning. Yet, it seemed he had only assimilated the negative traits, failing to grasp the positive ones. Xia Chen, the taste of this King Neptune's meat is truly exceptional. It's utterly delicious, Luffy exclaimed, savoring his meal. The others nodded in agreement, and even Dalton, the owner of the dwelling, was captivated by the flavor of the King Neptune. What species of Neptune is this? Dalton inquired curiously. Oh, it's a supersized sea king. It's my first time encountering one, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, leaving Dalton in a state of shock. Supersized sea king. How did you acquire that meat? He wiped the sweat from his brow, cautiously asking, how else could it be obtained? We simply slaughtered it and cut the meat off. Xia Chen did not answer directly. Instead, it was Luffy who looked at him as if he were a fool and said, "It's that simple." Dalton's perspiration increased, despite being in the frigid winter island, where even the presence of a hearth typically left one feeling somewhat chilly. Today he felt as though his sweat glands were overactive. By the way, to express my gratitude for your trust in my companions and for assisting them in reaching the island, I shall leave some of the King Neptune's meat for you, Xia Chen said to Dalton. All right, thank you, Dalton instinctively replied, then suddenly turned to Xia Chen with a puzzled expression. How did you know I helped them to the island? I deduced it, because I know the residents of this island harbor a strong aversion to pirates. After all, this nation was recently destroyed by pirates. Upon hearing this, Dalton jolted upright, fixing his gaze intently on Xia Chen. How do you know this? Are you in league with that previous pirate? No, I merely happen to know. After all, the pirate who destroyed your nation is somewhat notorious. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, one of the future emperors of the sea, Xia Chen thought to himself. Yes, that's indeed his name. Dalton sat back down and slowly continued. While I despise him, from another perspective, perhaps the destruction of the nation is not entirely a bad thing. Why? Is losing one's country not a misfortune? Vivi, who had been quiet until now, suddenly stood up. Her voice brimming with emotion. In an instant, everyone turned to glance at her, bewildered. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. Please continue. Vivi sat down, a touch embarrassed this moment. Dalton appeared somewhat flabbergasted. He was genuinely startled by Vivi. After regaining his composure, he resumed, because with the nation's downfall, we were liberated from the tyranny of our king. Our place was once known as the Drum Kingdom, and our king, Wapple, was an oppressive tyrant. He even fled at the first sign of pirates, leaving his citizens behind. How could a king act in such a manner? Shouldn't a king protect his people? He is hardly worthy of the title. A king who doesn't protect his citizens is not a king at all. Vivi interjected passionately. Dalton responded, Why do I feel like you're even more agitated than I am? Dalton was perplexed, but Luffy and the others understood exactly why Vivi was so moved. At that moment, a hand gently patted Vivi's shoulder, and a voice said, Calm down, Vivi. Not every king is as you described. A significant number of kings, like Wapple, do not cherish their nations or their subjects. Therefore, those kings who care for their citizens will surely thrive because no one is more suited to be a ruler than they are. Xia Chen, Vivi murmured, gazing at him in awe. Xia Chen offered her a reassuring glance. And just as he intended to say something more, a commotion erupted outside. Dalton immediately stood up and addressed the group. Please stay here for a moment. I shall investigate what is occurring outside. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Let us go see what is happening. Perhaps we can witness something exciting, Xia Chen suggested to the others. They gradually made their way outside, only to find Dalton staring blankly ahead, a flicker of fear in his eyes as he grimly uttered, Wapple. Following Dalton's gaze, they beheld a distant figure, corpulent and grotesque, that a man with deep purple hair and an enormous mouth, seamlessly attached to a cylindrical tin plate, appeared before the crowd at that moment. He was opening his vast jaws to bite at the surrounding houses, greedily swallowing the debris into his belly. After finishing his feast, he could not help but let out a hearty burp. Roasted houses are indeed delectable. He then stood atop a hippopotamus, proclaiming loudly, "Everything in this nation belongs to me, the king. I shall do as I please, and you all must submit to my rule." Ha! Upon hearing this, Dalton could no longer contain himself and immediately sprinted towards Walpo, transforming into a wild bull mid-stride. Is Dalton also a user of a devil fruit? Sanji remarked, curiosity piqued. In no time, Dalton stood before Walpo, shouting, "Walpo? Who is calling me?" Walpo turned with mild curiosity, only to be met with an odd blade. Rend. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, accompanied by Walpo's agonized cries, leaving his subordinates in a state of shock as they gasped. Lord Walpo, one particularly frizzy-haired man, glared furiously at Dalton, exclaiming, "Dalton, what are you doing? How dare you harm Lord Walpo? I am protecting this nation." Dalton replied, his gaze resolute. How despicable. Beside him, Jess, sporting wave-like lips, glared at Dalton with rage, then shouted, "Dr. 20, at the sound of surgery begins." A large group of individuals donned in medical attire emerged, rapidly collaborating to tend to Walpo's injuries. In an instant, Walpo sat up as if he had mastered Luffy's sit-up technique. I thought I was going to die. Once he regained his composure, Walpo glared at Dalton, saying, "Dalton, how dare you do this to me? Have you forgotten you are my subordinate?" "Not anymore," Dalton replied coolly. "You ceased to be my king the moment you abandoned the kingdom out of fear of pirates. And what of abandoning the kingdom? Are your lives more significant than mine? Trading your lives for my chance to escape is something you should take pride in." Dalton was instantly filled with rage upon hearing those words. "Walpo, is this the kind of thing a king should say? Given that you are the son of the previous king, who once showed me kindness, I had hoped you would come to your senses. But it seems that is no longer possible." Dalton planted his weapon before him, glaring at Walpo as he declared, "I will expel you from this nation." Anyone can talk big." Walpo scoffed derisively. You really think you can take on all of us alone? If you alone can't, then what if we join forces? Unbeknownst to them, Luffy and Sanji had already positioned themselves beside Dalton, addressing Walpo with a calm demeanor. Walpo squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Kid, who are you?" Since Xia Chen had brought Luffy and the others directly to Magnet Island using the flying Nimbus, they had not encountered Walpo, and thus he did not recognize Luffy. "Ugly monster, I am Luffy, and I intend to knock you out. What you just said really irked me. A king should never be like you." "Kid, are you seeking death? How dare you call me ugly? Moreover, I don't need your judgment on how I should rule as king. Since you dare to provoke me, you three shall die here today." Dalton looked at Luffy and Sanji with a complex expression, saying, "You really don't need to step in. You've already caught Walpo's attention. He won't let you off the hook, Mr. Dalton. You previously stood against the crowd to trust us, and we are grateful. Now that you're in trouble, we cannot turn a blind eye," Sanji asserted. "And with this ugly monster, I wouldn't even need to use my hands. A mere kick would suffice to send him sprawling." After saying this, Sanji noticed the peculiar expressions from Xia Chen and the others. "It seems you've always fought using your legs, right?" However, Walpo was oblivious to this. Upon hearing Sanji's words, his fury surged, and he shouted to his subordinates, "Go and kill them all. I want these kids to learn the consequences of provoking me." "Yes," a group of armed soldiers responded, stepping forward to unhesitatingly pull the triggers aimed at Luffy and the others. "Watch out," Dalton shouted, moving swiftly to shield Luffy and the others from the incoming bullets. Yet, Luffy's figure was faster in the blink of an eye. He positioned himself in the path of the bullets, blocking them with his own body. "Straw Hat Kid," Dalton gasped in shock, bewildered by Luffy's willingness to take the bullets, when he could have easily. Before he could finish his thought, bullets ricocheted off Luffy's body, shooting back toward their original trajectory. Meanwhile, Xia Chen looked at Luffy, astonished, not for the same reasons as Dalton, but rather at Luffy's astonishing speed, which was nearly akin to the soar technique. "Interesting. It seems that training has paid off." Xia Chen waved his hand, summoning a table and several chairs before sitting down. pouring himself some tea from the kettle he had acquired from Mr. Threed. He called out to Vivi and the others. "Come on, let us have a drink." Usopp sat down, took a sip of tea, and sighed. "Drinking tea in winter is so comforting, but is it really okay for us to just watch Luffy fight? What's the issue? With this ragtag bunch, Luffy and the others can handle them with ease. We can just sit back and enjoy the show." Just then, a figure darted away from Xia Chen. It was Chopper. Midway, Chopper swallowed a small yellow ball and transformed into a muscular form, standing beside Luffy and the others. "That I'm here to help." "Chopper, you can transform into this form too," Luffy exclaimed excitedly, spinning around Chopper. "After eating my homemade rumble ball, I can switch between 7 different forms," Chopper replied nonchalantly, a proud expression on his face. "7 forms." Luffy became even more exhilarated, showering Chopper with compliments. "Even if you say that, it won't make me happy, you jerk," Chopper retorted, twisting his body. However, in his current enhanced state, the combination of his contorted form and a seemingly shy yet fierce expression was somewhat unsettling to behold. "Die, you little brats." Just as Luffy was about to say something further, Walpo bellowed as he charged at them, his mouth widening to the size capable of swallowing several people at once. "Don't know." The group jolted in fright, hurriedly dodging aside. While they managed to evade, the house behind them suffered the consequences as Walpo devoured half of it in a single bite. "Not roasted? The taste is somewhat lacking." "What kind of monster are you?" Sanji gasped, nearly dropping his cigarette in astonishment. "I am the user of the munch fruit. The muncher. I can consume anything, so you all should prepare to become my next meal." "Ugh." Before Walpo could finish his sentence, Luffy had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent blood spraying through the air. After striking Walpo, Luffy maintained his stance, slowly rising and adjusting his hat. "Such a thing is impossible, for I will knock you away before that happens. You bastard, how dare you harm Lord Walpo again? This is unforgivable." Chromaliming and Jeskeezy leapt forth, launching their assault on Luffy from either side. With a resounding crash, they were propelled backward at a speed surpassing that of their initial strike. Chopper and Dalton flanked Luffy, maintaining the poised stance from their recent offensive. "Hey, what you're doing is rather unethical," Sanji remarked with discontent. "You've snatched both the red and blue buffs, leaving me with only the task of defeating 3 pigs. Forget it, they are merely fodder, but at least I serve a purpose." With this thought in mind, Sanji charged into the nameless subordinates, dispatching them with glee, one kick at a time. Meanwhile, Luffy targeted Walpole, while Chopper and Dalton engaged Chromaliming and Jess, prioritizing a fair distribution of their efforts. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and his companions leisurely sipped tea, occasionally commenting on the unfolding battle. "Luffy has made remarkable progress." Xia Chen couldn't help but exclaimed that Luffy's current combat against Walpole showcased not only the speed reminiscent of his earlier performance, but, under Xia Chen's discerning gaze, it was evident that his strength had significantly increased. Truly, he is deserving of the title protagonist, with a pace of growth only slightly inferior to Xia Chen's own. However, Xia Chen believed that his teaching played a vital role. While his instructional abilities paled in comparison to Teacher Kai, he felt he was far superior to certain inept mentors that in any case. He considered himself a competent teacher. Walpole's strength was inherently lacking. And even the original Luffy would have posed a challenge for him, let alone the current Luffy. In no time, he succumbed to Luffy's rocket launcher, experiencing a fate akin to that of the notorious Grey Wolf. Sanji, too, had significantly enhanced his abilities, and facing a horde of weaklings made his task even simpler. However, due to the sheer number of adversaries, Sanji required slightly more time than Luffy. After their skirmish, they did not assist Chopper and Dalton, but instead made their way to Xia Chen, who was seated nearby. "Xia Chen, conjure up 2 more chairs." Xia Chen waved his hand, and 2 chairs materialized out of thin air, accompanied by 2 additional cups on the table. "That if you wish to drink tea, help yourselves." "Ha!" Sanji savored a sip of tea, his face lighting up with pleasure, before turning his attention to Chopper's battle. Witnessing Chopper outmaneuvering Chromaliming, Sanji expressed his astonishment. "I thought he was merely a pet. I didn't expect him to be this formidable." "Ha! Isn't he amusing? I want him to join our crew," Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Xia Chen chimed in. "Indeed, he must become our companion, even if we have to persuade him. After all, he is not just a proud little raccoon. He is also an exceptionally skilled doctor." "Huh? He is a doctor?" Sanji asked incredulously. That was his first encounter with an animal doctor. After calming himself, He curiously inquired. If a human treats animals, they're called veterinarians. What do we call it when animals treat humans? Human doctors. Well, Sanji's question plunged Xia Chen and the others into silence. Xia Chen pondered thoughtfully. That's an intriguing question. Before he could arrive at an answer, Chopper and Dalton concluded their battle. They simultaneously shouted the names of their techniques. They swiftly maneuvered past their opponents, causing Chromaliming and Jess to collapse onto the ground. Thus, the Walpole army was vanquished. Hey, come over for tea, Xia Chen called out. After a while, the group, seated on the snowmobile, observed the green algae-haired figure before them, bare-chested, with a red nose, curling up and shivering. Zoro, what are you doing here? Exercising? Xia Chen's lips twitched in amusement. Yes, exactly. I came to work out. The ship isn't cold enough. It doesn't provide any challenge, Zoro earnestly explained, resolutely avoiding the truth about his aimless swimming adventure. So you're here for exercise. Xia Chen elongated his tone, then teased. Then you can continue your workout here. We're heading up the mountain. Farewell. With that, Xia Chen turned to Chopper and said, let us go. Wait, Zoro shouted. Actually, I've worked out enough. Too much can be counterproductive. So I'll join you on the mountain. Mainly, I want to check on Nami. All right, Xia Chen replied with a gentle smile, refraining from further teasing Zoro. Then hop on. With a leap, Zoro joined them on the snowmobile, only to be met by a gust of frigid wind that made him curl into a ball. By the way, could someone lend me a coat? Oh wow, this castle is magnificent, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the snow fortress. This is Walpole's castle. Given his tyrannical nature, he must ensure his residence is satisfying. Xia Chen replied nonchalantly, then added, let us go check on Nami's recovery. After a while, the group strode into Nami's recovery room, only to flee in less than 10 seconds as an array of weapons flew towards them. Knives, swords, and clubs came raining down. Kureha, adorned with dozens of weapons, shouted menacingly, this is no marketplace, you rascally brats. Who is this strange old woman? Luffy gasped in shock. And she is quite terrifying, Zoro remarked. Upon hearing these comments, Xia Chen felt a twinge of unease and quickly distanced himself from Luffy and Zoro. As expected, Kureha appeared before them with a speed rivaling that of Kizaru, delivering a punch to both Luffy and Zoro, then calmly dusting off her hands that if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. I am a vibrant and youthful lady of over 130 years. With that, Kureha turned and slammed the door shut. Xia Chen, exasperated, scolded Luffy. What were you thinking, shouting as soon as you entered? You got us all kicked out. Frustration bubbled within Xia Chen. If not for Luffy's outburst, he, as Kureha's good little brother, surely would have faced no repercussions. How was I supposed to know? Luffy pouted, feeling wronged. Who is this strange lady? Sanji began to ask, but quickly rephrased, wary of being overheard. She is the doctor treating Nami, one of only 2 doctors on this island aside from Dr. Kureha, and she is also the one who taught Chopper medicine. Oh, so she is the quirky Dr. Mr. Dalton mentioned? Quite indeed, Luffy began, but Zoro swiftly covered his mouth. Oh, you want her to come out and hit you again. Realizing the gravity of his near slip, Luffy broke into a cold sweat and silently thanked Zoro for his timely intervention. Fortunately, Zoro was here. Actually, Kureha is usually quite amiable. She just can't stand being called old, Chopper interjected. That makes sense, Zoro mused. All right, everyone follow my lead. Whatever I say you echo, understood? Xia Chen instructed. Understood, they all nodded in unison. Hello, sister, they chorused together. Didn't I tell you to keep it down? I can't hear a thing, Kureha shouted, but this time she didn't expel them from the room. Seeing this, Luffy and the others gazed at Xia Chen in awe. You really know how to handle it. Sister, how is Nami doing? Luffy asked eagerly, interrupting Kureha before she could finish. This is, Kureha began, but Luffy cut her off. That is not something to imitate, Xia Chen said. Suppressing his anger, can't you see everyone else is behaving? Why must you be so oblivious? Luffy's voice echoed once again. Sister, allow me to handle a few matters first. Xia Chen approached Luffy with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Sister, Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Xia Chen delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Bang, 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 bang. With a sigh of relief, Xia Chen dusted off his hands, feeling considerably more at ease. You were the one who told us to emulate your speech. Why are you striking me now? Luffy protested indignantly. Blame your own lack of insight. If not you, then who else? Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. What could I do? After all, my strength surpasses yours. Luffy, when you find yourself inferior to me, keep your head down and act humble. With that, Xia Chen joyfully whistled as he walked away. Damn it! Luffy glared at Xia Chen's retreating figure, vowing that when he eventually surpassed Xia Chen, he would also strut about with such arrogance. Sometime later, Luffy shouted, Take this! Xia Chen called out, hurling a snowball at Luffy. That moment, Luffy had just dodged snowballs thrown by Chopper and Usopp, and in a moment of carelessness, he was struck squarely in the face, leaving his head covered in snow. Ha, Luffy! You look absolutely ridiculous. Usopp laughed heartily, clutching his belly. Indeed, it is quite amusing. Chopper joined in the laughter. Whoosh, bang. Before their laughter could subside, two snowballs collided with their faces. Xia Chen. Why are you attacking us? Aren't we on the same side? Usopp exclaimed. Right, aren't we allies? TCH, are we really dividing into factions over a snowball fight? To me, everyone is an enemy, Xia Chen remarked indifferently, an air of superiority enveloping him. Luffy, Chopper, I have an idea, Usopp said, his face growing serious. Since someone is being so arrogant, I believe it is necessary for us to unite against him. Yes, I share that sentiment. It's time to show certain individuals their place. Chopper shouted, waving his arms energetically. The three of them stood in a row, their faces resolute, as if Xia Chen were a formidable villain. Xia Chen, I recognize your strength, so do not blame us for ganging up on you. This is merely an acknowledgement of your power? Oh, is that so? Xia Chen replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since you all feel that way. His gaze sharpened, and he uttered two words, clones. Instantly, 15 duplicates of Xia Chen appeared around him. Then he said coolly, I know you are all strong, so do not fault me for 5 against 1. After all, this is a testament to your abilities. Luffy and his companions' eyes widened in shock. And they gulped in unison. Trembling, they exclaimed, Xia Chen, this is cheating. You were the ones who instigated this, Xia Chen retorted. Now, enough chit-chat. Prepare to take a beating. Charge. At his command, the 15 Xia Chen clones began rapidly forming snowballs, launching them at Luffy and his friends. Indeed, the adage their strength in numbers proved true even in a snowball fight. With Xia Chen's swift snowball crafting and throwing, they created an efficient assembly line of snowball warfare. The snowballs flew out like bullets from a machine gun. Run for your lives, Usopp shouted, and the trio sprinted away as if their lives depended on it. Above the castle, Kureha and Nami watched the four below frolicking. Chopper seems so happy, Nami remarked suddenly. Indeed, it's been years since I've seen him like this, Kureha responded, falling into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she said softly, You all should take Chopper with you. Nami turned to Kureha, and after a lengthy pause, she replied, All right. Later that evening, in a room within the castle, Dr. Kureha, I wish to join Xia Chen and the others as their companion and set sail with them. Oh, understood, Kureha replied nonchalantly. Her calm demeanor left Chopper puzzled, tilting his head in confusion. Dr. Kureha, do you truly agree? Of course, why would I object? However, Kureha slowly rose to her feet. But how dare you abandon me as my assistant? I shall slay you and send your severed head to them. Kureha brandished various weapons, exuding an aura of wickedness, or so it seemed to Chopper. Chopper, let me have the pleasure of putting you down. No, Chopper quickly transformed into his enhanced form, shouting as he dashed for the exit. Ah, a terrified scream echoed from within the castle, causing those outside to glance over in alarm. Moments later, a reindeer executed a masterful drift. Appearing before them with a look of sheer terror, Dr. Kureha wants to kill me. It cried as it ran. As everyone pondered this, Kureha, fully armed, appeared before them. Luffy and Zoro, stricken by fear, looked utterly horrified. Observing this scene, Xia Chen burst into laughter. Everyone, it's time to make a hasty retreat. Run, Luffy shouted, the first to bolt toward the sled. The others quickly followed suit, and as they all arrived simultaneously, Chopper grabbed the rope, secured it around himself, and descended the suspension bridge. The sled glided under the moonlight, reminiscent of an eerie tale from legends. Kureha stood by the cliff, silently watching as Chopper and the others grew smaller in the distance. At some point, Dalton appeared beside her. Must you part ways in such a manner? Foolish child, should I be weeping and wailing? After all, I am over 130 years old. though Kureha spoke dismissively. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, shimmering under the moonlight. Chopper, you must find happiness. With Chopper's presence, it wasn't long before they reached the shore where the Mary was anchored. Vivi, is that a duck running quickly? Xia Chen asked, pointing at an icebound duck in the water. Huh? What did you say? Vivi turned, her cheeks flushed from the recent excitement. Xia Chen repeated his inquiry, running quickly. This foolish duck must have slipped and fallen. Zoro laughed derisively at the duck's unfortunate state. Hearing this, Xia Chen shot Zoro a strange look, recalling something. Chopper nodded beside the duck, adding, it said it thought someone named Zoro had drowned, so it went to save him. Before he could finish, a shadow darted behind Zoro, an arm raised. Enveloped in Conqueror's Hakai, "Oh, it's your fault. You scoundrel," Nami exclaimed after delivering a blow to Zoro. She then approached Chopper, astonished. I didn't know you could understand animal speech. I am an animal. Understanding them is quite normal, isn't it? Even if you say that, it doesn't make me happy. You're clearly overjoyed, Luffy and Usopp chimed in, rolling their eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted, followed by a series of explosive blasts. Everyone turned toward the source of the commotion, witnessing continuous explosions erupting from the highest peak of Drum Island. Following the detonations, a breathtaking sight emerged. The white snow blanketing the island gradually transformed into a vibrant pink. Sparkling under the moonlight, whoa! Chopper gazed in awe at the scene before him, whispering, is this what cherry blossoms look like? Gulewa, thank you. Chopper, don't daydream. Hurry over to play, exclaimed Xia Chen, wrapping his arm around the dazed Chopper. He then pointed towards Luffy. Look, isn't it amusing that Luffy has chopsticks stuck in his nostrils? Want to give it a try? Xia Chen handed 2 chopsticks to Chopper. How could I possibly? Oh ho. Chopper, the chopsticks you chose are shorter than mine. You're not up to par. Luffy laughed heartily at Chopper, who was attempting to insert the chopsticks into his nose. Humph. This is just my first attempt. Once I get used to it, I'll be able to use longer ones than yours. Chopper retorted defiantly. Fool. That's impossible. I'm a rubber man. You could practice for 1,000 years and still not surpass me. Ha ha ha. Xia Chen sat quietly on the railing, savoring the atmosphere aboard the ship. Such wonderful days. What's the matter? Are you not going to join them in the nostril fun? Nami asked as she sat beside Xia Chen. I think I'll pass on that. Such antics are not befitting my handsome visage. How could I lower myself to that? You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. Of course, at least so far. I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than myself. Xia Chen proclaimed proudly. That's true. Nami nodded in agreement, having no rebuttal as she had never seen anyone more handsome. After a moment of silence, Nami suddenly said, Xia Chen, thank you. Huh, for what? Xia Chen turned his head, puzzled. Thank you for everything you've done for me while I was ill. I truly. Ah, Nami winced, clutching her forehead as she looked at Xia Chen. Why did you flick me? Why don't you consider what you were saying? Is there a need for us to say thank you? Are we not comrades? Are comrades just comrades? Nami murmured softly. What did you say? Nothing. Yes, we're comrades. I'm off to have a midnight snack with Vivi. Care to join? Midnight snacks are the easiest way to gain weight. It's detrimental to your health. Xia Chen responded with utmost seriousness. Then, count me in. In the splendidly sunny seas, the Mary was sailing gently. Xia Chen, the storeroom is out of food again. Go replenish it. Sanji shouted from the bow towards Xia Chen, who was napping in a rocking chair. Hearing this, Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing in his gaze that it's only been a few days, and the food is gone again. There's no helping it. Luffy can eat far too much. At least half of the food has vanished into his stomach. Xia Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead, then rose to make his way to the storeroom, but he felt rather ashamed recalling his previous belief that he could out-eat Luffy. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Luffy. When it came to eating, he was indeed no match. Upon reaching the storeroom, a wave of his hand conjured a large quantity of food before him. Thankfully, he had stocked up on meat after slaying numerous dinosaurs and that giant golden fish in the little garden. Otherwise, they might not have been able to sustain this level of consumption. Just as Xia Chen emerged from the storeroom, Luffy's head popped over, gazing at the dinosaur and golden fish meat with a look of disdain. Why is it always this meat? Is there nothing else? I'm sick of eating the same thing every day, yet you consume the most of it daily. Xia Chen's fist shot towards Luffy's face, but it failed to make contact. Huh, Xia Chen's expression turned to one of surprise as he glanced at Luffy, who stood beside him. I didn't expect you to have mastered Zoro. Luffy, hands on his hips, pointed at Xia Chen and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Of course, you think I've just been fooling around these days. I've been training hard. Now I've mastered Zoro, and you'll never land a hit on me again. As he spoke, Luffy's face radiated pride, even casting a challenging glance at Xia Chen. Seeing Luffy's demeanor, a sly smile crept across Xia Chen's lips. Luffy, have I ever mentioned that one should remain humble? When Xia Chen spoke those words, he remained in his original position, but by the time he uttered the last 3 words, he had already appeared beside Luffy. When did that happen? Luffy exclaimed, astonished, and hastily attempted to escape using Zoro. But alas, it was too late. Xia Chen raised his fist, enveloped in armament haki, and delivered a solid punch to Luffy, then used his foot to catch Luffy's falling body. After all, Luffy was resilient and could withstand injuries, but the ship couldn't be damaged. Due to Luffy's rapid descent, Xia Chen's foot, which was meant to catch him, inadvertently caused Luffy a second injury due to the sheer force. After all, the effects of force are mutual. He dealt Luffy a kick, but his foot also bore the brunt of the impact. However, if one disregarded the armament haki surrounding Xia Chen's foot, the argument might have been more compelling. With a calm demeanor, Xia Chen gazed at Luffy, who lay on the ground with his eyes rolled back, and remarked, "The rain has cleared, and you think you're capable now." He then strolled towards his throne at the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper stood frozen in place, slack-jawed. After a moment, Usopp exclaimed, "Xia Chen's words are incredibly domineering." Indeed, far too domineering, Chopper chimed in. The two then began to reenact the scene of Xia Chen striking Luffy aboard the ship, ensuring to conclude with, "The rain has cleared, and you think you're capable now. Nami, there's a peculiar phenomenon ahead." "Oh, that? No worries, it's just ordinary water vapor. We can pass right through. It's a normal occurrence caused by an underwater volcano." "An underwater volcano? There are volcanoes beneath the sea?" Chopper inquired, filled with curiosity. "Absolutely. In fact, there are more underwater volcanoes than those on land." "Oh, so that's how it is." Chopper felt he had gained new knowledge once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the water vapor, a robust man clad in a ballet outfit and adorned with garish makeup sat on a chair, cursing angrily. "Have you spotted Mr. 3's ship?" "Report, Mr. 2. There have been no sightings." "Damn it. Where has that Mr. 3 gone? If I can't locate him soon, my life is in peril. Continue searching for me. Do not overlook any signs of ships. Understood? Help, help. I'm a terrible swimmer. Save me." Xia Chen slowly removed the newspaper covering his face, shook his head, and stood up. "What is happening?" "Oh, someone is drowning." Luffy pointed at a struggling figure in the water. Xia Chen pondered for a moment, then scanned the others so none of you are going to save him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Sanji, who was smoking nearby. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Thank you for saving me." The man expressed his gratitude to the group. Hey, your savior is right here. So why are you bowing to them?" Sanji, wringing out his clothes, said, displeased, "Many thanks, benefactor." The man turned to Sanji and bowed deeply to him. Sanji replied nonchalantly. Normally, he wouldn't be so indifferent, even if the person thanking him was male. Yet, for some reason, he felt a bit uncomfortable in the presence of this man. Meanwhile, Xia Chen observed the man with great interest. "No, it's a cross-dresser, the high-ranking officer of the Baroque Works, Mr. Tu Bon Clay." Nevertheless, Xia Chen held a rather positive impression of him. Although Bon Clay often referred to himself as this humble servant and identified as a cross-dresser, he was resolute when it mattered, whether it was taking on Luffy's appearance to rescue him from the Marines or saving him again in Impel Down. He had evoked tears from many at the time that if possible, Xia Chen wouldn't mind helping him out later, but that was a matter for another time. For now, they were enemies, as the tumult of thoughts surged within Xia Chen. Mr. Point 2 had already mingled with Luffy and the others, continuously showcasing his face-changing abilities. Suddenly, he transformed into Nami, and just as he was about to unveil his attire, Xia Chen instantaneously teleported beside him and delivered a forceful punch. Hey, this isn't appropriate," Xia Chen exclaimed, pulling him up and fixing a fierce yet benevolent gaze upon him. "Indeed, it is rather inappropriate." Mr. 2 gulped nervously, sensing a wave of murderous intent in that fleeting moment. This man before him was exceedingly perilous. Xia Chen regarded him with a calm demeanor, unsure why he had acted so impulsively. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Nevertheless, he was well aware that if Mr. 2 proceeded with such antics, it would not bode well for him. With this thought, a sudden idea sparked in Xia Chen's mind. Given his formidable strength, he could resolve many issues with ease. Why not eliminate this flamboyant figure? Turning to Mr. 2, he proposed, "Why don't you try to touch me and see if you can imitate me?" "Of course, I can," Mr. 2 replied confidently, having never encountered anyone he could not mimic since consuming the fruit. He gently tapped Xia Chen's arm, poised to unleash his ability. How is this possible? Sweat beaded on Mr. 2's forehead as he struggled to replicate Xia Chen's form. No matter how he gestured, "Oh, it is true." Xia Chen murmured softly at that moment. Not only was Mr. 2 astonished, Luffy and the others were equally taken aback. "Why is his fruit ability ineffective against you?" Zoro inquired curiously. "Haki. I utilized Haki to defend against his fruit ability." Xia Chen responded nonchalantly. He had merely attempted to envelop his body with Haki, rendering Mr. 2's powers null and void. His insight stemmed from having witnessed various instances of Haki countering fruit abilities in anime during his previous life. For instance, Virgo used Haki to defend against Law's abilities, and similarly, Law employed Haki to withstand the effects of the Op no Mi, all underscoring the potency of Haki. It seems that Teacher Kai was indeed correct. "Only Haki can transcend all," Luffy exclaimed in AW. "It appears I must master Haki sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen cast a fleeting glance at him without uttering a word. Throughout their training, Luffy was on the verge of mastering the use of armament Haki, likely just a single experience point away. His observation Haki, however, still required some work, as no signs of mastery were evident yet. The others were similarly progressing. Zoro was advancing swiftly in armament Haki, while Usopp and Sanji excelled in observation Haki. Contemplating this, Xia Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Who among them would be the first to master Haki? Listening to the surrounding conversation regarding Haki, Mr. 2 felt he had stumbled into a realm of ignorance. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and inquired, "What exactly is this Haki?" "Oh, Haki is," Luffy began to explain. But Xia Chen interrupted him with a punch. "Xia Chen, why did you hit me again?" Luffy complained, rubbing his head with a tearful expression. Xia Chen ignored him, directing his gaze back to Mr. 2, stating coolly, "We have no intention of sharing information with our adversary." At this juncture, Xia Chen laid his cards on the table, directly identifying Mr. 2, adversary. "I know nothing of this," Mr. 2 hastily protested, not wishing to be labeled as an enemy of the formidable man before him. That could be fatal. Xia Chen remained silent and turned to Vivi, asking, "Vivi, have you encountered Mr. 2 from Baroque Works?" No." Vivi initially paused before responding. "However, I have heard that Mr. 2 is a tall, flamboyant individual dressed in a swan ballet costume." Always referring to himself in the third person, with the words Yulon pen inscribed on his back? What? All eyes turned toward Mr. 2 upon Vivi's revelation. A prolonged silence ensued. After a considerable pause, Nami pointed at Mr. 2 and asked, "So, is the person you described someone like him?" "It seems to be so," Vivi replied uncertainly. "Remove the seams." The group, excluding Sanji, chorused in unison, their voices filled with indignation. Usopp turned to Mr. 2, wearing an expression of betrayal. "I thought you were a good friend, but it turns out you are an enemy. Speak. What are you doing on our ship?" It appears you were the ones who rescued me," Mr. 2 retorted. "Oh, just a moment ago you were calling for help. And now you are claiming we rescued you. What an ungrateful wretch," Chopper exclaimed. Joining in the outcry. One could only say that the joy they had just experienced was now met with equally fierce reproaches. Mr. 2 looked utterly bewildered. "Is this really a valid accusation against me? Are you wearing sunglasses while observing me? I am indeed Mr. 2 from Baroque Works. But what does that have to do with being enemies? Everyone from Baroque Works is our enemy. Do you understand now?" Sanji remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette. "It seems there is no room for negotiation." Mr. 2's expression darkened. In that case, prepare for battle." Just as Mr. 2 assumed a fighting stance, he was struck on the head by Xia Chen and succumbed to unconsciousness. "Do not present me with such repugnant combat techniques," Xia Chen declared, waving his hand in disdain. "Sanji, fetch a rope to bind this fellow. Otherwise, his abilities could prove troublesome." Although Xia Chen himself had no such concerns, given his keen perception to discern whether Luffy and the others had been transformed by Mr. 2, The issue remained that they could not see through it. Even if they could utilize the binding ropes from the original narrative to differentiate, the problem lay in preventing Mr. Two from transforming into Cobra-S likeness to execute certain deeds. He had always loathed complications. If a more straightforward method existed to assist Vivi in reclaiming Alabasta, he would undoubtedly pursue that avenue. For instance, if eliminating Crocodile directly could resolve all issues, he would seek him out immediately. However, the majority of the populace in Alabasta currently revered Crocodile. Should he eliminate him before his malevolence was revealed, it could plunge Alabasta into a more severe civil war. Thus, this approach was untenable. It was imperative to expose Crocodile's true nature to the citizens of Alabasta, allowing them to recognize his true visage, thereby facilitating the nation's recovery. Nevertheless, prior to that, it would be acceptable for him to seek out Crocodile for a confrontation, as he was eager to gauge the prowess of the Sand Crocodile, curious if his downfall at the hands of Luffy was merely a plot device. After all, he had been defeated by Luffy during the Alabasta arc, only to emerge from Impel Down and face off against Doflamingo and Mihawk during the Marineford War without exhibiting signs of decline. That it was notable that even Luffy, 2 years later, could not defeat Doflamingo without unleashing Gear Forth, let alone the formidable Mihawk, who had effortlessly dispatched Jinbei. Therefore, the enigma surrounding Crocodile's strength remained. Surely Impel Down was not some fabled place of enlightenment, a spiritual time chamber, a realm of the Sage of Six Paths, a place where one could emerge significantly more powerful. Surely not. In summary, the exact nature of Crocodile's strength would only be revealed through first-hand experience. Xia Chen hoped he would not be disappointed. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as a peculiar creature burst forth from the water. Is this the sea? Sanji remarked uncertainly, observing the strange being before him. It's my first encounter with such a creature. I wonder how it tastes as a delicacy. To find out how it tastes, simply slay it. Zoro gradually unsheathed his sword. New food? Splendid. I'm utterly tired of consuming dinosaur and goldfish meat daily. I have longed to change my palate. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, saliva pooling around him. Ha ha ha. The three of them simultaneously erupted into eerie laughter, preparing to slay the creature. What are you all doing? Vivi suddenly appeared behind them, delivering a punch to each. Then, with a hint of irritation, he remarked, honestly, the sea on this side of Alabasta is regarded as a sacred symbol. What on earth are you all thinking? Seizing the opportunity, the sea creature swiftly plunged into the water, hastily distancing itself from the ship. How terrifying. This group is intent on devouring me, Luffy lamented, watching the fleeing sea creature with a heart-wrenching cry. Thud. Another bump appeared on Luffy's head, accompanied by Vivi's furious shout. Did I not say we cannot eat it? Sanji pondered, grasping the crux of Vivi's words. So, we are nearing Alabasta, are we? Miss Vivi? Indeed. Vivi nodded, continuing, the appearance of the sea proves we have arrived in the waters near Alabasta. And we are very close. Just then, Chopper shouted from the bow of the ship. Hey, everyone. There's an island over there. Could it be Alabasta? Hearing this, Vivi rushed to the front of the ship, snatched the binoculars from Chopper's hands, and a look of excitement spread across her face. Indeed, that is the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Xia Chen, let's go. Luffy and the others called out to Xia Chen on the shore. Okay, wait a moment. I have something to attend to first. Xia Chen slowly approached Mr. Two, who was tied to the main mast, and flashed a smile. However, from Mr. Two's perspective, that smile was rather unsettling. He couldn't help but swallow hard and ask, Mr. Xia Chen, what are you planning to do? It's nothing. Just a little nap for you. With that, Xia Chen delivered a swift chop to Mr. Two's neck, rendering him unconscious. They had no idea how long their excursion would take. Although Mr. Two was tied up, it was still safer to knock him out. After completing this task, Xia Chen leaped onto the shore. The moment he officially set foot on the island, the familiar sound of the system's checkpoint echoed. Ding! Successfully checked in at Alabasta. The armament hockey has been upgraded to advanced level. Instantly, a powerful force surged from the depths of Xia Chen's being, and the armament hockey automatically enveloped his arms. Xia Chen gently lifted his arm, distinctly feeling the flowing effect of the hockey entwined around it. Flowing cherry blossoms, huh? Xia Chen was somewhat surprised by the upgrade to advanced armament hockey. He had initially anticipated reaching the Conqueror's hockey first. It seemed the system wanted him to specialize in one area. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, The transformation from intermediate to advanced represented a qualitative leap. The impact of advancing the Conqueror's haki from beginner to intermediate would not significantly enhance his strength. This was because the mastery of haki could only be achieved at the advanced level. With armament haki, one could grasp flowing cherry blossoms upon reaching the advanced tier, a technique that Luffy had only learned after his first round of training with Master Kaido. Now, he could even breach defenses against Kaido, rather than merely serving to sober him up. Xia Chen, why are you still dawdling? Let us go, Luffy called out, waving from a short distance. Coming, everyone, in the eyes of many members of Baroque Works. You are all familiar faces, so for the convenience of our operations, it is necessary to don a disguise. Vivi addressed the group that we will replenish our supplies here and then head to our next destination. Yuba, Chopper, let's go. We will buy the supplies, and you all find a place to wait for us. The rest of you have been seen by one member or another. It's not convenient, Xia Chen said to Chopper. Aren't you the one who's been seen the most? Zoro questioned, puzzled that I should be. Xia Chen nodded. But I have observation haki. Who among you possesses that? Xia Chen's statement left them momentarily speechless, each feeling somewhat uncomfortable while simultaneously reinforcing their determination to learn observation haki. Goodbye, Chopper. We are off. Strolling through the streets adorned with rapeseed flowers, Xia Chen couldn't help but glance around with curiosity. This was his first time in a city within a desert, whether in this life or the previous one. It exuded a unique, exotic charm. Xia Chen entered a clothing store, only to find that the men's clothing was uniformly drab and unappealing. In contrast, the women's clothing ranged from unattractive to the flamboyant style of the dancing girls depicted in the original work that Sanji had purchased. Seeing this, Xia Chen understood why Sanji had opted for such attire. If it were him, he would have chosen the same, purely for the aesthetic pleasure. Achoo! Suddenly, Chopper sneezed several times beside him, wearing an expression of utter despair. Xia Chen, the smell here is dreadful. Almost forgetting, Xia Chen recalled that due to Chopper's highly sensitive nose, what smelled pleasant to others was akin to poison for him. The dresses of the dancing girls had all been spritzed with perfume to some extent, which was why Chopper couldn't bear it upon arrival. After a moment of thought, Xia Chen told Chopper, wait for me outside. I'll be right out after I finish picking. All right, Chopper nodded and stepped outside, truly unable to tolerate the odor any longer. Once Chopper had left, Xia Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the array of clothing before him. After taking his time to select, he had soon gathered everything he intended to purchase. However, just as he prepared to return, an unexpected event occurred. His attention had been so engrossed in the surrounding shops that he had neglected to maintain his observation haki, and thus... Oh, Colonel Smoker, what a coincidence. The Demon King, Xia Chen. Smoker's expression turned grave upon seeing the man before him. The pain from his previous injuries still lingered. What brings you here? Just here to buy a few things, Xia Chen shrugged. Pirates come here just to buy a few items. Well, if I tell you the truth and you don't believe me, what can I do? Xia Chen replied, somewhat helplessly. Why was it that these days nobody believed in honesty? So, what do you plan to do now? Colonel Smoker, Xia Chen asked, his tone nonchalant. Of course, I intend to arrest you. As he spoke, white smoke began to emanate from Smoker's body. If that's your intention, I suggest you reconsider. I believe you are well aware of the power disparity between us. You stand no chance against me. And what of it? Even if I am not your match, as long as I remain a Navy officer, I cannot allow a pirate like you to roam free. Hey, mind your words. What do you mean by a pirate like me? Have I done anything wrong? Xia Chen retorted without hesitation. Even if you haven't done anything yet, that is merely temporary. A pirate is a pirate. One can never change their inherently evil nature. Oh dear, when did this white-haired ruffian start sounding like a Kainu? Xia Chen felt somewhat displeased. He had been speaking politely, yet Smoker took advantage of it. Since that's the case. With a cold glint in his eyes, Xia Chen instantaneously appeared before Smoker, flowing cherry blossoms armament haki enveloping his fist as he delivered a powerful blow to Smoker's abdomen. Meanwhile, Smoker was still pondering whether Xia Chen had encountered a Kainu before when. Without warning, Xia Chen had already materialized in front of him, his pupils constricting in surprised eye. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, followed by a sudden darkness, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Why go to such lengths? Xia Chen regarded the fallen Smoker with indifference. Were it not for Smoker's genuine sense of justice, he would have long since sent him off to have tea with Chu Yuan. Generally, Xia Chen would not resort to lethal force unless provoked, as the world of pirates truly required individuals like Smoker to maintain order. Although he was a pirate, he harbored little affection for most pirates. As Smoker had mentioned, most pirates engage in rampant violence and plunder, committing heinous acts against civilians as if it were second nature, often even more vile than the celestial dragons. However, one cannot simply wipe out an entire group. After all, he was certainly a good pirate, right? At least, that was his belief. As Xia Chen turned to Chopper, he remarked, "Chopper, it's time to go back and find Luffy that we've been delayed by this foolish navy for a while now. And if we return too late, who knows what might transpire?" After a brief period, Xia Chen observed the 5 individuals remaining in place and couldn't help but lightly press his forehead in exasperation. Damn it, the very thing I dreaded has indeed occurred. Nami, where on earth did that imbecile Luffy wander off to? I don't know. Nami replied, shaking her head. He was just here a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye. He's vanished. That fool is always causing trouble. This is the outfit I purchased. You all should change into it. Let's go search for him together. Xia Chen feigned nonchalance as he retrieved clothes from the system space and handed them to his companions. After a moment, Vivi hesitantly inquired, "Xia Chen, is this outfit meant for a dancer?" "Huh. I have no idea. I just thought it looked quite appealing and bought it," Xia Chen replied with an air of innocence. At that moment, Sanji approached, draping an arm around Xia Chen's shoulder and discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Xia Chen reciprocated with a knowing glance. Men understand men best. However, to be fair, Vivi certainly has the figure for it. "Golden apples?" Chopper and Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the vendor's golden apples. "Eating one can grant you 1,000 years of life? Is that truly the case?" "Of course, it is true. We operate with honesty here. Seeing your genuine interest, you may take this golden apple for just 1,000 berries." The vendor feigned a look of loss, while secretly mocking himself for having deceived 2 gullible souls. "Excuse me, but is this apple naturally golden, or is it merely painted?" A voice interjected. "Why, it is undoubtedly natural," the vendor instinctively replied, only to suddenly realize something and swiftly turned to see Xia Chen pulling back the curtain behind him. Revealing the store clerk applying dye. Sweat instantly dripped down the vendor's forehead. "Heh, I must say, while this golden apple may be a sham, it is surprisingly delectable," Zoro declared after taking a bite. "Indeed, it is quite palatable. Especially with this layer of juice that elevates its flavor," Xia Chen remarked casually. Initially, Xia Chen had intended to expose the vendor's deceit, but unexpectedly discovered that the dye he was using was actually a type of golden fruit juice. Consequently, what began as an act of unveiling turned into an act of coercion. He directly threatened the vendor into providing him with a large bag of apples and a sizable barrel of that juice. If he refused, he would reveal his fraudulent practices, ensuring that everyone knew he was a charlatan. As a result of these maneuvers, each of them was now enjoying free golden apples. Given that Smoker incessantly decries pirates as wicked, is it so wrong for him to engage in some pirate-like behavior? With this thought in mind, Xia Chen took another bite of the apple. How sweet. "Ace, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice called from a nearby restaurant. Upon hearing it, all eyes turned simultaneously. As expected, they had located their target. Inside the restaurant, Luffy looked at Ace with sheer delight. He had intended to try a different dish, but unexpectedly, he encountered a surprising reunion with his older brother, who had set sail 3 years before him. His emotions were undoubtedly heightened, to the extent that he slowed down the pace at which he stuffed food into his mouth. Moreover, due to Xia Chen's intervention, Smoker, who was supposed to be present, had mysteriously disappeared. The 2 brothers began to eat and converse amiably. "Luffy, are you full?" Ace suddenly asked. "Not really," Luffy replied. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Ace's face. "Shall we have a contest to see who can eat more?" Luffy was momentarily taken aback, but then both he and Ace dove into the food on the table with gusto. When they realized they had both started without so much as a greeting, they pointed at each other and exclaimed, "You cheated." In the next moment, they resumed their fervent eating. It was evident that they were brothers, as their actions mirrored one another perfectly. When Xia Chen and the others entered the restaurant, they were greeted by the sight of Luffy and Ace, their bellies protruding and sprawled in their chairs, wearing expressions of having overeaten. Ace turned to Luffy, laughing. "Luffy, I won." Luffy, however, appeared quite dissatisfied. "Damn it, I lost again." "Ha ha ha, Luffy, You'll need to practice more if you want to beat me. Ace, Xia Chen murmured softly, his gaze fixed on Ace. The unresolved feelings from his past life surged within him as he beheld Ace sitting right before him. It was undeniably stirring. Ace had always been one of his favorite characters, tragically falling to Akainu during the Marineford War while attempting to save Luffy. Like countless fans, he had wept under his covers at that moment. To see Ace alive now was a joy beyond measure. Without hesitation, Xia Chen approached and seized Luffy's mouth. Luffy, could you kindly explain why you are here? Well, I wanted to try a different flavor. Luffy replied, his fingers fidgeting nervously. Then why didn't you inform us? Sanji chimed in from the side. But I forgot. Luffy exclaimed sheepishly that in that case, you'll have to find a way to pay for your meal. Nami said, turning her head away in indifference. Please, no. I don't have any money. Luffy quickly adopted a pitiful expression, hoping to elicit sympathy from Nami, but she didn't even glance his way to tea that moment. Ace spoke up. Excuse me, are you all Luffy's companions? My brother has caused you some trouble. Huh. The group turned their heads in unison, only to realize Ace was seated nearby, seemingly familiar with Luffy. They had initially assumed he was just a passerby. Your brother? Are you referring to Luffy? Usopp asked in shock. Indeed. Ace nodded that I've never heard him mention having an older brother. Sanji queried, perplexed. Is that so? Ace replied, an expression of surprise crossing his face as he turned to glare at Luffy. Luffy, after spending so much time with your friends, you didn't think to mention your brother? I forgot, Luffy said, prompting everyone to facepalm in disbelief. Truly, you are Ace? I find it exhausting to deal with such a foolish brother. Ace remarked with a hint of exasperation. By the way, Ace, what brings you here? Luffy asked curiously to me. I'm here to take care of something. Are you hunting Blackbeard? At that moment, Xia Chen, who had been silent until now, interjected. Huh? Ace turned to Xia Chen, uncertain. You are the Demon King Xia Chen? Indeed, Xia Chen confirmed with a nod. How do you know about this? Ace asked, his curiosity piqued. Avoiding a direct answer, I have extensive channels for information, which allows me to be privy to various matters. Indeed, Xia Chen is quite formidable. He knows everything. Luffy exclaimed excitedly from the side. That's so? Ace pondered for a moment before saying, well, it doesn't really matter how you know. It's not something that needs to be concealed. I am indeed pursuing Blackbeard. He was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and even part of my crew. However, he violated an unforgivable rule aboard the ship. At this moment, Ace's gaze turned icy as he continued. He killed his comrades and then fled. That scoundrel is utterly unforgivable. As captain, it is my duty to hunt him down to honor the spirits of my fallen comrades. Then, Xia Chen said, if I were to tell you that you are not his match, would you still pursue him? How could that be? Luffy interjected. Xia Chen, Ace is incredibly strong. That Blackbeard fellow is definitely no match for him. Ace had yet to refute, when Luffy interjected indignantly. Xia Chen chose to disregard Luffy, fixating his gaze on Ace, eager to discern his thoughts. Ace mirrored Xia Chen's stare, seemingly attempting to glean something from his expression. However, to his dismay, he found nothing. After a prolonged silence, Ace diverted his gaze, took a sip of water from the table, and remarked, well, I don't know how you arrived at this conclusion, but you might be underestimating my strength. As Luffy mentioned, I am indeed formidable. Ace's tone was imbued with self-assurance and a hint of skepticism towards Xia Chen. In his view, Xia Chen likely had encountered Blackbeard at some point and thus formed an opinion of his prowess. Yet, Ace was certain that today marked the first time he had met Xia Chen, making it impossible for Xia Chen to gauge his true capabilities. He surmised that Xia Chen must be basing his assessment on Luffy's abilities, believing Ace to be less than strong. However, Ace was acutely aware of his own strength, recognizing that the gap between him and the current Luffy was substantial. Nevertheless, he refrained from directly contradicting Xia Chen, as he was, after all, a companion of Luffy, and he felt it only right to extend a measure of respect. Observing Ace's expression, Xia Chen realized he harbored doubt in him, leading to a sense of helplessness. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Had he been in Ace's position, he too would likely dismiss a newcomer from the East Blue claiming to be stronger than someone else. Thus, it appeared that the only way to resolve this was through the demonstration of strength. Xia Chen hoped to avoid a confrontation between Ace and Blackbeard, as the latter was indeed beyond Ace's capabilities. Moreover, Blackbeard's dark fruit possessed a significant advantage over devil fruit users. With this in mind, Xia Chen directly addressed Ace, saying, "Ace, let us engage in a duel. If I emerge victorious, you must refrain from confronting Blackbeard." Agreed. "For if you cannot best me, then you surely stand no chance against Blackbeard." Upon hearing this, Ace narrowed his eyes and stood, scrutinizing Xia Chen intently. After a moment, he replied, "Forget it. There's no need for that." Xia Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. It was evident that Ace still did not believe in him. What a confident child. When you face a setback, you will come to understand the weight of my words. So, Xia Chen, is that Blackbeard truly as formidable as you claim? Luffy suddenly inquired, having journeyed alongside Xia Chen. He believed he had a decent grasp of Xia Chen's strength. At least, in his estimation, Ace could not surpass him. Initially, when Xia Chen asserted that Ace could not handle Blackbeard, Luffy instinctively defended Ace's prowess. Yet now, observing Xia Chen's demeanor, he sensed that Blackbeard was indeed no ordinary adversary. Otherwise, Xia Chen would not be taking this matter so seriously, prompting him to pose the question. "Very strong," Xia Chen nodded. "You may have difficulty grasping this concept. So let me provide a concrete example. Ace, are you familiar with red-haired Shanks?" "Yes, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. I even had the chance to meet him once," Ace responded. "What? Ace, you actually met Shanks?" Upon hearing this, Luffy shouted excitedly, straining his neck. "Yes, I had heard you mention him before, and coincidentally, during my early days at sea, I caught wind of his presence on a certain island. So I went to see him. We even shared drinks for an entire night." "Ha ha ha. I see." Luffy's face lit up with joy as he removed his hat and held it in his hands, silently vowing, "Shanks, I will become the Pirate King." "So, why did you bring up red-haired?" Ace inquired. "What do you think of red-haired's strength?" Xia Chen asked nonchalantly. Ace. Upon hearing this, Ace regarded Xia Chen with a bemused expression, rolling his eyes as he replied, "Red-haired is one of the 4 emperors, a pirate of the same caliber as my father. How do you think he measures up? Then, how confident would you be in a confrontation with red-haired?" Xia Chen pressed further. Hey, kid, are you looking for trouble?" Ace retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Although he was confident in his abilities, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could rival red-haired. After all, he had been thoroughly outmatched when he challenged his father. While he held his father in the highest regard, even considering him stronger than red-haired, one must acknowledge that red-haired was indeed one of the 4 emperors that a confrontation with him would only end with Ace being a slightly larger target. "Then, do you know how red-haired acquired that scar on his face?" Xia Chen inquired once more in a way. "How could I possibly know?" Ace was beginning to grow impatient, but suddenly, he seemed to grasp a crucial piece of information. His expression turned serious as he asked, "Are you suggesting that the scar on red-haired's face was inflicted by Blackbeard?" "Indeed," Xia Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression shifted dramatically, the previous levity evaporating in an instant. He refrained from questioning how Xia Chen came to possess this information. There was no reason for Xia Chen to deceive him. The revelation that Blackbeard had inflicted the scar on red-haired left Ace momentarily at a loss. If it were him, he had no confidence in leaving a similar mark on red-haired. Ace fell into a long silence, contemplating the implications of this news. After a considerable pause, he looked at Xia Chen and said, "Thank you for providing this information. I will give it serious thought." Xia Chen regarded Ace with a deep gaze, choosing not to say anything further. He had conveyed all he needed to. If Ace remained obstinate, there was little he could do. "Smoker!" Suddenly, Luffy's loud exclamation drew Xia Chen's attention. "Smoker?" Xia Chen pondered. There was only one person who could be referred to as Smoker by Luffy. Following Luffy's line of sight, Xia Chen beheld a familiar figure that astonished him. "Smoker? Surely not," he asked, still lingering around. After just enduring a blow from his haki, how could he possibly be here in this small restaurant? However, Smoker appeared somewhat disheveled, leaning heavily against Tashigi, with faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He also coughed occasionally, a stark contrast to the cigar still firmly clenched between his lips. Xia Chen worried that a sudden cough might choke him. As Xia Chen and the others recognized him, Smoker, too, noticed their presence, thanks to Luffy's loud voice. A flicker of delight crossed Smoker's eyes upon seeing Xia Chen and the others. Straw Hat Kid, the Demon King Xia Chen, Portgas D.Ace. What a complete gathering. The remaining companions chimed in. Are we not considered people too? How's it going, Smoker? With your current state of injury, Do you really think you can apprehend us? That seems rather unrealistic, Xia Chen remarked nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of the power behind his own strike. And given the brief time that had elapsed, Smoker had likely recovered very little. He was probably struggling to even stand. Apprehend you? Oh, I certainly intend to, but it won't be me doing the capturing. Someone else will handle that, So you've enlisted help? Xia Chen inquired with a light smile, completely unfazed by the prospect of Smoker seeking assistance at his current strength. Even if Smoker managed to summon a vice-admiral, Xia Chen would remain unconcerned. Moreover, Smoker had come to Alabasta without authorization from his superiors. He doubted they would be able to muster reinforcements like a reserve admiral or even an admiral. High-ranking naval officers were notoriously busy. After all, let us hope you're still laughing after this, Smoker retorted, his smile not reaching his eyes, revealing his confidence. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, a tall, somewhat slender figure stepped into the restaurant. Xia Chen's demeanor shifted from casual indifference to grave seriousness upon seeing this individual. At the same moment, Ace also recognized the person, his expression mirroring Xia Chen's. Only Luffy and the others, unfamiliar with the man, wore puzzled expressions, though they sensed a palpable tension in the air. The atmosphere seemed to thicken as the man entered, causing even Xia Chen, who usually exuded confidence, to lose his composure. Seeing this, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Who is this man? Why does he elicit such a reaction from you?" Upon hearing those words, Xia Chen did not divert his gaze. His eyes remained fixed on the man across from him. And he solemnly declared, "Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters." The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving all present in a state of shock, whether it was Zoro and his companions or the other civilians dining nearby. They all stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Only one person appeared somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scene. Luffy, observing the expressions around him, curiously inquired, "What's with you all? Is Admiral Aokiji really that formidable? Could you please omit the word that?" Nami retorted, exasperated. "An admiral is one of the Navy's highest combat powers. Do you comprehend the weight of such authority?" Luffy pondered for a moment, yet remained oblivious, shrugging it off with a nonchalant grin. "Who cares about the highest combat power, as long as I can knock him away?" The moment Luffy spoke these words, every pair of eyes turned towards him, all sharing the same incredulous expression. Akin to gazing at a fool, even Ace found himself grappling with the urge to deny their brotherly connection, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Are you truly that audacious? Do you possess a reckless ignorance?" Aokiji, for his part, was taken aback by the audacity of this young pirate, whose bounty was merely 25 million. Had he perhaps appeared too affable, lacking the menacing presence of a kainu, thus failing to intimidate, while Aokiji contemplated this. Xia Chan's expression darkened the most. He shot a fierce glare at Smoker, thinking, "You're calling for reinforcements in such an unorthodox manner. Isn't it customary to escalate gradually?" Yet here he was, bringing out the big guns right away. Xia Chen had merely uttered it in passing. He never anticipated that an admiral would truly manifest. Though confident in his own strength, he did not harbor the arrogance to believe he could contend with an admiral. If it were just him, he could certainly escape. But the issue lay with the group of inexperienced companions behind him. After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Chen could devise no better plan and tentatively asked, "Admiral Aokiji, may I inquire as to your purpose here?" I initially came for a meal, but now that I've encountered you, it seems plans must be adjusted." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's face contorted as if he had bitten into a rotten fly, his gaze towards Luffy brimming with murderous intent. "What were you thinking, coming here unbidden? This is akin to delivering oneself on a silver platter." However, it was too late for regrets. Further discourse would prove futile. Xia Chen redirected his focus to Aokiji, his demeanor shifting dramatically. "An admiral is merely an admiral. What is there to fear? Let us engage in a battle first." He fixed Aokiji with one last penetrating gaze and asked, "Is it absolutely necessary for you to apprehend us? Perhaps you could pretend you never saw us and let us go? That would be rather difficult, my friend. If I were to release you, I'd have trouble explaining myself to my superiors. Then it appears there's nothing left to discuss. In that case, let us fight." Xia Chen declared calmly. It seemed this confrontation was unavoidable, and there was no need for further idle chatter. Aokiji turned to Smoker and commanded, "Smoker, evacuate the crowd. I have a feeling this battle will not be simple." "Understood." Smoker nodded and promptly instructed Tashigi to disperse the surrounding onlookers. Xia Chen showed no reaction to this action. He had no intention of harming the civilians. Their evacuation would facilitate his own plans. Suddenly, an idea struck Xia Chen, and he dashed into the restaurant's kitchen, rapidly collecting everything he deemed useful, regardless of necessity. Into his system space, he relished the notion of a zero-cost acquisition, reasoning that whatever remained after the impending battle would be destroyed anyway. Upon emerging, only their group and Aokiji remained in this world. If one's strength did not match, the notion of overwhelming numbers held no sway. Aokiji stood alone, yet his presence exerted a tremendous pressure on them. Xia Chen stepped in front of his companions and stated, "You all must leave. Ace and I will hold them off." But Nami started to protest, only to be interrupted by Xia Chen. "Hurry. With your strength, remaining here would serve no purpose. You would only hinder us. And besides, Vivi's country is in dire straits. If you waste time here, who will assist her?" Xia Chen. Vivi gazed at him, momentarily transfixed. "Gomu Gomu no pistol," just as Xia Chen intended to relay more instructions. A familiar voice rang out, instantly filling him with a sense of foreboding that he turned to look, and indeed, as he feared, Luffy had thrown a punch at in an instant. Every expression froze, as it became clear that all their previous discussions had been in vain. Luffy, the fool, truly could not grasp human conversation. "Oh dear, young man, do refrain from such aggression," Aokiji remarked coolly. With a mere thought, ice rapidly enveloped Luffy's arm, threatening to spread throughout his entire body. Witnessing this, Xia Chen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly appeared beside them, delivering a kick towards Aokiji. Aokiji was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before coming to a halt. My hand, my body, a series of pig-like squeals ensued, leaving Xia Chen feeling somewhat exasperated. Turning to Luffy, he saw him sprawled on the ground, clutching his body, which was now half frozen, and shouting in distress. Angered by the situation, Xia Chen seethed. "You were warned to escape, yet you insisted on testing his abilities. Allow me to help thaw out this ice." Ace approached, ready to assist. "There's no need for such trouble," Xia Chen replied dismissively. He then grasped Luffy's arm, coating it in armament hockey, with a gentle tremor. The ice began to shatter, disintegrating into countless shards that fell to the ground. Indeed, Xia Chen was employing flowing cherry blossom hockey, utilizing the unique properties of hockey to accomplish this without harming Luffy. "Hey, the ice is gone," Luffy exclaimed, leaping up and joyfully stretching his limbs. "Let us see if you dare to act so recklessly again." Xia Chen chastised him, but he then added, "As you can see, your attack was utterly ineffective against him. Quickly, take them and flee." "All right, I understand," Luffy nodded, still shaken from his earlier experience, devoid of any desire to confront Aokiji. "Did I ever say you could leave?" Aokiji's voice cut through the air, his gaze fixed intently on them. With another thought, ice rapidly spread from his center, freezing everything in its path. That moment, Ace leaped forward, shouting, "Firewall." As his words fell, a massive wall of flames erupted, halting the advancing ice. "Run," with the command echoing in their ears. The group wasted no time, fleeing without hesitation. As Xia Chen had pointed out, their presence was a liability. They could provide no assistance. "You all leaving will only complicate matters for me," Aokiji remarked coolly, then leaped into the sky, gathering cold energy in his hands, targeting the fleeing Luffy and his companions. Just as he was about to strike, a black fist loomed large in his vision, sending him hurtling backward once more. "I also mentioned we would impede you," came Xia Chen's calm voice, having transformed into his demonic form, coldly staring down at Aokiji from the sky. After a moment, Xia Chen descended back to the ground. And Ace approached, astonished. "Didn't he realize you were this strong?" Initially, upon seeing Xia Chen's bounty of 300 million, he had assumed he possessed a modicum of strength, but not to such an impressive extent. However, it appeared he had misjudged. Xia Chen did not respond to this assessment. Instead, he posed a question in return. "Will you cower before a Navy admiral? What nonsense is that? I am indeed a member of the world's mightiest pirate crew. The Whitebeard pirates do not think that I would flinch before a mere admiral of the Navy. Even against an admiral-in-chief, I remain utterly unperturbed, understand?" "Oh, is that so? Well then, that is reassuring. Otherwise, I would genuinely fear you might flee amidst the fray." "You rascal, are you seeking a fight?" Ace glared at him with indignation. "If we manage to escape this time, then we shall engage in a duel." Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Ha, then it's settled. Ace burst into laughter. You two youngsters possess quite the spirit. Kazan emerged slowly from the smoke, his previous languor replaced by a serious demeanor. Kazan first cast a glance at the two, then focused intently on Xia Chen. His eyes reflecting a hint of gravity as he remarked, Boy, your comprehension of hockey, particularly the armament hockey, is rather impressive. You have even achieved the effect of internal destruction. Internal destruction? Ace looked at Xia Chen in astonishment. Realizing that he was unaware of this until Kazan mentioned it, this technique is one that even he is yet to master. Moreover, your hockey's intensity surpasses that of most vice admirals in the Navy. I am quite curious as to how you have cultivated such prowess at your age. Perhaps it is innate talent. Xia Chen replied casually to his surprise. Kazan nodded in agreement, stating, It seems there is no other explanation but talent. In that case, it appears I must capture you. For a pirate with such formidable talent would leave the Navy in a state of unrest. If you can manage that, then come and try. Xia Chen retorted, and in an instant, an iron rod materialized in his hand. Kazan raised his arm, gradually transforming it into ice directed at them. Icebird. In an instant, a colossal ice bird extended from Kazan's hand, hurtling towards them at great speed. Xia Chen grasped the iron rod, poised to shatter the ice bird, but Ace interposed himself before him. Let me handle this. Mirror fire. A torrent of flames erupted from Ace's arm, colliding fiercely with Kazan's ice bird. After a brief exchange, both techniques dissipated into nothingness. Kazan regarded Ace, murmuring, The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Is he a rather formidable opponent? Indeed. Xia Chen tightened his grip on the rod, armament hockey instantly enveloping it. Ace, go. With those words, Xia Chen surged forward, and Ace, not to be outdone, charged at Kazan as well. Observing the two charging towards him, Kazan's expression remained unchanged, with one hand crossed over his chest. He parted his lips. Ice blade. Kazan raised the ice blade in his hand to meet Xia Chen's incoming ROD, but the moment of contact, a powerful shockwave emanated from their clash, causing the surrounding structures to crack under the force. At that moment, Ace had already reached the forefront, shouting, Xia Chen, get out of the way. Upon hearing Ace's voice, Xia Chen acted without hesitation, swiftly dodging to the side. Just as he moved aside, Ace's voice rang out. Divine fire, unknowable flame. Two massive fiery lances struck Kazan directly, the tremendous impact forcing him backward, toppling countless buildings in his wake. What can I say? This move of mine packs quite the punch, doesn't it? Ace said with delight. Indeed, it is quite powerful, but it likely won't be effective. Xia Chen replied coolly as expected. In less than a second, Kazan reappeared, unscathed and fully intact, having transformed back into ice. Seeing this, Xia Chen shook his head. Battling an opponent with such top-tier observation hockey in their natural form proved troublesome. Even before their attacks reached him, he had already elementalized parts of his body, making it impossible for them to land a hit. Even with Hakai.it seems that we must strike with unexpected tactics. While Xia Chen pondered how to turn the tide, Kazan's calm voice broke the silence. Do not lose focus. Frozen time capsule. Two icy projectiles shot from Kazan's hand, speeding towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen and Ace leapt into the air. Boom! Upon striking the ground, the projectiles released an intense chill, freezing everything in their vicinity. Meteorite, flame pillar, the three engaged in fierce combat once more. After a while, huff! Ace and Xia Chen panted heavily, having unleashed their full arsenal during the previous exchange. Even with their monstrous stamina, they now felt fatigued, and both bore visible signs of wear in stark contrast. Kazan merely breathed slightly heavier, showing no signs of injury. Observing this, Xia Chen realized they had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Kazan stood firm, his aura coalescing. Upon witnessing this, Xia Chen understood that he was about to unleash a powerful technique, and quickly assumed a defensive stance. Fixing his gaze on Kuzan as expected, once his aura reached a critical point, Kazan calmly uttered a few words. Ice Age. In that instant, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming sense of danger and instinctively sought to flee. However, Kazan's attack not only bore immense power but also incredible speed. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. His lower body was encased in ice, and Ace found himself in a similar predicament. Despite his efforts to unleash his flames, the frost steadily consumed him. Before long, two lifelike ice sculptures stood before Kazan. Meanwhile, within the icy encasement, Xia Chen discovered that although he could not move, his innate strength prevented him from being entirely incapacitated.